Muyu arrived in a high martial world where the myriad realms converge. Upon reaching the age of 18, every individual is granted the opportunity to step into the boundless realms. Ranging from E-grade to SSS grade, countless worlds serve as arenas for trials. By accomplishing missions, one can obtain evaluations, exchange rewards, and ascend the infinite path of evolution. Muyu possesses an SSS grade talent known as the Supreme Celestial Bone, originally a dazzling star of the immortal Imperial clan. Yet he was betrayed by his SSS grade relative, born on the same day, right before his eyes. That Supreme Celestial Bone was brutally extracted and transplanted to a large yellow dog. Ding. The infinite attribute acquisition system has been successfully bound. Ding. Acquisition successful. Obtained S-grade talent Endless Thunder Prison. Ding. Acquisition successful. Obtained SS-grade talent Desolate Sword Embryo. Ding. The host has acquired 2 SS-grade talents, which can be synthesized into 1 SSS-grade talent, Chaotic Martial Bone. Commencing with the acquisition of an SSS-grade talent, he enters the myriad realms. The task ratings in these realms are categorized as common, ordinary, good, excellent, and perfect. Yet, for Muyu, each endeavor is met with superlative perfection. What could this mean? The so-called favored child of destiny, the reincarnated empress, the scion of the sacred land, the divine maiden of the ancient clans. The talents and opportunities you take pride in are, in my eyes, nothing more than pickable bubbles. What I possess, you lack. What you possess, I shall claim for myself. As the myriad clans invade, epics perish, and the world transforms, a young boy emerges from the chaos, wielding a long spear to protect humanity. Chapter 1. The abandoned child of the imperial clan, Muyu. In the north, there is a fair maiden, unparalleled and solitary. A single glance can topple a city. Another can overthrow a nation. You go, look at that girl ahead, her figure, her curves. TSK, TSK, TSK. If only I were a girl, I could indulge you, go. In the Great Xia, at Xia City, class 20 of grade 10. In the corridor adjacent to the classroom, 2 young men, aged 18 or 19, lurked with lecherous gazes by the corridor, observing the stunning beauty passing by, even the oversized school uniforms failing to conceal her youthful allure. Muyu glanced at Qingdi, who stood nearly 2 meters tall with a refreshing doll-like face, feeling a surge of dread. Are you not ashamed, you rascal? However, he soon stroked his chin. If you were beauty, perhaps I could accept it. Qingdi's smug grin abruptly vanished as he crossed his arms. You go. Do you have feelings for your brother? Muyu rolled his eyes. Get lost. The school bell rang. Muyu and Qingdi entered the classroom, making their way to the last row. The classmates in the classroom chattered excitedly, and Muyu observed the vibrant faces around him with a sense of nostalgia. Youth is truly wonderful. 18 years ago, he was rewarded by fortune and arrived in this world where the myriad realms converge, reborn into the body of a newborn within the immortal imperial clan of the Great Xia. Upon his birth, he witnessed a 5-clawed golden dragon fly into his body while the people surrounding him spoke of SSS-grade talents and the Supreme Celestial Bone. He once believed himself to be the protagonist. Alongside him at birth was a child from his uncle's family. From the moment he entered the world, a celestial 5-colored lotus descended, and both celestial beings and demons bowed, heralding an extraordinary event. In comparison to that infant, he felt decidedly inferior. He had thought that this life would provide him with an existence free from want. However, shortly after his birth, when he was merely 3 years old, his parents, tasked with guarding the imperial pass, met their untimely demise. It was on the very night the news reached him that he was robbed of his SS-grade talent and Supreme Celestial Bone by the demon born alongside him. Before his eyes, the demon transplanted his celestial bone into a large yellow dog. The mere thought of this caused him to clench his fists. It was an atrocious insult, as if he were merely a child. However, within calamity lies fortune. Perhaps his young age was one of the reasons he survived. Muyu's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality as a bald, burly man strode into the room. Muscles bulging like small mountains, with a square face radiating an intimidating aura, he possessed the kind of presence that could frighten children into tears. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. The bald man's voice boomed like thunder. Qingdi, stand up. A classmate reported that you took Muyu to tease a young lady. Qingdi instantly rose, his face a shade of liver. Teacher, I did not. Muyu and I merely went to appreciate aesthetics. Then enlighten me on what a demigod must comprehend. Qingdi appeared bewildered. Was this question beyond the syllabus? Teacher, I believe. Laughter erupted throughout the class. Get to the back and stand there, the teacher commanded. Reluctantly, Qingdi stood at the back. Muyu's face flushed as he stifled a laugh. Qingdi was a nickname. This lad spent the entire day chanting, "If I were the Azure Emperor, I would ensure the peach blossoms bloom together," resulting in everyone simply calling him Qingdi. The bald man was their homeroom teacher. Jiba. Qingdi shot a glance at Muyu. filled with resentment. Peach Blossom, why don't you share your thoughts on the era of the celestial realms? Muyu stood up, his smile faltering. Peach Blossom was his nickname, with lips as red as cherries and teeth as white as ivory. He was even more handsome than Pan, hence the moniker. Yet he disliked it, finding it somewhat effeminate. Clearing his throat, he spoke steadily. 1,000 years ago, Blue Star followed a technological path. One day, 10 blood gates appeared in the sky, standing for 3 months on the horizon, spitting forth crimson mist, covering Blue Star. From that moment on, all things transformed. Beasts of 100 or 1,000 meters became commonplace, and humanity was relegated to the bottom of the food chain. As the myriad realms descended, they entered the celestial worlds to complete tasks, with rewards based on their ratings that could be brought back to the real world, allowing them to become martial artists and embark on the path of martial cultivation. This historical period is referred to as the Chronicle of the Celestial Realms. Jiba nodded in agreement. Peach Blossom has articulated this well. Qing Di, you ought to learn from him. Qing Di's expression was one of disbelief. He knew this too. Teacher, I'm also aware of this. How many students in Xiaoqing aim to enter the celestial worlds? Qing Di was instantly flummoxed. What sort of question was that? He dared not meet Jiba's gaze and obediently stood against the wall. Muyu could only smile helplessly, recognizing that this fellow was not paying attention in class. Jiba continued. Class, let me point out something Peach Blossom forgot to mention. The myriad realms have hierarchical classifications, ranging from the lowest E grade, D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, S grade, SS grade to SSS grade. Each rating carries 5 levels: ordinary, good, excellent, outstanding, and perfect. The higher the rating, the more one can bring back and the greater the rewards. Tomorrow marks the day you enter the myriad realms. I will outline a few important considerations. First, upon your initial entry, everyone will begin in the lowest E grade world. The sooner you complete your tasks, the higher your rating will likely be, which serves as a new player reward from the celestial worlds. Second, everyone has undergone a talent assessment, and the level of talent awakened will largely dictate the realms you can enter in the future. If you wish to break this limitation, strive to achieve high ratings in the earlier worlds. Third, and most crucial, endeavor to enhance your strength before becoming a martial artist. Return home early today. At this time tomorrow, gather on the playground. After Jiba finished speaking, he allowed them to study independently. Muyu pondered deeply. Currently, my talent is merely the lowest E grade, with a strength of only 300 kilograms. After emerging from the first world, I will become a martial artist at the body refinement stage, yet my strength will remain at the lowest tier. Will I truly spend this life merely drifting aimlessly? In this world, warriors, regardless of their strength, are merely considered prospective martial artists until they enter the celestial worlds. Those prodigies, or the pampered sons and daughters of affluent families, refine their bodies using various beast meats, body refinement pills, and advanced body refinement techniques. Without breaking through to martial artist status, their strength can reach 700 or 800, even over 1,000 kilograms. Once they break through, their power surges exponentially. Thus, an immense gap will emerge at the first stage of cultivation. The superhuman strength he possessed in his past life is but a foundation in this realm. His focus sharpened, and a gray progress bar materialized before his eyes, having followed him since birth. Up until now, aside from the progress bar nearing completion, there has been no other change. My only hope now lies with this progress bar. I wonder what will transpire once it reaches 100. The school bell rang, and Muyu and Qing Di made their way toward the school gate. Along the way, numerous girls gazed at him with lingering glances, to which he responded graciously. There was no choice. He had to prepare for the duality of potential failure in the celestial worlds. He could only vow to stand steadfast for the young maidens, to safeguard the lives of the young lasses, to carry on the legacies for the married women, and to foster peace for the wives. Commonly referred to as living off soft rice. Suddenly, they were drawn to a commotion. They beheld a handsome young man, slightly less attractive than Muyu, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful young woman, creating a picturesque scene that drew a crowd. Who among students does not envy such individuals? They are the spotlight wherever they go. Qing Di remarked with a click of his tongue. You go by to Xiao Xiao and Xiao Jiahua truly make a wonderful pair. Muyu, to be honest, felt a twinge of envy. The young man was named by Xian, rumored to possess an S-grade talent, and consistently ranked second in the liberal arts assessments. Nevertheless, he hailed from an ordinary background, representing the underprivileged students, earning the support of most boys in the school, and was known for his integrity. As for the young woman, she was the heiress of Xiaoqing's foremost martial arts academy, Xia Shetong, with an S-grade talent. Given her family's influence, she had no fear of danger and possessed a commendable reputation without the typical airs of a young lady. Chapter 2. Infinite Attribute Acquisition, SS Class Talent of the Abandoned Sword Embryo. The following day, on the playground of Summer City High School, 10, Muyu arrived at school early. Noticing that Qing Di appeared somewhat weary, likely from his escapades the previous night, Yugu, feeling a bit anxious, huh? Me too. Soon, nearly all the senior students gathered, amounting to over 1,000 individuals. Under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers, they stood in orderly lines according to their designated areas. At the forefront, an elderly gentleman stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his balding head gleaming like a radiant egg under the sun. He bore a benevolent smile, resembling a kindly grandfather. This was the school's principal, C.I. Ru, reputed to be a formidable figure at the Transcendence realm, a tier within the martial artist hierarchy. The hierarchy consists of preliminary martial artist, followed by the 9 stages of body refinement, 9 stages of transcendence, 3 stages of transcendence, King Sealing Realm, and Emperor Sealing Realm. The Transcendence Realm was indeed a mark of strength. Dear students, I too was young once and detested lengthy speeches from leaders. Hence, I shall keep this brief. Remember, in your youth, you should aspire to soar high, once promising to be the best in the world. You are all fine young men of Desya, and it is only fitting that you harbor ambitions to seize the moon in the sky and conquer the 50 states across the mountains and rivers. Ciru refrained from delivering a lengthy address, prompting a solemn demeanor among the students. It is undeniable that individuals who have held high positions for extended periods possess a knack for stirring the hearts of the masses. Among the ranks of students, Muyu stood as if rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a gray progress bar flashed and reached 100, shimmering with a cerulean light. Ding! The infinite attribute acquisition system is binding. Binding 1-220-5099-100. A gentle female voice echoed in Muyu's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. The progress bar, which had accompanied him for 18 years, now vanished, transforming into a sleek, translucent interface. System, Infinite Attribute Acquisition System. Host, Muyu. Realm, Preliminary Martial Artist. Vitality, 34 cards. Strength, 170 kilograms. Talent, Supreme Immortal Bone, Fragment, E-Class. Skill, Foundation Stance, Minor Completion. Martial Technique, Basic Fist Technique, Entry Level. Basic Gun Technique, Minor Completion. Tip. Observe the color of observable bubbles to determine their value: white, green, blue, purple, gold. The host must physically touch the bubbles to acquire them. Different actions from the same target will yield various bubbles, which can be collected infinitely. However, if the value exceeds 2 major realms above the host, acquisition is not possible. Qingdi, do you see that green bubble beneath his feet, resembling one from a bubble machine? Qingdi glanced at the spot Muyu indicated, but aside from a classmate with a pockmarked face and a middle parting, looking rather pale, there was nothing else. Yuga, you didn't go a bit crazy after last night, did you? Muyu stepped forward, playfully stomping on the boy's midsection, chuckling. My apologies, but there's a cockroach here. The boy remained silent. Ding. Host has acquired E-Class talent, short speed vibration, capable of vibrating 30 times per second. Muyu observed the boy's feeble appearance, and connecting it with his talent, he thought, goodness. Traditional arts can be quite harmful. He was certain he had not been mistaken. Infinite acquisition. This golden finger was undoubtedly impressive. He surveyed the playground, where over 1,000 students had bubbles of various colors floating beneath their feet, above their heads, on their shoulders, beside their noses, and around their eyes. Most were white, with a few green, and even fewer blue. Muyu's breathing grew slightly heavier. It felt as though he had stumbled into a treasure trove. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Qingdi, who had a deep purple bubble hovering over his heart. He reached out to touch it. Ding. Host has acquired SS-class talent, Wild Lingering Heart. Whoa. Muyu gasped. Wasn't this thing supposed to be E-class like him? When did it transform into SS-class? Could it be that the awakening of talents required more than just the initial phase, needing subsequent awakenings? However, the probability of that was lower than winning a lottery. Qingdi slapped Muyu's hand away. Yugo, what the heck? Are you really interested in me? I was just joking with you. Don't get the wrong idea. Muyu, uninterested in banter, stood at the back of the class, shifting his weight left and right. Ding. Host has acquired 1 card of vitality. Ding. Host has acquired basic stance 1. Ding. Host has acquired E-class talent, core strength. In mere minutes, over 50 classmates had provided him nearly 1 card of vitality, equivalent to an increase of 10 kilograms in strength. He felt a warmth coursing through his body. It was subtle, yet indeed a change. Moreover, with so many students around, his lecherous grin caused those nearby to instinctively step back. Many female classmates began to speculate whether Muyu harbored feelings for someone among them. I can't delay. We're about to enter the multiverse. He shifted his focus to Bai Xian, who had a golden bubble shimmering on his shoulder, marvelously radiant. Muyu's eyes instantly reddened. The gold is mine. It's all mine. Yugo? Yugo, what are you staring at with such an intense gaze? Qingdi followed Muyu's line of sight, spotting Bai Xian and the ethereal, stunning school beauty, Xia Shu Tong, beside him. Muyu offered no reply. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile, which he believed to be the most amiable and sincere, and strode towards Bai Xian. Qingdi was left dumbfounded. Yugu's expression is so mischievous. Plus, he is heading the wrong way. Shouldn't he be approaching the school beauty? Bai Xian was deep in thought, when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He turned to see Mu Yu, the top student in humanities, advancing towards him with an exceedingly fervent smile. Bai Xian's brows furrowed slightly. They were from different classes, with little interaction, only having heard of each other's names. Bai Xian, hello. Mu Yu reached Bai Xian, his smile radiant as he extended his hand. I've long heard of your name. Finally, I have the opportunity to meet you. I am Mu Yu from class 20. Bai Xian found it somewhat perplexing, but, out of courtesy, extended his hand. Hello, is there something you need? As soon as their hands clasped, Mu Yu instinctively tightened his grip, fearful that Bai Xian might slip away. His other hand casually brushed over the bubble hovering above Bai Xian's shoulder. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired SS class talent. Abandoned sword embryo. SS class. Mu Yu beamed with delight, his grip tightening involuntarily. Bai Xian's body tensed instantly, taking a half step back while retracting his hand. He regarded Mu Yu with a wary gaze, considering Mu Yu's nickname and his exceptionally handsome features. A startling thought struck Bai Xian's mind. Could he possibly? His expression shifted to one of caution, and his tone cooled. Mu Yu, please conduct yourself properly. I have no interest in men. Mu Yu? What did I do? I merely wanted to acquire some attributes, good sir. Chapter 3. SSS Class Talent, Chaotic Martial Bone. Mu Yu chuckled awkwardly, realizing he couldn't clarify the situation. Bai Xian, let me treat you to a meal someday. Inside, he was elated. It was a tremendous bargain. Even if he faced a misunderstanding, enduring a beating would still be worth it. Abandoned sword embryo, SS class, a natural seed of swordsmanship, bearing the ancient sword embryo, possessing an extraordinary comprehension and affinity towards sword techniques and martial arts, inherently embodying the essence of desolation and extinction. SS class. This was indeed an SS class talent. In the entire Dixia, it ranked among the elite. However, considering that entity, possessing an SSS class talent and being of imperial lineage, his strength would dramatically increase upon entering the multiverse. Phew, I must not become complacent. This is merely the beginning. After taking a deep breath, under Mu Yu's gaze, his attention instinctively shifted towards Xia Shutong. As they were about to enter the Myriad Realms, there was no time to meticulously gather each item. Hence, he had to be selective in his choices. Beneath Xia Shutong's feet, a deep purple bubble quietly floated, a hue that denoted quality second only to gold. The white jade he had just acquired had barely warmed in his possession, and now another deep purple treasure appeared? What auspicious day was this? Mu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, oblivious to the peculiar glances cast by his classmates. He wore a sincere and friendly smile, his gaze fervently fixed on Xia Shutong. Hello, classmate Xia. Just now, Bai Xian told me he admires you greatly, but fears he isn't worthy of you. As he spoke, Mu Yu took a natural step forward. Xia Shutong suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing crimson, casting a shy glance at Bai Xian. Ding. The host has acquired the S-grade talent, Endless Thunder Prison. Endless Thunder Prison. S-grade possesses unparalleled affinity and control over thunder. Mu Yu felt his heart racing, nearly leaping into his throat. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. The host currently possesses the S-grade talents Wild Linglong Heart and Endless Thunder Prison, which can be synthesized into an SS-grade talent. Would you like to synthesize? What? Synthesize? It can be synthesized? System, I choose to synthesize. Mu Yu was so thrilled he nearly shouted. The little knife had been drawn, his eyes opened to new possibilities. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired SS-grade talent Chaotic Thunder Heart. Chaotic Thunder Heart, SS-grade Heart of the Wild, Master of Thunder Prisons, possessing supreme affinity and comprehension of thunder and earth attribute techniques and martial skills. Ding. Chaotic Thunder Heart, SS-grade, and Desolate Sword Embryo, SS-grade, can be synthesized into an SSS-grade talent. Would you like to synthesize? Mu Yu's astonishment was beyond description. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired SSS-grade talent Chaotic Martial Bone. Chaotic Martial Bone, SSS-grade Chaos opens, sword bones arise. Divine Thunder refines. Possesses the unparalleled foundation of martial arts and the primal power of thunder, significantly enhancing cultivation speed and physical strength with boundless potential. SSS-grade. A legendary classification. Mu Yu felt an indescribable surge of power engulfing his entire being. His body emitted a subtle yet distinct hum, intertwined with the sounds of sword chimes and thunder. The fascia beneath his skin quivered gently, his vital essence coursing with unprecedented vigor. An incomprehensible sensation surged within him. Yet he restrained himself from fully embracing it, not wishing to draw undue attention. Others might be untroubled, but he could not afford such luxury. This world was more perilous than it appeared. He was no longer the feeble shell that had once been stripped of its celestial bones, barely clinging to life. System, Infinite Attribute Pickup System. Host, Mu Yu. Realm, Pre-Warrior, Strength, 190 kilograms, Vitality, 38 cards. Talent, Chaotic Martial Bone, SSS grade. Supreme Celestial Bone, severely damaged, E-grade short-range shockwave, E-grade core shockwave. Foundation techniques, basic stance mastery. Martial skills, basic fist technique minor completion. Basic gun technique minor completion. Reminder. Observe the color of the bubbles to assess their value. White, green, blue, purple, gold. The host must physically touch the bubbles to collect them. Each target can only be collected from once per day, and if the host exceeds 2 major realms above, collection is impossible. As Muyu reveled in this immense joy, he gazed at the myriad bubbles surrounding him, his face darkening. He was determined to take the plunge. He dashed towards Class 19, arms outstretched, a smile plastered across his face, disregarding the odd looks from his peers. Collecting the bubbles from his classmates was merely a matter of ignoring those that were too peculiarly placed. He opted out of those hanging from chests or groins. Ding. Host has collected Vitality 01 card. Ding. Host has collected a fragment of basic martial skills. Ding. Host has collected Vitality 02 card. Ding. Host has collected E-grade martial skill 8-step punch. Ding. Host has collected E-grade talent soul entrance. Ding. Host has collected E-grade talent deceiving god. Ding. In mere seconds, the system's voice flooded Muyu's mind. He felt warmth surging through his body, his vitality increasing, and a plethora of memories flooding his consciousness. Qing Di looked bewildered. What is happening to Yugo? Why is he so bold? Jiba wore a dark expression. What in the world is this brat up to? The gentle voice of Ci-Ru resonated once more. Classmates, time's up. I wish you all great fortune in martial endeavors. Muyu paused his collection, a smile gracing his face. In just a few short minutes, he had amassed more than in his 3 years of effort combined. Boom. The air above the entire playground began to vibrate violently, and thousands of milky white light beams abruptly descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping each individual. A strong sense of weightlessness and spatial distortion washed over him, though the dizziness dissipated quickly. When Mu Fan opened his eyes, he found himself in a peculiar space. This was the realm of countless worlds. A voice echoed in his mind. Welcome, player. You may create a virtual name and join the chat group. Muyu pondered for a moment. Change it to Dominator. That nickname is already in use. Please choose another. Dominator 2. That nickname is already in use. What about the first scoundrel of all realms? That nickname has been accepted. You have been added to the All Realms chat group. Great Xia group, chat 1000. A warm reminder followed. Task rewards. Calculated based on completion and grading. No penalties for task failure. Death will not be permanent on the first occasion. During the task, do not disclose information related to the myriad realms to the natives. Your first world has been drawn. As the voice faded, Muyu found himself standing in a serene forest, utterly devoid of people. His appearance remained unchanged, yet his attire had transformed into the garb of this world. Simultaneously, the prompt from the myriad realms echoed in his mind. Player, first scoundrel of all realms. World type, martial arts, low martial. World level, E-grade. Identity arrangement. You are a novice swordsman, slightly naive, who has unexpectedly arrived in Qinghe Town. Main task. Uncover the truth behind the alarming increase in strength of Lu Kuei, the commander of Black Wind stronghold outside the town, who has surged from the pinnacle of a third-rate warrior to nearly a first-rate warrior over the past 3 months. Your current strength is equivalent to that of a second-rate warrior. When exerting full force, you can rival a first-rate warrior. Task deadline, 7 days. In this low martial world, Muyu swiftly processed the information. He then traversed a dirt path, arriving 10 minutes later at a bustling street. The cobblestone road was flanked by wooden shops adorned with awnings. Passers-by donned coarse linen garments, and occasionally, a swordsman from the martial world would stroll by. The air was imbued with a faint dustiness and the essence of life. Beneath the feet of these individuals floated a scattering of bubbles in various colors. Muyu's spirit sword. Excellent. Attribute collection works in the myriad realms too. However, as a second-rate warrior, his power was insufficient to achieve the rating of a first-rate warrior. He would need to harness the strength of his chaotic martial bone. With so many people around, he would first collect bubbles to enhance his power before tackling the task. According to the experiences shared by seniors on the forums, to achieve a perfect evaluation, one typically needed to resolve the task within half a day. His time was limited to just half a day. Chapter 4. Frenzied Collection, Strength 10, 000 kg. As Muyu traversed the street, he was filled with curiosity about the martial world depicted in the tales of his past life, finally witnessing it firsthand. He appeared gentle and refined, captivating the attention of many young ladies who found themselves shyly lowering their heads upon catching his gaze, only to sneak glances at him. Approaching a bun shop, he smiled at a girl with a ponytail. Ding. Host has collected bun, making experience 3. He continued onward. Ding. The host has acquired a minor resistance to the chill of the wind. Muyu was momentarily taken aback. Lowering his gaze, he shifted his feet, only to discover that he had stepped upon a pool of green phlegm, beside which an elderly gentleman was chuckling foolishly. He rubbed his shoes against the ground a few times and continued walking forward. As he progressed, various disjointed fragments of knowledge flooded into his mind. Ding. The host has acquired the E-grade talent of eloquence. Ding. The host has obtained 3 points of basic culinary experience. Ding. The host has gleaned 3 key points on postnatal care for sows. Muyu's face darkened. What on earth was this jumble? He furrowed his brow, realizing that this situation was untenable. Collecting knowledge from ordinary individuals would not enhance his abilities. He must seek out martial artists. His gaze swept over those wandering swordsmen adorned with blades. These individuals exhibited vigilant expressions, hurrying along, making it difficult to approach them. Before long, he halted in his tracks, raising his eyes to behold an establishment, a tavern with the sign ULI Tavern. According to the experiences shared by seniors in forums, such places are often a melting pot of characters, making them prime locations for gathering information. He stepped inside the tavern, where a robust figure greeted him with enthusiasm, the wooden floor creaking beneath their steps. Oh my, where did this handsome young man come from? Please, come in, come in. Auntie feels an instant connection with you. What would you like to eat? Muyu focused his gaze and saw a woman who appeared to weigh no less than 200 pounds. Her waist as thick as a barrel, her face adorned with layers of rouge and powder, which flaked off as she smiled. A conspicuous blue bubble hovered above her head. The woman, brimming with warmth, seized Muyu's arm and ushered him inside with surprising strength. A potent aroma of cheap perfume mingled with sweat assaulting his senses. He stifled the urge to sneeze and managed to withdraw his arm. Thank you, Auntie, just a few of the house specialties will suffice. Ding. The host has successfully acquired the D-grade talent of immense strength. No wonder she possessed such power. Soon, dishes were served at the table. The woman's eyes sparkled with delight, her flesh jiggling as she sat across from Muyu. Young man, you are truly handsome. In my 40 years of life, I have never encountered such a striking young fellow. In this low martial world, compared to Blue Star, advancements in bathing and personal care seemed significantly behind, rendering its inhabitants drab in appearance. Yet here he was, a young man with rosy lips and pearly teeth, more attractive than many women. A few minutes later, several groups of patrons arrived. Boss lady, 10 pounds of beef, 10 bowls of plain noodles, and 10 pounds of daughter's red wine. The robust woman appeared visibly displeased, her voice booming. I heard you. Why are you rushing me? Her tone contrasted sharply with her earlier demeanor towards Muyu. He noticed that this new group immediately began discussing matters. Liu Kuei, the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold, has leaped from a third-rate martial artist to a first-rate one. We have come not only to eradicate the demon, but also to eliminate this newly emerged menace. A few minutes later, Muyu pondered these revelations. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the tavern. Demon, come out and face your death. Ba, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Hand over the treasures. Before he knew it, the tavern entrance was besieged by a throng of monks, Taoists, and swordsmen, each bearing stern expressions. Muyu was momentarily stunned. What was happening? The patrons dining inside the tavern instantly paled, weapons drawn, all eyes fixed on the robust woman. The jovial demeanor of the woman transformed into a dark scowl, her small eyes glinting with a terrifying ferocity as her flesh seemed to tighten. Humph, a swarm of bothersome flies. Do you think I am easy to bully? She slammed her palm onto the table, which splintered into shards. Since you seek death, I, who Sure-san, shall oblige. With a roar, the plump woman showcased a terrifying speed that belied her size. She effortlessly drew a finely crafted, formidable spear, charging forward while casting a flirtatious glance at Muyu. In the next moment, the martial artists collapsed one by one, devoid of any strength. The formidable figure cut through the throng like a knife through butter, mercilessly dispatching her foes. Muyu was astonished. My goodness, this woman is incredibly formidable. She must be at least a first-rate master. Perhaps even stronger, truly the greatest demon of the martial world. He quickly surveyed the battlefield, noticing that enormous, crimson bubbles began to float from the slain martial artists. Instinctively, his hand reached out. Ding. The host has acquired 1 card of vitality. Ding. The host has acquired 25 cards of vitality. Ding. The host has gained 1 point of basic spear technique experience. Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Vitality. An abundance of vitality. This was no mere battlefield. It was akin to a grand buffet opening. Moreover, he noticed numerous bubbles at the woman's feet, indicating that while typically, one could only collect once a day, in the heat of battle, numerous items could drop for continued collection. As more than 100 martial artists surged into the tavern, Muyu was taken aback by the sight of the woman holding her ground effortlessly, displaying remarkable prowess. After 10 minutes of combat, she had sustained no injuries. Her aura fierce and unyielding. However, he noted that some of the bubbles at her feet had begun to vanish. Evidently, they only lasted for 10 minutes. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Oh dear, who pushed me? He feigned being knocked down, sliding past a corpse. Ding. The host has acquired 18 cards of vitality. Ding. The host has acquired 21 cards of vitality. Ding. With a torrent of vitality surging into his body, Muyu felt his strength skyrocket. Ah, my leg. He stumbled and lunged toward another side. Ding. The host has acquired 3 cards of vitality. Ding. The host has acquired 15 cards of vitality. Ding. The host has gained 6 points of basic movement technique experience. Ding. What a delightful sensation. The joy of becoming stronger was exhilarating. vitality, and various martial skill experiences flooded into him. Gazing at the corpses, Muyu felt no moral qualms, perhaps subconsciously perceiving this world as a mere virtual realm. These were all NPCs, and he couldn't empathize with them. Auntie is indeed the greatest demon of the martial world. She fought valiantly against hordes of righteous warriors. Catching them completely off guard, Muyu gleaned that the woman had reached a level of mastery beyond first rate, a rare martial artist who could establish her own sect. As time passed, the robust woman began to pant heavily, sustaining several wounds, her movements slowing, clearly exhausted. Yet Muyu's vitality soared within that brief span. 40 cards, 80 cards, 100 cards, 120 cards. Half an hour later, the tavern lay in ruins, the corpses of 200 to 300 individuals piled high, a river of blood flowing. Leaning on her spear, the woman was drenched in blood, resembling a demon. She turned her head towards Muyu and smiled faintly. "Young man, I didn't frighten you, did I?" As she approached, licking her lips and shedding her blood-soaked outer garment to reveal her muscular physique, she flashed a wicked smile. Just as she neared Muyu, the chaotic martial essence within him surged, his body infused with the power of thunder and sword intent. The chaotic martial essence hummed softly. With a swift motion, a dagger plunged with precision into the robust woman's heart. Her massive form stiffened in disbelief, her eyes widening before she collapsed. Several bubbles appeared around her lifeless body, one of which was purple. Muyu swiftly reached out. Ding. The host has acquired 30 units of vitality. Ding. Obtained the D-rank Xiantai Panlong Gun. Ding. Acquired the C-rank martial technique Liao Yuan by Ji. The 30 units of vitality surged into Muyu's body, causing an intense warmth to envelop him, his strength multiplying exponentially. This sensation dissipated after a few moments. Wow, I've truly struck it rich this time. Muyu suppressed his overwhelming joy and picked up the long spear, entirely black and adorned with dragon patterns. System, display the attribute panel. System, infinite attribute acquisition system. Host, Muyu. Realm, preliminary martial artist, strength, 10,000 kg, vitality, 500 units. Talent, chaotic martial bone SSS level, Supreme Immortal Bone, severely damaged, E-rank short speed vibration. E-rank course, E-rank gigantic strength, E-rank deception, E-rank. Martial techniques, basic stance E-rank, perfected, basic fist technique E-rank, perfected, basic gun technique E-rank, perfected, 8-step charge fist E-rank, beginner. Liao Yuan by GC rank, beginner. Weapon, Panlong Gun D-rank. Note, the host can determine the value of observable bubbles by their colors, white, green, blue, purple, gold. The host must physically touch the bubbles to acquire them. Each target can only be acquired once per day, and if it exceeds 2 major realms above the host, it cannot be acquired. Upon seeing the strength section, Muyu was astounded. With 500 units of vitality, one would normally expect only 500 kilograms of strength. Yet he possessed quadruple that amount. Is the SSS level talent truly this formidable? Chapter 5, Exceptionally Perfect Evaluation, Unique Reward. Muyu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the lengthy list of E and D-rank talents and martial techniques on the system panel, feeling a bit dizzy. System. Can these low-level talents be fused? What about the martial techniques? Ding. Fusion is possible. The host can select one talent as the primary component, and the fused talents will align with this primary talent. The same applies to martial techniques. Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He meticulously examined the descriptions of all the talents, and one E-rank talent caught his attention. E-rank talent, Deception, which allows the temporary concealment of one's aura. System. Use Deception as the primary talent for fusion, and the name need not change. Ding. Successfully fused with E-rank short speed vibration and E-rank course, resulting in the acquisition of D-rank talent high speed vibration. Ding. Successfully fused E-rank talent soul strike and E-rank talent deception. Ding. Ding. Fusion successful. Acquired B-rank talent deception. Deception, B-rank comprehensive enhancement of strength, speed, endurance, and physique. Significantly increases muscle explosive power and endurance. Slightly improves vitality circulation efficiency. Those who do not exceed 2 major realms above the host cannot perceive his true strength. Muyu clenched his fist. The effects were satisfactory, and he felt his body solidify further. This system function resembled some mini-games from his previous life, where items of the same level could be continuously synthesized into higher-grade items. System. Proceed with further fusion. Ding. After several moments. Ding. Host has successfully fused and acquired C-rank martial technique Dragon Prison Stance. Dragon Prison Stance allows the host's meridians to expand like the tendons of a dragon, bones to strengthen like the bones of a dragon, and vitality to swell like the blood of a dragon. Ding. Host has successfully fused and acquired B-rank martial technique Yulong. Yulong, B-rank a gun technique that balances agility and power. A torrent of martial comprehension surged into Muyu's mind. As if he had toiled for countless years in training, he casually grasped the nearby Panlong gun. With a flick of his wrist, the spear surged forth like a dragon, exuding an imposing aura. His profound understanding of Yulong soared rapidly, as though he had trained for years. Relishing the thrill of wielding the spear, he was filled with delight. In his past life, he had always favored long polearm weapons. After several minutes, Muyu ceased his practice with the spear. The chaotic martial bone truly lived up to its SSS talent designation, allowing him to grasp martial techniques at an astonishing rate. Within mere minutes, he had become proficient in a B-rank martial technique. Now, in terms of strength, he could be considered a master in this world. Conquering the Black Wind stronghold should pose no challenge. He wasted no time. Vitality surged into his legs as he sped towards the location of the Black Wind stronghold. In just over half an hour, Muyu had covered over 60 kilometers. His high-quality vitality ensuring minimal exertion. Before long, a mountain stronghold came into view, with a sign proclaiming Black Wind stronghold hanging above the gate. A few scruffy bandits were standing guard, not much different from the portrayals in films from his previous life. Upon spotting Muyu, the bandits immediately shouted threats. Muyu, uninterested in idle chatter, increased his speed and dashed towards the guard post. Yulong, with a tremendous force, he shattered the wooden post of the guard station. The heavy wooden gate was obliterated by a single thrust of his spear. An enemy attack. An enemy attack. Instantly, nearly 100 individuals surrounded him, their bodies releasing a plethora of white bubbles. Muyu charged through them like a tiger among sheep, his spear dancing in his hands, rendering these ordinary bandits as fragile as paper. Ding. Host has acquired 0.5 units of vitality. Ding. Host has acquired 1 unit of vitality. What? Why has the vitality I collected diminished? Muyu frowned, recalling that the vitality he had collected in the tavern had consistently exceeded 1 unit. Ding. As the host's strength increases, the targets become too weak, resulting in a relative decrease in the items acquired. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Black Wind stronghold? A towering, fearsome figure, at least 2 meters tall, emerged, wielding a menacing broadsword with a fierce aura. Muyu quickly recognized this man as Lu Kuei, the leader of the Black Wind stronghold, and the target of his mission. He pointed his spear at you. Let me ask you this. How did your strength increase so rapidly? Lu Kuei paused for a moment, then let out a sinister laugh. Kid, once I capture you, I'll slowly tell you all about it. His broadsword radiated with a crimson energy as he swung it downwards. Muyu did not employ any martial techniques. Instead, he executed a straightforward thrust, the pan-long gun striking first and accurately targeting the weapon's weak point. Bang! Lu Kuei felt an overwhelming force surge through him, shattering his grip, causing the broadsword to fly from his hand. He staggered backward, astonished. Impossible. You're just a boy, barely grown. How could you possess the strength of a master? Before Lu Kuei could finish his sentence, Muyu's spear tip was already pressed against his throat. Calmly, he inquired. Can we talk now? Cold sweat poured down Lu Kuei's brow. I'll tell you. I accidentally consumed a red fruit in the mountains 3 months ago. Later realizing it was a 50-year-old jugua, and my strength skyrocketed. As soon as Lu Kuei divulged this information, the voice of the multiverse space echoed. Congratulations. You have discovered the truth behind the Black Wind stronghold leader's abnormal strength growth. Mission completed with 100 accuracy. Would you like to return? Muyu's spirit soared. And he nodded. Thank you. Just as Lu Kuei breathed a sigh of relief, Muyu's spear mercilessly pierced through his throat, and he casually collected several bubbles. Ding. Killed Lu Kuei, the leader of the Black Wind stronghold, acquiring 15 units of vitality. Ding. Host has acquired 7 injuries fist E-rank. Ding. Host has collected residual medicinal power of the Zhugua, acquiring 50 units of vitality. In an instant, a surge of rich vitality flowed into Muyu's body, igniting a fiery warmth within him. The remaining bandits had long since fled. He surveyed the wreckage of the Black Wind stronghold and clapped his hands. Return. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished. In the multiverse space, Muyu reappeared, and the voice continued. Mission World, E-rank Martial Arts, Low Martial. Main mission completion, 100. Time taken, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Overall performance evaluation, exceptionally perfect. Reward. The E-level world privilege has been upgraded to D-level, allowing the retrieval of all acquired items back to the real world, with a total of 1,000 celestial points. This triggers the superlative rating reward for the E-level world, resulting in a single evolution of the body, unique to the ultimate martial arts path. Note, the player Jutian First Scoundrel has become the first human to receive a superlative evaluation in the E-level world. This achievement has been recorded in the Chronicle of All Realms and will soon be announced server-wide. Superlative? Muyu was taken aback. ISNT the highest rating perfect? Remarkably, there exists an even loftier rating, superlative. Whether it be the ability to bring back all items or the 1,000 celestial points, both far exceed the perfect rating. Celestial points can be utilized to purchase a myriad of items, even in the real world, where individuals have exchanged great Xia currency for celestial points, inflating the value to 100 great Xia coins per point. Even a perfect evaluation would yield a maximum of 500 celestial points. A surge of peculiar energy flowed into his body, an invigorating sensation that was remarkably refreshing. Though it lasted merely a few seconds, he felt a profound transformation, akin to a leap in life, rectifying certain human imperfections. While others may only live to 100, he could reach 150 years. Cultivating martial arts involves continuously strengthening one's body, a process that grows increasingly arduous. Yet, prior to reaching a certain realm, he would likely face no significant constraints. Coupled with his innate talent, the potential was exhilarating. Before he could fully contemplate this, a resounding announcement echoed throughout the entirety of the realm space. Global announcement. The global player Jution First Scoundrel has achieved a 100 task completion rate in the E-level world with an astonishing efficiency of 3 hours and 17 minutes. Receiving a superlative evaluation and ranking first in the E-level world. This is hereby announced. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Great Xia region player. Global announcement. Congratulations. Important matters are reiterated thrice. Across the vast realm space, numerous players engaged in rest, trade, or team formation were left dumbfounded, erupting into chaos. What the hell? A superlative evaluation? I've labored for 3 years just to attain a mediocre rating. Jution First Scoundrel? What a flamboyant ID. Great Xia is incredible. Which deity is masquerading with a secondary account? I barely scraped through that E-level world after 7 days. Does the big shot need any trinkets? Muyu observed as the Great Xia group chat exploded, countless individuals tagging him, inquiring whether he was indeed Jution First Scoundrel. He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. It's over. I can't even maintain a low profile now. Thankfully, I didn't foolishly use my real name at that moment. Chapter 6. The Realm of the Pre-Warrior. Venturing out to discover artifacts, plummeting into a chasm to encounter legacy. Muyu refrained from rushing outside. Doing so would merely announce to everyone that he was Jution First Scoundrel. Currently, he was more intrigued by another special reward. Ultimate Martial Arts Path, Unique. In the next moment, a complex and profound knowledge inundated his mind. It took him a full half-hour to digest it all. The so-called extreme martial arts transcends conventional boundaries, pursuing the true apex of each realm. However, to become an extreme martial artist requires an immense expenditure of resources, and only unparalleled geniuses may enter. Before achieving the body refinement stage, one's power must reach 20,000 kg. Muyu gasped in disbelief. 20,000 kg of strength? Is this what qualifies as a pre-warrior? This figure is nearly comparable to some officially recognized martial artists at the 4th or 5th stages of body refinement. Yet, an overwhelming excitement followed. I possess a system that allows for infinite retrieval. What is arduous for others is merely a frenzy of collection for me. My current vitality surpasses 10,000 kg, and once my vitality reaches 1,000 calories, I will possess 20,000 kg of strength. He promptly accessed the exchange list within the realm space, determined to make the most of his 1,000 celestial points. After filtering through options for some time, he ultimately spent 1,000 points to exchange for 5 vitality enhancement pills. Each of these pills is reputed to elevate vitality by 2080 calories. The disparity arises because a single pill can enhance up to 80 calories, yet energy loss is inevitable, a matter of common knowledge. Even for the inept, consuming a vitality enhancement pill will yield a minimum increase of 20 calories. For those geniuses practicing advanced techniques, the higher their innate talent, the more energy they can absorb, thus amplifying their vitality further. He held a pill in his hand, each roughly the size of a quail egg, with deep red bubbles adorning its surface. He retrieved the bubbles. Ding. Host successfully retrieved. Vitality increased by 80 calories. Muyu gasped, astonished. Employing the same method, he retrieved the other 4 pills as well. His vitality surged by 400 calories, and his strength increased by 800 kg. He began performing the long abyss stance, executing various postures, movements, and breathing techniques suited for the sudden surge of strength. After some time, he finally adjusted. As for the 5 vitality enhancement pills, they had been completely absorbed, leaving behind a mass of black residue. The absorption was nothing short of outrageous. One wonders if those SSS-rank techniques could achieve the same feat somewhere within the realm space. Bai Xian returned, observing the world announcement with a furrowed brow. Damn it, the superlative reward from the E-level world has been snatched away. Although I do not require that unique reward, many circumstances have drastically changed. I must obtain the superlative reward from the D-level world. In the real world, in a grand locale, the upper echelons of Great Xia learned of the existence of the superlative rating and immediately activated a top-secret plan to pursue the superlative rating. A youth with golden eyes declared, immediately investigate who the genius that achieved the superlative rating is and do everything possible to recruit him. Not only Great Xia, but various imperial clans and immortal factions also began to stir in response to the turbulence brought forth by this superlative rating. Muyu remained in the realm space for 2 days. Exiting during this time would not attract excessive attention. Upon returning to the training ground, 100 or 200 individuals had already completed their tasks and returned. Ji Ba's eyes lit up with excitement upon spotting him. Muyu was the first to emerge from their class. As time passed, more classmates appeared, engaging in animated discussions. What the hell? I only received a mediocre rating and was awarded 50 celestial points, along with a few ordinary vitality enhancement pills. Haha, I got a good rating. I was rewarded with an E-level movement technique. Damn, I want to cry. I nearly perished in there due to task failure. Just then, the figure of Qing Di appeared, sprinting toward Muyu with enthusiasm. You go. How did it go? I got an excellent rating and received plenty of good items. Muyu chuckled lightly. Not bad. He embraced Qing Di, who was also a cunning character, having deceived him quite thoroughly. They had agreed to support each other. Yet only he ended up as the one who faltered. Ding. Host successfully retrieved. Vitality increased by 8 calories. As more classmates gathered, Muyu's gaze began to scan them. Each individual bore bubbles of vitality. He skillfully navigated through the crowd, wearing a harmless smile. He was quite the social butterfly, offering congratulations and comforting words to everyone, whether he knew them or not. His hands and feet were in constant motion, each interaction allowing him to deftly extract a bubble. Vitality, techniques, martial skills, and an array of peculiar talents flowed ceaselessly into his being. His vitality value was now inching ever closer to the 1,000 calorie threshold. He felt a slight swelling in his body, as if something was filling him to capacity. His proficiency in various basic martial skills was rapidly enhancing, and the knowledge within his mind grew increasingly vast and complex. Most of his classmates remained absorbed in the joy of their task returns, giving little thought to Muyu's fervor, merely assuming he was sharing in their happiness. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xian appeared, followed closely by Xia Shatong. A brilliant beam of golden light emanated from beneath Bai Xian, capturing all of Muyu's attention. Goodness, yet another golden legend. Who on earth is this person? Muyu's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling Bai Xian's previously revealed SS-level talent. The sudden appearance of this golden bubble sparked an uncontrollable thought within him. Could this individual be the fabled child of fortune? The one who stumbles upon divine artifacts and encounters legacies while leaping off cliffs? His heart raced with exhilaration. If that were the case, Bai Xian would be nothing short of his personal lucky star, a veritable treasure trove. He had to cultivate a good relationship with him, to reap every benefit until there was nothing left. Instantly, a more radiant smile than before adorned his face as he approached Bai Xian. Classmate Bai Xian, you're back. Was the mission successful? If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. We're all classmates, no need to be polite. Muyu spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his hand naturally resting on Bai Xian's shoulder. Bai Xian was taken aback by this sudden display of enthusiasm, particularly when he met Muyu's fervent gaze. His expression darkened, instinctively taking a step back. I'm fine, no need for concern, Bai Xian replied curtly, his tone icy and imbued with a palpable sense of distance. His eyes now exhibiting even greater wariness. This fellow clearly harbored ulterior motives. Muyu's hand froze in midair, gazing longingly at the tantalizing golden bubble just within reach, feeling an intense itch in his heart. Well, as long as you're fine, that's good, he chuckled nervously, his mind racing as he devised a way to tactfully approach the golden bubble beneath Bai Xian. The bubble could only last for 10 minutes. Time was of the essence. Muyu refrained from lingering, opting to wait until Bai Xian felt more at ease. He continued mingling with other classmates, his movements somewhat comical. Beep. Host successfully collected Vitality Card 0. 5. Beep. Host successfully collected Vitality Card 1. Beep. At a certain moment, Muyu realized he could no longer increase his vitality collection. A sudden realization struck him. Am I at the brink of becoming a martial artist? Chapter 7. SSS Level Technique. Chaotic, indestructible scripture. Muyu once again turned his gaze towards Bai Xian. The resplendent golden bubble hung before him like a carrot dangled before a donkey, visible yet untouchable, tantalizing beyond measure. He observed closely, noting that the golden bubble seemed to last longer than the ordinary white or green bubbles, showing no signs of vanishing anytime soon. Time remained. He couldn't be too aggressive. He had to rely on wit, ensuring he didn't incite Bai Xian's aversion, or he might never benefit from him again. Feigning continued enthusiasm in his conversations with other classmates, he subtly shifted his position, calculating Bai Xian's path of departure. He pretended to be accidentally jostled by an overly animated peer. Ouch! Muyu exaggeratedly stumbled, losing his balance and flailing towards Bai Xian, who was deep in thought and preparing to leave. Watch out! A classmate exclaimed. Bai Xian reacted swiftly, instinctively attempting to sidestep. However, Muyu's seemingly clumsy lunge was, in fact, meticulously calculated, blocking Bai Xian's most convenient escape route. In a flash, Muyu's right hand, in a moment of panic, reached forward, landing precisely on the golden bubble beneath Bai Xian. Beep. Collection successful. Acquired SSS level technique Chaotic Indestructible Scripture, Volume 1. Success. An overwhelming joy surged within Muyu. Though he had to maintain the pretense, he tumbled to the ground, feigning injury and letting out a couple of exaggerated groans. Presenting a picture of someone who had taken quite a fall, Bai Xian's face turned ashen, being touched so abruptly, even through his clothing, felt bizarre and humiliating. He looked down at the innocent-looking Muyu sprawled on the ground, his fists clenching tightly, his gaze icy enough to kill. Mu, you. The name escaped his lips through gritted teeth. I'm so sorry, Baishian. I didn't mean to. Someone pushed me. Muyu scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of contrition. Baishian's chest heaved with anger, and he scoffed, dark clouds gathering over his expression. He resolved to keep his distance from this weirdo in the future. Watching this scene, Qing Di swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. Goodness. I used to joke with Yugo, but I never imagined he was truly fond of the brothers. Oblivious to Muyu's thoughts, he eagerly examined the technique he had just acquired. Chaotic Indestructible Scripture, SSS level, Volume 1. In the midst of chaos, indestructibility manifests, the supreme method for refining the body. Harness chaotic power to temper the body, spirit, and vitality. Upon reaching great mastery, the body becomes indestructible, the spirit eternal, and one masters chaotic vitality. Currently, can only be cultivated to the Emperor's Sealing Realm. SSS level technique. The pinnacle of martial arts. Cultivation of body, soul, and technique. Muyu's heart raced with excitement. Feeling as though he had struck gold, Baishian approached Xia Shu Tong, who stifled a laugh behind her hand. Xiangu, I'm starting to ship you and Muyu. It's quite entertaining. As time passed, most classmates had already exited. Silence. Return to the classroom. Ji Ba's voice resonated. On the way to the classroom, Qing Di regarded Muyu with an oddly scrutinizing gaze, leaving Muyu bewildered. What are you staring at? Yugo. You're not really, are you? Finally, Muyu grasped why Qing Di's gaze was so peculiar. Get lost. Your Yugo has a taste for beautiful women. Stop spreading nonsense. Qing Di clearly did not believe him. In the classroom, Ji Ba surveyed the students with their varied expressions, speaking solemnly. The first multi-universe mission has concluded, but this is merely the beginning. The timing of your next entry into the multi-universe is up to you. It is generally advised to wait at least half a month to digest your gains and enhance your strength. Remember, to unlock higher-level D-Class world access, you must complete 10 E-Class world missions cumulatively. D-Class worlds are generally suitable for martial artists in the mid-stages of body refinement. Without sufficient strength, entry will lead to failure. Furthermore, in worlds above D-Class, death in the game equates to death in reality. Muyu pondered this thoughtfully. A perfect rating requires completing 5 E-Class worlds to unlock D-Class access. An ultra-perfect rating only necessitates 1 completion to gain D-Class permissions. The higher the world level, the more abundant the rewards. However, unlike E-Class worlds, where death does not equate to actual death, the downside of higher-level worlds is the risk of mortality, albeit with greater rewards. If E-Class worlds offer ultra-perfect ratings, then D-Class and C-Class worlds must as well. Countless individuals are likely pursuing ultra-perfect ratings. Perhaps even the powerful will begin their trials in lower-tier worlds. In that case, the probability of attaining ultra-perfect ratings ahead of others in each world diminishes considerably. After school, Muyu strolled home in high spirits. Passing through a relatively secluded alley, a faint, fishy odor wafted through the air. Suddenly, the ground ahead sank, revealing a rat demon. Its size comparable to a water buffalo, with protruding fangs and blood-red eyes, gnawing on several human corpses. A mid-stage realm beast, the corrupted Fong rat demon? Muyu was taken aback. This creature possessed strength akin to a martial artist at the 5th or 6th stage of body refinement. How could it appear so close to a residential area? Even within the city, various bizarre beasts occasionally infiltrated. He never expected to encounter one today. The rat demon leaped onto the road, drooling and eyeing Muyu with insatiable hunger, charging forward. Had this been earlier, Muyu might have felt fear. But now, he stood resolute, his gaze sharpening, refusing to retreat. He retrieved the spiral dragon spear from his system space, unleashing a surge of vitality within him. The chaotic martial bone emitted a faint hum, and blood-red arcs of lightning danced across his body. Dragoness dance. The spear struck forth like a dragon. The air erupted with a thunderous boom. Bang! A muffled thud resounded, accompanied by the sickening crack of shattered bones. The corpse rat demon, a colossal creature, crashed violently against the alley wall, its massive head nearly caving in from the impact. It let out a few low groans before falling silent. A white bubble and a red bubble materialized around its lifeless form. So weak, I expected it to be formidable, he mused. However, what would happen if he were to collect the bubbles from the beast? With utmost caution, his hand reached out to touch them. Beep. Host successfully collected. Gained 10 excavation experience. Beep. Host successfully collected. Gained 15 vitality points. Intriguing. It seems both demonic beasts and humans can acquire vitality. He surveyed his surroundings. Noting the absence of surveillance, the town guard should arrive shortly. It would be best to leave this to the professionals. Not long after Muyu departed, a group of individuals clad in standardized uniforms arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the corpse of the rat demon, their faces reflected astonishment. A single strike to the death was the mark of a true powerhouse. Upon returning home, Muyu pushed his bed to the window and sat down in its former spot. The chaos indestructible sutra surfaced in his mind. He settled cross-legged and attempted to sense and channel the ethereal chaotic energy as described in the scripture. Initially, there was no response. However, as time elapsed, he seemed to descend into a peculiar realm. A layer of golden patterns began to cling to the surface of his body. Even the bones were adorned with subtle, chaotic golden lines. The pores of his skin transformed into numerous miniature vortices, forcefully drawing in wisps of energy from the void, each infused with an unfathomably ancient and majestic aura. The power of chaos. As this energy coursed into his body, Muyu emitted a low groan, feeling as though countless tiny steel needles were mercilessly piercing and grinding within him, causing excruciating pain. Yet simultaneously, every fiber of his flesh, every tendon, and even the marrow deep within his bones underwent monumental transformation under this relentless refining. His vitality was compressed and purified to an astonishing degree, now imbued with a hint of golden hue. Impurities from deep within his body were forcibly expelled, forming a thin layer of gray sludge upon his skin. His body, previously filled to the brim, expanded once more, ready to accommodate even greater energy. This process was a blend of agony and ecstasy. Time passed. Muyu slowly opened his eyes. It felt as if a barrier within him had shattered, causing his vitality to surge forth at an accelerated pace, his aura suddenly escalating. A sense of newfound strength, far more potent than before, enveloped his entire being. System, open the attribute panel. System, infinite attribute collection system. Host, Muyu. Realm, body refinement stage 1, strength, 40,000 kg, vitality, 1010 points. Talent, Chaos Martial Bone, SSS grade, Supreme Immortal Bone Fragment, E grade, Deceptive God. B grade. Technique, Chaos Indestructible Sutra, SSS grade, upper volume. Martial skill, Wandering Dragon, B grade. Weapon, Coiling Dragon Spear, D grade. Note, observe the color of collectible bubbles to gauge their value, white, green, blue, purple, gold. The host must physically touch the bubbles to collect them. Only one collection per target per day. If the target exceeds the host's 2 major realms, collection is impossible. He had officially entered the body refinement realm. Wow, my strength has doubled. Although my total vitality remains unchanged, its quality has significantly improved. With my current strength, even those in the body refinement stage 7 or 8 would be no match for me, and I could enter D-grade worlds. Generally speaking, when a budding martial artist transitions to a body refinement warrior, their strength typically increases by 1 to 2-fold. Thus, those exceptionally powerful geniuses at the budding martial artist level will become even more formidable upon breaking through to the body refinement realm. Feeling the terrifying power surging within him, Muyu couldn't help but grin widely. With the Chaos Martial Bone and SSS grade technique, the results were extraordinary. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor caught his attention. He glanced at the layer of fetid gray sludge on his hands and, suppressing his disgust, hurried to the bathroom. Chapter 8. The birthmark on her face, resembling Zhong Kuei. The following morning, Muyu leaped out of bed and rushed into the bathroom, confronting his reflection in the mirror. What on earth? Who is this stunningly handsome figure? He was taken aback, covering his eyes with his hands, before bursting into laughter. It turned out the handsome figure was none other than himself. At the school gate, Muyu stood radiantly, awaiting Qingdi. After breaking through to the body refinement realm, the world around him appeared remarkably clearer, and he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. He couldn't forget the most crucial task, gathering vitality. A warm smile graced his face as he walked past his fellow students, akin to a leader on an inspection tour. Good morning, classmate Lee. A friendly pat on the shoulder. Beep. Host collected 3 vitality points. Classmate Wong, how did your task go yesterday? Enthusiastic handshake. Beep. Host collected E-grade martial skill win martial step. Classmate Zhang, your hairstyle looks fantastic today. Beep. Host collected 3 insights into basic sword technique. In just a few minutes, he amassed several vitality points. His newfound charm was yielding better treatment. Female classmates could hardly tear their gazes away from him, their eyes brimming with affection. Qingdi alighted from the bus, sprinting toward Muyu. Good morning. Wow, did you get cosmetic surgery? Muyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved dismissively. Beep. Host successfully collected 2 vitality points. Well, don't you think your Yu-Gu is handsome? Absolutely stunning. As they made their way back to the classroom, Muyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Even the smallest gains added up. Entering the classroom, he strolled around, casting flirtatious glances at several female classmates, earning him a few blushes. He collected another 3 vitality points. Previously, he would have been far too shy to behave this way. But times had changed. One must learn to adapt to their environment rather than expecting the environment to adapt to them. Besides, with his strikingly handsome face, what was there to fear? The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Jiba strode into the classroom, leading someone behind him. The previously lively classroom fell into an immediate silence, quickly replaced by hushed gasps and whispers. Standing beside Jiba was a girl, dressed in a school uniform. She possessed a tall and elegant figure, immediately standing out among her peers, even in loose-fitting attire. However, her face was marred by large, dark red birthmarks, nearly covering her entire visage, creating an unsettling appearance. Silence. Jiba commanded in a deep voice. Let me introduce our new classmate, Su. I am Su Jinlu. And I am pleased to become your classmate. The girl spoke with a cool, calm voice that belied her appearance, offering a faint smile. She lifted her gaze, scanning the classroom, seemingly oblivious to the astonished, sympathetic, or disdainful stares directed at her. Wow, such a face. What a shame about her aura. Is she unwell? Murmured the students. In high school, appearance was of utmost importance. Those who were either too unattractive or too stunning always drew attention. Muyu was momentarily taken aback. However, what astonished him even more was that he could not detect a single bubble surrounding Su Jinlu. Completely pristine. How could this be? Since the activation of his system, this was the first time he had encountered a peer devoid of any bubbles. Even the elderly man on the street would at least possess a white bubble like mild rheumatism 3. Unless her realm surpassed his by 2 major levels, reaching the profound realm, but at such a young age, the probability of that was exceedingly slim. Jiba's gaze swept across the classroom. Su, classmate, you may sit there. He gestured to the empty seat beside Muyu. Su Jinlu nodded, her steps light as she gracefully descended from the podium. He settled into the seat beside Muyu, retrieving a book from his backpack and nodding at Muyu without a hint of awkwardness. The birthmark on his face resembled a grotesque figure. Yet Muyu held no prejudice, having undergone profound ideological education in his previous life. He returned the nod, his curiosity piqued. Leaning slightly, his hand inadvertently brushed against Su Jinlu's arm. No reaction, no system prompt. He intentionally dropped his pen, bending down to retrieve it. And his fingers swiftly grazed Su Jinlu's shoelaces. Still no response, which left Muyu somewhat astonished. Stealing glances at Su Jinlu, he noted that while the birthmark was indeed conspicuous, her bright eyes, long lashes, and elegant nose were striking, overshadowed only by those marks. Have you seen enough? Su Jinlu suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Muyu. His face flushed, and he cleared his throat. Ahem. Hello, classmate, I'm Muyu. Welcome to class 20. Su Jinlu merely acknowledged him with a faint before returning her focus to her book. The class passed swiftly, and the bell rang for recess. Qingdi called out to Muyu, Yugu, let's head to the restroom. The restroom was utterly packed during the break, with bubbles all over the floor. Muyu kicked at them, feeling a surge of vitality. Yugu, please don't look down on that new classmate, Qingdi remarked, catching Muyu off guard. Why? He queried. Though we may be mischievous, we should have our principles. Muyu smiled slightly. I was just about to remind you of that. As they walked halfway, Muyu spotted Bai Xian heading toward the restroom. I didn't finish earlier. I need to go again. Qingdi paused, taken aback by Muyu's departing figure. In the men's restroom, Bai Xian had just finished and was washing his hands when he noticed Muyu approaching with a broad smile in the mirror. Bai Xian's expression stiffened, and he turned back, forcing a smile. Mu, is there something you need? Muyu beamed radiantly, casually standing next to Bai Xian at the sink and pretending to wash his hands. Ahem, we are both from the same school and the same age. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, it takes 100 years to share a boat, 1,000 years to share a restroom. Let's be friends. Bai Xian felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly shook off the water from his hands, eager to leave. But Muyu Wunti let him escape easily. With swift reflexes, he grasped Bai Xian's wrist. Don't rush off, your hands aren't even dry yet. His target was the purple bubble on Bai Xian's wrist. Although not golden, it was still exquisite, the most dazzling bubble of the day. Ding. Host successfully acquired A-level martial skill Purple Calamity, Thunderfinger. A surge of understanding. The manipulation of thunder coalesced at his fingertips, flooded his mind with the essence of destructive energy, an A-level martial skill, and of the thunder attribute. Coupled with his chaotic martial bone, it was a perfect match. Bai Xian abruptly yanked his hand back, shaking it vigorously, his expression dark. Muyu, you're completely insane. His words tumbled out in frustration as he shot an incredulous glare at Muyu before practically bolting out of the restroom. Muyu remained rooted in place, reveling in his newly acquired A-level martial skill, his heart brimming with joy. Bai Xian's flustered demeanor amused him, as though he were a bashful maiden. Apologies, Bai Xian. But you're mine now. On the way back to the classroom, Muyu managed to collect a few scattered bubbles. He spotted Xia Shutong and Bai Xian. Xia Shutong flashed him a knowing smile and winked. Muyu was puzzled. What does the school beauty mean by that? Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Jiba entered the classroom. Quiet down, I have an announcement. In half a month, the Summer City Martial Arts Association will host an annual commemorative conference, and student volunteers from each school are needed to assist. Our class has 5 slots available, primarily for guiding, maintaining order, and cleaning the arena. Interested students can sign up with me. Upon hearing this, Muyu's interest peaked. Well, isn't this a golden opportunity? The Martial Arts Association means a gathering of numerous martial artists. The more martial artists, the higher the quality of bubbles. This was tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. Teacher, I want to sign up. His voice was loud and his attitude enthusiastic. Qingdi immediately chimed in. Teacher, I want to sign up too. Jiba nodded. All right, Muyu and Qingdi have signed up. Anyone else? Suddenly, Muyu felt as if Su Jinlu had slightly turned her head to glance at him. Instinctively, he turned to meet her clear yet calm gaze. Su, aren't you going to sign up? I heard there will be many handsome guys. Although none can compare to me, I'm already the pinnacle of good looks. Still, it would be a feast for the eyes. Su Jinlu averted her gaze, replying coolly, handsome? Stripped of their flesh, they are but 206 bones. Adorned in garments, they take on myriad forms. Observing handsome men as mere bones leaves me devoid of desire. Seeing bones as handsome men instills no fear in me. Hence, I am uninterested. Muyu thought this sounded strangely familiar. Such depth of thought from a young girl. He chuckled. I just thought you might find it a bit dull by yourself. Want to be friends and have some fun? You wouldn't be at a loss. He quickly covered his mouth as all classmates turned to look at him. Sorry, I just had a cramp, lacking calcium. He lowered his head, only to feel Su Jinlu's foot precisely land on his toe, causing him to wince. The sensation was akin to a kick to the back of the foot, or worse, a kick to the groin. Who could understand that? Su Jinlu remained composed, yet a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. Apologies, I slipped. Muyu muttered under his breath. I believe you, sure. She possesses such a unique temper, he thought. As Su Jinlu turned her gaze toward him, her expression untroubled, she asked, what did you say? Caught off guard by her stare, Muyu felt a rush of anxiety, and before he could think, he blurted, I just like the unique ones. Yes, unique. As soon as the words left his lips, he wanted to slap himself. What nonsense was he spouting? Indeed, Su Jinlu's gaze turned icy, her expression impassive. Yet the air around them seemed to chill. She said nothing further, merely casting a long look at Muyu before turning away. Muyu wished he could sink into the floor. Great, I've completely offended my deskmate. Suddenly, Su Jinlu spoke softly. Do you really like the unique? Feeling a glimmer of hope, Muyu seized the opportunity. To borrow your words, I observe beauty, stripped of their flesh, they are but 206 bones. Adorned in garments, they take on myriad forms. I prefer girls who stand out a bit. After school, Muyu walked home. Having collected numerous bubbles throughout the day at school, his vitality surged to 3 or 4 dozen, along with a plethora of other items. However, he noticed that as he collected more, the quality of the bubbles began to decline. It seemed he couldn't focus solely on one area. He needed variety. The martial arts school, yes, the martial arts school is filled with seasoned practitioners, their vitality robust, ensuring plentiful bubble drops. The largest martial arts school in Summer City was the Wuwang Martial Society, belonging to the school beauty Xia Shutong's family. Moreover, by evening, the number of training martial artists would surely increase. Situated at the edge of a bustling commercial district, the Wuwang Martial Society boasted an imposing standalone structure. Its entrance adorned with a grand sign, Wuwang Martial Society. Upon entering, a welcoming receptionist approached, clearly well acquainted with training. Hello, handsome. Are you here to train? Muyu noticed a sign beside the young lady, indicating that 2 cleaning positions were available, preferably for martial artists who could handle training equipment, with salary to be negotiated. He pointed to the sign. Miss, I would like to apply for the job. The young lady nodded, inquiring about his salary expectations and whether he sought a long-term position. Let us set the salary at 3,000. I'm looking for something long-term. Very well. Our martial arts association operates in 3 shifts, from morning until noon. Then from afternoon 5 to 6, and from 6 in the evening until midnight. Currently, we are in need of a cleaner for the night shift. Is that acceptable? Muyu's eyes brightened. Absolutely, I can start right away. The young lady smiled. Ah, the youth certainly worked diligently. She handed him the keys, mentioning that cleaning supplies were located in a small door at the corner of the 2nd floor restroom, and that he would need to clean from the 2nd to the 5th floors, while the upper levels were not required. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was immediately enveloped by the deafening shouts and the clattering of equipment, with the air thick with a hot, intoxicating scent of testosterone. The vast training area was bustling with no fewer than 200 individuals engaged in rigorous training. Muscular men pounded on sandbags, hoisting weights of 400 or 500 and 600 kilograms, while stunning women in form-fitting athletic gear engaged in strength training as well. This was merely the 2nd floor. There were still more levels above. More significantly, to Muyu, the entire training hall resembled a vibrant ocean of energy. Heavens, this place is truly a paradise. His heart raced with excitement. He promptly made his way to the designated area, unlocked the door with the key, and gathered a mop and several cloths. As he began his work, he slowed his pace, engrossed in his tasks within the training hall. Brother, your muscles are impressive. How did you achieve that? The muscular man seemed to appreciate the compliment, pushing himself harder as he trained, causing several bubbles of energy to emerge from him. Ding. Obtained 1 card of vitality. Ding. Host has acquired a C-level talent. Diamond Body. Ding. Host has acquired a D-level martial skill, Thunder Fist. Muyu exclaimed, wow, I didn't know it could work like this. He continued to lavish praise on the muscular man. Brother, you are the most striking presence in this hall. Several young ladies are watching you with starry eyes. The muscular man grinned widely, his pride evident as he added 4 more plates to his weights, veins bulging as he lifted. He performed several more sets, with more bubbles appearing. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 12 cards. Vitality 22 cards. Ding. Host successfully collected. Blank attribute 20, which can be allocated to martial skills and techniques. After several minutes, the muscular man was panting heavily, clearly pushed to his limits. Indeed, the pressure of flattery can be lethal. With no more bubbles emerging, Muyu swiftly shifted his attention. Miss, your movements are so precise, and your physique is perfect. Would you mind teaching me? A beautiful woman turned to Muyu, her interest piqued. Of course. Ding. Host has acquired D-level martial skill, yoga technique. Ding. Host has obtained 15 cards of vitality. After another few minutes, he had thoroughly exhausted the beautiful woman as well. Satisfied, he noticed the dimming bubbles around him. His figure glided effortlessly through the crowd, wearing an innocuous smile as he diligently cleaned. Most of the martial artists were engrossed in their training, though they found this exceptionally handsome young man a bit overly enthusiastic and his hands a tad too curious, always poking here and touching there. They accepted his earnestness and the way he wiped away their sweat, attributing it to his commitment to his new job. Muyu's vitality began to surge visibly. 1,010 cards. 1,020 cards. 1,050 cards. 1,100 cards. A torrent of vitality flooded into him, warming him and filling him with strength. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had passed, and he had completed the first floor, collecting a bubble with each pickup. It was now empty. His vitality had finally reached a critical point. 1,150 cards. 1,180 cards. 1,198 cards. 1,199 cards. 1,200 cards. He successfully broke through to the second level of body forging. The second level of body forging requires only 200 vitality to advance to the next layer, with the third requiring 300, and so forth. His strength had dramatically increased. Feeling the burgeoning power within him, Muyu clenched his fists in satisfaction. There were still 3, 4, and 5 floors left, and if he didn't hurry, the place would be empty. Chapter 10. The most notorious bully throughout history. You seem like a heap of excrement. Muyu hummed a tune as he ascended to the third floor of the Wuwang Martial Arts Association. This floor housed not only equipment areas, but also fighting rings. With fewer people than the second, just over 200. However, their quality was markedly superior. Yet again, he found no purple bubbles, and blue ones were rare. His heart surged with fervor as he immediately immersed himself in his diligent cleaning. Handsome uncle, your punches carry such fierce energy. You must be a master. Ding. Obtained 2 cards of vitality. Basic fist intent enlightenment 10. Sister, your kicking techniques are superb. Could you teach me? Ding. Obtained D-level martial skill whirlwind 13 kicks. Vitality 3 cards. He replicated his earlier approach and completed the first round of collection, boosting his vitality by over 100 cards. Then, using flattery to ignite their enthusiasm, he urged them to train harder, which resulted in the emergence of more and better bubbles. His vitality surged rapidly. 1,200 cards. 1,250 cards. 1,300 cards. 1,350 cards. 1,500 cards. After completing the second round, a wave of vitality surged within him. He achieved the third level of body forging. Success. Exhilarating. The fourth floor was a more advanced area, equipped with small training rooms, and fewer people, only about 178. Yet each individual exuded vitality. With several martial artists at the second level and those of extraordinary caliber present, the quality of bubbles here was higher, with many blue bubbles and a few purple ones as well. Muyu became increasingly focused and engaged, carefully assessing the atmosphere. He complimented those who appeared amiable while avoiding those with intimidating expressions. Ding. Host obtained 3 cards of vitality. Ding. Host acquired C-level technique, minor thunder breathing technique. Ding. Host acquired B-level blade technique, 7 kill ancient blade fragments 2. Vitality 20 cards. Muyu was taken aback. Is this what extraordinary martial artists are like? The loot is indeed plentiful. However, fragments were frustrating. 10 fragments were needed to successfully complete the technique, and he wondered if he could gather them all. Ding. Host acquired C-level breathing technique, Great Sun breathing technique, vitality 30 cards. Muyu's vitality continued to skyrocket. 1,400 cards. 1,500 cards. 1,600 cards. 2,000 cards. He achieved the 4th level of body forging, now only 400 vitality cards away from the 5th level. In one night, he had broken through 3 levels. Perhaps he could reach the 6th level of body forging. Then he would enter the D-level world and complete his task. He successfully finished the 4th floor. Muyu's eyes sparkled as he hefted his tools and proceeded straight to the 5th floor. The environment on the 5th floor was markedly quieter than below, with individual training areas partitioned off. No longer were there communal training spaces, but the number of individuals was sparse, only around 80 to 90, all extraordinary martial artists. Some exuded a palpable aura of danger. It was the first time he had encountered so many extraordinary martial artists. The bubbles beneath their feet were of exceptionally high quality, with blue bubbles everywhere and a fair share of purple ones as well. Muyu cautiously began his cleaning, striving not to disturb their training. approaching only when they set down their equipment. However, as soon as he drew near, he found himself under the vigilant gazes of the martial artists, their wariness palpable. Some individuals merely cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissing him as a mere janitor, while others audaciously commanded him to leave. In response to their disdain, Muyu silently cursed them, encircling them with an ill wish, hoping they would never rise again. Ding. Host has successfully acquired 15 card of vitality. C-grade technique, Flame Sun posture. Shortly thereafter, Muyu arrived at a training area. The trainer was a formidable female martial artist, appearing to be in her 40s, exuding an aura of fierce vitality. Her voice boomed, "Hey kid, wipe the sweat off me." Muyu wore a beaming smile. "Sure thing, Andy." Ding. Host has successfully acquired 20 card of vitality, 90 blank attribute points. Observing the older woman's gaze, Muyu shuddered and quickly fled. As his vitality surged into his body, his vitality value swiftly reached 2,400 cards, enabling him to successfully break through to the 5th stage of body refinement without any hindrance. This sensation was truly intoxicating. Such a rapid ascent in cultivation must be unparalleled. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind him. "Hey, you there?" The one sweeping the floor. Muyu turned to see a young man with yellow hair tied in a ponytail at the back, his muscular torso glistening with sweat. Standing with his hands on his hips, looking at him with a nonchalant attitude. Muyu was somewhat taken aback. This individual appeared to be of similar age, but was a martial artist at the 9th stage of body refinement. "What do you want?" Muyu inquired. The young man pointed at his shoes and a drenched shirt nearby. "Wash these for me and bring them back once they're dry." Muyu frowned slightly but chose to suppress his irritation, calmly responding, "I'm a janitor hired by the Martial Arts Society, responsible for cleaning floors 2 through 5. Not for washing clothes." The young man scoffed, scrutinizing Muyu from head to toe. "Isn't it just about wanting money? I'll give you 2,000 daxia coins." Muyu ignored him entirely, even disregarding the faint golden and lavender bubbles hovering above his head. The young man, noticing his indifference, snorted derisively. "Kid, don't be too greedy. 2,000 is the most you'll get." Muyu turned back and said, "Get lost." The young man's expression darkened considerably. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you know who I am? I have a nickname. The first villain throughout history, Xinyuan Gu. Come over and apologize." With that, he moved like a specter, swiftly charging towards Muyu with a punch. Muyu was aware of his current shortcomings. His speed was somewhat lacking. However, his perception was keen. He deftly blocked Xinyuan Gu's punch, realizing that while his realm surpassed Muyu's, his strength was another matter entirely. His hand brushed above Xinyuan Gu's head. Ding. Host has acquired S-grade technique, 8 prisons Buddha body. Ding. Host has acquired A-grade martial skill, celestial steps of 9. Xinyuan Gu was momentarily taken aback before a cold smile emerged on his face. "Damn it. No wonder you're so arrogant. You actually have some power. But you're merely at the 5th stage of body refinement." He completely disregarded Muyu, launching another punch. His fist, imbued with purple patterns and the overwhelming strength of the 9th stage of body refinement, came at Muyu. Muyu's gaze turned icy. Those with S-grade techniques and A-grade martial skills surely hailed from affluent backgrounds. However, in Xia City, there was no Xinyuan family. He was a genius from another city. Muyu did not flinch or evade, meeting the punch head-on. A faint golden aura of vitality swirled around his fist, with subtle arcs of lightning flickering. When their fists collided, a muffled sound echoed. Xinyuan Gu's sinister grin instantly froze, replaced by a look of incredulous gravity. He felt as though his fist had struck an iron wall, an unstoppable force coursing through his arm. He was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground like a kite with its string cut. The onlooking martial artist gazed at the scene with immense curiosity. Muyu withdrew his fist and approached him slowly, looking down from above, mimicking Xinyuan Gu's earlier tone, and said coolly, "The first villain throughout history? You look like a pile of dung to me." Xinyuan Gu stood up, still intent on charging forward. Just then, a steady and authoritative voice resonated from the staircase. "Xinyuan Gu, a loss is a loss." A distinguished middle-aged man clad in a white Tai Chi outfit approached with deliberate steps. Muyu recognized him as Xia Xuani, the master of the Wuwang Martial Society and one of the renowned powerhouses in Xia City, as well as the father of Xia Shatong. Master Xia, the martial artists, who had been training on the 5th floor, respectfully bowed. Xinyuan Gu's expression soured considerably, and he addressed him with respect, "Uncle Xia." Xia Xuani turned his gaze towards Muyu, nodding in approval. Xinyuan Gu, a martial artist must rely on their own strength, not bully others. Apologize to this young man. "What? Uncle Xia?" Xinyuan Gu stammered in disbelief. "Apologize." Xia Xuani's tone grew firmer, an invisible pressure enveloping the space. Xinyuan Gu shivered in fear. Knowing Xia Xuani's temperament, he dared not argue any further and, swallowing his humiliation, muttered to Muyu, "I'm sorry." Muyu nodded indifferently, offering no further response. Xia Xuani then turned his attention to Muyu, his gaze filled with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. "Young man, what is your name?" The Wuwang Martial Society is in need of talented youths, and I would like to invite you to join us. Upon hearing this, several martial artists displayed expressions of envy. To receive a personal invitation from Xia was an immense opportunity. However, Muyu shook his head, politely declining. Master Xia, my name is Muyu. I prefer to live freely, and I find satisfaction in cleaning. It's about time for me to head home. I'll return tomorrow. You wouldn't dismiss me, would you? Haha, Xia laughed heartily. Little brother, you are truly interesting. I do not wish to impose. If you ever change your mind, the doors of the Wuwang Martial Society will always be open for you. Chapter 11. A Gift of Opportunity. Muyu left the Wuwang Martial Society in high spirits. He had reaped immense rewards, breaking through 4 realms. No wonder Xia Shutong didn't exhibit a haughty demeanor. At least so far, her father left a good first impression. Upon returning home, Muyu first took a shower and then eagerly began to tally his gains. System, please list all the techniques, martial skills, and talent fragments I acquired tonight, and then integrate them. Ding. Current integratable list. Techniques: C-grade minor thunder sound breathing technique, C-grade great sun breathing technique, C-grade flame sun posture, S-grade 8 prisons Buddha body. Martial skills: D-grade whirlwind 13 kicks, A-grade celestial steps of 9, D-grade thunder fist, B-grade 7 kill ancient blade fragments 210. Talents: C-grade diamond body. Blank attribute points, 400 points. Gazing at the densely packed list, Muyu was filled with excitement. His greatest acquisition was undoubtedly the S-grade technique 8 prisons Buddha body and the A-grade movement skill celestial steps of 9, both of which were exceptional treasures. System. Prioritize the fusion of techniques. Moments later. Ding. Fusion successful. Integrated into A-grade technique, Haotian Sun method. A surge of overwhelming information flooded Muyu's mind. It felt as though countless monks were chanting, accompanied by the resplendent sun and the reverberations of thunder, with his vitality boiling like the sun. After a series of extraordinary phenomena, tranquility finally ensued. System. Proceed with the integration of martial skills. System. Proceed with the integration of talents. Moments later, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Successfully synthesized B-grade talent, unmoving Buddha. Ding. Successfully synthesized B-grade martial skill, 7 kill ancient fist. System. Open the attribute panel. System. Infinite attribute acquisition system. Host Muyu. Realm. 5th stage of body refinement. Strength 75,000 kg. Vitality 2,400 cards. Chaotic vitality. Talent Chaotic Martial Bone, SSS grade. Deceiving the Gods, B grade. Unmoving Buddha, B grade. Supreme Immortal Bone Fragment, E grade. Martial Arts Technique Chaos Immortal Sutra, SSS grade. 8 Hells Buddha Body, S grade. Haotian Sun Law, A grade. Martial Skills Purple Catastrophe Thunder Finger, A grade. Wandering Dragon, A grade. 7 Kill Ancient Fist, B grade. Tianqing 9 Steps, A grade. Weapon Coiling Dragon Spear, D grade. And used attribute points, 400. Meanwhile, atop the Wuwang Martial Society, within Xia Xianyi's study. Shutong, you have returned? Xia Xianyi gently inquired as he gazed at his daughter entering the room. Dad. Xia Shutong nodded, her face alight with joy. Xia Xianyi casually asked. Shutong, today an intriguing young man visited the society, named Muyu, a student from your class 10. Do you know him? A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Shutong's eyes. Muyu? Yes, I know him. He excels in the humanities, quite handsome, but his strength seems rather lacking. Rather lacking. You say? What leads you to that conclusion? Xia Xianyi's interest was piqued. His strength appears quite feeble. I heard he ranks at the bottom of the class, with a talent assessment of E grade. Dad, why do you ask about him? Xia Xianyi succinctly recounted the events that transpired on the 5th floor that evening. The more Xia Shutong listened, the more astonished she became. Could it be that he is feigning weakness to ensnare the unsuspecting? She furrowed her brow slightly. Dad. What about Xianyuan Go? Xia Xianyi's expression remained calm, yet resolute. The frivolous words of the past hold no weight. Your marriage shall be your own decision. My precious daughter, as long as you find happiness. Xia Shutong exhaled in relief. Thank you, Dad, love you moi. Haha, my dear daughter, Muyu is quite interesting. Pay him some attention at school, but do not force a connection. Young people have their own fates. I understand, Dad. In a luxurious hotel suite in Yang City, Xianyuan Ge sipped red wine, his countenance darkening. Young master, we have uncovered information regarding Muyu. He is a senior at Summer City's class 10, with only an E-grade talent assessment. Additionally, there is another student, Bai Xian, who seems to share a close relationship with Miss Xia. Bai Xian and Muyu. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in Xianyuan Ji's eyes. The following day, Muyu emerged from the bathroom, invigorated. He had spent the night honing his martial skills. The SSS grade talent was indeed remarkable, with extraordinary comprehension allowing for rapid learning. Several martial skills were now at his fingertips. Phew, I must conserve my unused attribute points for a crucial moment. They are currently too scarce. Upon returning to school, Muyu eagerly stood at the entrance, collecting. Having broken through to the 5th stage of body refinement, The bubbles his classmates could provide were dwindling, yet even the smallest morsel was still a morsel. He was impoverished and could not afford any waste. Before long, Ching Di arrived, appearing fatigued, likely having indulged in a late-night escapade. Muyu reproached him. You should exercise some restraint. Ching Di grinned mischievously. Yugo, I assure you, I did not engage in any misconduct. I was studying late into the night. Muyu glanced at Su Jianlu beside him. The girl had arrived early, quietly engrossed in her book. Recalling his slip of the tongue from yesterday, he decided some matters were better left unexplained. Ding ling ling. Jiba entered the classroom, cheerfully announcing, Classmates, I have splendid news. One of your senior sisters has been accepted into one of the prestigious Immortal Academies and will be coming to hold a motivational assembly in a few days. You all must learn from her. The classroom erupted into a cacophony. To them, the Immortal Academies were a chasm. In this world, they represented the pinnacle of strength. Before embarking on the martial path, they believed it to be an easy journey, only to discover its arduous nature once they truly engaged. Muyu clenched his fists. I shall set a modest goal, to enter an Immortal Academy. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon after school. Muyu refrained from disturbing Bai Xian today. Excess could be detrimental. He must proceed with caution. At the school gate, he pulled out a flashy comic book titled The Path to Godhood, discreetly slipping it into Ching Di's hands. Examine it closely, read it earnestly. Ching Di paused, staring at the cover, before his expression transformed into one of sheer excitement. He abruptly looked up at Muyu, his eyes reflecting shock, realization, and a hint of inexplicable emotion. Feeling uncomfortable under Ching Di's gaze, Muyu was about to speak when Ching Di earnestly nodded and declared, Yugo, I understand. Understand what? Muyu replied, perplexed. Later that night, after tidying up, Muyu planned to return to the Wu Wang Martial Society to continue his efforts. It was currently his best spot for collecting resources. Suddenly, Ching Di called him. As soon as the call connected, Ching Di's voice came through, dripping with emotion. Yugo, thank you. Thank you for awakening me in this manner. Ching Di's tone was filled with gratitude. I've read that book, and now I comprehend. True brotherhood transcends gender. I was narrow-minded before, but from now on, I shall strive to understand you. Muyu felt his scalp tingle, nearly tossing the phone away. What the heck? That was a serious comic. Ching Di, have you lost your mind? That book is legitimate. I am attracted to women, the curvaceous type. Yugo, no need to explain. I get it. Rest assured. I shall keep your secret. I will always support you, brother. Muyu, holding the phone, felt utterly chaotic. What on earth? He wished he could rush to Ching Di's house and give him a sound thrashing. In the next moment, Ching Di's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Yugo, thank you for your martial arts techniques. I have noted them down. In life, I am yours. In death, I am your ghost. Muyu paused, then chuckled. Get lost. Who wants you as a ghost? I'm hanging up to train. He laughed while ending the call, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Ching Di was indeed his good brother. Chapter 12, The Sixth Stage of Body Refinement. By Xian's jealousy. Not long after, Muyu arrived at the Wu Wang Martial Society, ready to commence his collection efforts for the night. Navigating the familiar terrain, he began his cleaning duties. On the second floor, he noticed that most faces were the same, with the ground still thickly littered with chi blood. Ding. Host collected 1 chi blood card. Ding. Host collected 11 chi blood cards. Ding. Host collected 10 and used attribute points. Ding. It appeared that the collection process followed a pattern. Initial collections were more likely to yield talents, techniques, or martial skills, while subsequent collections leaned towards chi blood. However, each type held its significance for him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. There were numerous martial societies in Summer City. If he were to visit them all over the weekend, perhaps he could break through to the extraordinary realm. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. This collection ability was simply extraordinary. However, today he noticed that the martial artist training were looking at him differently. The muscular man he had outwitted the previous night greeted him with a thumbs up. Brother, impressive. Do all geniuses enjoy playing the fool? Muyu immediately understood what had transpired. News of his confrontation with Xianyuan Ge had spread. He smiled slightly, just a trivial matter. The muscular man laughed heartily. Brother, I'm Gu Air Long. You can call me Muyu. Over an hour passed, and Muyu had completed his collection on the second and third floors. However, he had yet to break through to the 6th stage of body refinement, which required 600 chi blood cards. He was still a few short. 2,900 cards. 2,950 cards. 3,000 cards. 6th stage of body refinement, achieved. As midnight approached, most martial artists had departed, leaving only a few who were training overnight, irrelevant to him. He still needed a substantial amount of chi blood to reach the 7th stage of body refinement. Muyu exited the Wu Wang Martial Society. The streets were nearly deserted. He activated Tianqing 9 steps, dashing home at a speed of 16 or 17 meters per second. As Muyu approached a street not far from home, he came to a halt. Phew. His vitality still felt somewhat feeble. Executing martial techniques of B rank and above proved unsustainable for long. He needed to expedite his breakthrough to the extraordinary realm, as that would afford him greater endurance in his methods. Suddenly, he sensed a presence watching him, instantly heightening his alertness. He cast his gaze around the shadows, scanning rooftops and the spaces behind trash bins. The street lay deserted, devoid of any unusual aura. Was it merely an illusion? He furrowed his brow. Could it be a figment of my overly excited imagination? After a moment of careful sensing, he found nothing amiss. The figure of Xianyuan surfaced in his mind. Aside from him, it seemed he had not offended anyone else. Humph, I hope you do not come to provoke me. Otherwise. Upon returning home, Muyu settled cross-legged on his bed, contemplating matters concerning the next celestial realm. The E-level world posed no challenge for him anymore. However, the D-level world could lead to actual death, albeit with a low probability. He could not afford to let any factor jeopardize his safety. He opened the forum for Celestial Realms online, searching for experiences related to traversing the D-level world, perusing dozens of posts. Most seemed unreliable. Finally, he came across one that appeared feasible, as long as you possess the strength of body refinement level 9 or even the extraordinary realm. Passing through the D-level world will be no problem. Once I break through to body refinement level 8, I can venture into the D-level world. Lying in bed, Muyu gradually drifted into slumber. In his dream, he found himself at a wedding, eager to discern the bride's appearance, but unable to see her clearly no matter how he tried. Then, the scene shifted to the bridal chamber. At a critical moment, a thunderous sound jolted Muyu awake, causing his scalp to prickle. He sprang up from his bed, glaring furiously at the alarm clock. Damn it! Couldn't you have woken me a few minutes later? At school, Qingdi arrived early, waiting for him at the gate. His spirit seemed markedly different. Muyu patted him on the shoulder. You lad, looking quite dashing today. He could sense that Qingdi had likely broken through to the third or fourth stage of the first realm. His progress was commendable. Qingdi flexed his bicep. Of course you go. Ding. Host successfully acquired. Vitality value 2 cards. The morning classes passed swiftly. Recently, Jiba's morning lessons focused primarily on revision, with afternoons dedicated to practical training and evenings reserved for cultivation. Most students structured their time similarly. At noon, Muyu encountered Xia Shu Tong at the corner of the teaching building. She had just emerged from a convenience store, holding a bottle of beverage. Xia, good afternoon. Muyu greeted. A red bubble rested on her wrist. Xia Shu Tong smiled slightly. Good afternoon, Muyu. Is there something on your mind? Muyu chuckled, stepping closer with ease. Xia, I observe that your fate palace has turned red recently. It clearly signifies a stirring of the red phoenix. Xia Shu Tong's cheeks flushed slightly. Where's that? Ding. Host successfully acquired. Vitality value 6 cards. She quickly shifted the topic. I heard about what happened yesterday. I didn't expect you to be the most concealed one in our school. Just then, Bai Xian approached from the opposite side. From his perspective, he happened to catch sight of Muyu and Xia Shu Tong engaged in cheerful conversation. Bai Xian paused for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. His gaze held a hint of wariness. This guy isn't thinking of encroaching on my territory, is he? Bold indeed. He quickened his pace. Shu Tong, Mu classmate. However, his expression changed instantly. Damn it. Muyu, have you taken some medicine? Your breakthrough is astonishingly swift. Muyu smiled faintly. This was exactly the reaction he desired. Bai, you're not doing too poorly yourself. He discerned that Bai Xian was likely around body refinement level 5. Xia Shu Tong nodded at Muyu, then departed with Bai Xian. Bai Xian harbored a trace of hostility, which Muyu sensed clearly, yet it was not the animosity of sworn enemies. TSK. Is he feeling jealous? Quite amusing. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. He felt no inclination towards Xia Shu Tong. Nor would he be foolish enough to vie for the spouse of a fated individual. He lowered his head and picked up the vitality essence that Bai Xian had dropped. Ding. Acquired vitality value 8 cards. As Bai Xian and Xia Shu Tong walked back to the classroom, Xia Shu Tong glanced at the silent Bai Xian beside her and softly inquired, Xian Go, are you unhappy? Bai Xian shook his head, seemingly lost in thought. It's nothing. Just recalling some matters. Let us move on. Bai Xian mused inwardly. It seems my rebirth has altered many things in my past life. Muyu appeared to have perished during a beast invasion, a marginal figure. This time, he is a worthy opponent and friend to take seriously. It appears the journey ahead will not be lonely. I must hasten to seek those opportunities. The formidable chances from my previous life allowed those who should not have obtained them to do so, causing immeasurable harm to the great Xia. Suddenly, a figure stood before them. Xia Shu Tong frowned. Xianyuan Ge, why are you here? Xianyuan Ge smiled. Shu Tong, I have transferred to your school. Please take care of me from now on. Xia Shu Tong turned to Bai Xian. Xian Ge, who is he? Bai Xian brushed her hair aside. No need for explanation. He then directed a frosty glare at Xianyuan Ge, showing no sign of friendliness. This person is on his hit list. Chapter 13. Ether Energy, Sensual and Fiery Demoness. From this day forth, you shall be mine. 2 days swiftly passed. Muyu led a regimented life revolving around school, the martial arts club, and home cultivation. Last night, he successfully broke through to body refinement level 7, officially entering the latter stages of body refinement. Phew, once I reach the pinnacle of body refinement, a single swing of my arm should yield a force of 100,000 kilograms. Among peers, who dares claim invincibility, who dares assert defeat? The The key is, who possesses my charm? Ahaha. The next day during the break, Muyu had already discerned by Xian's restroom routine. He would invariably go after the second class. He glanced at Qingdi. Come, let us go take a dump. In the restroom corridor, Muyu encountered Bai Xian. Upon seeing Muyu, Bai Xian's lips twitched slightly. This guy again. Muyu grinned, noticing that Bai Xian's aura today was golden, indicating something valuable. He promptly approached and grasped Bai Xian's hand. Good morning, brother Bai. Ding. Host successfully acquired. Special attribute Ether Energy. Ether Energy, a peculiar energy derived from the world's essence, capable of slightly promoting the development and evolution of innate potential. Ether Energy, promoting innate evolution? Muyu's heart raced. Though he was unfamiliar with it, it was undoubtedly a precious resource. Far more valuable than vitality or fragments of martial arts. Truly, the fated individual is a treasure trove. This further solidified his resolve to cling to this advantageous ally. Bai Xian withdrew his hand, merely casting Muyu a fleeting glance. He seemed accustomed to Muyu's antics, yet his astonishment was palpable. He could no longer gauge Muyu's strength. After Bai Xian departed, Qingdi smirked mischievously. You go, have you noticed? Noticed what? Bai Xian seems to be bending toward you. Muyu retorted, bend my foot. On the way back to the classroom, Muyu contemplated how to utilize ether energy. System. Will it be useful for me? Ding. Replying to the host, it is beneficial for innate talents below SSS level. It can subtly elevate innate potential by 1 level within 1 to 2 months. He glanced at the carefree Qingdi. Though this fellow possessed S-level talent, there remained a significant gap compared to top-tier geniuses. I can infinitely synthesize. In the future, ether energy may no longer be obtainable. He rested his hand on Qingdi's shoulder. As the ethereal energy surged through him, Qingdi felt an exhilarating shiver coursing through his entire being. Akin to a gentle caress. He shuddered, yet the sensation was fleeting. Within the classroom, Su Jinlu was engrossed in her book, seemingly oblivious to the tedium of her solitary pursuit. Muyu shifted his seat closer to Su Jinlu and whispered softly in her ear, Do you not find this dull? Su, startled, her bright eyes widened momentarily as she scratched her ear. It itches. What are you doing? With a dismissive shove, she pushed Muyu back to his seat. However, Muyu remained obstinately unmoved, aware of his own weight. Suddenly, he noticed a large blemish on Su Jinlu's face beginning to flake. Intrigued, he leaned in for a closer look, only for Su Jinlu to press down on the blemish, causing it to burst. Muyu then realized he must have been seeing things. Observing Muyu dutifully return to his seat, a fleeting glimmer of mischief crossed Su Jinlu's eyes, almost betraying her amusement. As the first class of the afternoon commenced, Jiba entered the classroom with a cheerful demeanor. Classmates, I, Teacher Jiba, have delightful news to share. She then beckoned towards the door. Chi and Iu, please come in. A figure stepped hesitantly into the room. A hushed silence enveloped the classroom as a girl clad in an oversized uniform stood at the podium, her alluring curves accentuated despite the loose fabric. Her enchanting visage bore a naturally seductive smile that seemed to beckon all attention. She resembled a ripe, juicy peach, radiating an irresistible allure that captivated the male students. While the female classmates gazed on in awe, feeling their own beauty pale in comparison, Muyu was taken aback as well. Was such beauty genuinely real? Was this the fabled succubus come to life? Jiba observed the expressions of her students with a mix of nostalgia and resignation. She had anticipated this reaction. Such was the exuberance of youth. As the noise subsided, she gestured for the new girl to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Chi and Iu. Her voice was sweet and beguiling, her gaze lingering on Muyu longer than the rest, her smile deepening as she added, I look forward to your kindness towards me. A murmur of whispers erupted in the classroom. Her gaze towards Muyu is rather peculiar. His luck with women is astonishing. Muyu stood in stunned silence. Not solely due to her beauty but because, much like Su Jinlu, Chi and Iu exuded a rare purity, devoid of any superficial aura. He sensed an unsettling peculiarity in her lingering glances. Descending from the podium, Chi and Iu approached Muyu's desk, leaning gracefully as she sweetly inquired, Classmate, may I switch seats with you? I'd like to sit here, if that's all right. The boy seated nearby nodded fervently, his face flushed with excitement, caught off guard by encountering such a captivating succubus. Thus, Muyu found himself in the classroom's far left corner, with Su Jinlu to his right and Chi and Iu before him. Jiba resumed her lesson. Today, we shall delve into the anatomy of ferocious beasts. Throughout the class, Muyu felt a subtle yet probing gaze upon him, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting from the front. It was distinctly different from Su Jinlu's innocent scent, imbued with a captivating allure. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Chi and Iu turned to Muyu, resting her elbow on his desk and propping her chin in her hand, smiling brightly. What is your name? You are rather handsome. All eyes in the classroom instantly converged upon Muyu, who felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hello, Chi and Iu, I am Muyu. Let us not be so formal. She leaned in closer, her breath fragrant like orchids. I feel we share a special connection. In the far corner, Qingdi watched in astonishment, exchanging knowing glances with Muyu, while Su Jinlu remained absorbed in her book, her fingers pausing momentarily as if she sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Feeling increasingly uneasy under Qi and Yu's gaze, Mu Yu attempted to pivot the conversation. Which school did you transfer from? A rather distant place, she replied, her eyes sparkling mischievously. But what truly matters is, she elongated her syllables, ensuring her voice was audible to those nearby. I hereby declare that you, Mu Yu, are officially mine. I have taken a liking to you, Mu Yu. The entire class. Qing Di nearly spat out his drink, while Su Jinlu ceased her page-turning, unfazed by Mu Yu's bewilderment. Qi and Yu delicately lifted his chin with her slender finger, leaving behind a knowing smile before sauntering away, presumably to the restroom, leaving behind a stunned silence and a perplexed Mu Yu. What on earth? Mu Yu's mind raced, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Was this some kind of heavenly intervention or merely a whimsical stroke of fate? He instinctively glanced at Su Jinlu, who was watching him with an unsettling calmness that belied an undercurrent of chill. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. He turned his gaze to Qi and Yu's vacant seat, brow furrowed in contemplation. He could hardly fathom that he possessed the charm to inspire such immediate infatuation. Suddenly, a thought crept into his mind. Could it be that she is merely toying with me? Indeed, it seemed that even young men ought to guard themselves against such caprices. Chapter 14. The Blood-Red Tavern of the Second World. Dingling. The bell for the final practical class of the day rang, and Mu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The new girl, Qi and Yu, was simply too fervent, her enthusiasm overwhelming. Qi and Yu stretched her neck, lamenting the swift passage of time, and gazed at Mu Yu with doe-like eyes. I've added you on my contacts. I can video call you tonight. Mu Yu shivered at the thought, hastily making his way outside, as Qi and Yu erupted into laughter behind him. Su Jinlu muttered under her breath, Vixen. This fool can't even distinguish between genuine affection and mere pretense. She's ensnared him effortlessly. Outside, Mu Yu treated himself to a hearty meal of pig trotters, the kind laden with meat, before heading straight to the Wuwang Martial Arts Society. Upon entering, he greeted the receptionist. Dan, you look more beautiful than ever. Through their recent interactions, he had learned her name, Zhao Luden. Ascending to the second floor, Mu Yu sensed an unusual atmosphere. Many martial artists were not as absorbed in their training as usual, but rather gathered around the free combat area. Curious, he edged closer and peered through the crowd, spotting two figures, Bai Xian and Xianyuan Gu. Xianyuan Gu addressed the composed Bai Xian. I've heard tales of your prowess at number 10 high. How about we spar today? On the top floor, Xia Xian Yi and Xia Shu Tong watched the unfolding scene through the surveillance monitor. Xia Xian Yi's gaze remained steady, keen to observe the young man his daughter seemed particularly fond of. Given his position, he was well aware of matters concerning his daughter. Noticing his daughter's calm demeanor, he was somewhat taken aback. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? She replied, worried that Xianyuan Gu will be soundly defeated? Xia Xian Yi. Bai Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. Upon seeing this, Xianyuan Gu unleashed a sudden surge of energy, his blood vitality erupting as he expertly executed the 9 steps of the heavenly ascension. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Bai Xian, his fist enveloped in a thin layer of vital energy. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his punch. Bai Xian remained unmoving, not flinching until the fist was nearly upon him. Casually, he lifted his right hand, fingers splayed, and grasped Xianyuan Ji's fist. Xianyuan Ji's pupils constricted. He felt as though his fist were ensnared by an iron clamp, unable to advance an inch. He summoned his vital energy, yet regardless of how much strength he exerted, he could not budge Bai Xian. A cold glint flickered in Bai Xian's eyes. Gripping Xianyuan Ji's hand, he effortlessly hoisted him from the ground, tossing him overhead before sending him crashing back to the earth. With but a single move, the spectators gazed in astonishment at Bai Xian. None had anticipated that this seemingly gentle and refined youth possessed such formidable power. How had the 9th realm of body refinement become so feeble? A true genius, indeed. Xia Shuqing, observing from behind the monitor, was filled with admiration, a smile gracing her lips. Brother Xian is truly remarkable. Xia Xian's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. The application of such strength, the effortless mastery displayed, far surpassed the typical standards of body refinement. The emergence of Mu Yu had already been astonishing, and now Bai Xian added to the list. Yuan Ji's talent was already considered exceptional throughout the Great Xia, while Mu Yu, amidst the crowd, couldn't help but express his awe. Wow, Bai Xian is indeed extraordinary. The child of fortune is truly impressive. As Xianyuan Gu rose from the ground, still intent on continuing the fight, Xia Xian intervened, halting him. Beside him, Xia Shuqing exchanged meaningful glances with Bai Xian. This minor commotion quickly subsided, and Bai Xian retreated to a training area to commence his regimen. Spotting Mu Yu, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wishing to distance himself from him. Beep. Host successfully collected, vital energy 10 cards. Beep. Host successfully collected, vital energy 3 cards. Mu Yu made playful faces at Bai Xian, embarking on his collection endeavor for the evening. For hours slipped by in an instant. As Bai Xian rose to leave, Mu Yu promptly approached, wiping the sweat from his brow while also managing to collect some attribute bubbles. Observing Bai Xian's somewhat hurried demeanor, he chuckled. He truly is a good person. It seems he still requires 2 days to reach the 8th realm of body refinement. Upon returning home, Muyu took a shower before checking his GZ smartwatch. He found a staggering 99 messages from Qi and IU and, upon opening them, felt no inclination to respond. Subsequently, he sent a message to Zhao Luden. Sister Dan, I need to enter the Myriad Realms for the next week, so I may not be able to come. Zhao Luden's reply came swiftly. Dear brother, feel free to go. I will make arrangements for you. Next, he sent a message to his homeroom teacher. Ji Ba. Teacher Ji, I am preparing to enter the Myriad Realms and will not attend classes for the next week. The response arrived promptly. Received. Act according to your abilities, safety first. Taking a deep breath, Muyu centered himself, restoring his optimal state. As the clock struck 12, he silently recited. Enter the Myriad Realms. A familiar white light enveloped him, and after a moment of mild disorientation, he found himself within the vast space of the realms. Unlike his initial entry, which had been complex, akin to registering his identity in the Myriad Realms, this second entry was seamless, as he now possessed an established identity. A familiar voice resonated in his mind. Player, the first scoundrel of the Myriad Realms, greetings. You are now entering for the second time. With permissions for E and D level worlds unlocked. Would you like to enter a D level world? I wish to enter the D level world. Player, you have been assigned to the D level world. You will enter in 10 minutes. May you successfully complete your tasks. As he waited, Muyu perused the world rankings. He remained at the top of the E level with a perfect evaluation, now shared by several others. However, the lack of any entries in the D level world surprised him. Logically, strong players should not avoid it. Just as he pondered this, the voice returned. Player, to prevent powerful beings from wreaking havoc on lower level worlds, E and D level worlds are protected for novice players only. Players from C level and above are barred from entering lower worlds. Muyu quickly grasped the implications. Players from C level cannot access E and D levels, while those with B level access cannot enter C level worlds. Thus, it made sense that no one had yet achieved a perfect evaluation in the D level world. He still had a chance. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Muyu's figure vanished from the myriad space. The moment, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. He opened his eyes to a chill, damp atmosphere, tinged with the scents of mildew, cheap alcohol, and a faint whiff of blood. He found himself standing in a dim, narrow corridor, with creaking old floorboards beneath him and walls adorned with peeling dark red wallpaper, stained in various hues. Before him loomed a tavern, its lighting a muted yellow. The notification from the Myriad Realms echoed in his mind. Player, the first scoundrel of the Myriad Realms. World type, Strange Tales, rule-based. World level, D. Identity assignment. You are a traveler who has mistakenly wandered into the Blood-Red Tavern. Main mission, survive for 3 days within the tavern and uncover the true identity of the tavern's owner. Task duration, 72 hours. Task rewards, based on completion and rating. Warning, strictly adhere to the tavern's rules. Death here means true death. The D-level world. A realm of rules and strange tales. Muyu inhaled deeply, realizing he had entered a world he had enjoyed in his past life, filled with bizarre regulations. He pushed open the door to the Blood-Red Tavern, where ancient heavy metal music resonated. A scene of indulgence unfolded before him, with men and women dancing passionately on stage. Their features a blend of East and West. No one paid him any mind. The receptionist, with a somewhat stiff smile and a typical Western visage, greeted him. Welcome, sir. She pointed to a yellowed and tattered parchment at the front desk, upon which several lines were hastily scrawled. Blood-Red Tavern check-in instructions. 1. A deposit of 1 Blood Spring silver coin is required for check-in. 2. From midnight to 3 in the morning, please remain in your room, regardless of any sounds. Do not open the door or respond. 3. The tavern provides dining services, but do not inquire about the source of the meat. 4. Do not gaze towards the kitchen for more than 3 seconds. 5. Respect other guests. Do not disturb them without cause. 6. At midnight, the owner dislikes noise. A sinister smile crept across Muyu's face. This was rather intriguing. Chapter 15. Rules are meant to be broken. He casually chose a seat amid the restless crowd, where bubbles of energy floated at their feet. He approached the front desk to order a cocktail before wandering about, collecting the discarded bubbles from the patrons. Near a drunken man, he successfully gathered. Beep. Host successfully collected. Alcohol resistance 3. Beep. Host successfully collected. Cocktail crafting experience 5. Continuing to accumulate bubbles. He secured a dozen or so, mostly trivial attributes, none even related to life force. Frowning, he thought, this seems inconsistent with a D-level world. As he critiqued the situation, he discreetly collected every accessible bubble. Had he not feared missing out on something extraordinary, he might have given up on collecting altogether. Beep. Host has successfully acquired 30 experience points in marksmanship. Muyu gazed curiously at the figure from whom the bubble had fallen, a man clad in the attire of a Western cowboy reminiscent of films from a bygone era. He wore 2 revolvers at his waist. Upon sensing Muyu's gaze, The man turned around and flashed a grin. Eastern friend, care for a drink? Muyu recalled the fifth rule of the tavern. Do not disturb the patrons indiscriminately. What would happen if he disregarded the rules? A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. I don't drink. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The cowboy's countenance shifted, a sinister expression creeping over his otherwise human-like face. His features began to contort, as if something within him were struggling to break free. No drink. Then you shall drink. He slowly reached for his waist, his skin peeling away to reveal writhing, crimson muscle beneath. Witnessing this, Muyu delivered a powerful punch, obliterating the cowboy in one blow. The surrounding crowd erupted into applause, cheering, though their movements appeared somewhat stiff. They soon resumed their previous activities. Beep, the host has acquired a special memory. A rush of memories flooded Muyu's mind, fragments of the cowboy's past. His name was William, a sharpshooter in his small town. Renowned for his remarkable marksmanship, he had ventured into the Blood Tavern several years prior. The subsequent memories were shrouded in darkness. Muyu glanced once more at the 6 rules inscribed on the parchment at the front desk, a rebellious smile curling his lips. Abiding by the rules? How utterly mundane. Having already violated the 5th rule, it seemed that with his prowess in this D-grade world, aside from being cautious of the tavern's owner, he should face no issues. Muyu picked up the silver coins dropped by the cowboy and approached the front desk. Rule 1. A blood-spring silver coin is required as a deposit for lodging. He addressed the impeccably smiling Western attendant. I would like a room. The attendant extended his hand. Sir, the lodging fee is 1 blood-spring silver coin. Muyu shrugged. I have none. The attendant's smile remained unchanged. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but without a silver coin, we cannot proceed with your lodging. Muyu leaned closer, lowering his voice, yet maintaining a teasing expression. Do I look like a wealthy man to you? Either make an exception, or I shall create a commotion in this hall. I've heard your boss dislikes disturbances. The attendant's smile faltered for a moment, his murky eyes fixating on Muyu for several seconds. Then, he silently handed over a brass key. Sir, room 207, on the 2nd floor. Clearly, Muyu's unconventional approach had thrown him off balance. He waited, choosing not to ascend immediately, pondering what consequences might arise from breaking the rules. After a few minutes of waiting without any apparent repercussions, Muyu strode towards the 2nd floor and entered room 207. The room was rather ordinary, containing only a bed. As he reclined upon it, he suddenly sensed an eerie stillness enveloping him, and grotesque, writhing tendrils began to emerge from beneath the bed. The deceased cowboy materialized above him, his flesh hanging in tatters. Muscles liquefied, connected only by a thin strand of sinew. His eyeballs drooped ominously. Damn! Muyu was startled, the chaos indestructible scripture activating instinctively. His chaotic vitality surging forth as he sprang from the bed. Seizing the cowboy, he delivered another explosive punch. It's your fault for being ugly and trying to frighten me. Suddenly, the previously dim sky outside darkened swiftly. The ancient clock on the wall struck midnight. The moment the hour hand aligned, deafening heavy metal music abruptly ceased. All the revelers froze mid-motion, their gazes vacant as they returned to their rooms like marionettes. The hall fell into an eerie silence, save for the flickering flame of an oil lamp. The corridor outside the room plunged into darkness. Rising from the bed, Muyu stretched lazily and exited the room, humming a dissonant tune as he meandered through the darkened corridor. He had already breached the 2nd rule. Abruptly, he noticed a room 218, where all others were silent. Yet a faint light flickered within. He stepped inside to discover a stunningly beautiful woman asleep. Muyu quietly shut the door behind him. He then descended the stairs, where the attendant was arranging beverages. Bring me some wine and meat. The attendant maintained his smile, presenting Muyu with a bottle of rum and a plate of steak. The sizzling meat emanated a mouth-watering aroma. How was this meat sourced? Muyu inquired with a grin. The attendant's smile stiffened, the tavern's temperature dropping several degrees. Sir, please don't jest. It's merely ordinary steak. The attendant's voice grew hoarse. Who's joking? I want to know what kind of meat it is. Human flesh, perhaps? The attendant's expression turned rigid once more, remaining silent as he resumed his duties. The 3rd rule had also been violated. Curiosity piqued. Muyu decided he might as well break a few more rules. He headed toward the kitchen. Rule 4. Do not gaze into the kitchen for more than 3 seconds. Not only did he intend to gaze, but he also planned to investigate further. Pushing aside the kitchen curtain, Muyu's gaze sharpened as he beheld a grotesque sight composed of writhing flesh and organs. Ugh! Even Muyu's nerves recoiled at the sight, yet simultaneously, a powerful mental assault sought to invade his consciousness. At that moment, the chaos martial bones began to resonate, and the chaos indestructible scripture activated. A thunderous crack echoed in his mind, instantly shattering the mental onslaught. Muyu let out a cold chuckle. He then returned to the hall, drew his dragon coiling gun, and with a single arm, swung with a force of 80,000 kg. The gun discharged, embedding itself into the ground. Bang! The deafening sound roused the previously slumbering patrons. Yet, an inexplicable force soon lulled them back into slumber, plunging the space into silence once more. Muyu understood that this was the power of the tavern's owner. By now, He had transgressed all the rules. It seemed inevitable that the owner would soon intervene. He continued to fire, wreaking havoc upon the tavern's furnishings. Moments later, a creaking sound echoed through the silence. Muyu turned to see a heavy, dragging sound emerging from the kitchen. A towering, corpulent figure clad in a blood-stained butcher's apron and wielding a massive cleaver slowly emerged. It bore no face, only a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, gripping a cleaver meant for chopping meat. Simultaneously, another figure inexplicably appeared in the hall, a woman cradling a tattered rag doll, murmuring to herself. She gently patted the doll, as if soothing a crying child. Her eyes were devoid of whites. The drunken Uncle Muyu had first encountered crawled forth like a twisted hound. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Muyu. The doll in the woman's arms suddenly opened its wide mouth and lunged at him. Muyu smirked. These bizarre creatures were at most of the 4th or 5th stage of body tempering. He unleashed a punch, obliterating the doll. The woman emitted a piercing shriek, her form twisting grotesquely as she lunged at him with clawed hands. The butcher swung his knife, and the hound-like figure bared its fangs, all charging at Muyu. The dragon coiling gun in his hand shimmered with radiant golden patterns and subtle arcs of electricity as chaotic vitality erupted. Wandering Dragon. Chapter 16. The tavern owner's wife falls madly in love. If one child won't do, then let us have 8. Muyu roared, aiming the dragon coiling gun precisely at the woman's gnarled claws. The immense force and the annihilating power of thunder erupted instantaneously. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, her entire body igniting like dry grass, rapidly charred, disintegrating into fine ash. Immediately, Muyu's arm bulged with veins as he executed a sweeping motion with his coiling dragon spear. Bang! The butcher's cleaver was cleaved open, iron shards splattering into his flesh. Even the butcher's massive, corpulent body was sent flying. Dark crimson blood gushed forth. Only the last of the mandogs remained. Muyu activated the celestial steps, deftly evading the mandog's pounce. He was even too languid to utilize his firearm. His right fist clenched tightly. B-class martial skill, 7 kills, ancient fist. A punch thundered toward the mandog's head. Bang! The mandog's cranium exploded like a watermelon, its headless corpse twitching a couple of times before falling still. On the ground, 7 or 8 bubbles of various colors emerged. Ding! Host successfully collected, gaining 25 health cards. Ding! Host successfully collected, gaining 30 health cards. Obtained a hefty portion of malevolent chi. Hefty malevolent chi exerts a natural suppression on those of inferior strength. Ding! Host successfully collected, gaining 15 health cards. Ding! Muyu shook off the blood from the spear's tip and turned around. With a mocking gaze, he looked at the front desk attendant, who maintained a standard smile. Hey boss. Muyu grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites. Your subordinates are rather lackluster in strength. Why not come down and stretch those limbs a bit? The smile on the attendant's face gradually faded, replaced by an extreme coldness and resentment, her body distorting grotesquely. Her skin resembled melting wax, peeling away to reveal writhing scarlet flesh and bone beneath. Her head split open, transforming into a massive maw filled with jagged teeth. Her body swelled, extending several tentacles adorned with suckers and barbs. An overwhelming aura of malevolence, surpassing the body-forging realm and reaching the extraordinary tier, erupted, engulfing the entire tavern. Aunt, how did you discover my extraordinary status? Now this is interesting. Muyu felt the pressure, furrowing his brow, yet within him surged a greater fighting spirit. With a body at the pinnacle of the 7th realm of body forging, combined with SSS-level techniques and talents, he could engage in battle. It was quite simple to discover you. 6 rules, and you are the only one who failed to abide by them. The monster wielded its tentacles while simultaneously spewing forth dense black energy. Its speed was astonishing, covering an extensive area. Celestial steps. Muyu moved like a wraith, narrowly evading the onslaught. The floor beneath him was crushed into deep pits by the tentacles, and the areas tainted by black energy hissed ominously. The monster's tentacles showed no signs of halting, lunging at Muyu once more. Muyu grasped his coiling dragon spear. Soaring dragon. Bang! The coiling dragon spear collided with the tentacle. Muyu did not take a step back. A look of elation graced his face. Its strength pales in comparison to mine. His body erupted with chaotic chi, arcs of lightning flickering as the spear tip struck the tentacle, leaving a deep pit. The monster recoiled in pain, stumbling back several paces. A prime opportunity. Muyu seized a gap. Purple cataclysmic finger. A concentrated, 20-centimeter-long purple finger crackled with electricity. It shot forth, striking the monster's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, a gaping wound appeared, and the lightning arc did not dissipate, continually corroding the monster's flesh. The creature let out a pained howl. Muyu felt invigorated. His chi was inflicting substantial damage on the monster, virtually overwhelming its energy. Otherwise, the extraordinary realm would not be so fragile. Though the monster possessed a higher realm, its demonized form rendered it lacking in intellect, relying predominantly on instinct and a singular attack pattern. In a life-and-death battle, every flaw would be magnified infinitely. For Muyu, this represented the greatest opportunity. The more he fought, the stronger his combat awareness became, surpassing his own expectations. He detected an enormous opening and unleashed his full power. The coiling dragon spear, infused with a concentrated arc of lightning, pierced through the monster's head like a meteor, entering through its gaping maw. The monster could not even emit a whimper. Its head exploded, and its massive body convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, dissolving into a puddle of black sludge. Subsequently, several bubbles of various colors and sizes emerged on the ground. Muyu stepped upon them, crushing all the bubbles beneath his feet. Ding! Host successfully collected, gaining 100 health cards and obtaining a special material, distorted bone. Distorted bone, exceedingly hard. As 100 health cards flowed into his body, Muyu's vitality surged, propelling him to the 8th realm of body forging. Just as he slain the monster, the entire blood-red tavern trembled violently, the filth on the walls rapidly receding. The cold, sinister aura dissipated like a tide. The dim lighting transformed into a bright warmth, and the bizarre decorations reverted to that of an ordinary tavern. The guests upstairs gradually awoke. Simultaneously, a soft glow emanated from room 218 on the second floor. Muyu ascended to the second floor, for his task remained unfinished, to uncover the true identity of the owner. If his conjectures were correct, that enchanting woman should be the proprietor. Upon reaching the second floor, the bewildered guests hurriedly descended. Room 218 on the second floor. Muyu looked up to see the alluring matron he had encountered earlier, just as she opened the door. At that moment, she had awakened, exuding an air of regal grace, her eyes clear and imbued with gratitude. "Young traveler, thank you," the beautiful matron spoke, her voice soft and melodious. "Thank you for slaying my former husband, allowing me to find liberation." Muyu nodded. "Boss, may I inquire about your true identity?" The matron replied gently. "I was once the proprietress of this blood-red tavern, Margaret. Many years ago, I met my former husband, Monty. He was not particularly handsome, but loved me dearly. We fell in love swiftly and wed. However, I later discovered his significant flaw, an overwhelming desire for control, insisting that everyone adhere to his whims. Eventually, Monty seemed to become possessed, abandoning me. When he returned, he transformed me into a sleeping beauty and turned my blood-red tavern into an evil establishment. Though I lay in slumber, I was aware of everything. Thank you, handsome guest." Suddenly, her complexion flushed. "You saved me. In the East, we have a saying, a young woman has nothing to offer but her body. If you do not mind, I am willing to bear your children. One is insufficient, so how about 8? Muyu, feeling a wave of awkwardness, thought to himself, well, this is quite the turn of events. Love at first sight, indeed, driven by physical attraction, perhaps inspired by his youth and charm, as well as his unceasing vitality. He smiled faintly. "Madam, I appreciate your affection. However, I am a wandering traveler who cherishes freedom and abhors constraints. I wish you find someone to accompany you for the rest of your life." Margaret's face displayed evident disappointment. "Very well." She then extended her hand, removing a multicolored gemstone that hung around her neck. "Young guest, this is a protective gemstone that has accompanied me for many years. It will bring you good fortune." Muyu accepted her gift with an apologetic smile. He then pushed open the door, stepping into the dawn. His figure gradually vanished into the golden sunset. Chapter 17. Another perfect evaluation, generous rewards. As Muyu's silhouette faded beyond the blood-red tavern into the sunset, the familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him. And in the next moment, he found himself back in the pristine white realm of the Myriad Worlds. That voice resonated. D-Class World Blood-Red Tavern Task Settlement complete. Main quest completion, 150. Task duration, approximately 3 hours. Overall performance assessment, perfectly exquisite. Reward, 2,000 celestial points, the ability to bring back all items obtained in the task world. Triggering a super perfect reward, 1 body evolution, and a special privilege of multiverse protection, can negate a fatal injury once within the multiverse space. For achieving a super perfect rating in a D-level world for the first time, the title Curse Slayer is awarded, greatly enhances resistance to curses and bizarre worlds. Note: congratulations to the player's celestial first scoundrel for becoming the first in human history to receive a super perfect evaluation in a D-level world. An announcement to the entire server will follow. The grand announcement resonated once more, capturing the attention of players throughout the multiverse space, particularly in player group 1000, where they eagerly tagged Muyu. "Wow, another super perfect rating, incredible. Master, is the strategy for the D-level world for sale? I'll pay a high price." Muyu's thoughts were entirely consumed by the multiverse protection privilege. Although not as direct as the initial reward, it essentially granted him an additional life. A treasure surpassing any equipment. It would certainly provide substantial comfort during his ventures in high-level worlds. He glanced at the colorful gemstone gifted by Margaret in his hand. Heart of Margaret, special item. Effect: Luck 5. The wearer can slightly enhance their charm, making it easier to gain favor. Note: a sincere blessing from a lady rescued. May good fortune be with you. Luck 5. A splendid item. Muyu, with a sense of delight, fastened the gemstone around his wrist. While it may not directly augment combat prowess, Luck is an unpredictable attribute. Often, it is just a fraction that can tip the scales, perhaps due to insufficient fortune. Subsequently, he retrieved the Bone of Distortion. Bone of Distortion, special item. Effect, can be fused into weapons, up to C level, can indefinitely elevate one level. Muyu's expression brightened as he took out the Dragon Spiral Spear and the luminescent Bone of Distortion. When the two drew near, the Bone of Distortion melted like milk, adhering to the Dragon Spiral Spear, swiftly merging into it. The golden patterns on the spear's surface deepened and sharpened, transforming it into a C-level weapon. Muyu casually swung it, feeling quite pleased with the result. With 2,000 celestial points at his disposal, he prioritized enhancing his strength. He purchased 10 blood chi pills from the multiverse space. Each pill could provide him with over 80 calories of blood energy. After collecting the bubbles from the 10 pills, he increased his blood energy by 1,000 calories. His physical cultivation realm once again broke through, reaching the 9th level of body refinement. I shall use the opportunity for body evolution. As he spoke, a surge of energy flowed into his body, lasting over 20 seconds, twice as long as the initial experience. The most immediate sensation was a newfound lightness, with blood energy circulating rapidly, though the greater benefits would surely manifest in the future. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired of the multiverse space. Having achieved a super-perfect evaluation, am I still unable to unlock C-level world privileges? After a brief pause, a voice responded, at least 2 super-perfect evaluations are required. Returning to his thoughts, he willed himself back. A flash of white light engulfing him as Muyu found himself in his modest abode. It was merely 4 or 5 in the morning. The sky still cloaked in gray. The passage of time in the multiverse space was akin to that of the Blue Star world, but home felt so much more reassuring. Stretching his limbs, he reveled in the surging power of his 9th level of body refinement, his spirits soaring. An elevation in strength was truly exhilarating. Habitually, he opened the system panel to examine the specific changes in his attributes. System, Infinite Attribute Acquisition System. Host, Muyu. Realm, 9th level of body refinement. Strength, 95,000 kg. Blood energy, 5,400 calories. Chaotic blood energy. Talent, Chaotic Martial Bone, SSS level. Deceiving God, B level. Unmoving Buddha B level. Supreme Immortal Bone Remnant, E level. Techniques, Chaotic Immortal Sutra, SSS level. 8 Hells Buddha Body S level. Hao Yin Yang Method, A level. Martial skills, Purple Catastrophe Thunder Finger, A level. Soaring Dragon, A level. 7 Kill Ancient Fist, B level. Celestial Ascend 9 Steps, A level. Weapon, Dragon Spiral Spear, C level. Blank Attribute Points, 600. Special privilege of multiverse protection is limited to the multiverse space. Gazing at his attribute panel, Muyu felt quite satisfied. Oh, the true limit of body refinement lies at the 10th level. I am not far from that pinnacle. Once I break through to the extraordinary, I shall endeavor to tackle the tasks of the C-level world. He then made his way to the bathroom, indulging in a refreshing shower. Hours passed, and the dawn began to illuminate the sky, the rosy hues of the sunrise appearing. Around 6 o'clock, Muyu rose from his bed. At that moment, his smart wristwatch chimed incessantly. Upon checking, he found messages from Qi and Iu and Su Jianlu. Among them, Qi and Iu's message was marked with 99. Qi and Iu, are you awake? Qi and Iu, I have a surprise to tell you. I've moved. Guess where I've relocated? Smirking. Qi and Iu. Picture. Qi and Iu, tada. Right next door to you. We are neighbors now, surprise or not. Upon opening the picture, Muyu was stunned to see the corridor of the old residential building in which he lived, situated directly opposite his own home. Muyu. He nearly choked on his own breath. What was happening? Qi and Iu had moved in next door? He opened his door to discover that the door across from his had been completely renovated, looking brand new. A shiver ran down his spine. This girl was excessively enthusiastic. Her intentions unclear, and now she had become his neighbor. Would he ever find peace? He hastily replied to Qi and Iu. Muyu. Qi, why did you move here? The environment is rather ordinary, not befitting of you. The response was almost instantaneous. Qi and Iu, because it's close to school. And you're here, right? Shot. Qi and Iu, I'm glad you're awake. I'll come over to play soon, and I've brought you some delicious treats. Wait for me. Heart. Muyu looked at his smart wristwatch, his lips twitching. Am I being attached to? Could it be that my elusive charm has transformed into a teenage girl's obsession? Imagine this. A beautiful girl, upon first meeting, immediately expresses her affection for you and clings to you relentlessly. Most men would undoubtedly take the bait, eager for a taste. Yet he was destined to become a god. How could he be so easily deceived? Though he outwardly scoffed, he remained vigilant inwardly. Like Su Jianlu, Qi and Iu exhibited no bubbles, and her behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Ah well, what is meant to be will be. Muyu sat up, thinking it was precisely within his line of sight, which would facilitate his observation of her true intentions. He then clicked on Su Jianlu's message, where she had sent him a photo, a screenshot of a news article. It has been reported that an unknown evil force frequently disguises itself as a beauty, luring unsuspecting young men, draining them, feasting upon their flesh, and drinking their blood. If a solitary man discovers a pie falling from the sky, he must promptly contact the town marshal office. Remember, a pie will never fall from the sky. Whether it's love at first sight or... Muyu paused, surprised to find such news. He immediately searched online, and, lo and behold, it was indeed a recent report. Could it be that Chi Niu is the witch mentioned in the article? Am I being targeted? He quickly sent a message to Su Jianlu. Thank you, Su. Just then, a light knock echoed from outside, accompanied by Chi Niu's sultry voice. Muyu, are you home? I'm here to see you. Open the door quickly. Muyu let out a sigh, composed himself, and made his way towards the door. Chapter 18, The Allure of Pink. Just as he was about to open the door, Muyu took a deep breath. Outside stood Chi Niu, radiantly vibrant. She was not clad in her school uniform, but rather adorned in a perfectly fitting lace nightgown that accentuated her stunning curves, holding a plate of buns in her hands. Upon seeing Muyu, her eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons. Yu, good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? I made these for you. Do give them a try. She extended the plate towards him, the delightful aroma enveloping Muyu's senses. Accidentally glimpsing through the lace, he caught sight of her breathtaking décolletage, causing a rush of blood to surge through him. He accepted the plate, took a bun, and his eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, Chi. These are absolutely delicious. Chi and I pouted playfully and laughed. Yu, let us walk to school together, and after class, I have so much to share with you. Muyu felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Her enthusiasm was indeed overwhelming. Chi, I'm afraid I might not be able to. I have a part-time job at the martial arts studio tonight, so I want to be able to accompany you. Then I shall work part-time at the martial arts studio too, Chi and Niu declared without hesitation. Why? Muyu instinctively asked. Chi and Niu fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes revealing an unabashed possessiveness. Because I like you. Muyu, if someone can so easily declare their affection, it surely cannot be genuine. Clearing his throat, he added. Ahem, Chi, class is about to start, you should go and change. His eyes couldn't help but sneak another glance at her astonishing curves. Chi and Niu laughed heartily. Muyu, you are simply adorable. If it were possible, I could make it happen. Though she left the latter part unsaid, her gaze fell upon her own alluring figure. Together with Chi and Niu, Muyu arrived at school. He urged her to head to the classroom, but she insisted on staying by his side. Had there been such a beauty pursuing him in his past life, he would have surely been ensnared by now. Unfortunately, this world was different. Shortly after, Qingdi arrived at the school gate. Upon spotting Chi and Niu, he gave Muyu a knowing look, ignoring his insufferable expression. Muyu began his routine of collecting energy. However, after a few minutes of gathering, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied, as his cultivation reached the 9th realm of body refinement. The energy he could gather from his classmates had noticeably diminished. 01 card, 02 card. Ding ding ding. Jiba entered the classroom with a solemn expression. Classmates, your seniors should be arriving at our school shortly, so be prepared. Additionally, do not forget about venturing into the Myriad Worlds, especially those from ordinary backgrounds like Yuchi. Let us learn from the first scoundrel of the worlds. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Muyu, surprise evident on his face. Wasn't he this kid supposed to be off completing the tasks of the Myriad Realms? Has he not left yet? Upon mentioning the first scoundrel of the worlds, the classmates erupted into chatter. Listening to their praise, Muyu felt a bit bashful. After class, Muyu leaned in to observe Su Jianlu. Noticing that her blemishes had an oddly endearing quality. I really want to squeeze them. Su Jianlu turned her head. Did you see the news? Muyu nodded. I did, but with my looks, I might truly attract attention. Seeing Muyu stroking his chin in thought, a look of fear on his face, Su Jianlu rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, Chi and Niu approached Muyu and stood silently beside him, casting a fleeting glance at Su Jianlu. Qingdi attempted to interject, but found no suitable opportunity. Time swiftly passed to 11:40 in the evening. Muyu emerged from the Wuwang Martial Arts Society. Phew. I am on the brink of breaking through to the ultimate realm of body refinement. In 4 to 5 days, it should be achievable. He walked alone on his way home, deliberately avoiding taking a taxi for the sake of practicing his Tianqing 9 steps. The night had deepened, streetlights dimmed, and the streets were deserted. Today, he intentionally took a more circuitous route. As he passed by an alleyway, his steps halted. A figure caught his attention, a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in extraordinarily vibrant colors. To put it in the terms of his past life, she was dressed in a dopamine-inducing fashion. Crouching by the roadside, her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were weeping. Hearing his footsteps, she lifted her head, appearing youthful and strikingly beautiful. Her features rendered particularly pitiful under the warm glow of the streetlight. Ordinarily, Muyu might have lingered a moment longer, but any fool could recognize the danger of a delicate girl alone at such an hour. He recalled the news Su Jianlu had shared and instantly felt a surge of caution. No way could this unfortunate child encounter trouble. Without hesitation, he prepared to approach her. Wu, please help me. The girl called out to him, her voice laced with tears. I'm lost and I twisted my ankle. Could you take me home? Muyu, without a moment's pause, stepped forward, for he had noticed a deep purple energy bubble. Where's your home? He asked nonchalantly, taking her hand and grasping the energy bubble. Ding. Successful energy collection, mental strength 100. In an instant, Muyu felt a clarity wash over his mind, as though something was about to be born. It's just ahead, the girl pointed in a direction. She struggled to stand but was unable, her skirt lifting to reveal a glimpse of her fair thighs and a tantalizing area that invited exploration. Yet, Muyu stood his ground, a gentle smile gracing his face. Little one, it's quite dangerous to be out here alone at this hour. Allow me to call the town defense bureau. They are far more professional. As he spoke, he raised his wrist to operate his intelligent wristwatch. The girl's expression shifted dramatically, her previously pitiful demeanor receding like a tide. In its place emerged an eerie calmness. That gaze made Muyu recall the unsettling feeling of being watched he had experienced that night. Good heavens, so she had long been observing him. He had mistakenly thought it was Chi and Iu. It appeared he had misjudged her. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he suddenly felt an invisible force invade his mind. This force was imbued with a strong allure. Muyu sensed his consciousness blurring, as if he were being dragged into an abyss. At that critical moment, the heart of Marguerite, on his wrist, emitted a faint warmth. A refreshing sensation surged into his brain, while the chaotic martial bones within him began to resonate. The chaotic scripture activating autonomously, energy surging within him. Muyu's gaze regained its clarity, and he threw a punch. In an instant, he created distance between himself and the girl. To an outsider, his earlier dizziness and momentary stillness may have seemed fleeting. However, the girl clearly understood what had transpired. Her face a mask of astonishment. Interesting, I have observed you for so long and finally found a worthy seed. After years of being deemed worthless, your strength has surged in such a short time. Based on your recent performances, I cannot believe your claims of hidden prowess. Muyu furrowed his brows. Who are you? The girl laughed heartily. I am from a great place. Join us, and you shall uncover everything. Muyu realized that this night would not end without conflict. He activated his Tianqing 9 steps and unleashed another punch. The girl reacted swiftly, seemingly nonchalant as she raised her hand in response to his blow. An invisible force crashed down upon him, not physical, but mental. Muyu felt as though he had collided with a wall of alloy. The immense recoil sending him staggering back several steps, his energy surging tumultuously. It seemed her talent lay in the realm of the mind. No wonder she had amassed such a wealth of mental energy. Before Muyu could express his astonishment, the woman's figure swiftly appeared before him, demonstrating a power that had reached the late stage of the extraordinary. I had hoped to lead you to enlightenment and ecstasy, but since you were so obstinate. Her voice took on an authoritative tone, echoing with resonance. Then let me show you the truth of unity through suffering. She made no exaggerated movements, merely gesturing towards Muyu from a distance. In an instant, he felt the air surrounding him thicken and weigh heavily, as if he were sinking into a quagmire, rendering movement exceedingly arduous. Almost immediately, an invisible force began to compress him from all sides, threatening to crush him. His spirit was likewise ensnared. This was the second time he sensed the imminent threat of death. Chaos, grant me your power, Muyu bellowed, unleashing the full force of his essence from the 9th realm of body refinement. A pale golden aura of chaotic energy surging forth, momentarily freeing him from his constraints. Purple catastrophe lightning finger, heavenly ascendancy steps, wandering dragon. With all his might, Muyu thrust his spear forward, pointing with a finger. The woman appeared somewhat taken aback, countering with a punch. Bang! The tremendous shockwave forced her to stagger back a few steps, while Muyu was propelled dozens of meters before regaining his footing. The disparity was overwhelming. Muyu felt a surge of foreboding. She was at least at the 8th tier of the extraordinary realm, an insurmountable chasm for him at present. That previous attack had been his most formidable strike. Oh, you managed to break free from my restraints? A glimmer of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. Your foundation is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you were marked. Marked? Muyu seized upon this key term. What did she mean by being marked? The woman ceased her idle chatter, her form flickering as she appeared before Muyu like a specter, her speed nothing short of astonishing. A pale hand floated towards his chest, within which a minuscule black hole, capable of devouring all, spun ominously. That inexplicable mental force pierced toward his head like a needle. It's over. Her cold voice heralded the conclusion. A flicker of unwillingness ignited in Muyu's eyes as the essence within him ignited fiercely. In the midst of battle, he could not access the myriad realms of space. The chaotic energy within him surged forth uncontrollably. Purple catastrophe lightning finger. The finger collided with her palm. Bang. Chapter 19. You may call me Brother Dao, the devouring realm. A resounding crash echoed. Muyu felt as though he had been struck head-on by a hammer weighing 10,000 pounds. The ferocious force coursed through his arm and engulfed his entire being. A metallic taste filled his mouth as blood trickled from the corner. His body flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily onto the ground several dozen meters away, raising a cloud of dust. He lay there, motionless, his breath rapidly waning, life signs dwindling to the brink. As if he had truly run out of vitality, the woman stepped back a few paces, releasing her power. She regarded Muyu's lifeless form with indifference, her eyes devoid of emotion. as though she had merely crushed an insignificant insect. What a pity for such a decent vessel and talent, alas. If it cannot serve my purposes, it is but refuse, and refuse must be cleansed. She murmured softly, stepping forward to ensure the complete obliteration of Mu Yu's corpse. Just as she raised her hand, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Mu Yu's eyes suddenly sprang open, blazing with intensity. You vile witch, even in death, you seek to desecrate my corpse? You are truly a venomous harpy. The residual chaotic energy within him blazed fiercely, all funneled into the dragon spear. This was his final opportunity, aimed directly at the woman's heart. The woman hesitated, clearly unprepared for Mu Yu's feigned demise. Even her mental faculties could not ascertain the truth immediately. Boom. The C-class dragon spear pierced through the hastily erected barrier of her essence, the spearhead slicing through her arm, sending forth a spray of crimson. Meanwhile, Mu Yu was struck away by her palm, crashing to the ground, coughing up blood mixed with internal fragments. Damn. Am I truly about to die? To be honest, he did not wish to perish. The woman showed no mercy, retrieving the dragon spear from the ground and hurling it at Mu Yu. He kept his eyes open. Even in death, he desired to depart with a semblance of grace. In his next life, he hoped to be reborn as a handsome man. Suddenly, a sword broader than a door descended from above, intercepting the incoming dragon spear. After a shower of sparks, the spear was violently sent flying 100 meters away, embedding itself in the earth. The sword landed before Mu Yu, engulfed in blazing flames. A clear yet somewhat domineering voice resonated like thunder. You blind fool, do you truly believe this realm is your personal playground? Before the voice faded, a petite figure instantaneously materialized between Mu Yu and the woman. The newcomer stood no taller than 5 feet. Her sleek ponytail and form-fitting black attire accentuating her delicate yet fiercely wild features. The girl reached down, grasping the enormous sword from the ground, leveling it at the strange woman. Upon seeing this sword-wielding girl, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation and even fear. Without hesitation, she turned to flee with astonishing speed. But in the next moment, numerous gigantic sword portals erupted around her, enclosing her within. The colossal sword portals spun and swiftly converged. Once the battle was resolved, the sprightly girl clapped her hands. All done. Only then did she turn to face the disheveled Mu Yu. Kid, you're quite resilient. To endure this long against a late-stage extraordinary being in the body refinement realm and even injure her, you possess some merit. Mu Yu's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The one who sought his life had been so easily dispatched. The woman before him was someone he could not hope to contend with. He stood up. Aside from a slight ache, he felt no other discomfort. It dawned on him just how formidable his recovery capabilities were. Such grievous wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Thank you, fair lady, for your timely rescue. He bowed in gratitude. Fair lady? The girl raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with this designation, and patted her flat chest. No need for thanks. Since I laid eyes upon them, I shall not allow such scum to persist. What is your name, kid? Why have you crossed paths with the devouring realm? Those lunatics follow no discernible pattern. Mu Yu answered earnestly. I am Mu Yu. May I ask how to address you? My surname is Dao. My given name is Xiao Xiao. In the martial world, I am known as Brother Dao. Mu Yu involuntarily twitched at the corner of his mouth, gazing at the girl before him, who was half a head shorter than he. Her exquisite features juxtaposed with her insistence on being called brother. Particularly peculiar was the sword she bore, broader than she was tall, making her appearance all the more eccentric. When had so many strangers arrived in Xianqing? Dao Dao, you mean Brother Dao. Dao Xiao Xiao shot him a glare. Mu Yu quickly corrected himself, hastily inquiring, Brother Dao? What was that woman about? And what exactly is this devouring realm? Why are they fixated on me? Also, what did she mean by I was marked? Dao Xiao Xiao's expression became slightly more serious at his words, as she kicked a stone at her feet and replied. The devouring realm is merely a collective of deluded madmen. They believe the current disarray of the myriad realms is erroneous, constantly scheming to unify all worlds and achieve their so-called ultimate order and oneness. As for why they have fixated on you, she scrutinized Mu Yu from head to toe. It seems you possess significant talent. They delight in subtly altering the minds of many gifted individuals, steering them towards becoming powerful humans, leaders of humanity, as this aligns with their objectives. A chill ran down Mu Yu's spine as he recalled how his strength had surged after acquiring the system, transforming from a worthless being into a genius. Even if he seldom acted, he had drawn their attention. It indicated that his anomalies had long been noted by that group. Yet, the mention of being marked left him feeling uneasy, a nagging sense that it was not as simple as Dao Xiao Xiao portrayed. However, he could not articulate why he felt this way. Brother Dao, if what you say is true, then surely those gifted individuals are all susceptible to influence? Dao Xiao Xiao nodded affirmatively. However, that group of entities is not so formidable now. They must hasten to enhance their prowess. Mu Yu once again expressed his gratitude to Dao Xiao Xiao. Dao Xiao Xiao chuckled, revealing her small tiger teeth, her expression laced with a hint of mischief. I just arrived and have no place to stay, nor any money. Might you lend me a bit? or allow me to stay at your home for a few days. Muyu couldn't help but smile. It seemed even such a master had moments of dire need. With her presence, if Chi and I were to pose any danger to him, he could count on her for salvation. She was indeed a pillar of support. He must cling to her. Ahem, Dao Yi, my home is quite small, just myself, not very spacious, but it can accommodate 2 people. Stay as long as you wish. Dao Xiao grinned in delight. That's wonderful. She hesitated slightly before asking, is there anything to eat? I haven't had a meal in several days. Yes. I shall prepare something for you. Dao Yi, it will be plentiful. Dao Xiao tiptoed and patted Muyu's shoulder approvingly. Well done. They passed by the site of a woman's demise. Muyu crushed the 2 bubbles on the ground underfoot. Ding. Host has successfully picked up an A-class talent, mental confinement. Ding. Host has successfully picked up mental power, 100. Ding. Host has successfully picked up vitality, 100. Dao Xiao noticed the changes in Muyu and turned her head to glance at him curiously. Chapter 20. The small have big appetites. Only by relying on oneself is one's future assured. Half an hour later, Muyu returned to his modest 30-square-meter home with Dao Xiao. At the staircase, he casually glanced at Chi and Yu's room. The lights were off, indicating she was not home. He thought little of it. Upon entering, Dao Xiao unceremoniously plopped down onto the sofa, leaning her exaggeratedly large sword against the wall with a resounding thud, gazing expectantly at Muyu. Where's the food? I'm starving. Muyu found her eager expression both amusing and slightly pitiful. Please wait a moment. Dao Yi, I will prepare it right away. He squeezed into the cramped kitchen and began his culinary endeavors. The pantry was rather sparse, containing mainly noodles, eggs, and frozen meats. He decided to boil all the remaining noodles, cracked a dozen eggs, and steamed the many packs of frozen dumplings and buns from the refrigerator, finishing with a large pot of braised pork with preserved vegetables. As he emerged from the kitchen with a substantial pot of food, Dao Xiao's eyes lit up instantly, and she pounced on the meal like a famished wolf. The scene that followed left Muyu utterly astonished. Dao Xiao devoured the food with astonishing speed. A large bowl of noodles vanished in mere bites. She consumed eggs one after another, hardly pausing to chew, and devoured the meat buns and dumplings as if they were mere morsels. Her cheeks bulged as she mumbled, so delicious. Is there more? Muyu quietly returned to the kitchen. Good heavens, how long has she been starving? He brought out the last few packs of instant noodles. Dao Xiao, slightly embarrassed, asked, are you hungry? Muyu shook his head. Hearing this, Dao Xiao transformed into an eating machine once more. Goodness, in my past life, with such an appetite, she could easily become an internet celebrity. Ultimately, Dao Xiao single-handedly consumed nearly a week's worth of Muyu's supplies. She contentedly patted her still flat belly, burped loudly, and slumped into the chair. Ah, I finally feel alive again. Kid, your culinary skills are commendable. From now on, the meals will be your responsibility. Muyu gazed at the empty refrigerator and kitchen, his lips twitching. Dao Yi, are you full now? As long as I enjoyed it, that's what matters. Dao Xiao replied, her words slightly muffled. I'm only half full, but I shall make do. Muyu felt as though he had unwittingly acquired an ancestor. The next morning, Muyu awoke early from the sofa and entered the bathroom. He glanced at Dao Xiao, who was sprawled in his room, sleeping in a rather adorable manner. After finishing his morning routine, he placed his modest savings, a few hundred summer coins, on the table before stepping outside. Chi and Yu was waiting promptly at the door, greeting him with a sweet smile. Yu, good morning. And Yu, good morning. The two sat on the bus, the morning sunlight streaming through the windows, casting a warm glow upon them, creating a picturesque scene. A few other passengers in the bus turned their heads, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Muyu turned to Chi and Yu, her complexion as flawless as jade, and asked, from which part of the great summer have you come? Chi and Yu smiled coyly. That's a secret I'll share with you later. The school bell rang, and Jiba walked onto the podium, his face beaming with excitement. Students, I have good news for you. Your senior sister has arrived in Yang City and will be coming to school at 10 o'clock today. After this class, everyone will gather on the school playground. Muyu felt a surge of excitement. Aside from a few immortal imperial clans, the Great Summer was much like the imperial clan he had resided in during his childhood. The 10 major forces publicly recognized were the 10 immortal academies, nurturing the pillars of martial arts for the Great Summer. Jiba continued. Your senior sister hails from one of the Great Summer's 10 immortal academies, the Xing Tian Academy. This brought to mind a knowledge point from their literature exam. Muyu, could you elaborate on the layout of the Great Summer and its 10 immortal academies? Muyu stood up confidently. He had no qualms about the theoretical knowledge. The Great Summer consists of 10 imperial cities, 36 royal cities, 108 earth cities, and 360 affiliated small cities. Xia City is one of those 360 affiliated small cities, under one of the earth cities, the ancient path Earth City. Each imperial city houses an immortal academy. What does immortal mean? It signifies everlasting legacy. Every student of the Great Summer aspires to enter one of the 10 immortal academies. The 10 immortal academies are Qingqiu Academy, Kuan Peng Academy, Zhulong Academy, Tiangong Academy, Lei Di Academy, Xing Tian Academy, Guai Su Academy, Buzhou Academy, Koan Luan Academy, and Hong Ming Academy. Upon finishing, the entire class erupted in applause. Qing Di gave a thumbs up. Brother Yu, you're amazing. Jiba gestured for Mu Yu to sit. He then continued. Mu Yu has consistently ranked first in theoretical knowledge at our school. That was very well articulated. I would like to add a point. Your senior sister has been admitted to the Xing Tian Academy. The philosophy of Xing Tian Academy is the dance of the axe and halberd, fierce aspirations forever, and indomitable battle intent. Its specialty lies in the mastery of combat intent and relentless martial techniques, fostering an exceptionally fierce martial spirit and a love for combat. Your senior sister is quite unique. You will be pleasantly surprised when she arrives. Work hard. If you become a mid to late stage martial artist before the martial arts examination or possess an S-class or higher martial talent, the probability of success is quite high. If you have both, you will surely become a future powerhouse. The class concluded swiftly, and everyone made their way to the playground. Qing Di draped an arm around Mu Yu's shoulders. Brother Yu, do you think that senior sister will be a muscular beast, a sort of masculine Tyrannosaurus? Mu Yu pondered for a moment. It's possible. Su Jian Lu and Qi Niu walked at the back of the line, engaged in conversation, creating a harmonious scene. On the playground, discussions erupted among the students. They were quite curious about their senior sister. Principal Ci stepped onto the podium, speaking warmly. Students, today we are fortunate to have your senior sister come to motivate you for the martial examination. Only you in all of Xia City have this privilege. The applause was thunderous. After a fervent round of applause, a figure ascended the podium, clad in a sleek black combat outfit. With a tidy ponytail and a sword larger than a door panel on her back, it was none other than Dao Xiao. What the heck? Mu Yu exclaimed in surprise. Qing Di was taken aback. Brother Yu, do you have a crush on this type of senior sister? I must admit, I do too. Numerous students gazed at Dao Xiao's petite stature juxtaposed with her exaggerated sword, their expressions brimming with admiration and curiosity. Dao Xiao did not use a microphone. The voice resonated throughout the entire playground. Greetings, junior brothers and sisters, I am Dao Xiao. Here to engage you in a discussion about the topics that pique your interest the most. The Immortal Academy is not as unreachable as it may seem, of course. A touch of talent and a sprinkle of luck are essential. Should you find yourself unable to enter, attending one of the subordinate academies can equally lead you to become a formidable warrior. As we approach the final stretch before the martial examination, it is imperative to consume high-energy foods, refine your physique, and enhance your vitality. Do not be tempted by shortcuts. For most of you lack the capital to pursue such paths. Reliance on oneself is the only eternal truth. Chapter 21. Reaping the benefits of the multiverse. 20 minutes later. Train diligently. I will be waiting for you at the Xingtian Academy. With this remark, Dao Xiao concluded, and the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Mu Yu felt a surge of emotion. He understood Dao Xiao's theories. They resonated with the true scholars who hail from humble beginnings. Much like the myriad videos from his past life, where a significant portion of the comments were from those who could not fathom the struggles. Comprehension is reserved for those who have endured similar experiences. Those unacquainted with such trials often voice mindless opinions. After finishing her speech, Dao Xiao exited the stage. Principal Ci announced the dismissal, and everyone returned to their respective classrooms. On his way back to class, Mu Yu noticed Bai Xian meandering slowly, lost in thought. He jogged over and gave him a light pat. Ding. Host has successfully acquired 25 vitality points. Ding. Host has successfully acquired 150 blank attribute points. Bai Xian turned around, remaining silent, instead glancing at Su Jianlu and Qi Niu behind him, offering a faint smile. Mu brother. The appearance of no one is not without reason. With that, he playfully slapped Mu Yu and walked away. Mu Yu was left bewildered, sensing that there was more to the conversation than met the eye. In class 20, all students were present. Jiba entered the classroom, accompanied by Dao Xiao. She placed her colossal sword on the ground, clapped her hands, and revealed her small tiger teeth. Greetings, junior brothers and sisters, please settle down. Can you guess who my homeroom teacher was 3 years ago? Haha, it was none other than Teacher Jiba. Clearing her throat, she continued. I will be residing in Summer City for a while, and I will occasionally come to impart some wisdom. Today, I shall discuss something fundamental yet easily overlooked. First, what is vitality? Who would like to answer? Her charming gaze landed on Mu Yu. Junior Mu Yu, please share your thoughts. Everyone turned their attention to him. Filled with questions, when had he become acquainted with the senior sister? Mu Yu stood up, having pondered the question, and spoke clearly. Vitality is the essence of our bodily muscles, which absorb energy to strengthen ourselves and nourish our blood. This enables our bodies to withstand greater energy and become stronger. Dao Xiao nodded. Well said, that is essentially correct. The textbooks state that vitality is the embodiment of life energy and the foundation of martial arts, which is true. But it is too vague. Let me provide you with an analogy. Our vitality is akin to construction materials, as it determines the strength of a building. The body refinement realm involves repeatedly hammering this material to construct your physical form, your house. The higher the quality of your vitality, the sturdier your house, and the higher the potential for future expansion. Therefore, strive to refine your vitality in the body refinement realm. Levels do not define everything. Some individuals may not be geniuses, yet they can still excel in the body refinement realm to defeat the extraordinary. This analogy resonated with many students, who exhibited contemplative expressions. Dao Xiaoxiao paused for several seconds before continuing. So, how does one enhance vitality and improve its quality? Beyond systematically practicing techniques and consuming elixirs and resources, another crucial avenue is through combat and extreme exertion. Only in genuine battles can your body instinctively tap into its potential, absorb energy more efficiently, and even cause a qualitative change in vitality. This is why we at Xingtian Academy adhere to the principle of fighting to cultivate. Of course, this does not mean you should seek death. The multiverse is an ideal training ground, particularly the E-level worlds, where you can rapidly accumulate combat experience. Cherish it. At this juncture, Dao Xiaoxiao shifted her tone, revealing a mischievous smile. Speaking of the multiverse, we must address a significant unwritten rule established by many predecessors. Unwritten rules? The entire class perked up, and Muyu's curiosity was piqued. Dao Xiaoxiao chuckled. You all know that once you unlock access to higher-level worlds, you can no longer enter lower-level ones, correct? The crowd nodded. However, Dao Xiaoxiao raised a finger. There is a loophole. After unlocking access to D-level worlds, you can still enter E-level worlds. It is only upon unlocking C-level access that you can no longer return to E or D levels. What does this mean? It means that if a warrior finds the D-level world too overwhelming or simply wishes to accumulate points, they can remain in the E-level world indefinitely. As long as their power does not exceed the limits of the E-level world or they have not unlocked C-level tasks, usually around the initial extraordinary realm, they can repeatedly grind in the E-level world, amassing vast amounts of multiverse points, basic rewards, and even attempting to achieve higher evaluations repeatedly. Many warriors from ordinary backgrounds, or those who prefer a stable approach, choose this path. They solidify their foundation in the E-level world, gather ample resources, and then challenge the D-level world, significantly increasing their safety and success rates. We refer to the E-level world as the beginner village. Muyu's mind was suddenly enlightened. He had previously been focused solely on swiftly challenging higher-level worlds, neglecting this crucial detail. With the system at his disposal, while the returns for attribute acquisition in the E-level world would diminish, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, given his current strength, he would utterly dominate in the E-level world, allowing him to accumulate extraordinary evaluations with ease. Recently, the newly emerged experts have achieved extraordinary evaluations in both the E and D-level worlds, and everyone across the Great Xia and the entire Blue Star is in pursuit of extraordinary ratings. It is speculated that accumulating extraordinary evaluations may yield hidden rewards, but the specifics remain unknown. A class lasts for 60 minutes. Dao Xiaoxiao delivered her lecture without pause. Her strength was impressive. Had it not been for her reminders, he might have missed out on several billion opportunities. With his current pace of exploration, he intended to venture into the D-level world in the coming days to secure another extraordinary rating and unlock access to C-level worlds. The C-level world is drastically different from the D and E levels. Time swiftly passed to noon, and most students left the classroom. Muyu, Qingdi, Su Jianlu, and Xinyu planned to go for a meal when Dao Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared, playfully slapping Muyu. Hey, junior brother, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. The thought of Dao Xiaoxiao's appetite made Muyu break into a cold sweat. He needed to devise a plan to replenish his funds before his meal card was depleted. The multiverse points could be sold, but he couldn't use them all up. Senior sister, let's go. I'll make sure you eat your fill today. An hour later, Muyu and Qingdi stared in astonishment at the dozens of plates stacked in front of Dao Xiaoxiao. They gulped. She can really eat. Su Jianlu and Qi Niyu appeared unfazed. Qingdi leaned in and whispered to Muyu, Brother you, with that much food, won't she clog the toilet? Muyu was taken aback. It did seem plausible. Dao Xiaoxiao turned around, casting a peculiar look at Qingdi. Silly, what are you talking about? Chapter 22, One Night. 10 Extraordinary Evaluations in E-level Worlds. The afternoon class concluded. Muyu packed his belongings, intending to grab a meal before heading to the Wuwang Martial Society. Qi Niyu jogged over. Yu, I have nothing to do today, and you haven't been around at night lately. Take me along. I'll help with the cleaning. You won't mind, will you? Qi Niyu smiled broadly. Wherever you are, it is the finest place. Beside him, Qingdi shivered. That voice was so mellifluous, prompting Muyu to give a thumbs up. Su Jianlu observed the two, lost in thought. Muyu smiled wryly. And I shall treat you to a meal another day. You are not suited for cleaning duties. With that, he turned and departed, heading to the Wuwang Martial Society. The number of bubbles on the second floor had diminished by nearly half. Previously, he could collect over 300 cards, but now only around 190 remained. The drops of martial skills, techniques, and talents had also become scarcer. He diligently completed the cleaning tasks, feeling his vitality gradually increase. Although it was not as rapid as before, no one could rival the speed of his vitality growth. In just 2 days, he would be able to touch the solid barrier of body refinement, reaching the 10th realm, the gateway to the extreme. At that point, he would experience a substantial surge in strength. The fact that Xianyuan Gu had not sought trouble yet left him pondering. He did not seem to be an easily dealt with person. After finishing the second floor, Muyu ascended to the third level, where he noted an increase of nearly 200 vitality cards. The fourth and fifth levels were similarly productive. Phew, one more day of this, and I shall achieve the 10th realm of body refinement. At 11 o'clock at night, as he exited the martial society, he received a message from Dao Xiao. Jr. I have some matters to attend to tonight, and 1T be returning home. Lock the door properly, and don't let the madwoman from the erosion realm sneak into your bed. Muyu glanced at the message, his lips twitching. Nevertheless, this reminder warmed his heart, making him more vigilant. Now that the erosion realm had set its sights on him, they would not easily relent. With Dao Xiao's presence this time, he might not be so fortunate in the next instance. After replying with a simple acknowledgement, he made his way back home along the main street. He encountered no danger. Upon returning home, he securely locked the door. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently recited his incantation and entered the world of Myriad Realms. A flash of white light enveloped him, bringing him to the familiar space of infinite worlds. The voice resounded, Player Zhutian First Scoundrel. Do you wish to continue entering the D-level world? No, I need to venture into the E-level world. Please match me with an E-level realm. Player Zhutian First Scoundrel has been matched with an E-level world, entering in 10 seconds. Muyu found himself in a desolate wasteland, shrouded in swirling sands, under the cover of night. In the distance lay a rudimentary tribal settlement, where the howls of wolves could faintly be heard. World type, Wasteland. World level, E-level. Task, eliminate the Gale Wolf pack surrounding the Blackstone tribe, 050. Identity, you are a wandering hunter. Deadline, 7 days. Muyu's gaze fell upon the dark forest, where dozens of green, glimmering eyes shone in the shadows. However, he refrained from charging headlong into the fray. Based on his previous experiences of achieving outstanding evaluations, he understood that, in addition to speed, certain hidden conditions needed to be fulfilled. Approaching the village, he noticed a bonfire ablaze, with over 100 individuals encircling it, engaged in fervent prayers. In the realm of Myriad Worlds, any language could be understood by both parties. Their prayers beseeched the heavens for the memory to survive, to vanquish the wolf menace, and to grant them sustenance for the winter. Muyu comprehended their plight and dashed into the forest, soon encountering the wolves, which were formidable gale wolves, nearly 2 meters in height. Their strength was approximately at the second to third realm of body refinement. For an ordinary martial artist or a novice in body refinement, confronting 50 of these united gale wolves would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Yet for him, he couldn't even be bothered to draw his dragon-slaying spear. Heaven S Step 9. With his agility unleashed, he surged into the pack. 7 kill, ancient fist. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, a faint golden chaotic vitality swirled. Every blow akin to a small explosion. The gale wolves suffered injuries upon contact and met their demise upon proximity. Ding. Collected 0. 5 vitality cards. Ding. Collected Gale Force Fragment 1. Ding. Collected. Ding. Gale Force Fragments full at 10. Acquired Gale Force, equivalent to D-level talent, enhancing speed. In mere minutes, only a dozen gale wolves remained, along with a formidable wolf king. The wolf king, the size of a calf, with blood-red eyes, approached with a breath nearing the 4th realm of body refinement, roaring as it lunged. Muyu hardly glanced at it, casually swatting it aside. Bang. The wolf king's skull shattered like a watermelon. The remaining gale wolves attempted to flee, but Muyu would not grant them such an opportunity, relentlessly pursuing their annihilation. Subsequently, he dragged the carcasses of the slain gale wolves to the outskirts of the village, completing the task. Returning to the realm of Myriad Worlds, the voice echoed once more. Task completion, 100. Rating, outstanding. Time taken, 20 minutes. Reward, 150 points, E-level material, Wolf King's Fong. Muyu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Let's proceed to the next one. He vanished once more in the realm of Myriad Worlds. After experiencing the familiar sensation of dizziness, he found himself standing within an ancient tomb filled with mechanisms and an eerie atmosphere, radiating a chill that he felt not at all. World type, Tomb of Mysteries. World level, E-level. Task, explore the general's tomb, uncover the mysterious circumstances of the tomb owner's death, and dispel the tomb's resentment. Identity, you are a descendant of tomb raiders. Deadline, 7 days. The difficulty of this world surpassed that of the previous one, yet Muyu felt no trepidation. Ordinary martial artists would need to meticulously navigate the traps, evade dangers, and seek clues. However, he opted for the most straightforward approach. Purple Catastrophe Thunderfinger. Encounter a stone door? One finger shatters it. Encounter a trap? There is no mechanism that cannot be resolved with a single finger. Faced with a swarm of corpses, the same method applied. He barreled through like a demolition machine, smashing through over 10 doors within 10 minutes, arriving at the main burial chamber. The main chamber housed 10 coffins, suspended by chains in the air. The central coffin was crystalline in hue. He leaped atop the crystal coffin, causing the other 9 coffins to tremble violently. In the next moment, 9 grotesque corpses erupted from them, lunging toward Muyu. He sneered, and with a few punches, he obliterated the corpses. Standing again atop the crystal coffin, he opened it to reveal a lifelike female corpse, clad in ancient garb. He examined it curiously, intrigued by the preservation technique employed. Yet in the next instant, the female corpse's eyes shot open, revealing only the whites, devoid of pupils. With a sinister smile, a surge of mental energy flooded into his mind. However, to uncover the truth, Muyu played along. He witnessed an illusion, a vision of the female corpse's past life. She had been a princess of a small kingdom, married off to a barbarian prince for peace, only to suffer abuse and ultimately be murdered, transforming into a vengeful spirit that killed the barbarian prince. She had since been imprisoned here by a powerful figure. Having viewed the memories of the female corpse, Muyu felt a pang of sentiment. Will you disperse willingly, or shall I send you to the afterlife of that barbarian kingdom, long since fallen to the passage of time? As he spoke, the female corpse's form quickly dimmed, transforming into a pile of bones. The entire ancient tomb began to collapse rapidly. Returning to the realm of Myriad Worlds, the voice resonated again. Task completion, 100. Rating, outstanding. Time taken, 15 minutes. Reward, 200 points, E-level skill mechanism technique. As he absorbed the influx of memories within his mind, it felt rather simple to him. Yet, there were still valuable insights to glean, which may prove useful in the future. However, he found himself pondering. The initial reward for achieving an unparalleled rating was exceedingly high. However, the rewards for the subsequent 2 instances of attaining such a rating were rather lackluster. Therefore, in the forthcoming advanced realms, I must strive to be the first to secure an unparalleled rating. I need to continue my adventures in the E-grade worlds. In the following time, Muyu transformed into a consummate world-clearing machine. In the 3rd E-grade world, titled Bandit Stronghold, he ventured alone into the lair, swiftly dispatching the bandit leader in a minute and purging all the bandits within 5. In the 4th E-grade world, Plague Town, he discovered that the source of the epidemic was contaminated well water. He employed chaotic blood energy to vaporize and purify the entire well. Before long, he secured an unparalleled rating in the 10th E-grade world. Within the multiverse space, Muyu beheld his harvest, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had accumulated a total of 1,500 points, along with various E-grade materials and numerous fragments of low-tier martial arts techniques. Although the individual gains of vitality and attributes from each world were diminishing, the cumulative effect across 10 worlds had significantly refined his vitality, bringing him tantalizingly close to the pinnacle of body forging. More importantly, his mastery over his own power and martial skills had become increasingly adept. Exhilarating, this was the right approach. At this rate, I could conquer 100 E-grade worlds by nightfall. Chapter 23, Rejected by the Multiverse Space, Pinnacle of Body Forging. Muyu was immediately filled with overwhelming emotions. He continued addressing the multiverse space, enter the E-grade world, continue matching. After a few seconds, the anticipated beam of teleportation light failed to materialize. Instead, a somewhat exasperated notification from the multiverse space echoed. Detection indicates that player Zhu Tian D. Jian's behavior in the E-grade world has significantly deviated from the original intent of the trial. In accordance with the rules, to prevent excessive harvesting of world resources and to maintain the ecological balance of novice trials, your access to E-grade worlds has been restricted. Executor Zhu Tian D. Jian, your entry permissions for E-grade worlds have been frozen. Please complete challenges in higher difficulty worlds. We look forward to your performance. Muyu? He was utterly bewildered. What was this? Preventing excessive harvesting? What did that even mean? He nearly leaped up, shouting at the empty expanse of the multiverse space. Hey, is this reasonable? I'm merely making proper use of the rules. He felt akin to a player who was voraciously winning games, only to have his account suspended for allegedly disrupting game balance due to excessive victories. At that moment, numerous players within the multiverse space were astounded. They noticed that, in a remarkably short span, 10 additional unparalleled ratings had appeared on the E-grade world leaderboard, all attributed to Zhu Tian D. Jian. They were utterly flabbergasted. Who was this master, and how had they achieved such feats? Countless individuals returned to the real world, flooding forums both in reality and within the multiverse space, desperately inquiring how to attain an unparalleled rating. Regrettably, Muyu was not privy to their posts at that moment. The voice of the multiverse space continued to resonate. Notification. You have consecutively obtained 10 unparalleled ratings in E-grade worlds within a remarkably short time, triggering hidden rewards. Congratulations. You have received a hidden reward, World Blessing. World Blessing grants a special status enhancement. Effects. 1. Fortuitous favor. In the next 3 world tasks, regardless of level, your initial luck will be slightly enhanced, making it easier to encounter hidden events or obtain rare rewards. 2. Insightful awareness. At the onset of tasks, there is a chance to directly receive a hint regarding critical task nodes or hidden clues. 3. Energy reinforcement. instantly performs a gentle energy infusion into your body, assisting you in breaking through your current bottleneck. Hidden rewards? Mu Yu's earlier frustration dissipated significantly, and his eyes gleamed anew. Such serendipity? He had yet to scrutinize the details when an energy, purer and more potent than anything he had experienced before, surged into his body. This energy was not merely vitality. It resembled a more primordial force, one that promotes the evolution of life. It swiftly melded with Mu Yu's chaotic martial bones, activating the chaos indestructible scripture. His vitality surged and erupted outward in a faint golden hue. The formidable barrier that had hindered his entry into the pinnacle of body forging crumbled silently under the onslaught of this energy, much like snow melting under the warm embrace of spring sunlight. With a thunderous roar, Mu Yu's vitality surged forth like a deluge unleashed, racing and roaring at unprecedented speed. His bones emitted a crisp resonance, and the rhythmic beat of his heart reverberated like thunder. The velocity of his vitality flowed as if 1,000 steeds were charging forth. A sensation of completeness, flawlessness, and the ultimate potential of power welled within him. He had finally reached the pinnacle of body forging. He could distinctly feel that his body had attained an unprecedented state of perfection. His vitality was as dense as mercury, and his strength was refined to an unmatched degree, seemingly devoid of any imperfections. This was the true culmination of body forging. With a single sweep of his arm, he wielded a force equivalent to 100,000 kg. Exhilarating. It seemed I had underestimated the martial arts of Blue Star. This path was no less than any other. Having perused countless web novels in my previous life, I realized that few could attain such strength in the first realm. Mu Yu felt an immense satisfaction. This compensation package was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, he opened the chat group 1000 and sent a message, looking to sell Zhutian points. Contact me if interested. Instantly, the chat group erupted with messages, practically flooding the screen. Whoa, a big shot is actually engaging in chat. Big shot. I offer 120 Daxia coins for 1 Zhutian point. I offer 150. I offer 200. Mu Yu opted for a moderately priced offer, as the market rate was 100 Daxia coins per point. He clicked on the profile of a player named Practiced for 2.5 years and sent a message. The player responded promptly, Big shot. How many do you have? I'll buy them all. Mu Yu replied, I have 1,500 points. Are you sure? That's just 300,000 Daxia coins, a small sum. Both parties conducted the transaction through their virtual accounts, under the notarization of the multiverse space, ensuring that no one dared to breach the agreement, lest they wished to forfeit their standing in the multiverse space. All their earnings would be stripped away. No one dared to defy this. Having completed the transaction, Mu Yu no longer lingered on the matter. With a thought, he declared, return to reality. After a familiar bout of dizziness, he found himself back in his tranquil abode. Outside the window, the night remained dark, indicating that not much time had passed since he had departed. He sat cross-legged on his bed, meticulously sensing the tumultuous changes within his body. After a while, he acclimated to the surge of power. Should I encounter that woman from the devouring realm again, I might even be able to turn the tables. As my strength increases, my combat prowess will grow exponentially, almost inversely proportional to others. System, open the attribute panel. System, infinite attribute acquisition system. Host, Mu Yu. Realm, pinnacle of body forging, pinnacle. Strength, 100,000 kg, with a single sweep of my arm. I wield immense power. Vitality, 6,000 calories, chaotic vitality. Talent, Supreme Immortal Bone Fragment, E grade. Chaotic Martial Bone, SSS grade. God Deception, B grade. Unmoving Buddha, B grade. Mental Barrier, A grade. Gale Force, D grade. Technique, Chaos Indestructible Scripture, SSS grade. Martial Skills, Purple Calamity Thunder Finger, A grade. Dragon Dance, A grade. 7 Kills Ancient Fist, B grade. Sky Ascension 9 Steps, A grade. Weapon, Coiling Dragon Spear, C grade. Items, Heart of Margaret, Special, Wolf King's Fawn. Blank Attribute Points, 800. Special Permissions, Multiverse Protection, 11. Special Status, World Blessing, 33 worlds. Gazing at the resplendent data displayed on the panel, particularly the formidable prowess of the body refinement 10th realm, ultimate realm, and the staggering force of 100,000 kilograms, Mu Yu's heart swelled with ambition. This was the true pinnacle of body refinement, far surpassing the limits understood by ordinary martial artists. He was confident that, solely relying on the power of his physical form, he could easily overpower most late-stage extraordinary warriors. It was perhaps for the best that the E-grade world was no longer accessible. It was time to explore the D-grade world. With a clenched fist, the joints of his fingers cracked audibly. Soon, a notification chimed from his virtual account. A transfer of 300,000 Great Xia coins. Chapter 24. The talented ancient Changyuan of the royal city, acquiring an SS-grade talent. The following morning, a Saturday, Mu Yu indulged in a rare lie-in. Upon awakening, he felt as if he could touch the sky, reveling in the invigorating surge of the colossal force of 100,000 kilograms coursing through his body. After freshening up, He admired his increasingly handsome visage in the mirror, marveling at his own transformation. Truly, he was becoming more dashing by the day. Who knew which fortunate girl would one day catch his eye? A chuckle escaped him. But his moment of self-admiration was abruptly interrupted by the melodic chime of his smartwatch. Upon checking, he found a message from Bai Xian. Muyu, in 2 days. A hidden realm will manifest in the wilderness. Would you be interested in joining me? Muyu paused, momentarily taken aback. A hidden realm? He was well aware of what that entailed. An extraordinary fragment of space existing independently from reality. The precise reasons for their formation remained shrouded in mystery. The internal dimensions varied greatly, with some as diminutive as a ping-pong ball, while others could encompass an entire world. The grading system was akin to that of talents: E grade, D grade, C grade, and SSS grade. Newly emerged hidden realms were often teeming with rare treasures, legacies, or formidable beasts, making them coveted opportunities for martial artists. However, Xia City was merely a subsidiary town with an average energy tier, and there had been no historical accounts of a hidden realm manifesting here. Could there truly be a hidden realm in Xia City? Surely, Bai Xian was not jesting. Muyu scratched his head, filled with skepticism. Yet, recalling Bai Xian's reputation as a child of fortune, he deemed it unlikely that he would deceive him. After some deliberation, he responded, "Sure, what time shall we meet?" 6 in the morning, we'll depart the city together. After completing his morning routine, Muyu felt a twinge of boredom and decided to invite Qing Di to the arcade for some gaming, an activity he had not indulged in for quite some time. He donned a simple white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of white sneakers, resembling a living mannequin. Suddenly, his smartwatch chimed again, this time with a message from Su Jianlu. Muyu, a hidden realm will emerge in 2 days. I would like to invite you. Will you join? Muyu was left utterly bewildered. Why did everyone seem to know about the impending hidden realm while he remained in the dark? It felt akin to being the only student unaware of an upcoming surprise quiz. Frowning, he approached the window and gazed towards the wilderness. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of any unusual signs. A thought struck him. With so many recent transfers to the school, could they have come for the forthcoming hidden realm? Perhaps those powerful beings had sensed its emergence, sending their offspring to hone their skills. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The disparity in information between ordinary individuals and the progeny of the strong was indeed significant. Whether in this life or the last, it remained unchanged. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Qi Niyu. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. Qi Niyu stood before him, radiating a youthful, pure charm in her outfit, looking stunningly perfect. Muyu, let us go shopping as you promised. With a resigned smile, Muyu acquiesced, recognizing that he had little else to occupy his time. At that moment, a warship streaked towards Xia City at an astonishing speed, resembling a dragon and gleaming in dark gold. Inside, a tall young man held a glass of red wine, his eyes a striking light gold, exuding an air of distinction. What could possibly be so appealing in this backwater town? In the bustling commercial district, Qi Niyu held up a dress, her face beaming with joy. Yu, do you think this outfit is pretty? Absolutely. With a figure like yours, anything looks good. Qi Niyu's delight was palpable. She then added, by the way, in 2 days, a hidden realm might emerge in the wilderness, rumored to hold valuable treasures. Would you like to explore it together? Muyu was taken aback, his gaze shifting to her. You know about it too? Of course. Qi Niyu winked playfully. It's not really a secret. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you'll be able to sense the existence of hidden realms. Understanding dawned on Muyu. It was his lack of strength that prevented him from sensing such phenomena. However, he speculated that both Qi Niyu and Su Jianlu were at least formidable practitioners of the transcendence realm. The hidden realm capable of accommodating such power, would it be C grade, B grade, or perhaps even A grade? If that were the case, Xia City might soon become quite lively, as the benefits of a newly emerged hidden realm could be maximized. After perusing the shops for over 2 hours, Qi Niyu had purchased numerous items, even acquiring 2 suits for Muyu. When he emerged clad in one, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Muyu, you look incredibly handsome. Just as they stepped out of the mall into the spacious plaza, a low hum filled the air. They looked up to see a golden dragon-shaped warship hovering over Xia City, gradually descending into the central square, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The ship's hatch opened, and a strikingly handsome young man stepped out, his features marred by an unshakable arrogance. His light golden eyes locked onto Qi Niyu, and he approached her with a warm smile. Niyu, I have finally found you. He did not even cast a glance at Muyu. Frowning, Muyu sensed an inexplicable hostility. Qi Niyu's smile faded as she replied coolly, Gu Chanyuan, I need my personal space. Please don't cling to me. Gu Chanyuan's expression faltered as he turned his gaze to Muyu. Niyu, don't forget your identity. Do you know who he is? As he spoke, the aura of his 8th stage of the transcendence realm subtly radiated, exuding an oppressive force intended to embarrass Muyu. Yet, Muyu merely felt a gentle breeze. At his current physical strength, such pressure was akin to a mere tickle. To his delight, at the moment Gu Chanyuan's aura was released, a dazzling bubble shimmering with golden light appeared on his shoulder. Muyu's eyes widened in astonishment, disregarding Gu Changyuan's derisive remarks. It had been ages since he had encountered a golden bubble. A congenial smile spread across his face as he extended his hand. "Ah, dear brother Gu. It is a pleasure to meet you. There is no need for such hostility. We are all friends here." With remarkable speed, his hand landed on Gu Changyuan's shoulder, inadvertently bursting the golden bubble. Ding. Host successfully acquired SS-grade talent, Stellar Battle Body. A surge of enlightenment flooded his mind regarding the harnessing of stellar energy to refine the body and enhance combat prowess. His form began to undergo a slow metamorphosis. Elation filled Mu Yu's heart, though his expression remained composed, wearing a countenance of magnanimity. Gu Changyuan, taken aback by Mu Yu's unexpected gesture, hesitated to respond. "Not everyone is worthy of being my friend," he pondered, perplexed. Typically, his aura would subdue ordinary practitioners of body refinement, yet this young man seemed unperturbed. Qi and Yu stepped in front of Mu Yu, her tone growing frosty. "Gu Changyuan, Mu Yu is my friend. Please show some respect." Gu Changyuan regarded the protective Qi and Yu with a terrifyingly dark gaze. "Kid, I don't care who you are. From today onward, I will remember you." With that, he snorted coldly and departed aboard his warship. Watching Gu Changyuan's receding figure, Mu Yu smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. An SS-level talent. If only I could reap more benefits from him. Yu, don't mind him." Qi and Yu turned around, her face once again adorned with a smile. "His name is Gu Changyuan, from the royal Gu family of the floating tower city. He is an annoying fellow who constantly clings to me." Thinking too highly of himself. The royal Gu family? Mu Yu's eyes flickered. So he is a genius from the royal city. To think I would encounter such a talent today. Qi and Yu must also be a genius from the royal city. Reflecting on his own dismal history and his desire for revenge, he knew he had to bide his time. Suppressing the turmoil within, he smiled. "It's nothing. Handsome individuals are often the targets of jealousy. I've grown accustomed to it." Chapter 25. Those who do not cultivate martial arts see me as a frog in a well. Those who do cultivate martial arts see me as a fleeting mayfly. The following day, the atmosphere in Summer City was palpably more vibrant. The streets were frequently graced by the presence of composed, elegantly dressed strangers. Gu Changyuan, much like Qi and Yu described, was rather clingy. He nearly found every excuse to appear near her daily, attempting to strike up conversations. Mu Yu, however, welcomed this development. After all, this genius from the royal city had much to offer: martial arts bubbles, vitality bubbles, and technique bubbles, everything one could desire. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Mu Yu eagerly approached him each time, cheerfully greeting him with shoulder pats and handshakes, much to Gu Changyuan's disgust. However, in front of Qi and Yu, he could only endure Mu Yu's social exuberance with a sullen expression. During this time, he and Qing Di indulged in several hours of gaming at the gaming city. Qing Di's transformation was even more astonishing. After infusing himself with ethereal energy, he seemed to have unlocked a new level of cultivation. His originally S-level wild Linglong heart appeared to be even more active. His vitality surged rapidly, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the fifth realm of body refinement. And his overall spirit seemed to elevate. "Brother Yu, I feel an abundance of energy coursing through me, and it seems my talent has improved somewhat," he exclaimed, proudly showcasing his biceps. "Do you think I might be a prodigy of martial arts in this era?" Mu Yu, observing his boastful demeanor, playfully gave him a light slap and nonchalantly siphoned a bit of vitality. "Enough with the bragging. Let me share a secret. Tomorrow, a secret realm will emerge. Make sure to take a day off and don't oversleep." That evening, as usual, Mu Yu clocked in at the Wuwang Martial Society. To advance from the 10th realm of body refinement to the first stage of transcendence required at least 2,000 vitality cards. The vitality he had collected had significantly diminished. Upon reaching the third floor, he spotted a familiar figure, Bai Xian, dressed in a black tank top that showcased his muscular build. He was performing push-ups with several hundred-pound weights on his back. Xia Shu Tong, clad in athletic attire that accentuated her graceful form, assisted him in adjusting the weights. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. On the ground lay several vitality bubbles, one of which was golden. Mu Yu's eyes lit up. He had previously siphoned the SS-level talent, Desolate Sword Seed, and the SSS-level technique, Eternal Chaos Scripture, from Bai Xian. To discover he still had more to offer was astonishing. As Bai Xian completed his set, Mu Yu, suppressing his excitement, approached with a sincere smile. "Brother Bai, still training? Your dedication is commendable." Seeing him, Bai Xian instinctively took a step back, exasperated. "Mu, what is it you wish to discuss?" "Haha. I merely wanted to inquire about the secret realm." As he spoke, Mu Yu naturally placed his hand on Bai Xian's wrist. Ding. Host successfully siphoned S-level talent, Lord of Ice. Lord of Ice possesses supreme control over ice-type energy. Ding. Host successfully siphoned 30 vitality points. A surge of acute sensitivity toward ice energy flooded into Mu Yu's being. Bai Xian subtly withdrew his hand, scrutinizing Mu Yu with a complex expression. He sensed the immense vitality within Mu Yu, akin to a dormant beast, far more formidable than his outward appearance suggested. Nearby, Xia Shu Tong stifled a laugh. Noticing her reaction, Muyu leaned forward to collect the vitality bubble beneath her feet, gaining another 15 vitality points. Xia School Beauty, if Bai Xian ever bullies you, let me know, and I'll give him a good beating, he declared, clenching his fist. Bai Xian offered a faint smile, then shifted the conversation. The secret realm will open in 2 days. It's likely to be tumultuous. Would you care to spar a bit? Muyu's eyes brightened at this. He had long wished to test his prowess at the peak of body refinement, and Bai Xian, as a favored child of fortune, was undoubtedly the best litmus test. Absolutely. I couldn't ask for more. Once we exit the secret realm, let us find a place to train properly. In the dead of night, Muyu exited the Wuwang Martial Society. His smartwatch vibrated, signaling an unfamiliar message. This is Guchang Yuan. Muyu, I have something to discuss with you, if convenient. Meet me at the Zhangji barbecue at the old alley in the east of the city. Muyu raised an eyebrow. This fellow had the audacity to seek him out. After a moment's thought, he replied with 2 words, waiting. Shortly thereafter, Muyu arrived at Zhangji barbecue. The establishment was bustling, yet few good people were present that night. Guchang Yuan sat at a table in a corner, several skewers of grilled meat before him, untouched. As he leisurely sipped water, upon seeing Muyu, he gestured to the seat opposite him. Sit. I've reserved the place. It's just the 2 of us here. Muyu, unfazed, plopped down and began to eat. Guchang Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Muyu, let us cut to the chase. What will it take for you to leave an IUS side? Muyu, gnawing on a chicken wing, replied ambiguously, Brother Gu, that's quite a statement. An IUS legs are her own. It's her choice who she wishes to associate with. How could I simply leave? Guchang Yuan remained unperturbed, merely stating. You're a clever man. You should grasp my meaning. You and she are not from the same world. Continuing this entanglement will not benefit you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Muyu's ordinary attire. Name your price. Resources, techniques, martial skills, or great Xia currency. As long as it's reasonable, I can meet your demands. Alternatively, you could opt for a more prosperous life in a larger city. Setting down the chicken bone, Muyu wiped his mouth and looked at Guchang Yuan, suddenly smiling. Brother Gu, perhaps you don't understand the aspirations of a small person. To you, a small person merely seeks stability. However, that is not my goal. I have never sought trivial romantic entanglements. Instead, I pursue the eternal path of martial arts, aspiring to become a formidable warrior. If you truly care for Qi and Iu, then showcase your strengths to attract her brilliance. Even if I were to leave her, countless others like me would emerge. Do you think the problem lies with me? Guchang Yuan fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes deepening in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I know you possess certain peculiarities. Your strength is not as simple as it appears. Yet, some disparities in this world cannot be bridged merely by talent and fortuitous encounters. Leaning slightly forward, his voice low yet imbued with an air of certainty born from talent and status, he continued. Muyu, I am like you, having entered the myriad realm space at the same time. Yet, I am now a martial artist of the 8th stage of transcendence. And NIU's talent is even more extraordinary, having reached the realm of profound understanding. Her identity is something I can barely glimpse. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Those who do not cultivate martial arts see me as a frog in a well, gazing at the moon above, believing the gap between us is not vast. Yet you have already embarked on the path of martial arts. There is no need to tread too far. He paused, his tone unremarkable, yet tinged with an ineffable pride. To see me is akin to a mayfly beholding the azure sky. His words were not brash, but rather conveyed a statement of fact. There was no aggression, yet it accentuated the deeply entrenched recognition within him. After listening, Muyu regarded the ancient Chang Yuan with newfound respect. He was at least unlike the incompetent, enraged antagonists often depicted in tales of yore. This fellow possessed genuine insight. He would employ what he believed to be the most effective means to resolve issues. Muyu picked up a skewer of grilled kidney, took a bite, and leisurely remarked, Brother Gu, I appreciate your kindness. However, I am quite pleased that Niyu is willing to befriend me. As for what you said, he lifted his gaze to meet Guchang Yuan's eyes, his face still adorned with that harmless smile. I believe the azure sky is rather commonplace. You may embody genius, yet I am the composer beyond genius. You are the epitome of talent, while I am the scribe of that talent. Guchang Yuan stared at Muyu for a few seconds, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. I hope you remember the words you spoke today. I cannot fathom what draws Niyu to you. Perhaps it is your self-assurance. However, do not disappoint her. With that, he rose and departed. Muyu watched his retreating figure, smacking his lips, and continued to indulge in the skewers before him. A mayfly beholding the azure sky? Who, indeed, is the mayfly, and who is the azure sky? Chapter 26, C-Class Secret Realm, 4th Passageway. The following day, as the sun ascended from the horizon, the sky shimmered with a pearly hue. Muyu concluded his practice of the indestructible chaos scripture. After a brief wash-up, he sent messages to Qing Di, Su Jinlu, Bai Xian, and Qi Niyu. A few minutes later, he opened the door to find Qi Niyu clad in battle attire. Still devoid of any effervescence, Muyu found himself increasingly intrigued by the impending secret realm. What treasures could possibly entice these prodigies from various families? As they sat in the vehicle heading towards the outermost region of Summer City, Muyu inquired, Niu, what treasures does that secret realm hold? Niu smiled. Yu, there are indeed valuable items, yet acquiring them through one's own efforts is far superior to merely asking others. After nearly an hour's journey, Muyu and Niu disembarked. The vehicle had traversed at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, indicating that Summer City was not insignificant in size. However, when compared to the vast expanse of Blue Star, which had undergone a 100-fold revival of spiritual energy, this area could only be deemed small. Before them loomed a towering, somber steel wall, reminiscent of the spine of a colossal beast, stretching across the edge of the earth, separating the relatively safe city from the perilous wilds. Numerous electric fences adorned the horizon. This was Muyu's second visit here. His first had been many years ago, on a night steeped in despair. Not long after, Bai Xian, Xia Shetong, Qing Di, and Su Jianlu arrived in succession. Upon their meeting, Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly approached to greet them. Ding. Host has successfully picked up 25 units of vitality. Ding. Host has successfully acquired B-class martial technique, King's Seal. Ding. Host has successfully obtained 100 blank attributes. Ding. Host has successfully acquired 10 units of mental strength. Muyu exchanged glances with Bai Xian and the others as they approached the city gates. After verification by the guards, the gates swung open. Beyond the heavily fortified entrance, a primal, savage scent intermingled with a faint trace of blood assaulted their senses. Before their eyes lay an endless expanse of withered yellow and dark red, a towering forest, gnarled deadwood, and a pungent stench in the air. This was a paradise for demonic beasts, as well as a battlefield for martial artists to engage in combat and seek fortune. Goodness! This wilderness is far more exhilarating than what the books described. Qing Di exclaimed, curiously yet cautiously scanning the surroundings. Su Jianlu remained silent, exhibiting no change in demeanor. While Niu appeared quite relaxed, Bai Xian spoke. The location of the emerging secret realm should be about 100 miles from here. We will need to utilize some means of transport for part of the journey. With that, he made his way to a car rental stall outside the city gates. The car rental stall was a unique feature of the wilderness. Demand breeds supply. After all, not every martial artist possesses the resources to procure their own flying apparatus. The group boarded a truck, the driver being a vendor from the rental stall. Along the way, the desolation was even more pronounced than when they first exited the wilderness. Bai Xian continued, everyone, the secret realm that is emerging is at least a C-class realm. To navigate it without life-threatening risks, one must be at least at the extraordinary stage. However, it can accommodate only those at the initial stage of the profound realm. If any of you possess strength surpassing that level, do not be reckless. He cast a glance at Su Jianlu and Niu. Nevertheless, it presents a splendid opportunity for everyone to hone their skills. Exercise caution at all times. Half an hour later, the truck came to a halt after covering nearly 60 kilometers. This distance was relatively safe, primarily inhabited by human martial artists. After exchanging contact information with the driver, he returned to the base. Beyond this point, the numbers of ferocious beasts would increase. Under Bai Xian's guidance, the group proceeded towards their destination at a brisk pace. Covering the remaining 40 kilometers took them approximately 3 hours, during which they encountered minimal danger, as most ferocious beasts lurked deeper within the wilderness. Upon reaching their destination, they found themselves in a low-lying valley, distinguishable only by its elevation, which did not differ from other areas. Over 100 individuals gathered, with numbers steadily increasing. Muyu scanned the crowd and recognized several familiar faces, Guchang Yuan and Xian Yuangu among them. Most possessed strength at the body refinement stage. A few were at the extraordinary stage, and even fewer at the initial stage of the profound realm. Muyu felt as though his eyes were nearly overwhelmed. In this assembly of over 100 martial artists, his vision resembled a sea of bubbles, white, green, blue, and even sporadic flashes of purple light flickering within the throng. He silently exulted, a paradise, yet another paradise. While striving to maintain an air of calm, immediately entering the fray, he donned a gentle, innocuous smile and began to navigate through the crowd. What troubled him was the ferocity of the martial artists in the wilderness. They were far more aggressive than those within the city. Approaching them often elicited a desire to draw blades. No amount of flattery seemed effective. He could only wait until the secret realm opened to gather his spoils. As time inexorably passed, half an hour later, the once tranquil sky underwent a sudden transformation. The energy in the world grew restless, and the space above began to warp violently, rippling like water. In an instant, a colossal, pitch-black rift was violently torn open. The shape of the rift resembled a massive, indifferent eye slowly opening. Within the depths of the darkness swirled a vortex of energy, emanating a disconcerting pressure. The secret realm had awakened. This aura suggests it may be a B-class realm, someone exclaimed. Eyes instantly ignited with fervor. A B-class realm. Such realms only emerge in areas rich with spiritual energy. The allure of a B-class secret realm was undeniable. Muyu too raised his gaze. witnessing the awakening of the secret realm for the first time, and felt a profound shock. Yet, he trusted Bai Xian's assertion regarding its C-class designation more. "Let us go." A voice cried out, and the impatient martial artist surged forth towards the colossal eye, plunging into the swirling vortex of energy. However, in the next moment, several figures exploded into a burst of fragments. Those individuals were at least in the late stage of the profound realm. Everyone gasped in shock, followed by elation. If it were indeed a B-class realm, martial artists at the late stage of the profound realm would not perish. Only in a C-class realm would they find themselves unable to enter. The overwhelming might of the C-class realm rivaled that of a B-class realm, ensuring a plethora of treasures awaited. The atmosphere became increasingly charged with excitement and chaos. The strong scent of blood not only failed to deter them, but instead ignited their inner desires. Bai Xian gestured for everyone to slow down, waiting for the others to enter before he addressed Mu Yu and the others. "We may proceed now." At this moment, Mu Yu, employing the Tianqing 9 steps, moved with remarkable speed. Wherever he passed, bubbles were touched and absorbed, steadily augmenting his vitality. Various martial arts insights and fragments of talent continuously surged into his body. Although the individual quality was not as high as what he had harvested from Bai Xian and Gu Chuanyuan, the sheer quantity was considerable. In a brief span, his vitality increased by 400 or 500 calories. His mind was also filled with a plethora of miscellaneous knowledge and experiences. Refreshing. Mu Yu felt a warm sensation enveloping him, his strength solidifying further. Qing Di and Bai Xian were perplexed by Mu Yu's actions. Yet they did not dwell on it as the group entered the secret realm. After a wave of intense spatial disorientation, Mu Yu opened his eyes and quickly surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in a vast, desolate underground cavern, its scale far exceeding their expectations. Above them loomed a dome adorned with countless luminous crystals, casting a faint light that barely illuminated their path. Beneath their feet lay uneven black rocks, and the air was thick with a heavy, violent aura. Ahead were 10 profound passages, each leading to an unknown destination. Outside the passages, numerous warriors hesitated, contemplating which path to take. Gu Chuanyuan remained still, his gaze fixed on Qi and Yu, while Xian Yuan Gu stood motionless, observing Xia Shu Tong and Bai Xian. "Brother Yu, this place feels rather unfriendly," Qing Di remarked, clenching his fists. Among the gathered, he possessed the weakest strength, and thus felt the greatest pressure. Qi and Yu's expression grew serious as she spoke. "These energies contain a trace of Yuan Sha, capable of corroding one's spirit. Everyone, maintain a calm mindset to avoid being influenced." Mu Yu turned to Bai Xian. "Bai Xian, which passage shall we take?" After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xian replied, "All 10 passages lead to the same destination. The more violent the energy in a passage, the richer the rewards. It depends on your preferences regarding which passage to choose." Mu Yu sensed the energy and found the 4 passages on the far right to be the most tumultuous. He turned to Qing Di. "Stick with me." Qi and Yu, Jin Lu, Bai Xian, and Xia Shu Tong, what are your thoughts? Bai Xian grasped Xia Shu Tong's hand, stating, "Xiao Tong and I will enter the farthest right passage." Su Jin Lu opted for the second passage from the right. Qi and Yu smiled at Mu Yu. "Yu, I choose the third passage. Please be cautious." Finally, Mu Yu spoke to Qing Di. "Then we shall enter the 4th passage." Chapter 27. The century-old Zhu fruit, energy fluctuations beneath the swamp. The moment they stepped into the 4th passage, the scene before Mu Yu and Qing Di transformed dramatically. No longer were they in a dim cavern, but rather in a boundless crimson world. The sky was a dark red, resembling congealed blood. The air was saturated with an overwhelming stench, and the energy that corroded the spirit was exponentially stronger than outside. With each breath, the metallic taste of blood filled their mouths. "Oh my brother Yu, this place is truly eerie," Qing Di remarked, his complexion paling. He felt his wild and exquisite heart racing rapidly in such an environment. Mu Yu hastily advised, "Channel your vitality. It can incinerate the corrosive energy entering your body." Possessing the mental barrier, talent, he exhibited high resistance to such spiritual intrusions and felt relatively little discomfort. To his delight, in this blood-soaked realm, he seemed attuned to the fluctuations of energy. The mental barrier, talent was remarkable. He would focus on integrating it in the future. Mu Yu led Qing Di as they advanced in a specific direction. After walking for over 10 minutes, they encountered few ferocious beasts. On a damp patch of blood-colored earth, they spotted a plant emitting a soft red glow. Its shape resembled an orchid, appearing even more crimson against the sanguine backdrop. The other shore flower. It can enhance mental strength. Qing Di recognized it, his face alight with joy. Suddenly, a roar echoed. From the thicket ahead emerged a ferocious beast resembling a leopard, its body cloaked in blood-red scales. Sensing the approach of humans, its crimson eyes fixated on the two. It emitted a low growl, revealing the aura of a late-stage first-realm beast. Qing Di, eager to test his newfound strength, expressed his desire for a swift resolution. Mu Yu nodded. Given Qing Di's current prowess, dealing with a late-stage first-realm beast should pose no challenge. With a low growl, Qing Di unleashed his vitality and activated his movement technique, charging towards the bloodscale leopard. The leopard, moving with remarkable speed, dodged, its sharp claws slicing through the air towards Qing Di's face. Muyu observed from the side, prepared to intervene at any moment. Qing Di deftly evaded, leveraging the momentum to leap onto the leopard's neck. Clenching his fists, veins bulging, he unleashed a flurry of punches onto the back of the leopard's head. The beast barely had time to react before its skull caved in, its massive body collapsing to the ground, twitching twice before falling silent. Qing Di dismounted from its corpse, panting slightly. Brother, you wasn't that impressive? Muyu gave him a thumbs up before approaching the bloodscale leopard. Ding. Host has successfully collected vitality 20 calories. Muyu carefully harvested the other shore flower and handed it to Qing Di. This is perfect for you. It will aid you in resisting the malevolent energy here. Qing Di accepted the flower without hesitation. Brother, you truly look out for me. Get lost. Don't be so mushy, Muyu chided with a laugh. Glancing deeper into the passage. Focus on refining. There are better rewards ahead. Hours slipped away, yet the Crimson World showed no signs of change. Thanks to the keen perception granted by the mental barrier, Muyu operated like a precise treasure-finding device. They discovered several valuable spiritual herbs, easily dispatching the guarding beasts, which were primarily late-stage First Realm and early-stage Second Realm creatures, leading to a slight increase in their vitality. At this point, they had ventured 40 to 50 kilometers into the passage. An hour later, Muyu sensed something valuable nearby. They arrived at a small blood-colored swamp. In the center of the swamp lay a patch of solid ground, upon which stood a small tree bearing 3 egg-sized fruits, entirely crimson and exuding an alluring sheen and rich energy. 50-year Zhu fruit, Qing Di exclaimed, his voice transformed. Brother, this is a 50-year Zhu fruit. Each one can elevate a realm. You can't even touch one on the market for less than 100,000 daxia coins. A flicker of excitement ignited in Muyu's eyes. The energy contained in the Zhu fruit was the richest he had ever encountered. However, he refrained from acting recklessly. You step back, stay vigilant. There's a big fellow here that I need to handle. Muyu assessed the swamp, his vitality surging. 7 kills, ancient fist. He struck the swamp, sending blood and mud splattering. A massive python, coiled within the murky blood, revealed itself, its body partially submerged, covered in thick, dark red scales. Its head emerged slowly from the swamp, measuring over 20 meters in length. Its cold vertical pupils locked onto the two, emanating the aura of a late-stage Second Realm beast, comparable to a human warrior at the 8th or 9th stage of the extraordinary realm. Brother, this seems a bit troublesome, Qing Di shouted from a distance. Muyu's expression turned serious as well. In the next instant, roar. The blood python launched its attack, its body springing from the swamp with astonishing speed. Its gaping maw opened wide, emitting a foul wind as it lunged towards Muyu, attempting to swallow him whole. Muyu took a deep breath, and within him, 6,000 calories of chaotic energy erupted violently, enveloping his body in a faint golden aura, with flickering arcs of lightning subtly illuminating the surroundings. He ceased to hold back, gripping the coiling dragon spear tightly. Skyward 9 steps. Swimming dragon. He swiftly approached the blood python. The spear transformed into a streak of black lightning, accompanied by a piercing whistle, aimed directly at the python's comparatively vulnerable neck. The blood python reacted with astonishing speed, its robust tail sweeping towards him, colliding with the spear. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. Muyu felt a slight numbness in his arm, his heart filled with astonishment. Nevertheless, a series of blinding sparks erupted from the python's scales, leaving a shallow white mark. The blood python, in pain, emitted an enraged hiss and intensified its attacks. Muyu continuously sought for flaws. The battle between man and python persisted for over 10 minutes, until a moment of clarity struck Muyu's eyes. Now was the time. Utilizing the momentum, he leaped onto the giant python's neck. The chaotic martial bones roared as the indestructible chaos scripture activated, infusing the spear with the powers of fire, thunder, and frost. Purple catastrophe thunderfinger. Swimming dragon. With a thrust, the spear tip, entwined with condensed purple arcs of lightning, bore a destructive aura. The spear plunged down with unparalleled accuracy into the python's relatively weak 7-inch mark. The violent, thunderous force exploded within its body, creating a bloody gash. The python's colossal form crashed to the ground, letting out an unwilling hiss, splattering mud everywhere. Ding. The host has collected 80 calories of energy. Ding. The host has acquired blood fury, equivalent to a human D-grade talent, providing a slight boost in strength when in a state of anger. Ding. The host has obtained 200 blank attributes. Muyu exhaled deeply, shaking off his slightly numb arm. Brother, that was impressive, Qing Di exclaimed excitedly. His eyes filled with admiration as he approached Muyu. We agreed to be useless together, but it turns out I'm the only one who is. Less flattery, more fruit picking. Muyu chuckled, walking over to a small tree and plucking 3 50-year-old vermilion fruits. The rich medicinal fragrance invigorated his senses. He handed Qing Di 1.5. Take it and refine it on the spot. The blood scent here is intense. It's actually safer than other places for a short while. Qingdi, understanding the necessity of enhancing their strength, wasted no time. No need for pleasantries between good brothers. He sat cross-legged, biting into the fruit, juices bursting forth, delectably sweet. Instantly, a warm current exploded within him as he hastily circulated his cultivation method to guide the medicinal power. Muyu gazed at the vermilion fruit in his hand. A thought stirring within him. 2 faint golden bubbles floated on its surface. Can even spiritual herbs be collected? He was both astonished and delighted. Unhesitatingly reaching out to burst the bubbles. Ding. The host has successfully collected 1,000 calories of energy. Ding. The host has successfully collected 500 calories of energy. 2 torrents of extraordinarily pure and powerful energy surged into his body, roaring through his meridians, as the indestructible chaos scripture automatically operated at high speed, adapting swiftly to the sudden influx of energy and strength. His energy value surged to 7,800 calories, just 200 calories short, and he could break through to the extraordinary realm. He could distinctly feel the barrier that led to the extraordinary. Before long, Qingdi completed his refinement and looked at Muyu, shivering slightly. Brother Yu, you seem terrifying now, like a primal beast. Muyu smiled, aware that the sudden surge of energy was not yet perfectly controlled. Let's harvest first. We can fetch a good price when we go out. Once the harvest was complete, Muyu directly stored the items in the system space, leaving Qingdi envious, thinking he possessed spatial equipment, an expensive commodity. Just as they planned to leave, Muyu detected a subtle energy fluctuation. He crouched down, focusing intently. The fluctuation did not emanate from elsewhere, but from the crimson marsh beneath their feet. Had he not been perceptive, he would have undoubtedly overlooked it. What lies beneath? Muyu's gaze sharpened. It seems there is something even better below. Chapter 28, Prison Robbery Thundergrass, Breaking Through the Extraordinary. The two made their way to the center of the marsh, and Muyu channeled his energy, striking the ground with a powerful punch. Boom. A colossal sound erupted. The ground fractured, cracks spreading outward, forming a large pit that exposed the dark red rock layer below. Muyu unleashed several more punches, creating a vast chasm over 50 meters deep, revealing the true nature of the interior. It was a massive underground space, with a lake of roiling dark red magma at its center, waves of scorching heat washing over them. At the heart of the magma lake, an extraordinary plant grew. Its entire form radiated a dark golden hue, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, with the edges of its leaves shimmering with a disquieting silver lightning arc. The entire plant was bathed in visible arcs of lightning, exuding energy fluctuations several times more domineering than the century-old vermilion fruit. Prison Robbery Thundergrass. The name naturally floated into Muyu's mind. This was undoubtedly a rare, thunder-type spiritual herb. In the Blue Star world, spiritual herbs were classified by grades: 1st, 5th, 10th, 50th, 100th, 500th, and 1000th levels. The Prison Robbery Thundergrass definitely fell into the 100-year category. For practitioners with thunder-type talents, it was akin to a divine medicine. Wow, brother Yu, what a treasure! Muyu exclaimed to the astonished Qingdi. You get out first, then hurry away. Trust me, don't ask why. I'll explain later. Though Qingdi was skeptical, he did not hesitate, climbing out of the chasm and running into the distance. Muyu took a deep breath, retrieving a chain from the system space, tying a knot before forcefully throwing it, ensnaring the Prison Robbery Thundergrass. Pulling with all his might, the grass came into his grasp. Just as the Thundergrass was liberated from the magma, an unexpected change occurred. The entire magma lake began to boil violently, and from the depths of the lake, a pair of golden vertical pupils, resembling small suns, suddenly opened, accompanied by a deafening roar. An immense shadow slowly rose from the magma. It was a colossal python, its entire body covered in thick, dark red scales, with magma-like patterns flowing between the scales. Even lifting just half of its body surpassed 30 meters. The pressure it emanated was undeniably at the early stage of the third realm, akin to the beginning of a human martial artist's profound realm. Titanic Flame Python. Muyu was taken aback. Such a beast had likely guarded the Prison Robbery Thundergrass for an indeterminate time, and upon its theft, it fell into a complete frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyu fled. He had sensed the Titanic Flame Python's presence earlier, which was why he had instructed Qingdi to run first. As Qingdi fled, hearing the beast's roar, he quickened his pace, unwilling to hinder Muyu. Muyu pushed his energy to its utmost, yet the Titanic Flame Python's speed increased, closing the distance between them. Glancing at the Prison Robbery Thundergrass, he burst the golden bubbles atop it. Ding! The host has successfully collected a large amount of pure thunder source, gaining 4,000 calories of energy. The source of the glorious Prison Robbery Thundergrass has been absorbed, automatically elevating the purple catastrophe Thunder Finger to the perfected realm. Boom! The energy within him erupted like a tsunami. 10,000 calories of energy surged forth. A force far purer and more potent than that of the body refinement realm was born within him, circulating throughout his body, refining his bones and flesh. At that moment, his life level underwent a transformation. He had achieved the extraordinary realm. However, He had no time to revel in the joy of his breakthrough. Behind him, the titanic flame python, seething with wrath, pursued him like a moving mountain. Wherever it passed, rocks melted and the air twisted. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Muyu, as well as his rapidly accelerating speed, the Titan Fire Python also quickened its pace. After running for a full 10 minutes, Muyu came to a halt, firmly stabilizing his extraordinary aura at the first stage of the Transcendent Realm. Beast, do you truly believe I fear you? Breaking through to the Transcendent Realm not only resulted in a dramatic surge of power, but also brought about a comprehensive qualitative transformation. The Chaos Indestructible Scripture operated with an unprecedented efficiency, as the pale golden chaos blood surged forth. The contained power of thunder grew increasingly pure and brilliant, no longer fleeing. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Muyu let out a low growl. The heavenly steps transformed him into a bolt of golden lightning, charging headlong towards the Titan Fire Python. Roar! The Titan Fire Python's enormous head lunged forward with immense force, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of scorching lava from its maw. The thunderous power within Muyu erupted entirely, merging with the drifting dragon spear technique. The coiling dragon spear was instantly enveloped in blinding purple lightning, resembling a roaring thunder dragon. With a thrust, it became a contest not of skill, but of sheer force and energy clashing violently. Boom! The lightning collided with the lava, resulting in a deafening explosion. The violent shockwave of energy carved the ground around them down several inches. The Titan Fire Python's vertical pupils revealed a look of shock. It let out a furious roar, its voice tinged with a dragon's resonance. A half-meter-wide pillar of magma erupted from its mouth, incinerating everything in its path. Muyu snorted coldly, showing no sign of retreat. After his breakthrough into the Transcendent Realm, his power had multiplied beyond measure. The Chaos Blood granted him strength that far surpassed many others. He thrust his spear directly at the lava column. The spear tip collided with the magma beam, and he pressed forward, step by step, despite the mounting pressure. His skin burned, yet it healed at a visibly rapid pace. When he was merely 8 or 9 meters away from the Titan Fire Python, Muyu roared, "Drifting Dragon!" with 10,000 calories of chaos blood fully unleashed. The forces of thunder, blazing sun, and icy cold flickered to life, forming a 3-colored thunder dragon. The thunder dragon, with unstoppable momentum, instantly tore through the Titan Python's fiery breath. The residual force, undiminished, violently pierced into the roof of the Titan Fire Python's gaping maw. The destructive power erupted wildly within the Titan Fire Python's most vulnerable oral cavity. A howl of anguish erupted from the Titan Fire Python, a sound so tragic it was heart-wrenching. Its massive body writhed in desperation. Muyu clung to the Titan Fire Python like a parasite, his lightning spear striking with precision at its 7-inch mark with each thrust. Thunder roared within its body, exploding incessantly. In mere moments, the Titan Fire Python's movements suddenly froze. Its golden vertical pupils, resembling miniature suns, rapidly dimmed before it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Panting heavily, Muyu realized he had triumphed. However, the toll on his energy was significant. His vitality was nearly depleted. His current limit of combat power was merely at the initial stage of the third realm. As several energy bubbles fell from the Titan Fire Python, he reached out to collect them. Ding! Host successfully collected 200 calories of vitality. Ding! Host successfully collected the breath of the blazing sun, comparable to a B-grade talent. Ding! Host successfully collected 500 blank attributes. A series of gratifying notifications rang out, and as the 200 calories of vitality surged into him, Muyu felt a considerable improvement in his condition. Minutes later, Qing Di returned to the scene. "Did you slay it, brother you?" He gazed at the Titan Fire Python's corpse, which resembled a small mountain, his mouth agape in astonishment. Muyu, feeling the ceaseless power of the transcendent realm within him, wore a satisfied smile. "Your brother you will always be your brother you." With the Titan Fire Python harvested, the two made their way towards the core area. A day and a half later, they traversed the blood-soaked terrain and arrived at the heart of the secret realm. Before them lay a suddenly narrowing passage. Muyu and Qing Di stepped inside. The sight that greeted them was breathtaking. It was an immensely vast underground dome, devoid of palaces or altars. Instead, there stood an extraordinarily colossal ancient tree, towering over 1,000 meters high. The tree had grown for countless ages, its trunk so thick that it would take 4 or 5 adults to encircle it. Yet, its leaves displayed a withered, desolate hue, as if all vitality had been forcibly siphoned away. Coiling tightly around the trunk of the ancient tree was a grotesquely thick, blood-red vine. The vine, resembling parasitic weeds, had roots deeply embedded within the ancient tree, spiraling upwards, surpassing the height of the tree itself, voraciously absorbing its energy. All energy converged towards the enormous gray bud at the top of the vine, pulsating like a heart. With each pulse, the bloodthirsty aura within the entire space trembled. It felt as if needles were pricking at their brains. "What an eerie entity," Qing Di remarked, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Muyu's expression grew grave. He too sensed a hint of discomfort. The energy contained within that bud far exceeded that of the Titan fire python. Before long, several figures appeared. Bai Xian, Xia Shu Tong, Qian Iyu, Su Jianlu, as well as Gu Chong Yuan, Xin Yuan Go, and another 7 or 8 competent martial artists who had made their way here. All present were taken aback by the bizarre sight before them. This was something they had never encountered. Bai Xian fixed his gaze on the gray bud, speaking solemnly. This is no ordinary spiritual object. It is the heart of the secret realm. Its existence is what allows this C-grade secret realm to exhibit pressures approaching that of a B-grade. The heart of the secret realm. Mu Yu understood its significance. All things possess spirits, including secret realms, just as weapons can give birth to spirits. Secret realms can also develop intelligence, referred to as the heart of the secret realm. A secret realm that generates a heart possesses the potential for growth. However, the dangers it poses to humanity are self-evident. More importantly, the heart of the secret realm is a rare cultivation resource. If it were to be graded, it would be on par with a millennium-old spiritual herb. If refined, the benefits would be boundless. Yet, the heart of the secret realm before them seemed to have undergone a mutation. Chapter 29, Slaying the Heart of the Secret Realm, SSS-grade talent Fushibone. All eyes were fixed on the gray bud. The pulsation rate of the gray bud suddenly accelerated. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat resonated like a war drum in everyone's hearts. Bai Xian continued. The heart of the secret realm is nearing completion of its transformation. Once it does, we can maximize our gains. A group of martial artists, among them a middle-aged man, looked towards Mu Yu and the others. How will the heart of the secret realm be divided? A deep voice inquired. Of course, it will be proportional to the effort exerted. Other martial artists nodded in agreement. Mu Yu gauged their strength, noting they were in the late stages of the transcendent realm. They were not particularly formidable. Mu Yu turned to Bai Xian. Brother Bai, we will follow your lead. Bai Xian smiled slightly, then turned to Qian Iyu and Su Jianlu. You two will need to step up. Qian Iyu and Su Jianlu remained silent, but indicated their acquiescence. At a certain moment, boom. The gray bud suddenly burst open. There were no splendid petals. Only an endless surge of blood light erupting forth. Amidst the blood light, a humanoid monstrosity slowly rose. Its entire body was dark red, covered in an exoskeleton of wood and flesh, its features indistinct, save for a pair of blood-red eyes filled with fury and greed. It bore a pair of fleshy wings on its back. The energy fluctuations it emitted reached the first tier of the third realm, rivaling those of a small Shin master in the transcendent realm. Roar! It leaped from the center of the bud, causing the vines to wither instantly. Upon landing, the martial artists who had rushed forward were swiftly slaughtered by the mutated heart of the secret realm with astonishing speed. This display of power sent shockwaves of fear through the remaining onlookers. The heart of the secret realm let out a roar that was anything but human, its bloodthirsty gaze sweeping across Mu Yu and the others, perceiving them all as mere fodder. Gu Chongyuan's countenance was grave, and the starlight enveloping him began to coalesce. What he had initially perceived as a mundane little town suddenly revealed itself to be rife with intrigue. Xian Yuinga also clenched his fists, a surge of combat spirit igniting within him. Roar! The instant the creature, birthed from the heart of the secret realm, lunged toward the crowd. Su Jiandu and Qian Iyu sprang into action. Their speed surpassed that of all present, and the aura of power they emanated unmistakably reached the realm of the transcendent. Although Mu Yu had harbored suspicions, witnessing it with his own eyes still left him somewhat astonished. Among peers, such a disparity was indeed striking. Qingdi's eyes widened in disbelief. You go. Wow, they are incredibly powerful. Xia Shutong glanced at Bai Xian, who gestured for her to remain calm. In an instant, the ordinary aura surrounding Su Jiandu vanished, replaced by an air of aloof nobility, akin to that of a divine emperor from the heavens. The oppressive force she radiated was formidable, rivaling that of the heart of the secret realm itself. She elegantly raised her jade hand, and a golden light erupted from her forehead, intertwining into a golden chain. This chain emanated a tyrannical kingly presence, accurately ensnaring the creature. The creature howled and struggled in vain, unable to break free. Simultaneously, Qian Iyu's charming smile had faded. Flames of crimson gold ignited around her, exuding not only searing heat, but also an aura of supreme purification that could incinerate all. A dark golden longsword materialized in her grasp, and with a single slash, a phoenix ablaze with eternal flames surged forth, causing a resounding explosion in the air. The phoenix approached the creature, transforming into a golden blade that severed the heart of the secret realm's head. With a splintering sound, the creature's massive form abruptly froze, its savage demeanor swiftly dissipating. Its body crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, disintegrating into pure energy particles that vanished into the ether. A swift annihilation. The entire core of the area descended into an eerie silence. Gu Chongyuan's pupils constricted as he cast a complex gaze toward Qian Iyu. He had believed the gap between himself and Qian Iyu was narrowing, yet the truth revealed a widening chasm. Xian Yuinga was utterly dumbfounded. This was the essence of true genius. Bai Xian, seemingly unfazed, maintained his composure. Mu Yu, momentarily taken aback, acknowledged the impressive prowess of the two. With the demise of the heart of the secret realm, a vast and pure source of energy began to permeate the surroundings, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. Bai Xian stepped forward, channeling energy to gently draw in the dissipating essence. Threads of exquisitely pure energy, radiating a soft white glow, were attracted towards him, coalescing into crystalline formations the size of dove eggs in his hands. After a brief moment, Bai Xian remarked, "Crystals from the heart of the secret realm are immensely beneficial for warriors at the transcendent realm and below, fortifying their foundations and purifying their vitality." Having said that, he distributed the crystals evenly among everyone present, except for the remaining few warriors who each received one, while Su Jindu and Qi and Yu received 5, and the others were allotted 3 each. Mu Yu's gaze lingered on the spot where the creature had vanished, where a few particularly resplendent bubbles began to surface. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps there were more treasures to claim? He stepped forward and crushed the bubbles beneath his foot. Ding. Host successfully collected. Essence of the secret realm, 100. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality, 100. Ding. Host successfully collected. Blank attributes, 200. As the essence of the secret realm flowed into him, Mu Yu felt his body undergoing an indescribable transformation, reminiscent of the evolution granted by rewards from the myriad realms. In an instant, he sensed a significant stabilization of his realm. Approaching Bai Xian, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Bai." Bai Xian was indeed a reliable ally, always sharing valuable resources. Just as his gaze shifted towards Su Jindu and Qi and Yu, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his heart raced uncontrollably. To his astonishment, bubbles were emerging around both of them, shimmering in hues of gold and crimson, with Su Jindu's being a deep golden. However, the positioning of the bubbles was somewhat awkward, Su Jindu's at her forehead, and Qi and Yu's at her wrist. Wow, they finally dropped, and it's a huge haul. He immediately approached, gazing at Su Jindu with a tender expression. Su Jindu, feeling his gaze, became somewhat bashful. "Mu Yu, what are you staring at?" At that moment, Mu Yu found even the blemishes on her face endearing. He brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Jindu, my admiration for you flows like the mighty river. You are truly remarkable." Su Jindu scratched her head, her body momentarily stiffening at his touch. "I'm not that impressive." Ding. Host successfully collected. Acquired SSS level talent, Fushi Bone. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality, 150. An indescribable sense of profound understanding surged into Mu Yu's mind and deep within his body. He was the Soul King, the unparalleled sovereign of the realm, destined to become the emperor of humanity. Su Jindu was momentarily taken aback. Mu Yu's aura felt strikingly familiar. Qi and Yu pouted. "Yu, I made significant contributions too, right?" Observing this, Mu Yu instinctively grasped Qi and Yu's wrist. "And Yu, you are incredibly powerful as well." Ding. Host successfully collected. Acquired S-level martial technique, Godslaying Slash. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality, 180. An overwhelming and terrifying intent to annihilate surged into Mu Yu's consciousness. Although the martial technique was classified as S-level, it resembled a form of intent, a pathway to transcendence in the art of killing. Its might far exceeding any techniques he had mastered thus far. Qi and Yu was momentarily stunned by Mu Yu's sudden fervor. But then her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she squeezed his hand in return. "No big deal. Yu, I'm just glad you're okay." Meanwhile, Bai Xian observed the entire exchange, his lips twitching slightly, casting a peculiar glance at Mu Yu, ultimately refraining from commenting. Mu Yu, feeling content, retracted his hand, reveling in the tumultuous changes within his body and the newfound powerful abilities in his mind. Revenge was within reach. Chapter 30. The Martial Arts Association Grand Competition in Yang City. Hours swiftly passed, and Mu Yu and his companions returned to Xia City by car. Qi and Yu had dozed off, resting her head on Mu Yu's shoulder. A glance at Guchang Yuan, who sat in the back, nearly sent Mu Yu into fits of laughter. He appeared utterly vexed, gnashing his teeth as he gnawed on the beast hide in his hands. Before long, they arrived in Xia City, where Mu Yu hailed a taxi and invited Qing Di along. This fellow had it even worse. At least he had seen what his parents looked like, while Qing Di had not seen his at all. Their shared interests and somewhat similar backgrounds were part of what drew Mu Yu and Qing Di together. Upon spotting Qi and Yu, Qing Di gave it little thought, until they both disembarked from the taxi in Mu Yu's neighborhood, at which point his eyes widened in shock. "Yuga, you can't be serious? You two are living together?" "What?" Mu Yu asked, bewildered. "I mean, cohabitating." Slap. Mu Yu delivered a swift smack, exclaiming, "Cohabitating, you big fool." Beside them, Qi and Yu covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. As they ascended the stairs, Qi and Yu gazed at Mu Yu with longing. "Yu, goodbye?" When Qing Di saw Qi and Yu open the door across the hall, he finally relaxed. "Yuga, you scared me. I thought you were taken advantage of." Mu Yu was left speechless. He unlocked the door, and a wave of burned aroma mixed with cumin and chili assaulted his senses. In the cramped kitchen, Xiao Xiao was clad in an obviously ill-fitting cartoon apron, frantically moving about. She wore loose pajamas, her hair haphazardly tied up, while an exaggeratedly large sword leaned casually against the wall. Upon noticing the two, she beamed with a grin. "Oh, you're back. I'm in a good mood today. Let me show you a little something." Upon hearing the commotion, Dao Xiaoxiao called out without turning her head, brandishing a spatula in her hand. Qing Di widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at Muyu, exclaiming, "Whoa, Yugu, you are hiding a beauty in your gilded chamber. And she happens to be 3 years your senior. Older women are treasures." Muyu regarded Dao Xiaoxiao's sturdy physique with an emotionless demeanor. Compared to the visual impact of Qi and Iu, he preferred a different kind of allure. The two approached the kitchen doorway, peering into the pot. "Ahem, senior. What newfangled weapon are you concocting?" Muyu inquired, observing the indistinct, dark, and gooey substance within the pot, his lips twitching with curiosity. "This is my heartfelt sweet and sour ribs." Dao Xiaoxiao boldly lifted a piece of the sticky black mass. "Give it a try?" Muyu and Qing Di exchanged glances, neither daring to be the first to take the plunge. Dao Xiaoxiao, brimming with anticipation, noticed their hesitation, her smile growing increasingly peculiar. "Are you too intent on spurning my good intentions?" They shook their heads vigorously like rattles. "Senior, no, we will eat." Each took a piece, and the moment it touched their tongues, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The taste was indescribable. Muyu felt as though the flow of his chaos indestructible sutra nearly halted. "So how is it?" Dao Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, full of expectation. "The flavor is quite unique, senior. Perhaps you should focus on your cultivation from now on. And leave the cooking to me," Muyu said earnestly. Dao Xiaoxiao, her face a picture of delight, immediately grabbed another piece. Yet after tasting it, her smile vanished, and she silently disposed of her culinary creation into the trash. "Ahem, it seems cooking is best left to you too," she conceded. Muyu took charge in the kitchen, and after their meal, Dao Xiaoxiao set off to play with her sword, while Muyu transferred her 10,000 daxia coins. Returning to his room, Qing Di headed for the shower first, prompting Muyu to mentally recite, "System, open the attribute panel." A transparent three-dimensional projection appeared, visible only to him. "System, infinite attribute acquisition system. Host, Muyu, realm, extraordinary stage 1, strength, 150,000 kg, a colossal force. Vitality, 10, 100 calories, chaos vitality. Talent, Supreme Immortal Bone E grade. Great Remnant, Chaos Martial Bone SSS grade. Fushi Bone SSS grade. Deceptive Barrier S grade. Lord of Ice S grade. Stellar Battle Body SSS grade. Cultivation Method, Chaos Indestructible Sutra SSS grade. Martial Techniques, Godslaying S grade. Purple Catastrophe Thunder Finger A grade. Thunder Calamity Spear Decision S grade. 7 Kills Ancient Fist B grade. Heavenly Ascension 9 Steps A grade. Items, Heart of Margarita, Wolf King's Fong, Blood Python, Titan Flame Python, and used attribute points. 1, 200. Special Privileges, Protection of All Realms, 11. Gazing at the splendid data on the panel, Muyu felt a surge of exhilaration. His talents had once again ascended, and his marksmanship and martial techniques had also advanced. System, can the Chaos Martial Bone and Fushi Bone, both SSS grade talents, be fused? After a brief pause, the system replied, "Ding." Responding to the host, SSS grade talents are the current limit of this system version. Upon system upgrade, higher grade talents may be fused. Please anticipate new functions. Muyu was well prepared, his heart undisturbed. Possessing 2 SSS grade talents was already a monumental fortune. The insights bestowed upon him by the Fushi Bone and Chaos Martial Bone were unparalleled. After Qing Di finished her shower, Muyu took his turn. They played games for a while before drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Muyu awoke early to find Qing Di clad in oversized shorts, her legs resting on him. He playfully slapped her awake. "Time to rise." Qing Di opened her eyes to see Muyu in only a white t-shirt, arms crossed over his chest. "Yugo, you must take responsibility for me." Muyu merely chuckled. "Do you think there will be an abundance of beauties at the Summer City Martial Arts Association's competition?" Observing Qing Di's lewd expression, Muyu felt a twinge of exasperation. The two made their way to the Summer City Martial Arts Association. Having signed up as volunteers for the commemorative event, it was nearly time to begin. The association, located in the heart of Summer City, was an official establishment. The entrance was bustling with throngs of people, far more lively than usual. Young martial artists from various martial arts schools and the broader community congregated here, predominantly aged around 30. Their strength primarily hovered around the extraordinary realm, marking them as the pillars of Summer City's martial arts. Muyu and Qing Di donned the volunteer vests provided by the association, their duties primarily involving guiding attendees and clearing the competition stage. Martial artists were gradually arriving, and by afternoon, the martial arts exchange would officially commence. Although the crowd was not overwhelming, the energy in the air was palpable. Muyu navigated through the throng, feeling his vitality steadily increase. Various martial techniques and a hodgepodge of attribute fragments flooding his mind. After a flurry of activity, Muyu grasped the true purpose of this exchange event. It was not merely a commemorative occasion. It served as a test and ranking of the capabilities of the younger generation of martial artists in Summer City. All participants would compete to determine the final top 3. Had he not feared that his prowess would astound the masses, he would have eagerly joined in. Over an hour later, he spotted 3 familiar faces, Bai Xian, Gu Changyuan, and Xianyuan Gu, who had arrived at the venue. Bai Xian and Xianyuan Gu were evidently not volunteers but competitors, while Gu Changyuan's purpose remained unclear. Bai Xian acknowledged Muyu with a slight nod, while Gu Changyuan merely cast a calm glance in his direction, revealing little emotion. Xianyuan Gu appeared somewhat arrogant. Muyu initially thought he might seek trouble, but surprisingly, he did not, which was rather out of character for a villain. Muyu sensed that his vitality would soon experience a tremendous surge. Chapter 31, The Sea of Bubbles. A surge in realms as time passed. The number of martial artists arriving at the Summer City Martial Arts Association steadily increased. By around 11 in the morning, the expansive martial arts square was filled with nearly 2,000 to 3,000 young martial artists. These individuals represented nearly all the elite under 30 in Summer City, hailing from various sectors of society. However, students made up a minority, aside from geniuses. The strength of high schoolers generally paled in comparison to that of martial artists from the workforce. Thus, the significance of this competition was exceptionally high, with entry requirements stipulating at least the 9th stage of body refinement or above. The air was thick with fervent battle intent and vibrant vitality. Clad in his volunteer vest, Muyu stood among the crowd, feeling as though his eyes might be blinded by the sheer brilliance around him. Bubbles. A veritable sea of bubbles. White, green, and blue. Densely packed, floated like balloons released during a festival, nearly enveloping the entire venue. Compared to the minor skirmishes in secret realms and schools, this was truly an ocean of attributes. All of this is mine. Muyu roared internally, envisioning the overwhelming strength that would come from successfully acquiring all those bubbles. He now realized the true power of this infinite acquisition ability. An idea sparked in his mind. When he gained strength, or if the system upgraded, might he be able to collect all living beings on Blue Star? That would be an extraordinary feat indeed. Regrettably, most attendees were competitors, and no spectator seating had been arranged. Otherwise, the turnout would have been even greater. You go. Look at that beauty, such ample curves. She seems perfect for bearing children. That's my type. Muyu shot an incredulous glance at Qing Di, who was ogling the beauties nearby while making unsolicited comments. You rascal. Your mind is consumed by thoughts of women. Qing Di scratched his head. You go. Studies have shown that looking at beautiful women can enhance the speed of vital energy circulation. Just then, 3 ancient chimes resonated, abruptly silencing the previously tumultuous scene. Upon the elevated platform, the eminent figures of Summer City made their entrance, led by Li Han, the chief of the town martial affairs office. Following closely behind him was Xiao Yunfan, the president of the Martial Arts Exchange Association, along with Xia Xuani, the master of the Wuwang Martial Society. Additionally, several notable entrepreneurs from various industries in Summer City were present, including Qi Yanzhou, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion. A number of renowned late-stage practitioners of the transcendent realm were also in attendance, alongside the principals of several high schools, including the distinguished scholar, C.I. Ru. Among them, he spotted the conspicuously petite Dao Xiaoxiao. Together, they formed the esteemed judging panel for the event. Given that Summer City was relatively small, it was uncertain whether there were any martial artists beyond the transcendent realm. However, Muyu speculated that the town martial affairs chief was likely above that level. Without such prowess, it would be challenging to command the respect of those present. Nevertheless, I must devise a means to approach them, for the bubbles they release are undoubtedly of superior quality. Soon after, Li Han stood up, exuding an air of elegance, his clean-shaven face suggesting he was once a youthful heartthrob. He wore a gentle smile, and though his voice was soft, it resonated throughout the entire playground. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this marks the 50th martial arts exchange in Summer City. Today, our city has nurtured numerous exceptional martial artists, many of whom have ventured into the royal city and even the imperial city in pursuit of greater martial opportunities. In our great Xia, every individual is akin to a dragon. With the sword of the martial artist, we uphold the peace of great Xia. As he concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. As the applause subsided, Xiao Yunfan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, spoke up. His rugged appearance was complemented by a hearty demeanor, and his voice was crisp and straightforward. Everyone, Li Ji's words serve as the finest encouragement for us all. I shall refrain from further commentary and announce the rules for the exchange competition. There will be 2 rounds. The first round will assess strength, while the top 50 will advance to the second round, where they will be randomly paired for sparring. Remember, do not intentionally inflict harm. Those who do will bear the consequences. I hereby declare that the first round will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Muyu donned a volunteer's outfit, clutching a dry mop and a towel, and called over Qing Di, who was pushing a cart filled with various functional beverages and water. You, my friend. It's time to get to work. With that, the 2 exchanged smiles and ventured into the throng of martial artists. However, Their expressions were somewhat peculiar. Mu Yu radiated joy as if the world was filled with bubbles, whereas Qing Di was thrilled at the prospect of openly admiring beautiful women. Good sir, there is some water at your feet. Allow me to assist you. Ding. Host has successfully collected 15 vitality points. Miss, you seem a bit pale. Is it low blood sugar? Ding. Host has collected 20 vitality points. D-grade talent, Water Thunder. My good sir, your muscles are impressive. You are sure to achieve commendable results. Ding. Host has successfully collected 12 vitality points. Mountain Splitting Palm Comprehension, 10. Mu Yu was busily darting about, his chatter incessant, offering various expressions of concern and admiration. Many martial artists were touched by his overwhelming enthusiasm. He was indeed a dedicated young man. Brother Yu, did you inject some adrenaline today? Qing Di remarked, observing Mu Yu weaving through the crowd. I am merely contributing to the smooth progress of this grand event. Mu Yu declared with righteous fervor, continuing to move swiftly as he passed a robust man who was excitedly throwing punches, casually snatching a bubble containing 10 vitality points. Within the ranks of competitors, Bai Xian regarded the approaching Mu Yu with newfound appreciation. For the first time, he found the lad rather agreeable. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel the absurd thoughts from his mind. What is happening to me? Why am I harboring such sentiments? Suddenly, Mu Yu's hand landed on his shoulder. Bai Xian, I wish you the best of luck. Ding. Host has successfully collected 50 energy from the heart of the secret realm. Bai Xian trembled slightly, his smile faltering. Thank you. Standing at the edge of the playground, observing the unfolding events, Gu Changyuan's expression darkened as he discerned Mu Yu's actions. This lad, he thought, seems to share an unusual rapport with that other fellow. 10 minutes later, the first round of strength testing commenced. In the center of the arena stood 10 colossal strength testing stones. Participants were required to strike the stone with all their might, with the top 50 advancing to the second round. Mu Yu, while collecting bubbles, kept a vigilant eye on the testing proceedings. Bubbles of various hues erupted from the strength testing stones as martial artists exerted their power, and with 10 machines in use, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Huh! A muscular man bellowed, delivering a powerful punch to the stone. Bang! The strength tester registered a value of 58,000 kg, indicating a proficiency at the first stage of the transcendent realm. A lean young man followed suit, unleashing a punch. Buzz! The tester displayed 72,000 kg, signifying a second stage transcendent strength. Mu Yu observed numerous practitioners of the transcendent realm testing their strength, and the disparity with his own abilities was stark. Fortunately, he was the first to receive an exceptional rating. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. For martial artists, strength is fundamentally a reflection of one's prowess and combat capability, at least for the majority. As it came time for Bai Xian to test his strength, he delivered a punch that yielded a reading of 85,000 kg. Li Han and Xiao Yunfan atop the platform immediately took notice. What a genius! Xi Ru and Xia Shuani, acquainted with Bai Xian, were not particularly surprised. Li Ji, this individual is a student from my school, Xi Ru stated. Li Han was taken aback. Another prodigy akin to that girl with the blade has emerged from Summer City. Dao Xiaoxiao's expression remained largely unchanged. Accustomed to seeing many talented individuals, she was rarely stirred unless someone shone exceptionally bright. However, her attention remained fixated on Mu Yu, who was animatedly conversing with the beautiful women. Then it was Xian Yuanji's turn to test his strength, which registered at just over 60,000 kg. A modest display for a first-stage transcendent. The strength testing took nearly an hour to complete. Throughout, Mu Yu did not pause for a moment, feeling his vitality surge as if propelled by a rocket. Ding. Host has collected vitality. Ding. Host has collected. The system's notification sounds became almost a background melody. As the strength testing neared its conclusion, he sensed that the tremendous vitality he had accumulated had finally reached a critical point. An overwhelming aura emanated from him involuntarily. But fortunately, the crowded atmosphere masked it from drawing too much attention. He and Qing Di ventured to the storage area to fetch more beverages, and he seized the opportunity to glance at his system panel. He had achieved the fourth stage of the transcendent realm. The breakthrough from the first to the second stage required 2,000 vitality points. From the second to the third stage, 3,000 points. And from the third to the fourth stage, 4,000 points. Within a little over 2 hours, he had amassed 9,000 vitality points. Phew, this feels amazing. Other martial artists could achieve breakthroughs without such a high vitality expenditure, but given his path in the extreme martial arts, the consumption was naturally greater. Bubbles released during sparring should prove more plentiful, he mused, envisioning an abundance of bubbles beckoning to him. Chapter 32. I must say, the martial artists from Yang City present here are utterly inferior. With the conclusion of the strength testing, the list of the 50 advancing participants was unveiled. Following a brief respite and adjustment, the second round of sparring officially commenced. The enormous electronic screen began randomly matching opponents, determining the first 25 bouts. Mu Yu, Qing Di, and the other volunteers shifted their focus to cleaning the arena post-sparring. As the sparring began, the frequency and quality of bubble drops indeed escalated significantly. Armed with a mop and cloth, Muyu traversed between the various arenas, ensuring his presence wherever combat took place, effectively monopolizing the tasks of the other volunteers, who found themselves rather idle. Upon observing Muyu's actions from the high platform, Xiaoxian couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that this lad genuinely relished hard work. It was a pity he did not partake in the sparring sessions. Had he chosen to participate, he might have proven even more talented than that by Xian fellow. The first round of the second trial unfolded in a rather conventional manner. Most martial artists displayed similar prowess, predominantly hovering around the second and third tiers of the transcendent realm. Among the various contests, one duel captivated the audience's attention. Two transcendent realm fighters clashed, one wielding a saber and the other a sword. Both demonstrated abilities at approximately the third tier of the transcendent realm. Historically, sabers and swords have been the most commonly employed weapons, with saber users asserting the superiority of their weapon, while sword users held an opposing view. Their battle seemed to epitomize the age-old rivalry of blade versus sword. The combatants fought fiercely, with neither yielding easily. Muyu watched intently, convinced that the swordsman would emerge victorious. Under conditions of similar strength, the contest would ultimately hinge on patience, and it was evident that the swordsman exhibited superior composure. His prediction proved accurate. Minutes later, the swordsman capitalized on a momentary lapse from the saber wielder, securing a narrow victory. Soon, it was Bai Xian's turn to take the stage on platform number 5. His adversary, a robust man at the fourth tier of the transcendent realm, brandished a pair of bronze hammers with great ferocity. "You little pretty boy, behold my hammer," the burly man bellowed as he charged forward. Bai Xian maintained his composure until the hammers were nearly upon him, at which point he slightly sidestepped and, with a finger resembling a sword, struck precisely at the man's wrist. The robust fighter felt a numbing sensation in his wrist, nearly losing grip of his hammers. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xian delivered a palm strike to his chest. The man staggered back several paces before collapsing onto the ground, his face a mask of bewilderment. Rising to his feet, the burly man clasped his hands in respect towards Bai Xian. "Young brother, I concede. My voice was perhaps a touch too loud, and I acknowledge my defeat." Muyu hurriedly rushed forth to retrieve the faint golden bubble. Ding! Host successfully acquired. Fragment of the desolate sword intent 5. Muyu paused, taken aback. The sword intent was something that could only be grasped through enlightenment, a unique essence capable of suppressing opponents on a spiritual level and enhancing the might of sword techniques. Yet, he did not wield a sword. However, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that both sword intent and gun intent are forms of essence. And perhaps there was something to learn from it. On the high platform, Li Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a remarkable young man. His mastery over power has reached such heights. This child is extraordinary. Dao Xiao sat obediently in her chair, resembling a well-behaved child. Sword intent, quite fascinating. Far surpassing my own abilities at that age. In the crowd, Gu Changyuan regarded Bai Xian with surprise, casting him several discerning glances. Such comprehension would mark him as a genius even in the royal city. Perhaps he could extend an olive branch on behalf of his family and recruit him as a subordinate. Muyu turned his attention to Xianyuan Ji's match. His opponent was a second-tier, transcendent realm fighter. Xianyuan Gu fought with grandiosity and displayed commendable combat experience, demonstrating a solid proficiency in the celestial steps. His opponent struggled to land a hit, and he ultimately claimed victory. After his win, he glanced in Muyu's direction, his expression seemingly conveying, "I stand upon the stage basking in the spotlight, while you are relegated to merely watching me." Xiao Xian on the high platform shook his head with a sigh. Alas, this child of my old comrade possesses a rather flawed temperament. Thankfully, Shu Tong does not hold him in high regard. Muyu shot him a glance and remarked to Qing Di, "Just now, there was a fool. Where is he? Where's that fool?" Qing Di scanned the surroundings, realizing Muyu was not responding to him, and turned back to admire the beautiful women. As the matches proceeded in rounds, competitors were continuously eliminated, and exhilarating duels unfolded. Muyu's attribute panel grew increasingly rich, and his vitality steadily advanced towards the 5th tier of the transcendent realm. Time flew by, and after 3 hours of relentless competition, the event entered a critical phase, with the top 10 competitors emerging. Bai Xian was among them, while the other 9 were all formidable fighters at the 5th or 6th tiers, with the strongest among them at the 9th tier. Xianyuan Gu had been eliminated in the previous round. The random draw for the top 5 commenced, and the atmosphere grew more intense. On the large screen ahead, the names of the top 10 competitors fluctuated as they were randomly paired. Bai Xian's opponent was one Li Mo. Muyu had a vague recollection of him. He was tall and slender, with ordinary features, exuding an air of honesty, and wielding a sword. On platform number 1, Li Mo addressed Bai Xian, "You possess remarkable strength. To rank among the top 10 with the prowess of a first-tier transcendent. In my youth, I could not compare to you. By the time you reach my age, I shall still be your inferior. Yet, at this stage, the gap in cultivation cannot be entirely bridged by technique." With that, Li Mo drew his long sword. Its tip aimed at Bai Xian, unleashing the full force of his 6th-tier transcendent aura. Bai Xian remained unfazed, taking a deep breath of foul air. He retrieved a sword from the weapon rack beside him. The instant the sword was fully unsheathed, a wave of desolation and extinction enveloped the arena, instantly dispelling Li Mo's imposing aura. What? Li Mo's expression shifted as he felt a primal dread, as if facing a ferocious beast. He furrowed his brow, skipping any further banter, and launched an attack. Li Mo's strikes were swift, fierce, and precise. The aura of a 6th-tier transcendent surged around him, saturating his body with a dark crimson vitality. He unleashed a blood-red sword aura that spanned a yard. Bai Xian moved in response, similarly swinging his sword, releasing a yard-long sword aura imbued with an essence of desolation that seemed capable of withering all in its path. A closer observation would reveal strands of icy mist swirling beneath his feet. This was the manifestation of his second talent, the power of the Ice Lord. Mu Yu had collected this talent, allowing him a clearer perception of its effects. Despite Bai Xian's cultivation being only at the 1st tier of the Transcendent Realm, the enhancement from the SSS level technique, Chaos Immortal Scripture, and the SS level talent, Desolate Sword Embryo, elevated his vitality, strength, and comprehension of the sword path far beyond that of Li Mo Bang. Their sword auras collided, instantly generating a shockwave. Li Mo staggered back a dozen steps before regaining his balance, his vitality fluctuating significantly. His eyes widened in astonishment, but he soon broke into a smile, appearing quite nonchalant. Young brother, I admire you. It seems this realm now belongs to the youth. The arena fell silent before erupting into thunderous applause. A 1st-tier fighter triumphing over a 6th-tier opponent. What an astonishing feat. On the high platform, Li Han, Xiao Yunfan, and others regarded Bai Xian with eyes full of appreciation and respect. Xia Xian nodded slightly, pondering, alas, my daughter seems to favor this young man. Yet I find myself more impressed by Mu Yu. How does one decide? Dao Xiao's eyes sparkled. It seems he has yet to reveal his full strength. Finally, a true genius has emerged from Summer City. Xianyuan Gu appeared stunned, grappling with the disparity between himself and Bai Xian. Why is there such a vast difference? I, too, am a genius. Gu Changyuan's resolve to recruit Bai Xian as a subordinate solidified further. Qing Di slapped Mu Yu on the back, exclaiming, "You go. Bai Xian is truly remarkable." Mu Yu immediately dashed onto the stage. Ding. Host successfully acquired 50 points of Desolate Sword Intent Comprehension, 50 vitality points. Ultimately, the top 5 competitors were determined. Besides Bai Xian, an outlier who forcefully entered with 1st-tier cultivation. The remaining 4 were all undoubtedly experts above the 7th tier of the Transcendent Realm. The final ranking battles proved to be intense and fierce. Although Bai Xian had the lowest cultivation, his abilities seemed limitless. He once again defeated an opponent, securing a place among the top 3. Next came the contest for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. On the big screen, one of the top 3 received a bye, while Bai Xian faced off against Zhao Linkong, a master of the 9th tier. However, to the surprise of the audience, Bai Xian conceded, finishing in 3rd place. Mu Yu understood his reasoning. 1. He might not be able to win. 2. Even if he could triumph, a 1st tier defeating a 9th tier would be an astonishing spectacle, likely drawing unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. Perhaps, at this very moment, he had already caught the eye of the Erosion Realm. I must seize an opportunity to inform Bai Xian to be wary of the Devouring Realm. The ultimate contest for the 1st and 2nd places has unfolded between Zhao Linkong and a martial artist named Fong Li. Fong Li possesses the formidable strength of an 8th-tier transcendent. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is indisputable that Zhao Linkong will claim the 1st position. Shortly thereafter, Li Han personally approached the stage, poised to award the top 3 competitors. At that moment, an ill-timed voice, dripping with disdain, abruptly resounded from the sidelines, piercing the ears of everyone present. Huh, after all this time, is this the extent of your prowess? A young, arrogant martial artist, whose identity was unknown, had appeared by the arena's edge, with arms crossed and a scornful gaze sweeping over all the practitioners of Xia City. A smirk of utmost derision curled at the corners of his lips. I must say, all of you here are nothing but trash. Chapter 33, A Pugilist's Challenge. The audacious words of the youth were akin to a bucket of cold water splashed into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the fury of the entire venue. Arrogance. Where did this brat come from, daring to utter such nonsense in this place? If glances could kill, that young man would have been slain 18,000 times over. On the high platform, Li Han's brows furrowed, while Xiao Yunfan's expression darkened. Xia Xian observed with keen interest, seemingly eager to discern the source of this young man's audacity. Dao Xiao merely scoffed, muttering under her breath. Even the prodigies from the imperial city wouldn't dare to be this brazen. Who does he think he is? The young man sauntered through the crowd, positioning himself in front of all the martial artists, directly beneath the stage's leaders. Ignoring the surrounding jeers, he arrogantly lifted his chin, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Linkong, Fong Li, and Bai Xian, who had just claimed the top 3 spots. With a sneer, he declared, I am Li Qianquang from Yang City, the third-place winner of the Yang City Martial Arts Association Grand Tournament at the 8th tier Transcendent level. I happened to witness your competition in Xia City and found it rather lacking. The third place from Yang City is more than enough to take down your first place. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. What was the meaning of this? The first place could not even best the third. What would that imply for their first place? Li Qianquang clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and directed his gaze toward Bai Xian and Fong Li. Now, who among you will step up? Or shall you both come at me together to spare yourselves the trouble? Fong Li's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. With Zhao Linkong defeated in a single move, he realized that stepping up would only lead to his own humiliation. The expressions of the leaders on the stage darkened significantly. This was an affront to their dignity. Just then, Bai Xian calmly stepped forward, his demeanor exuding an unshakable tranquility. From Xia City's 10th Middle School, Bai Xian, at your service. Oh, an 8th tier transcendent? Li Qianquang remarked, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Your courage is commendable, yet foolish. Do you believe you can endure longer than that waste? Bai Xian paid no heed to his taunts. A rusted long sword materialized in his hand as he gently patted it. Old friend, it seems we are destined to fight together once more. His aura surged from the first tier transcendent to the second tier, the desolate and annihilating sword intent unfurling once again. Li Qianquang, sensing this sword intent, felt his previous disdain wane, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Interesting, but still insufficient. He initiated an assault, his speed surpassing that of before as he swiftly closed in on Bai Xian, delivering a punch that distorted the very air around it. Bai Xian's eyes turned cold as he unleashed a sword strike imbued with 3 zhang of desolate annihilation sword intent. Li Qianquang, taken aback, quickly transformed his offensive into a defensive stance, drawing his large blade. The clash of sword energy and blade force reverberated as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows with remarkable speed. As the battle progressed, Li Qianquang grew increasingly alarmed. His once prized innate strength seemed ineffective against Bai Xian. Damn it, growing anxious. He felt his blood and energy surge wildly, desperate to conclude the fight swiftly. Yet, Bai Xian detected the fleeting shift in his energy. Now is the moment. With a glimmer of pale blue light in his eyes, Bai Xian summoned a thin veil of icy mist that spread like veins. The innate talent of the ice sovereign activated suddenly, an extreme chill enveloping the air, causing Li Qianquang's movements to falter imperceptibly. In that instant, Bai Xian moved in unison with his sword, channeling all his power into a single point, striking Li Qianquang's blade. The blade produced a ringing sound, trembling violently in his grasp. Li Qianquang's expression shifted dramatically as the weapon flew from his hand. His fingers continued to quiver uncontrollably. We won. Bai Xian, at the second tier transcendent level, had triumphed over Li Qianquang, an 8th tier transcendent. The previously silent arena erupted with thunderous cheers and applause. Everyone was filled with exhilaration. Bai Xian's victory had restored immense honor to Xia City. Li Qianquang's face turned ashen, his fury boiling over as he shouted, "You." Bai Xian sheathed his sword, standing composed, his aura steady as he coldly replied, "You are truly weak. I refuse to accept this." Li Qianquang raged, unable to fathom his defeat at the hands of a mere second-tier transcendent. In his fury, he swept his gaze across the crowd, spotting Mu Yu wandering among them. "Hey, you there? Yes, I'm talking to you. What are you doing wandering around?" The crowd turned to follow his gaze, finding Mu Yu, clad in a volunteer vest. Momentarily stunned, he pointed to himself, as if to say, "Are you referring to me?" In a fit of rage, Li Qianquang barked, "Yes, I mean you." Mu Yu remained unfazed, tossing a cloth over his shoulder, and with a smile, approached the arena. "You seem quite dissatisfied. How about this? I'll take you on in a match. If you can endure a single punch from me, I'll concede you the victory. What do you say?" The declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Even the leaders on the high platform were momentarily taken aback by his audacity, yet they found it amusing. This was the genius of Xia City, self-assured and unyielding. Li Qianquang, hearing what he perceived as the greatest joke, erupted with laughter, his anger bubbling over. "A punch? You? A mere janitor? What do you think you are?" Mu Yu, still smiling, raised a finger and shook it lightly. No, I'm not just anything. I'm your father." Li Qianquang was utterly incensed, his fury reaching a boiling point. "Very well, I shall meet your blow, and let you understand the price of arrogance." Mu Yu nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, humans are the most incapable of confronting their own shortcomings. It is he who is arrogant, yet when treated in the same manner, how can he dare to be angry? Li Qianquang summoned all his strength. The extraordinary energy of the 8th realm unleashed without reservation. He executed his movement technique and launched a punch. As he grinned menacingly, his fist poised to crush Mu Yu's skull, everyone held their breath. In the next instant, Mu Yu moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no extravagant techniques, just a simple step back followed by a single punch. Yet this punch was delivered with unparalleled speed. A faint golden aura shimmered around his fist. Bang! A crisp sound of bone snapping echoed. Ah! Li Qianquang let out a piercing scream. His body propelled backward like a cannonball, flying nearly 20 meters. He crashed to the ground, his arms contorted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, jaws dropped, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Just one punch. Was it truly only one punch? Mu Yu casually shook his wrist, as if he had merely swatted a fly, then picked up the rag that had fallen to the ground, flashing a smile at the stunned crowd below. All done. Leaders, you may proceed with the awards. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining C-rank talent, mountain moving force. Chapter 34. Brother Yu, I shall be yours for a lifetime. As Mu Yu's words lingered, the leaders on the platform finally emerged from their shock. Li Han's eyes sparkled with intensity as he abruptly stood. What a remarkable lad. The power of that punch is truly formidable. Indeed, our genius from Xia City is remarkably humble. Xiao Yunfan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. It seems Xia City is indeed a place of exceptional talent, birthing yet another true dragon. Although Xia Xian had anticipated this. Witnessing Mu Yu's ferocity still left him in awe. This young man exceeded my expectations in terms of prowess. Xiairu could hardly contain his joy. His student's greatness reflected his own, adding to his prestige. Especially after the emergence of the Immortal Academy's prodigy, Dao Xiao Xiao, just a few years ago. This year, there may be even more to come, which is something other high schools in Xia City cannot boast. The other principals nearby looked on with envy. Dao Xiao Xiao gazed at Mu Yu, her little tiger teeth showing. Hee, it seems my judgment was spot on. Mu Yu's single punch not only stunned Li Qianquang, but also left the entire assembly in disbelief. After a moment of silence, a volcanic eruption of excitement and cheers erupted once more. Among the crowd, Gu Chongyuan's pupils constricted, his face displaying a rare expression of incredulity. He had initially thought Mu Yu was merely a fortunate lad from the border town, benefiting from unknown methods to advance slightly faster. Yet the power behind that punch and the faint golden aura clearly indicated a foundation far beyond his imagination. Was such strength and quality truly attainable at the extraordinary realm? He realized he had gravely underestimated this rival he had dismissed. Xianyuan Ji's mouth gaped open, large enough to fit an egg. He recalled his earlier intentions to discipline Mu Yu, now feeling a chill run down his spine, filled with trepidation. Thank goodness I did not push him too far. I must resolutely avoid provoking him and Bai Xian in the future. Qing Di appeared even more exhilarated than Mu Yu, continuously exclaiming to those around him, "This is my brother. This is my brother." Ha ha. As he said this, many beautiful women sought to obtain Mu Yu's contact information through him. Upon hearing that it was for Mu Yu's contact details, Qing Di was the first to refuse. "Brother Yu, this is for your own good. To prevent you from being seduced by beauty." However, he readily agreed to share his own contact information. Bai Xian's astonishment matched that of the others. And a sudden thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that the perfect evaluation was what he had earned? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He needed to find an opportunity to probe further. Though Li Qianquang wailed in agony, the situation could not allow him to perish here. Li Han casually instructed a few martial artists to take him away, feeling vexed as the Xia City Martial Arts Exchange Conference concluded amidst an atmosphere of triumph. Meanwhile, Mu Yu's eyes gleamed once more. Many martial artists below had once again dropped bubbles. He stealthily slipped into the crowd, collecting frantically. 20 minutes later, it was time for the awards ceremony. The association presented the top 3 awards to Zhao Lingkong, Feng Li, and Bai Xian according to the original rankings. Following this, Xiao Yunfan produced 2 special awards. In his robust voice, he announced, "The judging panel has unanimously decided to issue an additional award to students Mu Yu and Bai Xian." This marked the first time in the history of the Xia City Martial Arts Association that 2 awards were presented simultaneously. Yet, no one questioned it. Instead, they felt it was well-deserved. Mu Yu ascended the stage to receive his award, feeling immensely pleased. During a photo opportunity with the leaders, he seized the chance to collect. Aside from Li Han and Dao Xiao Xiao, the other influential figures managed to gather items. From Xia Xian, he acquired the B-rank talent, Road of the Blade Prison. From Yin Ci, he obtained a B-rank martial technique, 100 Dragon Palm. From Xiao Yunfan, he secured the B-rank talent, Dragon Tortoise. From the remaining leaders, he primarily collected energy and blank attributes. Subsequently, Li Han announced the conclusion of the 50th exchange competition, and everyone exited in an orderly manner. Mu Yu initially planned to scour for more items after they left, but it appeared that no one was departing. Observing this, he took a cart and, along with Qing Di, headed to the warehouse. 10 minutes later, he dashed to the playground, where most people had already departed. However, the bubbles had nearly dissipated as well. After completing his collection, his aura exploded once more, reaching the extraordinary 5th realm. On the way home, Mu Yu turned to Qing Di, revealing a mischievous grin. "You rascal. I saw you adding contact information with the beauties. Did you add any beauties for me?" Qing Di coughed. "Brother Yu, none of them added you. But they did add me, hoping to connect with you through my contact." Upon hearing this, Mu Yu felt something was amiss, but he dismissed the thought. Upon returning home, His first task was to take a shower. After bathing, he sat on his bed. System, merge all the talents and martial techniques that can be fused. The spiritual talents centered around Divine Barrier, elemental talents around Lord of Ice, physical talents around Starry Battle Body, and beast transformation talents around Dragon Tortoise. The finger technique focused on Purple Calamity Thunder Finger, the fist technique on 7 Kill Ancient Fist, the movement technique on Heavenly Ascendance 9 Steps, and the palm technique on 100 Dragon Palm. After nearly 5 minutes of waiting, he realized the sheer volume and variety of items he had collected required some time to organize. Ding. Response to host. Fusion complete. Please check the attribute panel for your review. System. Infinite Attribute Collection System. Host. Muyu. Realm. Extraordinary 5th Realm. Strength. 250,000 kg. Vitality. 24,000 calories. Chaotic Vitality. Talent. Supreme Immortal Bone. rank. Great Remnant. Chaotic Martial Bone. SSS-rank. Fushi Bone. SSS-rank. Divine Barrier, S-rank. Lord of Ice, S-rank. Starry Battle Body, SSS-rank. Dragon Tortoise, B-rank. Cultivation Method, Chaotic Indestructible Sutra, SSS-rank. Martial Techniques, God Slaying, S-rank. Purple Calamity Thunder Finger, A-rank. Thunder Calamity Spear Decision, S-rank. 7 Kill Ancient Fist, B-rank. Heavenly Ascendance 9 Steps, A-rank. 100 Dragon Palm Sutra, A-rank. Items, Heart of Margaret, Wolf King S. Fong, Blood Python, Titan Flame Python. Blank Attribute Points. 1, 200. Special Privileges, Protection of the Myriad Realms, 11. Hidden Reward, Blessing of the World. Gazing at his attribute panel, Muyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction, although his innate talents remain unchanged for the time being. Many talents reaching levels C and B are now displayed on the system panel. By the time of the next fusion, his abilities are poised for a significant enhancement. However, upon gazing at his original innate talent, he furrowed his brow. Talent, Supreme Immortal Bone E-level, Great Deficiency. Just wait. One day, I shall restore you to your former glory, and even surpass it. He decided to keep it, refraining from fusion, as a constant reminder to himself. Muyu clenched his fists, a resolute gleam flickering in his eyes. The following day, as Muyu and Chi stepped through the gates of the 10th high school, they were met with unprecedented attention. Look, it's Muyu, the one who knocked out the genius from Yang City. Wow, he looks even more handsome than before, with strength and good looks. One has to wonder what window of opportunity heaven has closed for him. Everywhere he went, whispers and fervent gazes followed. Muyu appeared calm, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of delight. The sensation of being the center of attention was truly exhilarating. In the classroom, Jiba entered with a beaming face. He looked at Muyu, grinning widely. Silence, I have an important announcement. In 10 days, the ancient Path Earth City will host the grand tournament of Earth City's talents, where the top geniuses from the affiliated smaller cities will gather. After discussions between the school and the research committee, Muyu, Bai Xian, and Xiaoshu Tong will represent our 10th high school in the competition. Seeing that Qing Di was not selected, Muyu turned to Jiba and said, Teacher, I request to add one more slot for classmate Qing Di. His performance will surely astonish everyone. Jiba pondered for a moment. All right, I will discuss it with the school leaders and provide you with an answer this afternoon. After class, Qing Di approached Muyu with a moved expression. Brother Yu, I will be yours for life. Get lost. Chapter 35, A Duel with Bai Xian. Crying Bai Xian. During the afternoon practical training session, which allowed for free cultivation, Jiba found Muyu and Qing Di, a smile gracing his face. The school has agreed. Qing Di, you will also join the representative team, and we will head to ancient Path Earth City in 10 days. Qing Di was so thrilled, he nearly jumped. Thank you to the school. I wish for the school to become increasingly formidable, and may brother you grow ever more impressive. Muyu, Jiba, is that how you give blessings? After practicing sparring with Qing Di for half an hour, Qing Di had already broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. Reaching the 9th level in 10 days was not beyond the realm of possibility. He said to Qing Di, in these 10 days, strive to explore the myriad realms. Every time you conquer an E-level world, do it at the fastest speed. The aesthetics of brute force yield the best results. Qing Di nodded in understanding. Got it, brother Yu. Muyu's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the tranquil figure resting beneath the shade of a tree on the playground, Su Jinlu. That girl was exceedingly quiet. Despite her SSS level talent, she seemed almost invisible. Beneath her feet lay a bubble. An idea struck Muyu. To make her drop something valuable, he needed to stir her emotions. Taking a deep breath, he donned what he considered his most charming expression and approached Su Jinlu. Classmate Su. Muyu sat beside her. Su Jinlu glanced up at him. Speak quickly. If you have something to say, say it. Muyu leaned closer, his face displaying deep affection. What a beautiful name, dear scene in the deep woods. Su Jinlu's body momentarily stiffened, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. As their faces drew near, Muyu exclaimed. Oh no, dear, a pimple on your face has burst. Do you want me to help you pop it? Su Jinlu replied. Isn't that rather presumptuous? Her cold gaze fixed on Muyu, her cheeks slightly puffing up. Muyu, are you alright? Is everything fine? She was evidently taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her emotions visibly fluctuating. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 100 points. Muyu's heart soared with joy. It was effective, though not the best outcome. Gaining vitality was certainly commendable. He was about to intensify his efforts with even more sentimental words when a voice, laced with playful reproach and dissatisfaction, interjected, "What are you two discussing?" Yu had approached without him noticing, naturally wedging herself between Muyu and Su Jianlu, wrapping her arm around Muyu's. Her gaze held a hint of wariness towards Su Jianlu, followed by a sweet smile directed at Muyu. "Brother Yu, I think I gained some insights during my practice. Could you have a look?" Her sudden closeness and affectionate gestures caught Muyu off guard, the delightful fragrance causing his heart to flutter. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 100 points. Muyu was once again filled with delight. Ah, can jealousy also yield attributes? What a stroke of fortune. He felt as though he were in the midst of a delightful opportunity. With a gentle smile, he replied to Yu, "Of course. I'll help you shortly." Then, not forgetting to address Su Jianlu, he added, "Classmate Su, I'm serious. Would you like me to help you with that pimple?" Su Jianlu's expression returned to its usual calm, and she coolly uttered 2 words, "Boring, scoundrel." Without another word, she turned and walked away. Muyu looked at Yu, who was pouting and pinching his waist. Ouch. Goodness, her grip was quite strong. "Brother Yu, if you continue to be a scoundrel, I might," she said with a mischievous tone before also turning away. As Muyu watched her departing figure, a chill ran down his spine. He had yet to collect Yu's talent. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. During the break, Muyu went to the restroom. Just as Bai Xian entered behind him, they stood separated by an empty space. Muyu glanced over, and Bai Xian, feeling somewhat exasperated, asked, "What are you looking at?" By the sink, Muyu leaned in close to Bai Xian with enthusiasm. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 60 points. Bai Xian suddenly turned to him, patting his shoulder with a tone that was somewhat profound. "Muyu, cherish the girls around you." Muyu was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Which girl?" Images of Yu, Su Jianlu, and even Dao Xiao flashed through his mind. Bai Xian did not provide a clear answer, merely leaving him with an enigmatic look as if to say, "You know what I mean," before turning to leave. Wait. Muyu was left perplexed by his cryptic words. Pulling him back, "Brother Bai, it's uninteresting to leave a conversation half-finished. Also, shall we spar a bit before the grand tournament?" Bai Xian paused, considering, then nodded. "All right." They made their way to the school training room, where an empty space awaited them. Standing opposite each other, Muyu clasped his fists, a sincere smile adorning his face. "Brother Bai, I seek your guidance." Bai Xian maintained a calm demeanor. "Come, let us battle." "Wait a moment, Brother Bai," Muyu suddenly interjected. He activated Heavenly Step 9, moving with unparalleled speed, akin to a specter, instantly closing the distance to Bai Xian. Bai Xian, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" In the next instant, Muyu unleashed a straightforward punch, striking Bai Xian squarely on the left eye and nose. Bai Xian was completely unprepared for such an underhanded attack, questioning the very nature of their engagement. The blow caught him off guard, resulting in a dull thud accompanied by a suppressed grunt of pain. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, his nose turning bruised. "You." Bai Xian, clutching his left eye, was infuriated, his usually composed demeanor shattered. "You scoundrel. What happened to our sparring?" Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 80 points. Muyu felt elated. It was indeed effective. He swiftly retreated, wearing a look devoid of remorse, confidently stating, "All is fair in war, Brother Bai. Will the enemy adhere to rules in real combat? I'm merely helping you acclimatize to the treacherous world." Bai Xian was so enraged he nearly spat blood, raising his middle finger at Muyu. "You're truly shameless." Muyu chuckled mischievously, contemplating whether he could extract a bit more advantage. However, Bai Xian evidently had no intention of playing along any longer. He turned away, his back to Muyu, his shoulders trembling slightly, whether from anger or pain was uncertain. His voice was tinged with frustration as he declared the sparring session over. With that, he shielded his eyes and hastily departed without a backward glance, his silhouette exuding an aura of desolation and indignation. Muyu watched Bai Xian's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret. Was he truly angered? Was he on the verge of tears? TSK, the demeanor of the chosen one could certainly use some fortification. Such a crybaby, so petty. Perhaps I should engage in this sort of banter more often, to reap some benefits. Yet, with Bai Xian's current prowess, I should be able to knock him out with a single punch. Chapter 36. Yu's Hangover, D-Class World Qingyun Trial. That evening, Muyu emerged from the Wuwang Martial Society. As he ascended to the 5th stage of the extraordinary realm, the amount of vital energy he could harvest diminished significantly. Most individuals possessed lower capabilities than his own. It seems that to achieve a substantial increase in strength, he must venture to a larger city. With the martial arts college entrance examination looming in a month or two, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he hastened homeward. As he traversed a street, an inexplicable sensation of being watched jolted him into alertness. Damn, the corroded realm has indeed set its sights on me. Muyu's killing intent surged. His yearning for strength intensified. The last encounter had involved a mere knife-wielding foe, but should a powerful adversary above the Xian realm come next, he would be in dire straits. He quickened his pace, making his way home. Upon returning to his modest abode, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, his intelligence wristwatch illuminated. A message from Bai Xian appeared, containing a single phrase, "Beware of the corroded realm." Muyu was taken aback. He had intended to inform Bai Xian about the corroded realm, only to discover that Bai Xian had beaten him to it. Could it be that Bai Xian had encountered the corroded realm as well? Those wretched creatures will inevitably dismantle your home. He then entered the bathroom for a shower. Dressed in knee-length shorts that showcased his well-defined yet robust physique, he heard a series of knocks at the door. Muyu raised an eyebrow, peering through the peephole to find Qi and Iu standing outside. This girl, arriving at such a late hour to seek me out. He opened the door to see Qi and Iu standing there, vibrant and alluring. In her hand, she held a jug emanating a faint fruity aroma of clear wine. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze more enchanting and misty than usual. "Yu," she called softly, her voice imbued with a delicate, nasal lilt as she swayed slightly. "It's dull drinking alone. Why not share a cup?" With that, she naturally stepped forward into Muyu's little home, accompanied by a gentle breeze of fragrance. Muyu observed her deliberately slowed speech and somewhat exaggerated tipsiness, and he understood her intentions all too well. This girl certainly needs to refine her acting skills. After all, he had watched countless dramas and clips in his past life. Unless it was an Oscar-worthy performance, it was impossible to fool his discerning eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as he accepted the wine cup. He wasn't one to shy away from drinking. Half an hour flew by, and the two had consumed over a dozen bottles. Qi and Iu's face was exceptionally rosy, resembling someone genuinely inebriated. Concerned about overindulging, Muyu promptly advised her, "And Iu, you ought to head home. If someone were to see a girl leaving my room at this hour, what would become of my reputation as a chaste gentleman?" He supported Qi and Iu as they made their way to her residence. "I'm not drunk," she murmured, half-heartedly resisting his assistance as he guided her toward the door across the hall. Once he had settled her on the soft sofa, covered her with a blanket, he took his leave. With her Xian realm strength, that little bit of alcohol posed no threat to her. After Muyu departed, Qi and Iu's eyes swiftly regained clarity, leaving no trace of intoxication. That scoundrel Muyu. Fool. As midnight approached, Muyu focused his thoughts, enter the multiverse space. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as he reappeared in the pristine expanse of the multiverse space. A voice resonated. "Player Zhu Tian Degen. Do you wish to commence the D-Class World Challenge?" "Yes. Matching you to a D-Class World. Match successful." Detecting that the player's strength significantly exceeds the conventional D-Class World limit, the world rules will undergo adaptive adjustments to maintain trial balance. Muyu, fine. Such occurrences hardly surprised him. After all, a greater challenge would yield greater rewards. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the multiverse space. When he next opened his eyes, Muyu found himself standing on a desolate path. The voice from the multiverse space echoed again. "Player Zhu Tian Degen. World type, cultivation microscopic world. World level, D-Class. Identity assignment. You are an orphan who has wandered here, currently 15 years old. Core task, ascend to the pinnacle of Qingyun, obtaining a wisp of Qingyun Dao rhythm. Task deadline, 7 days." Muyu strode forward and soon arrived at a village, its sign reading White Cloud Village. It was a quintessential rural setting, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to a realm of immortals. Gazing up, 9 colossal, azure peaks towered majestically, reaching toward the heavens. At the village entrance, he observed a throng of peers gathered, 200 to 300 individuals, likely from the surrounding villages. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Before them stood a young man clad in a white robe, exuding an air of elegance. "Dear friends," he began with a smile. "Today marks the day when our Qingyun sect recruits disciples. The 9 peaks you see before you are the renowned 9 peaks of Qingyun sect. The assessment method is quite simple. Traverse the Qingyun questioning steps. Those who conquer 10 steps will be admitted as miscellaneous disciples. Those who surpass 20 steps will enter the outer sect. Those who conquer 30 steps will gain entrance to the inner sect." At his words, the crowd erupted with fervor. If one could join the Qingyun sect, they might become an immortal and live for eternity. Just then, a snot-nosed child piped up, "Immortal Master. Are there immortals in the Qingyun sect?" The young man in white chuckled. "This world is flawed and cannot give birth to true immortals. However, there is the opportunity to extend one's lifespan, living for 200 or even 400 years. Another individual inquired, "Immortal Master, what happens if one reaches the highest tier?" The young man glanced at the questioner. If someone were to reach the highest step, they could become a direct disciple of the sect leader of Qingyun sect, a future candidate for the sect master, capable of cultivating powerful immortal arts. However, in the century since the establishment of Qingyun sect, only a handful have reached the highest tier, and all were renowned figures across the land. It has been several hundred years since anyone has reached the pinnacle. Amidst the crowd, Muyu felt like a mere shadow, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the trial. It didn't seem overly difficult. This D-class world felt rather manageable. Yet, the difficulty had been adjusted, making it seem somewhat illogical. There was an odd sensation lingering in the air. The bubbles that dropped from the crowd were trivial, and he had little interest in collecting them. However, the bubbles that fell from the young man in white seemed worth gathering. At that moment, the voice of the multiverse space chimed in. World blessing activated. Warm reminder, you may not be human. Muyu paused, bemused by the hasty notification. What on earth did that mean? The young man in white continued. The Qingyun trial is about to commence. Everyone, prepare yourselves. With that, he waved his hand, and a myriad of colors burst forth. Immortal winds, celestial music, and ethereal cranes materialized before everyone. A seemingly bottomless staircase emerged, immensely grand. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. This was the power of an immortal. Muyu furrowed his brow, summoning his S-class talent's mental barrier to its fullest extent. A refreshing sensation spread through his mind. In his eyes, the immortal winds, celestial music, and cranes appeared as nothing more than black smoke, harsh cries, and grotesque birds. The staircase, however, was indeed real, crafted from bronze and emanating a dim glow. The young man clad in white was nothing more than an ugly weasel disguised in human form. I can't believe that the Qingyun sect has already been overrun by monsters. Chapter 37. Monsters in charge. Humanity as foundation. He is not human. Muyu gazed at the scene before him, astonished. Could this truly be the legendary time when monsters held sway and humanity served as the foundation? I suspected it would not be so simple. The trap lay here. Rather than feeling fear, he was filled with exhilaration. This indicated that should he successfully navigate this world, the rewards would be bountiful. The trial commenced. With a flick of its sleeve, the weasel beckoned, and those youths, ensnared by illusions, eagerly rushed towards the dimly glowing bronze staircase. Muyu sprang into action, activating the Tianqing 9 steps, and instantly positioned himself at the entrance. He declared loudly, "To tread this staircase is to court death. Even if you succeed, death awaits. Trust me and live. Disregard me and perish." Before he could finish, the youths, uninterested in his warning, shoved him aside. "Get out of the way. Don't block our path to enlightenment." Muyu scoffed, observing this frenzied group, eager for their own demise. However, he had done what was necessary. The weasel, upon noticing Muyu, exhibited a flicker of surprise and smiled, saying, "Young man, do not speak so grandly. The Qingyun sect only accepts those with affinity." Muyu chuckled coldly. The so-called immortal masters, in the realm of Blue Star, were akin to mid-stage ferocious beasts, comparable to humans at the 4th or 5th level of body refinement. He then stepped onto the first step of the question path. The pressure was light. On the 2nd and 3rd steps, he deliberately slowed his pace, observing his surroundings. Among the 200 to 300 youths, most appeared as if the sky had collapsed, struggling to move. On either side of the staircase stood various hideous monsters, nodding in satisfaction at the poor performance of these human youths. Two of the rodents conversed. "These humans, born with inferior qualities, cannot perceive us. We shall have a steady source of sustenance." Suddenly, their gaze shifted to a youth who seemed unaffected by the pressure of the staircase, their brows furrowing. "Damn it. If they begin to cultivate, it poses a grave threat to us. Mark them well. When the time comes, we shall reap them. If they surpass 30 steps, haha." Muyu, eavesdropping on their conversation, realized what was unfolding. These creatures were indeed cautious, only recruiting humans lacking in talent, whose inferior abilities posed no danger to them. In contrast, those with potential represented a latent threat. The 30-step mark served as a boundary. A cold glimmer flashed in Muyu's eyes. These monsters were playing quite the game. After nearly 20 minutes, those who climbed slowly, possessing mediocre qualities, finally reached the 10th and 20th steps, collapsing wearily upon the staircase. The weasel declared them qualified, allowing them to descend the staircase. Ascending had been arduous, but descending was effortless. They were instructed to wait aside, no longer concealing his abilities. Muyu abruptly accelerated, leaping several steps at once. He surged upward like a tempest, the pressure of the staircase and the illusions proving ineffective against him, absorbing all the dissipating spiritual energy in his wake. The youths who had managed to climb over 20 steps gaped in astonishment, and in their moment of distraction, tumbled down the staircase. His extraordinary performance startled the hidden monsters on the staircase, yet they remained passive. It wasn't until Muyu reached over 30 steps, merely 4 to 5 seconds later, that they could no longer contain themselves. From the shadows on either side, two pitch-black leopard-like monsters, their claws gleaming menacingly, lunged forth. They roared. Their aura was merely comparable to that of a human at the body refinement stage. Muyu sneered, delivering a powerful punch. Thud, thud. With two muffled thuds, the heads of the two beasts exploded, rendering them lifeless. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 80 points, agility 5. Upon reaching the 40th step, 3 massive centipedes capable of spewing toxic mist appeared, their strength nearing the 8th or 9th level of body refinement. Muyu evaded the toxic fumes, utilizing both fists and feet, dismantling them into fragments within mere breaths. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 30 points. Poison resistance 10. At the 50th step, a towering rock giant, wielding a bone club, emerged, its aura rivaling that of a peak body refinement practitioner. The rock giant roared and swung its club down. Mu Yu's gaze sharpened. He infused chaotic vitality into his right fist and met the blow. With a resounding crash, the bone club shattered, piercing the giant's chest, causing it to collapse with a thunderous thud. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 40 points. At the 60th step, the entire bronze staircase trembled violently, the surrounding illusions dissipating to reveal a sinister, terrifying visage. Bones littered the staircase sides, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and demonic energy. Mu Yu finally discerned that this staircase comprised 100 steps. The number of monsters emerging increased, and the weasel revealed its true form, shrieking, "Stop him! He must not ascend any further." Mu Yu let out a long howl, casting aside all restraint, propelling the Tianqing 9 steps to their utmost limit, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as he charged towards the top of the staircase. 70 steps, 80 steps, 90 steps. All monsters attempting to obstruct him were crushed beneath his overwhelming force. Vitality surged into him like a tempest. In the next moment, Mu Yu set foot upon the 100th step. The eerie sensation vanished, replaced by an unparalleled tranquility. His eyes widened in shock. Before him lay ancient structures surrounded by majestic mountains, brimming with spiritual energy, a true realm of immortal elegance. Numerous humans were practicing swordsmanship, martial arts, and breathing techniques under the guidance of the immortal masters, who were, in reality, monsters. The grotesque mimicry of human movements by these creatures appeared utterly bizarre. A glance around revealed that almost no humans occupied the higher echelons, while those practicing struggled even to master a simple sword-holding stance. Their cultivation talents were, indeed, far from impressive. This surreal scene compelled Mu Yu to take a deep breath. Were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, one could hardly fathom such absurdity. The humans in this world were indeed mere livestock. Behind these structures stood 3 ashen thrones suspended in midair, an elderly man seated upon the central throne, meditating. Flanking him were 2 figures, one stout, the other slender. In Mu Yu's eyes, aside from the elder in the center, the other 2 were unmistakably monsters, one resembling a pig-like creature, the other akin to a stick insect, as bizarre as could be. Their auras were comparable to those of humans at the transcendent 9th level. Mu Yu inwardly scoffed. This challenge was not merely a fine-tuning. It was a grand adjustment. Which D-grade world would present beings of strength exceeding the transcendent 3rd level? At the back of the 3 gray thrones, a genuine stairway to the heavens, constructed of white jade and emerald, ascended towards the clouds, radiating a soft, white glow. Could this be the true Qingyan path? To complete the task, one must reach its pinnacle. At this moment, all eyes, including those of the monsters, turned towards Mu Yu. One of the pig-headed monsters exclaimed, "Is that disciple new? Why isn't he practicing swordplay?" Just then, the earlier weasel appeared behind Mu Yu, bloodied and missing an arm, its face reflecting sheer terror as it pointed at Mu Yu. He is not human. Chapter 38. SS level talent, innate Tao body, hidden reward, blessing of humanity. He is not human. The weasel's shrill, terrified scream shattered the tranquility of this place like ice plunged into boiling oil. Swish, swish, swish. All the monsters instructing humans, as well as the humans themselves, turned to face Mu Yu in unison. The pig-headed monster paused momentarily, then erupted in fury. "How dare you trespass upon my sacred Qingyun?" The humans, upon seeing the weasel, were struck with horror, descending into chaos. At that moment, the pig-like creature seated on the gray throne intervened to quell the panic. He smiled at Mu Yu and said, "Youngster, you have been bewitched by demons, trespassing into the sacred grounds of cultivation. What is your intention? I offer you a chance. Join my Qingyan sect, bow your head, and apologize for today's insolence." He then cast a glance at the weasel. "Which demon dares to intrude upon my Qingyan sect?" With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a long sword, severing the weasel's head in one stroke. Addressing the crowd, he declared, "Do not be swayed by demonic words." The once chaotic throng fell silent in an instant. Indeed, what were we thinking? The immortal master has treated us so kindly, imparting knowledge and teaching us the ways of seeking immortality. How could we doubt him? Yes, it is all that wretched creature's fault for sowing discord between the immortal master and us. Let us slay him. In a heartbeat, the humans rushed toward Mu Yu, their faces etched with fury. The magical creatures watched this scene with keen interest. Mu Yu sighed, utterly exasperated. He drew the Panlong spear, activating the Tianqing 9 steps, and swept past the crowd, charging toward the immortal masters behind. Thunder Tribulation Spear Technique. With a single thrust, chaotic energy infused with thunder erupted forth. Like a tiger among sheep, wherever the Panlong spear pointed, the magical creatures were sent hurtling back, bones shattered, blood splattered, their forms reduced to fragments. The fallen attribute bubbles were predominantly vitality. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 20 points. Ding. Host successfully collected. Innate breathing technique 1. Comparable to a C-grade technique. Ding. Host successfully collected. Anti-demon attribute 10. The more anti-demon attributes one possesses, the more one attracts the attention of beasts, becoming their target. Ding. In a matter of seconds, over 20 immortal masters were slain by him. Muyu flicked his wrist, his gaze sweeping past the terrified humans who cowered, clutching their heads in fear at the gruesome remains of the demons. He locked eyes with the 3 gray thrones, the stout pig demon and the tall bamboo insect demon. Both startled and enraged, rose simultaneously, exuding an aura of the extraordinary 9th realm. Human, you seek death. The pig demon spat a stream of green slime, its pig-like tail twitching as it let out a roar reminiscent of a pig's squeal. The bamboo insect demon's arms extended like whips, segment by segment, capable of retracting. Muyu finally felt a flicker of interest, hoping for a more exhilarating encounter. Thunder Tribulation Spear Technique. Purple Calamity Thunderfinger. The spear emerged like a dragon, infused with a faint golden chaotic energy. With a single thrust, a beam of vitality surged forth. A pointed finger summoned forth thunder. This immense attack instantly shattered the slime, its residual force racing toward the gray thrones. The pig demon, bamboo insect demon, and the elderly human were all taken aback, hastily evading. Now's the time. Muyu activated the Tianqing 9 steps, closing the distance to the pig demon in an instant. In its terrified gaze, he thrust his spear through its corpulent body. Immediately afterward, he spun around. 7-kill ancient fist. A punch unleashed, the power of thunder erupted, obliterating the bamboo insect demon, its lower half disintegrating into blood mist. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 300 points. Essence of demon power 80. The essence of demon power can aid the host in refining their physical body. Feeling the surging power within, Muyu clenched his fist. Standing with his spear, his gaze finally settled on the elderly human. Without a word, he charged forth. 1000 Dragon Palm Sutra. A single palm strike unleashed 3 1-meter-sized golden dragons of vitality. The elder swung his sword, conjuring 5 illusory shadows. Bang! With a resounding crash, the elder was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Muyu pointed his spear at him. Why? His voice was icy. As a member of the human race, why do you conspire with these magical creatures to oppress and breed your own kin? The elder revealed a complex smile, his murky eyes reflecting a numbed indifference, as if he had seen through the world. You come from the outside, do you not? I am already at the pinnacle of this realm, yet I am still no match for you. The humans of this world cannot be that strong. His voice was hoarse. This realm is called Qingyun, a mere whim of an ancient demon, hastily bestowed, with incomplete laws and scant spiritual energy, designed to provide amusement for the demon clan and a hunting ground for their servants. He gestured toward the numb humans below, then pointed at himself. Here, the human race is born with deficiencies, making cultivation arduous, akin to pigs and sheep. Resistance is merely an increase in suffering, hastening extinction. Compliance, at least, allows one to survive. To attain a position like mine, though, there have been those among humanity who resisted. Do you see that path to enlightenment staircase? Alas, the endless fury of ants is laughable under the rules of this world. His tone was as calm as if he were recounting an ordinary event, yet it carried a chilling despair. Muyu furrowed his brow. In his past life, he had read numerous tales from impoverished backgrounds, gaining a breadth of understanding. He could comprehend, yet he could not empathize. The elder's body trembled slightly, a flicker of complex emotions flashing through his murky eyes, shame, agony, but ultimately transforming into a long, deep sigh. I should have perished long ago, yet I have sunk too deep. Even the courage to resist has been extinguished. Go ahead, young man, use your spear, and tell this world that the human race is not destined to be mere lambs. With that, he closed his eyes, dissipating all defenses. Muyu paused for a moment, then thrust his spear forward, clean and decisive. The elder's body slowly collapsed, a hint of relief gracing his features. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 180 points. 2 instruments Sword Sutra, a fusion of technique and martial skill, classified as B-grade. Muyu took a deep breath, turning away from the grim scene. His gaze shifted toward the genuine, ethereal Qingyun path to enlightenment staircase that radiated a soft white light behind the thrones. He leaped forward, stepping onto the first tier. A surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into his body, accompanied by a gentle yet resolute while probing his Tao heart. The illusion reappeared, this time not as temptation or fear, but as a choice and perseverance concerning the future of humanity. However, with his S-grade talent and mental barrier, he was unafraid of any psychological trials. He ascended steadily, step by step. 50th step, 55th step, 60th step, 80th step, 100th step. The higher he climbed, the more pressure he felt, yet it was manageable. Upon reaching the 150th step, standing at the cloud-wreathed summit, an ancient stone sword stood at the center, accompanied by an exceptionally radiant golden bubble. He approached, reaching out to pop the golden bubble. Ding. Host successfully acquired a fragment of Qingyun Dao luck, Obtaining SS grade talent. Innate Tao body fragment. Mainline mission completed. Hidden mission accomplished. Would you like to return? Return. Back to the multiverse space. The voice of the multiverse space echoed. D-grade world, Qin Yun trial mission completed. Mission completion rate, 200. Time taken, 4 hours and 17 minutes. Comprehensive performance evaluation, super perfect. Rewards, 2,500 points. The ability to bring back all items, 1 evolution of the body, D-grade world authority upgraded to C-grade, and hidden reward, blessing of the human race. Blessing of the human race. Wherever there are humans, they will harbor goodwill towards you, potentially providing unexpected benefits, transcending the multiverse or the real world. Global announcement. Players UT on, the first to achieve super perfect evaluation in D-grade world. Special recognition. Chapter 39. Universal Male God, Extraordinary 6th Realm. Global announcement. Players UT on, the first to achieve super perfect evaluation in D-grade world. Special recognition. The announcement from the multiverse space came so suddenly. Yet it was not late at all. Most individuals ventured into the multiverse space during the night. Many players within the multiverse space were immediately bewildered. And after a brief silence, an unprecedented fervor erupted. In the vast expanse of the Myriad Realms, the 1000th group is in an uproar. What on earth? Once again, an impeccable rating. Is the mischievous deity treating the notion of excellence as mere trifles? To casually traverse a D-grade world, where genuine peril lurks, how could he possibly achieve this? Each world boasting an unparalleled rating. This is beyond mere genius. It is nothing short of monstrous talent. Great deity, I beseech you for guidance. The price is negotiable. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the foremost mischievous deity shall be my unwavering faith. Soon after, many individuals altered their nicknames to reflect variations of the foremost mischievous deity, such as the foremost mischievous deity 2, 3, and so forth. In the real world, the golden list of the Myriad Realms materialized in the sky, illuminating the night at 3 or 4 in the morning. Against the backdrop of the darkened sky, the list shone brilliantly, not only in Summer City, but the golden list would appear in every city across the Great Xia. Even at this late hour, it was impossible to conceal the astonishment etched upon every face. People were capturing photographs of the sky, sharing their experiences on social media. There were even those with keen insight, considering registering the moniker the foremost mischievous deity to peddle goods. Little did they know, they would face permanent bans mere days later. Major media outlets quickly caught wind of the phenomenon, tirelessly publishing discussions. Mysterious player the foremost mischievous deity creates miraculous feat. D-grade world achieves perfect rating. Is he mortal or divine? A chronicle of the foremost mischievous deity's unprecedented achievements. The birth of a national idol? Could the foremost mischievous deity become a spiritual totem for the younger generation? The online discourse surrounding him surged vigorously. The mischievous deity is astonishing. Before I enter the Myriad Realms each day, I must first pay homage to the statue of the mischievous deity, self-made, praying for blessings and shouting for my mother's protection. Could someone take me along? Though, the mischievous deity is likely male, right? No, the mischievous deity is female. Definitely male. Female. Perhaps Mu Yu could not fathom that the name the foremost mischievous deity would soon transcend into a legend, a symbol. Countless youths would regard him as a paragon of aspiration and idol, unmistakably becoming the new generation's national deity. As the epicenter of this storm, Mu Yu reveled in his bounty within the Myriad Realms. A devilish grin adorned his face. Although these intangible rewards seemed inconsequential at present, he harbored an inkling that their significance would burgeon immensely in the future. The blessings of humanity appeared less formidable compared to the paths of extreme martial arts and the protection of the Myriad Realms, yet they were not far behind in merit. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Mu Yu resolved to make the most of his 500 Myriad points. He perused the exchange list meticulously, ultimately expending all his points on 3 Dragon Blood Body Refinement Pills and 10 Strong Soul Pills. The Dragon Blood Pills were suited for enhancing vitality in the extraordinary realm, while the Strong Soul Pills were intended to bolster mental fortitude, which he had come to realize was of paramount importance. He casually picked up the bubbles before him. Ding. Host has successfully collected Vitality 1,500 points. Ding. Host has successfully collected Mental Power 100 points. An overwhelming surge of vitality and pure mental energy flooded into him, coursing through his body like a tidal wave. Coupled with his previously accumulated foundation, his vitality surged anew, roaring within him. Boom. An even more potent aura emanated from his being, his bones resonating, vitality swirling visibly around him. Extraordinary level 6, achieved. Relishing the terrifying power coursing through him and his increasingly lucid mind, Mu Yu felt immense satisfaction. He still had one opportunity for evolution left. Utilizing it after a breakthrough in strength would yield the greatest benefit. As he mused, the power of evolution surged, ready to infuse him with the requisite essence for his advancement. Mu Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he activated the chaotic Immortal Sutra. channeling his SSS talent to extract as much benefit from the Myriad realms as possible. Upon returning to the real world, the clock had already struck 5 or 6 in the morning. Dawn was breaking earlier these days, rendering the night less oppressive. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. No need to guess. It was undoubtedly Xiao Xiao, for he had entrusted her with the only key. As he opened the door, their eyes met, a moment of mutual astonishment. Xiao Xiao awkwardly smiled, entering with her signature colossal sword slung over her back. Junior, I've learned a few new dishes and rushed back to prepare breakfast for you. But first, let me rest a bit. She plopped down onto the sofa, grabbing a cup from the table and drinking greedily. Muyu reached out, intending to claim the cup for his own use, but decided against it. Junior, do you know about the foremost mischievous deity? The foremost mischievous deity? Muyu paused, taken aback. Wasn't he that him? Noticing his dazed expression, Xiao Xiao continued. The foremost mischievous deity, that ID so flamboyant, yet consistently achieving perfect ratings. I've never seen such a talent. I've heard of him. He's incredibly formidable. Formidable is an understatement. Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled as she waved her tiny fists. He is simply a phenomenon. No, wait, he is divine. He is now my idol. I rarely admire anyone, but this deity has earned my respect. If I could meet him, I'd challenge him to a duel. If I can't win, I'd still ask for an autograph. Muyu observed her fervent admiration, feeling a complex mix of emotions, almost amused. You want an autograph when I'm standing right in front of you? Clearing his throat, he interjected, Senior, aren't you supposed to be making breakfast? Only then did Xiao Xiao snap back to reality, grinning as she patted Muyu on the shoulder. Junior, keep up the good work. Although you still have a ways to go compared to my idol, you're doing quite well. I have faith in you. With that, she sauntered into the kitchen, content. As Muyu watched her retreating figure, he stroked his chin, pondering the intriguing sensation of being the idol she so fervently admired. 10 days whisked by, and Muyu's life had been remarkably mundane. Since that night of feeling watched, he had not sensed it again. Yet, he remained vigilant, often. The calm before the storm heralds the most serene days. Regrettably, his realm remained at extraordinary level 6, still unbroken into the later stages of the extraordinary. That girl, she and Iu, seemed to be persistently flirting with him, almost overwhelming him. Conversations with Su Jinlu felt disjointed, filled with awkward pauses, as he struggled to find common ground. On this day, the day of the grand competition at the ancient Path City, he arrived early at the principal's office. Qing Di, Bai Xian, and Xia Shu Tong soon followed. Shortly thereafter, Ci Ru and Xiao Xiao approached the group. Ci Ru spoke gently. Dear students, I wish to extend my early congratulations for your anticipated success. This time, your team leader is Senior Xiao Xiao. Chapter 40, The Social Butterfly, Beyond the Monstrous. The Divine Game. Xiao Xiao, with her signature sword, broader than a door, showed her little tiger teeth. Hello, juniors. I shall be your team leader this time. With everyone gathered, they prepared to depart and collect other talented students from various schools. Muyu observed that Xiao Xiao's demeanor had shifted since their last encounter. She now exuded a gentler aura, unlike her earlier fierce facade. Let us call her Swordmaster. Moments later, the group followed Xiao Xiao to the schoolyard. She pulled out her intelligent wristwatch and sent a message. Shortly after, a dark speck emerged from the clouds, growing larger until it revealed a colossal warship. The warship descended gracefully upon the playground, measuring 300 to 400 meters in length, adorned in shades of light blue with dragon motifs emblazoned on its sides, radiating an aura of futuristic technology. Stunning. Wow, is that the Longyuan warship of the Great Xia? You go, isn't it impressive? Qing Di excitedly nudged Muyu with her elbow. Muyu nodded. The technological advancements of this world far surpassed those of his previous life. Such a warship would be deemed a national treasure in his former world, yet here, it was merely a slightly superior standard warship, requiring no pilot. After boarding the warship, Dao Xiaoxiao took her seat to the left of Muyu and remarked, Once we gather the remaining 9 students from high school, we shall set off for Yudakiching. With that, she pulled out an antique gaming console and began to play. The battleship soared into the sky, yet the interior felt remarkably stable. Muyu glanced at Dao Xiaoxiao, who was engrossed in her game, and inquired, Senior, isn't it tiring to carry such a sword? Not at all. Though it does weigh 20,000 pounds, she replied nonchalantly. Muyu thought to himself, that's a bit excessive. Within 5 minutes, the warship arrived at the playground of No. 1 high school, where 5 participants, 3 boys and 2 girls, were waiting. As they boarded the ship, Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once they settled, he approached them, showcasing his charismatic social skills. Gentlemen, what a pleasure to meet you. I am Muyu from number 10 high school. He turned to the ladies. Ladies, such beauty. I am Muyu from number 10 high school. Beep. Host has successfully acquired B-grade talent. Blue Ox. Beep. Host has successfully acquired 5 health points. Beep. Host has successfully acquired D-grade martial skill. Mountain crushing strike. Beep. 20 minutes later, nearly 50 prodigies from 10 high schools in Xiaqing had gathered aboard the Longyuan battleship. Strangely, all eyes were fixated on one individual, Muyu. He navigated through the aisles of the warship, his face adorned with an innocuous smile. My dear fellow, I can see a bright future ahead for you. Brother, you must have some impressive pectorals. Beautiful lady, your legs are stunning. Tiger girl, how did you become so remarkable? Muyu seamlessly interacted with everyone in the cabin. Initially, the others speculated that he might simply be enamored with beautiful women, either flirting with girls or boys. However, after witnessing his affable nature towards everyone, a singular term echoed in their minds, social butterfly, a particularly extraordinary one at that. Many were left flustered by his charm. Some introverted girls, unaccustomed to such dashing suitors, found themselves blushing under his fervent attention. Qingdi watched with a twitching smile, quietly covering her face and murmuring, "Isn't Yuji a bit too blatant in his pursuit of women?" Bai Xian appeared calm, but inwardly he was elated. Finally, someone recognized his struggles. Muyu had ceased to harbor feelings for him. Xia Shutong wore a subtle smile, her eyes brimming with joy. Dao Xiaoxiao paused her game, revealing her small tiger teeth. What an oddball, utterly perplexing. Muyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Beep. 15 health points acquired. Beep. Fragment of D-grade martial skill, shattering leg acquired. Beep. 10 blank attributes acquired. Beep. 3 mental power acquired. Beep. The notifications rang in his mind incessantly. Truly, the prodigies of Xiaoqing were far superior to the average individual. However, among this batch of talents, only he and Bai Xian possessed extraordinary skills. With just one other being in the extraordinary realm, compared to Li Qianquang from Yangcheng, they paled in comparison. The warship sped into the wilderness, its velocity skyrocketing to 600 or 700 kilometers per hour, several times faster than within the city. Everyone gazed out the windows at the vast mountains and rivers below. The wilderness painted a picturesque scene. White clouds drifted like mist, mountains stood as the foundation, and rivers flowed like ribbons. For most, it was their first time venturing so far from Xiaoqing, experiencing the splendid landscapes of the Great Xia, and they couldn't help but feel exhilarated, Muyu included. As hours passed, even the most breathtaking scenery began to lose its allure. A boy from number 3 high school turned to Dao Xiaoxiao and asked, "Senior Dao, having graduated from the Xingtian Academy, could you enlighten us about the top 10 immortal academies? Is it truly brimming with geniuses?" This question piqued everyone's interest. Even Muyu's curiosity was stirred. Dao Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and smiled broadly. "Geniuses? Haha. Indeed, they are everywhere, more than you can imagine. But let me offer you a friendly piece of advice. If you ever get the chance to enter an immortal academy, it's best to discard the title of genius. Have you ever seen someone break into the extraordinary realm in a single day or comprehend S-grade martial skills in a mere thought? I have. Those prodigies enter the myriad realms, complete tasks, and then, before everyone, step into the extraordinary realm and grasp the Tao." Her words suddenly halted, laced with defiance. "However, do not underestimate yourselves. The academy values potential, character, resources, techniques, and martial skills. There's an abundance of those. The only fear is that you may not be fierce enough, not willing to strive. Xingtian Academy especially reveres the strong who fight their way up. In short, it all depends on your courage and ability to win. As for your senior, I am a bit of a legend at Xingtian Academy. You will understand when the time comes. Above geniuses, there are prodigies. Above prodigies, there are divine beings." Her discourse extinguished the pride of many. Muyu understood this well, having once traversed the arduous path in another world. True geniuses exist in realms beyond common comprehension. While others languished in slumber, he consistently topped exams. Some, despite burning the midnight oil, still struggled to achieve satisfactory results. Bai Xian's eyes flickered with a peculiar light as he sighed internally, hoping the future sword sovereign would not falter in this lifetime. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Life aboard the battleship grew monotonous. Muyu was not fond of watching television or such diversions, and his greatest pleasure was in gathering. However, he had forged strong relationships with his companions. Just then, Dao Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "We have arrived at Gudikiching." Everyone jolted to attention. In the distance, a massive shadow emerged on the horizon. As the battleship approached, the true form of the shadow became discernible, a towering city wall, at least 5 times the height of Xiaoqing's walls. It was grand, constructed entirely of pitch-black metallic ore, adorned with intricate and ancient carvings that glimmered dully under the sun. "My goodness, is this the city?" Qingdi gasped in awe. Even Mu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment at the city's magnificence. How lavish must the royal city, or even the imperial city, be compared to this? After passing through verification, the battleship descended slowly to a designated area within the city. 50 prodigies from Xiaoqing, led by Dao Xiaoxiao, disembarked. As they followed the staff towards the gathering point, a sharp, piercing sound echoed from above. Another Longyuan battleship of a different model landed, from which emerged over 50 youthful faces. Among them stood a particularly conspicuous figure, Li Qianquang from Yangcheng, the one whom Muyu had defeated with a single punch during the martial exchange conference, shattering his arm. Remarkably, his bones had healed in such a short time. Yangcheng must have paid a hefty price for that. At this moment, Li Qianquang glared fiercely at Muyu and Bai Xian, his eyes brimming with fear and rage. Chapter 41. the ladder of slaughter, the list of Gadeos. The leading teacher from Yangcheng, a middle-aged man, cast a glance towards Mu Yu's group and approached them with a beaming smile. You must be Dao Xiaoxiao. What a pleasure. Dao Xiaoxiao shot him a sidelong glance. We'll see your true abilities in the arena. With that, she led Mu Yu and the others away. Mu Yu surveyed the scene. Apart from Li Qianquang, the rest of the individuals displayed comparable strength to those from Xiaqing. The middle-aged man's expression faltered momentarily as he shot a glare at Li Qianquang within the crowd, thinking, I warned you not to be so arrogant. I told you there are people beyond people, and realms beyond realms. Not only did you embarrass yourself, but you also made Yangcheng pay the price for your arrogance. If it weren't for you being the top contender among Yangcheng's students, long ago, he could have easily dispatched him with a single strike. Mu Yu and his companions followed the staff for nearly 10 minutes, arriving at an expansive playground. Under the guidance of the personnel, they reached a designated area where 51 iron seats emerged from the ground, perfectly accommodating the group from Xiaqing. The students from Yangcheng were situated to their far right. As the competitors from Xiaqing and Yangcheng arrived, nearly 100 prodigies from the Ancient Path Underground City entered, seating themselves amidst the two groups. Mu Yu cast a sweeping glance at the prodigies from the Ancient Path Underground City, acknowledging their exceptional talents. Among the 100, no fewer than 20 were at the extraordinary realm, with 3 or 4 at the late stages of that realm. The disparity with the affiliated smaller cities was stark. Their discarded bubbles appeared all the more enticing, yet Mu Yu resisted the temptation. The reputation of Xiaqing was of utmost importance. The air was thick with a fervent vitality and a latent sense of battle. At the center of the playground stood a towering staircase, 100 meters in height. The staircase, entirely blood-red, was intricately carved with mysterious patterns. At its apex, rather than a platform, there was a slowly rotating purple vortex that exuded an unsettling aura. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resonant chimes echoed, and several figures materialized upon the elevated platform. Among them was a woman in her 40s or 50s, her skin remarkably well-maintained, donned in the attire of the martial division. Beside her stood a rugged middle-aged man with a square face, radiating a formidable presence. The woman surveyed the youthful, spirited faces below and spoke gently. Esteemed prodigies, I am Bai Shuang, the head of the martial division of the Ancient Path Underground City. This is Zhuge Yuan, the president of our martial arts association. This year, the rules for the prodigy competition have changed. Do you see that staircase? It is known as the Slaughtering Staircase. Constructed by the Xingtian Imperial City, one of the 10 great imperial cities of the Great Xia, connecting all subordinate royal and underground cities. For the first time, the Ancient Path Underground City is linked to the Slaughtering Staircase, allowing all participants to enter and test their mettle. Within the staircase, the flow of time differs from that of the outside world. 3 hours inside equate to approximately 1 hour outside. It entirely depends on your abilities. Endure for as long as you can. All underground cities have established their respective prodigy rankings, and ours is called the Ancient Path Prodigy Rankings. As this is the inaugural event, only the top 50 will be recorded. The final rankings will determine the overall standings in this competition. So I urge all of you to give it your all. Upon her announcement, the atmosphere in the square became electric. Mu Yu found himself intrigued by this ranking. Perhaps one day he could vie for a position among the prodigies of royal cities and imperial capitals. Bai Shuang continued, you may now enter the Slaughtering Staircase. There will be no real death within, but should you perish, you will need time to recuperate and experience some hardship. Do not be overconfident. As she concluded, the vortex at the top of the staircase radiated a brilliant light, and the eager prodigies leapt from their seats, rushing towards the staircase, their figures vanishing into the purple whirlpool. In their excitement, they left behind an abundance of bubbles. Mu Yu glanced at Bai Xian, Qing Di, and Xia Shutong. Be cautious. Once most had departed, he swiftly dashed to the seats vacated by the prodigies, employing both hands and feet. To the leaders on the high platform, Mu Yu appeared akin to a zombie, his movements peculiar. Not entering the Slaughtering Staircase, he touched here and there, stepping on various spots. Did he have some peculiar habit? They turned to Dao Xiaoxiao, who scratched her head and offered an awkward smile, indicating her uncertainty. However, for Mu Yu, his focus was solely on the colorful bubbles discarded by the prodigies. Fortune is at hand, he internally exclaimed. After collecting what was nearby, he noticed several bubbles scattered along the several hundred meters leading to the Slaughtering Staircase. He ran while picking them up. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 12 points. Ding. Host successfully collected. Obtained fragment of C-grade martial skill 8 steps to catch the cicada. Ding. Host successfully collected. Mental power 8. Ding. Host successfully collected. Blank attribute 25. Ding. Host successfully collected. Obtained D-grade talent. Spiritual insight. Ding. The system notifications resonated in his mind like the most exquisite symphony, an endless melody that invigorated him. His vitality surged dramatically. He was already close to the threshold of the extraordinary 7th realm, and with this acquisition, he was but a step away. Soon, he stood alone in the entire playground. He clapped his hands, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. With a grin, Mu Yu leisurely ascended the staircase. As he stepped into the vortex, A chilling male voice echoed in his mind. Tester, please select the initial environment: desert, ice, swamp, lava, normal wilderness. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyu replied, normal wilderness. The scene abruptly shifted, and he found himself in a setting indistinguishable from a real wilderness, with towering ancient trees and intertwined shrubs. The air thick with the rich scent of earth and blood. Tester, the first round of trials is about to commence. As the cold voice faded, a creature resembling a wolf, yet with elongated fangs, sprang from the underbrush. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length, and emanating an aura akin to that of a novice in the first realm. Without a second glance, Muyu threw a casual punch. Bang! The wolf-like beast barely had time to howl before it erupted into a mist of blood. Regrettably, no bubbles were dropped, which was somewhat disappointing, as virtual beings could not yield any attributes. Moments later, 2 more beasts of the same caliber charged from the thicket. Muyu dispatched them with a single punch. Then came 3 and 4, until 10 novice beasts attacked simultaneously. He merely threw another punch, and a pale golden vitality swept through like a storm, obliterating them all. The cold voice resounded once more. First round cleared. Reward: 1 ordinary vitality pill. A small, bean-sized pill, radiating a faint vitality, appeared out of thin air in his hand. Muyu was taken aback. This is rather advanced technology, he mused. Could the next round feature a mid-level beast, followed by 10 mid-level beasts, and so forth? He casually popped the faint red bubble floating above. Ding! Host successfully collected. Vitality 50 points. Would you like to continue to the second round? Continue, Muyu affirmed, and the second round commenced. This time, a mid-level iron-skinned blood pig emerged. He struck it with a single punch. For him, such a lowly beast was trivial. Just as he had anticipated, the next round featured 2, then 3, until 10 mid-level beasts surrounded him. He glanced at the 10 iron-skinned blood pigs, each nearly 2.5 meters tall, and without hesitation declared, 7 killing ancient fist, purple calamity thunderfinger. He unleashed a fist that transformed into a blood-red projectile, nearly a meter in size, and a finger that crackled with lightning. Boom. Bang. 10 mid-level virtual beasts were annihilated in an instant. The cold voice announced, second round cleared. Reward: 2 vitality pills. After collecting the bubbles from the pills, his vitality surged by another 100 points. Not too shabby. In the third round, beasts of the late novice realm appeared. Muyu became a relentless killing machine. No matter how many beasts came, he dispatched them all. In the face of his overwhelming power and speed, the beasts stood no chance. Third round cleared. Reward: 3 vitality pills. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 150 points. He hoped that the upcoming fourth round would prove to be more exhilarating. Chapter 42, 8th round, Hidden Challenges and Virtual Self-Combat. Shall we begin the fourth round? Begin, Muyu declared. Ahead, the thicket resembled Doraemon's pocket, from which leapt a formidable beast, towering and reminiscent of a tiger, yet encased in a carapace of bone, stretching a remarkable 3 meters in length. Its fierce, menacing gaze and the roar it emitted were palpable, exuding an aura equivalent to that of an early second-tier beast, rivaling the prowess of extraordinary warriors at the first to third tiers. At last, the encounter piqued some interest. A faint smile curved upon Muyu's lips. With a thunderous roar, the bone tiger lunged forward. In a swift motion, Muyu activated the heavenly Ascension 9 steps, appearing instantaneously at the beast's flank. 7 killing ancient fist. A punch was unleashed, with the veins on his right arm bulging, as a soft golden chaotic vitality coalesced, resembling a golden arm. The air crackled with explosive sound. Bang! The bone tiger was obliterated by the force of a single strike. The early second-tier beast proved somewhat feeble. Soon after, 2, 3, and eventually 10 early second-tier bone tigers emerged. Muyu finally took the matter more seriously, retrieving his spiral dragon spear. Thunder Calamity spear technique. He thrust the spear forth, its shaft shimmering with purple lightning, as it moved through the herd of beasts. Each thrust and sweep accurately claimed the life of a bone tiger. 10 bone tigers remained pathetically weak. 6th round completed. Reward: 5 ordinary vitality pills. 5 pills materialized, which Muyu adeptly collected. Ding. Host successfully acquired. Vitality 250 cards. A surge of vitality flooded into him, and he felt that with one more round, he could breach the extraordinary 7th tier. 7th round commencing. An early mid-tier beast emerged next, a shadow leopard renowned for its speed. Though its size was smaller than the previous bone tiger, its speed was nearly doubled, rendering it exceptionally nimble. Muyu furrowed his brow, realizing that he could not keep pace with the shadow leopard's velocity. He activated the starry battle body to enhance his defenses. System: expend blank attribute points to augment my heavenly Ascension 9 steps. The blank attributes on the system panel were depleted, and Muyu instantly felt a torrent of overwhelming memories surge into his mind. The heavenly Ascension 9 steps felt as though he had trained in it for a decade, reaching mastery in an instant. His speed escalated dramatically, rendering the shadow leopard's advantage obsolete. He thrust his spear forward, obliterating the shadow leopard. In less than 20 minutes, the 5th round concluded, yielding 6 vitality pills, contributing an additional 300 cards of vitality. As 300 vitality cards coursed through his body, it felt akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back. His vitality surged like a raging torrent, roaring forth. His sinews and bones were once again tempered, becoming even more resilient. A powerful aura erupted, as a soft golden vitality radiated from his body. Moments later, this vitality surged back into Muyu, solidifying his attainment of the extraordinary 7th tier. Ecstasy washed over him as he reveled in the explosive power and vitality within. He couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar. Who else could achieve such rapid breakthroughs? Perhaps there were others in the early stages, but his pace of advancement would not be hindered by tiers. With infinite acquisitions, he could achieve limitless breakthroughs. Unlike those prodigies who might be stymied at certain levels. The 6th round begins. Once again, a beast appeared, a rock giant rhinoceros, nearly 4 meters long, akin to a small mountain, possessing strength at the late 2nd tier. Its crimson eyes glowed menacingly, and it exhaled frosty mist, its massive hooves thudding against the ground, causing tremors. With a low growl, it charged at Muyu like a heavy-duty truck. An idea struck Muyu, with his current strength exceeding 300,000 kg. Could he withstand this creature's onslaught? He crouched low, fully activating the starry battle body, manifesting faint blue patterns across his form. Gripping the rock giant's horns, he was thrust backward several meters. With bulging veins on his arms, he bellowed, "Lift!" Gripping the horns tightly, he spun the rock giant around, hurling it dozens of meters away before launching the spiral dragon spear. The rock giant met its end. Muyu had gained a clearer understanding of his own combat prowess. At his current strength, the late 2nd tier beasts remained woefully inadequate. 2, 3, 4, up to 10 rock giants fell before him. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour. With a precise thrust, Muyu drove his spear into the neck of the final rock giant, successfully completing the 6th round. 6th round completed. Reward: 9 ordinary vitality pills. Ding. Host successfully acquired. Vitality: 450 cards. The expended vitality was swiftly replenished, as his reserves were durable and unaffected by consumption. Shall we commence the 7th round challenge? The cold voice echoed once more. Muyu took a deep breath. The 7th round would feature a 3rd tier beast, comparable to a human at the 1st tier of the profound martial path. The human martial path's profound tiers are not merely a single level, but 3. The 1st profound master, the 2nd profound master, and the 3rd profound master. The beast of the 7th round was a 1st tier 3rd tier beast, rivaling a human 1st profound master. The challenge began. The space distorted violently as a creature resembling a griffin, adorned with dark golden scales and stretching 7 to 8 meters, erupted from the underbrush. Its sharp beak and formidable claws loomed large. At last, a worthy adversary. Muyu's eyes sharpened, filled not with fear, but exhilaration. This time, he took the initiative, marking his first offensive since entering the killing ladder. The griffin was astonishingly swift. With a powerful flap of its wings, its claws tore through the air, emitting a shrill whistle. Muyu activated the Heavenly Ascension 9 steps to its utmost limit, deftly evading the griffin's assault. The ground where he had stood was rent asunder by 3 deep gouges. With the spiral dragon spear in hand, he thrust it forward. Bang! Sparks erupted as speed and power clashed, the aftermath of battle ravaging the surrounding environment. The disparity between the 2nd and 3rd tiers was stark, a different realm altogether. In a moment of carelessness, he bore a claw mark across his chest, blood seeping forth. A manic smile crept upon his lips. Now this was combat. Heavenly Ascension 9 steps. Thunder Calamity spear technique. Seizing the griffin's moment of vulnerability as it dove, Muyu slid beneath it, driving his spear, charged with thunder and ice, brutally into its soft underbelly. With a powerful slash, leveraging the inertia, he eviscerated the griffin, its innards spilling forth. Muyu was momentarily taken aback by the realism of it all. The griffin emitted a mournful cry before crashing to the ground, its body dissolving into luminous particles. Moments later, 2 early 1st-tier griffins appeared. Having identified the griffin's fatal weakness, Muyu found the battle relatively manageable. However, the 7th round struggle consumed nearly an hour. His vitality reserves were nearly depleted, reaching their limit. 7th round completed. Reward: 3 body tempering pills. Ding. Host successfully acquired. Vitality 600 cards. Shall we commence the 8th round challenge? Muyu pondered. The 8th round's beast would be a 2nd-tier 3rd-tier creature, comparable to a human 2nd profound master. He had no desire to be dispatched in an instant. He tightened his fists, realizing that, indeed, as depicted in the novels, combat was the key to rapid growth. This battle had elevated his mastery over his own power. Addressing the icy male voice, he commanded, "Send me out." The next moment, the cold voice intoned, "The trial taker possesses extraordinary potential and combat skills. Would you accept the hidden challenge to fight against a virtual self? The killing ladder has gathered your battle data and generated a mirror image of equivalent strength." Muyu was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into an expression of keen interest. Fight against himself? How intriguing. Chapter 43. defeating oneself, the apex of the scholar's ranking. Acceptance. As soon as he finished speaking, Muyu felt a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Turning around, he beheld a reflection of himself, identical in every aspect. Even the faint smirk at the corner of his mouth perfectly replicated. The only difference was the vacant look in the eyes. Goodness. It has even managed to mimic a fraction of my charm. Before he could finish his thought, the virtual Muyu, without a moment's hesitation, approached with an icy demeanor. Wielding a similar dragon-slaying spear. With the execution of the celestial step, he charged forward with movements and speed indistinguishable from the original. Muyu's fighting spirit surged. Celestial step. Thunderbolt spear technique. The tips of their dragon-slaying spears collided with a resounding clang, producing a jarring sound of metal against metal. Boom. The immense force of impact sent both combatants stumbling back several paces. Muyu shook his numbed arm. TSK, quite the imitation. He lunged forward once more. The ensuing clash took on an eerie quality. He threw punches, and the virtual counterpart mirrored him perfectly. He unleashed the purple catastrophe finger. And the virtual Muyu responded with an identical gesture. As he executed the celestial step, the virtual Muyu's movements matched him without falter. The two fought as if they were reflections in a mirror, every attack, defense, and evasion flawlessly replicated. Pale golden energy and thunder clashed between them, the ferocity of their battle surpassing even that against the griffin. Good grief, how is one to fight this? Muyu grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated. It felt as though he were battling a worm, with every move he made seemingly anticipated by his opponent. The combat appeared to reach an impasse. Both bore fresh wounds, their life force rapidly depleting. Yet the virtual being remained unfazed, immune to pain and emotional fluctuations, a perfect combat entity. This cannot continue, or I am likely to lose. Muyu's mind raced. He possessed the same strength, martial skills, and combat habits as I do, but he is a mere construct, devoid of emotion and thought. My sole advantage lies in my humanity. He is a lifeless creation, bound to fight based solely on pre-existing data. A wild notion surged within him. He feigned weakness. Appearing exhausted after their clash, the virtual being seized the opportunity. A glimmer of coldness flashed in its hollow eyes. The dragon-slaying spear emitted a sonic boom as it lunged toward his heart. This strike was flawless in every conceivable aspect. Just as the spear tip threatened to pierce Muyu's chest, he moved, sidestepping the lethal thrust, yet still sustaining a wound, blood spraying forth. In that instant, he grasped the virtual being's dragon-slaying spear. His life force surged, strength reaching its zenith as he yanked the spear away from the virtual entity. Simultaneously, Muyu bellowed. 1000 Dragon Palm Scripture. 7 Kill Ancient Fist. With a punch and a palm, he squeezed the last vestiges of energy from within him. Boom. Bang. The virtual being's body stiffened abruptly before it began to shatter like porcelain, disintegrating from the neck down into motes of light that dissipated into the air. Only when the virtual entity had entirely vanished did Muyu become aware of his rapid heartbeat and pallid complexion. He had not anticipated that defeating a version of himself would prove so arduous. Fortunately, he had managed to overcome it. The wound on his chest writhed as flesh visibly knitted itself back together. A chilling voice echoed. Hidden challenge completed. Reward. 3 dragon blood refinement pills. Gazing at the 3 quail egg-sized dragon blood refinement pills in his hand, he felt a surge of joy. Each pill could provide 500 calories of life force. He collected the energy bubbles above them. Ding. Host successfully collected. Life force. 1,500 calories. As the 1,500 calories coursed through him, he felt his vitality rejuvenated. Outside, at the plaza of the ancient Dao City Martial Arts Association, Bai Shuang, Zhuge Yuan, and the leading instructors from various cities awaited. They could not monitor the specifics of the trials within the killing ladder in real time, only waiting for the final results. Zhuge Yuan's voice was steady yet resonated with confidence. Knife Girl, Gu Rong, it appears that ancient Dao City will once again claim the top spot. His tone exuded assurance. For many years, the top 3 had consistently been theirs, save for the 1 year of Dao Xiaoxiao. Gu Rong, the leading instructor from Yang City, ingratiatingly replied, indeed. The prodigies of Earth City are unparalleled. Dao Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. Let's not be too presumptuous. My summer city has a few spirited youngsters who might just surprise everyone. Below, numerous students descended from the killing ladder, most appearing pale and depleted. Some wore glum expressions while others beamed with delight, a myriad of emotions on display. Xia Shutong and Qing Di emerged in succession, along with Li Qingquang. Where are you, Gu? And Bai Xian? Qing Di scanned the area, failing to spot the two. Just then, a flash of white light appeared as Bai Xian materialized on the killing ladder, his expression serene, rarely betraying any extraneous emotion. 10 minutes later, all students from ancient Dao City and Yang City had gathered. Only Summer City was missing one participant, Muyu. Bai Shuang and Zhuge Yuan exchanged uneasy glances. Moments later, Muyu emerged from the purple vortex, his face flushed, jogging down the steps, appearing in perfect condition. Bai Shuang stood, addressing the assembled prodigies. Now that everyone is present, it is time to unveil the final rankings. With that, a silver leaderboard materialized above the killing ladder, emblazoned with the words Ancient Tao Scholars Ranking. In 50th place, Bailey Shui, having cleared 2 rounds and 8 waves. In 49th place, Su Lan, having cleared 2 rounds and 9 waves. In 41st place, Qing Di, who passed through 3 rounds. In 36th place, having cleared 3 rounds and 5 waves. 7th place went to Li Qianquang, having cleared 5 rounds and 9 waves. 5th place was taken by Wu Hao, clearing 6 rounds. 4th place, Zhao Linger, having cleared 6 rounds and 1 wave. 3rd place, Lu Jiuzhou, having cleared 6 rounds and 3 waves. The talents from ancient Dao City, including Bai Shuang and Zhuge Yuan, wore expressions of astonishment. Wu Hao, Zhaoling, and Lu Jiuzhou were already anticipated to be in the top 3. Yet now the most promising candidate for first place was only in third. What of the second and first? Second place was Bai Xian, who had cleared 6 rounds and 5 waves. As Bai Xian's name was announced, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. He appeared unfazed by his ranking, his attention fixated on another name. He lifted his gaze toward the top of the leaderboard, which remained conspicuously empty. A radiant voice shimmered as the first place contender was revealed. First place, Mu Yu, who had cleared 7 rounds. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The geniuses from Summer City who had assumed Mu Yu was merely a bystander were astonished to discover he had emerged victorious. In contrast, the talents from Yang City and Ancient Dao City were in utter shock. How could this be possible? The first and second places both belonged to Summer City. Could there have been a statistical error? First place, Qing Di rubbed her eyes vigorously, then suddenly leaped up, delivering a resounding slap to Mu Yu's back. Goodness, you go. You are truly extraordinary. Xia Shutong covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Dao Xiaoxiao first froze in shock, then erupted with a loud clap of her thigh, her small fangs glinting. Ha! You've truly made me proud. Bai Xian regarded Mu Yu, his previously placid expression betraying a flicker of evident surprise, followed by a rueful smile. This lad may well be the greatest variable of all. The smile of the leading instructor from Yang City froze on his face. While Li Qianquang's expression darkened, his fists clenched until they turned white. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A tall genius from ancient Dao City pointed at Mu Yu and Bai Xian, his tone rife with defiance. I refuse to accept this. I am Lu Jiuzhou, and rankings do not truly reflect one's combat prowess. Bai Xian, Mu Yu, do you dare to engage in a genuine duel with me right now? To silence the crowd and prove myself? Chapter 44. The last person who uttered such words has already been obliterated by me. On the high platform, Master Bai Shuang furrowed her brow. Lu Jiuzhou, the rankings are accurate. Do not be disrespectful. Zhuge Yuan's expression also darkened, as it was indeed somewhat embarrassing for their genius to publicly question the rankings. Lu Jiuzhou held his head high, clearly filled with defiance. His gaze fixed intently on Mu Yu and Bai Xian. Bai Shuang turned to Mu Yu and Bai Xian, her tone softening slightly. Mu Yu, Bai Xian. Lu Jiuzhou has issued a challenge. Do you wish to accept? Of course, you have the right to decline, as the rankings are a matter of fact. Before Bai Xian could respond, Mu Yu stepped forward, wearing that infuriatingly lazy smile that made one want to punch him. Let us do this. It's just a chance to stretch my muscles. Bai Xian, allow me to go first? Bai Xian nodded indifferently, pleased to enjoy the peace. Mu Yu strode into the arena, beckoning Lu Jiuzhou with a flick of his finger. Come on, let me witness the true power of the genius from the Earth City. Lu Jiuzhou faced Mu Yu, unleashing the aura of the 8th realm, his vitality surging like smoke from a wolf's den. This strength was indeed formidable among the younger generation. Mu Yu, do not think that merely bypassing a few obstacles makes you invincible. Lu Jiuzhou's voice was icy. In this arena, strength reigns supreme. And I shall make you comprehend the true disparity between a small city genius and us. Mu Yu listened with an air of indifference, a slight smirk curling his lips. The last person who spoke to me like that has already been shattered. You shall be no exception. This attitude thoroughly enraged Lu Jiuzhou. Arrogant, he bellowed, launching himself forward, his right fist brimming with condensed vitality, as if he could indeed shatter mountains with a single blow. He struck towards Mu Yu's face with all his might. Against this seemingly ferocious punch, Mu Yu merely shook his head lightly, casually delivering a straightforward jab. There was no earth-shattering momentum, just an ordinary straight punch. Bang! The two fists collided without flourish, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward. This stance held for mere seconds. Crack! A distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed. Lu Jiuzhou's face instantly contorted in horror and disbelief. He let out a piercing scream, his figure flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. Stirring up a cloud of dust, struggling to rise, he felt as if all his bones had been shattered, particularly his right arm, which hung limply, evidently broken. And with his vitality surging uncontrollably, he spewed a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. The geniuses from the ancient path Earth City appeared as if struck by a spell. Mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. One punch. The 8th realm Lu Jiuzhou, their top genius, truly obliterated by Mu Yu in a single blow? Couldn't he even withstand one move? This was no battle. It was akin to an adult man beating a newborn. The once boisterous geniuses from the ancient path Earth City now fell into stunned silence, their gazes towards Mu Yu filled with shock. Li Qian was filled with trepidation, retracting his neck in relief for not having acted impulsively. On the high platform, Bai Shuang and Zhuge Yuan exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They understood that Mu Yu's first-place victory was no ordinary feat, yet they had not anticipated the disparity in strength to be this profound. This young man is simply a prodigy. Dao Xiaoxiao grinned broadly, her eyes gleaming as she glanced at the team leader from Yang City, Gu Rong. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the genius from our Xia City. Ha! Bai Xian observed the nonchalant Mu Yu in the arena and mused to himself. This fellow has grown stronger. He truly is a monster. Qing Di was left speechless, thinking, Yu Gu is incredible. You are no longer that lecherous guy who used to sneak peeks at beauties with me under the overpass. Mu Yu shrugged off his wrist, innocently winking in the direction of Bai Shuang and Zhuge Yuan. Does this count as my victory? He casually picked up the vitality bubble dropped by Lu Jiuzhou. Ding. Host successfully collected. Received A-grade talent. Mountain Titan Ape. He had no desire to defeat Lu Jiuzhou with a single punch. But since his opponent had shown him no courtesy, he felt no obligation to extend any. After this brief interlude, none dared to question the rankings further. Bai Shuang personally awarded the top 10, with Mu Yu receiving the most ample rewards, a bottle of Earth Essence stalactite liquid, and a B-grade movement technique, Step of the Robbery. Once the rewards were distributed, Bai Shuang spoke, esteemed talents, dedicate yourselves to training. You are the foundation of our great Xia, the pillars of the future. Your strength equates to the strength of great Xia. After she finished speaking, Mu Yu mingled among the crowd. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality value, 12 cards. Ding. Host successfully collected. Received mental type martial technique, heavenly grinding plate, E-grade martial technique. Upon hearing the term mental type martial technique, Mu Yu was somewhat taken aback, planning to find time to study it thoroughly upon his return. Before long, Dao Xiaoxiao led 50 geniuses from Xia City aboard the Longyuan warship, embarking on their journey home. Inside the warship, Dao Xiaoxiao, with a hint of excitement, remarked, in the coming year, Xia City will allocate more resources to nurture our talents. This competition not only tested the talent strength, but also served as a means of resource allocation. In the past, higher rankings in the Earth City meant more resources, leading to greater strength. However, due to Bai Xian and Mu Yu, the resources available to Xia City will double. The speed of the Longyuan warship was maximized on the return journey. It took only 2.5 days instead of the 3 days it took to get there. Upon arriving home in the afternoon, Mu Yu immediately returned to his room for a shower. He then retrieved the Earth Essence stalactite liquid, a small 5-centimeter bottle containing a milky white liquid, which was quite valuable, worth no less than 100,000 great Xia coins. He uncorked the bottle, and a bubble appeared. He punctured the bubble. Ding. Host successfully collected. Received 1,000 vitality cards. With 1,000 vitality cards entering his body, he shivered, channeling the chaotic immortal sutra to stabilize the surge of vitality within him. Ah, refreshing. That evening, he visited the Xia City Treasure Pavilion and spent 100,000 great Xia coins on 5 healing pills. Though he felt a pang of regret, he thought they might come in handy. As for other pills, he refrained from purchasing them, deeming them unnecessary. Early the next morning, Qin Yu knocked on the door right on time. Hi Yu, long time no see. I've missed you. Mu Yu looked at Qin Yu's sweet smile, and a familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind. In Class 10, Senior Year, 20, Mu Yu, along with Qing Di and Qin Yu, entered the classroom right on the dot. He had spent 10 minutes collecting bubbles at the school gate, but the bubbles were becoming increasingly scarce. Conversely, news of his first-place victory had already spread, and he had become the undisputed figure of renown in Xia City. Girls were approaching him for contact information. He truly did not wish to be so ostentatious. Qing Di shot Mu Yu a glance. "You go, you're truly shameless." Upon reaching his seat, Mu Yu noticed that Su Jinlu had not come to class today, which was unusual for her. She was typically the earliest to arrive. Perhaps she had something to attend to. He did not dwell on it further. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, and Ji Bong strode onto the podium, his face glowing with delight, clearly in high spirits. Classmates, settle down. Before we commence the lesson, I have 2 announcements to make. First, congratulations to Mu Yu for securing first place in the Ancient Path Earth City competition, bringing honor to our Xia City. Second, Ji Bong cleared his throat, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Our class will once again welcome a new student today. A transfer student? Mu Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering whether there had been an influx of transfer students recently. It was almost as if the school had become a sanctuary for them. As the classroom door swung open, a figure stepped inside. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Mu Yu's smile abruptly faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he nearly leapt from his seat. The one who entered was a girl, clad in a pristine school uniform, tall and well-proportioned, with exquisitely delicate features and skin as fair as snow. Her hair was simply tied back with a headband, but it was her eyes, clear and bright, that captured the most attention. In that moment, Muyu finally comprehended the meaning of eyes resembling a serene autumn lake. Beside him, Qing glanced at Muyu, eager to speak, her excitement palpable. Qianyu sensed a hint of pressure. Her instincts told her that the new girl was acquainted with Muyu. The girl surveyed her classmates with a curious expression, her gaze eventually settling on Muyu. All the boys seemed to be inexplicably drawn to him again. Muyu truly had some extraordinary fortune. Jiba cheerfully introduced. This is our classmate and Ji Xia. Let us give her a warm welcome. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yet, Muyu remained as if ensnared by an enchantment. Staring blankly at the girl on the podium, his mind a complete void. And Ji Xia? How could it be her? Hadn't she already left? What brought her to Summer City? And now, she was his classmate? Countless questions flooded Muyu's mind in an instant. And Ji Xia descended from the podium and approached the seat in front of Muyu. A faint, mischievous smile graced her lips as she playfully winked at him. Surprised? Or perhaps not. Chapter 45. The unyielding childhood friend, the transient playmate. The bell rang, shattering the classroom's delicate atmosphere. And Ji Xia stood up and turned to the still-dazed Muyu, her voice soft as she asked, Muyu, can we talk? Muyu gazed into her eyes, which remained as clear as ever but seemed to hold something more, and nodded, sure. The two of them exited the classroom, leaving behind a flurry of whispered conversations. Accompanied by Qing's exaggerated expressions, Qianyu watched their retreating figures, her lips pursed in a slight pout, turning to Qingdi. Hey, can you tell me their story? At this, Qingdi's interest peaked. Ahem, did I mention that my brother you wet the bed at 7? I mean, at 7. Arriving at the relatively quiet edge of the playground, the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light around them as they sat on the steps. After a moment of silence, and Ji Xia broke the stillness, her gaze drifting toward the distant basketball hoop. Muyu, do you resent me for leaving Summer City all those years ago for a better future? Muyu chuckled, still wearing his playful grin. He reached out to pluck a bubble clinging to Ji Xia's backpack. Ding. Host successfully obtained an A-grade talent, Killing Blade. Why would I resent you? If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. His thoughts drifted back to over a decade ago when he had arrived in Summer City, placed in a modest orphanage. It was a cliché, much like many stories, where he met the sensitive and reclusive little girl, and Ji Xia, whose eyes sparkled with innocence. Coming from a new era, he instinctively knew how to help her overcome her shyness, being the first to strike up a conversation and guide her through that cold, unfamiliar environment. Later, they attended school together, sharing childish yet sincere dreams beneath the starlit sky. During those bleak days, she was indeed a rare beacon of light. A boy's admiration for a girl's innocent yearning. They had, at one time, nurtured feelings that transcended mere friendship. Until 7 years ago, when Ji Xia left him a letter and vanished. A soft smile graced Ji Xia's lips as she reminisced. Back then, it was quite nice. However, she quickly shifted her tone, turning to meet Muyu's gaze directly, her voice resolute. Muyu, let the past remain in the past. We have both grown. After a pause, she continued, moreover, I currently have someone I like. When she uttered this, her eyes bore no trace of shyness. Rather, there was an almost deliberate nonchalance. As if fulfilling a task, the anticipated feelings of disappointment, anger, or probing questions did not materialize. Muyu merely blinked in surprise before a look of relief, even lightheartedness, spread across his face. Is that so? That's wonderful, congratulations. And Ji Xia was taken aback. She had envisioned various reactions from Muyu, but the calm indifference he displayed was entirely unexpected. The words she had prepared suddenly felt lodged in her throat. Aren't you upset? She couldn't help but ask, her tone tinged with a subtle urgency and disappointment. Upset? Why would I be upset? Muyu interjected, his smile unwavering. Words spoken in youth are hardly worth taking seriously. What seemed monumental then is merely child's play when viewed from the present. He regarded Ji Xia with an air of tranquility. If you can find someone you like, I'm genuinely happy for you. Being ordinary friends is just fine. And Ji Xia opened her mouth to respond, but found that any words she could muster felt impotent in the face of Muyu's profound acceptance. She looked at him, sensing that the once familiar boy had become somewhat of a stranger. His gaze no longer radiated the unabashed reliance and fervor it once had. Instead, it resembled a tranquil depth, undisturbed. Just then, a voice interjected, laced with playful annoyance. Yu, what are you two discussing so earnestly? Qianyu had approached unnoticed, effortlessly intertwining her arm with Muyu's, leaning against him. Turning as if just noticing Ji Xia, she flashed a flawless, sweet smile. Hello, I'm Qianyu. Her possessive gesture and affectionate demeanor caused Ji Xia's complexion to pale slightly. Muyu, caught off guard by Qianyu's sudden advance, appeared somewhat bewildered but did not push her away, merely offering a resigned smile. Oh, it's nothing. We were just catching up. He nodded toward Ji Xia. We should head back to class. With that, he allowed Qianyu to half-drag him away. After they had walked several meters, Qianyu released her hold, tilting her head with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she whispered, Hey, Yu, were you a bit jealous? Seeing your childhood friend with a new crush? Muyu shot her an exasperated look. After all, He was a person from a new era, viewing love and affection with a more open mind. He playfully tapped Chi and Iu on the forehead. Stop overthinking. Don't read too much into it. Chi and Iu's eyes sparkled. Hee, that is good. Back in the classroom, they had barely settled when Qing Di eagerly approached, lowering her voice conspiratorially, her face alight with gossip. You go. Did you two just rekindle old flames? When's the official announcement? I remember you said you wouldn't like anyone but her when you were little. Stop it. Muyu quickly covered the boy's mouth, exasperated. There's no rekindling. We're just going to be ordinary friends, that's all. Qing Di pried his hand away. Seemingly struck by a realization, her expression one of astonishment. Oh, what a pity. Clearly, you two were once inseparable childhood friends. Scram. Muyu playfully punched him, shaking his head at the unnecessary sentimentality. He turned his gaze, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Njixia's silhouette in the front row, his heart serene, devoid of any tumult. Some people and experiences are ultimately best left in the realm of memories. And now, he had a new objective. Throughout the day, neither Njixia nor Muyu exchanged many words. Time swiftly progressed into the afternoon. Muyu made his way directly to the Wuwang Martial Arts Society, resolutely pursuing his grand ambition of gathering resources. He had conceived a plan to scour the city for martial arts societies, eager to exploit every opportunity to enhance his strength at an astonishing rate. As he activated his GZ wristwatch, he instinctively opened the chat window with Su Jinlu. He had discovered that Su Jinlu had not merely missed class today, she had been absent for several days. He sent her a message. Su, why haven't you come to class? After a brief wait without a response, Muyu furrowed his brows. She was a master of the transcendental realm. Surely, she would not encounter any dangers in Xia City, would she? Setting aside his concerns for the moment, he continued with his endeavor. Chapter 46. The Injured Su Jinlu, a well-meaning misstep. After 11 o'clock, Muyu exited the Wuwang Martial Arts Society, feeling a slight surge of vitality within him. And he stretched contentedly. Beep. The GZ wristwatch emitted a notification sound. He casually checked it. It was a reply from Su Jinlu. I have some matters to attend to. I'll return in a few days. After sending this brief message, her profile picture faded rapidly. The message was terse, and its tone was excessively neutral. Muyu halted, his brows slightly creased. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Although he and Su Jinlu did not communicate frequently, she had never been dismissive in her responses. Even when he asked mundane questions like did you eat, or did you sleep well, she would reply. She would never employ such an urgent, evasive tone. An unsettling feeling surged within him. Should he check on her, or should he refrain? No way, he thought. A man should not be overly sentimental. He decided to go. He immediately hailed a taxi by the roadside. He recalled having asked Su Jinlu where she lived during their earlier conversations, and she had shared that information with him. Meanwhile, Su Jinlu sat alone in her cold, dimly lit room, her complexion pale and her energy noticeably depleted. She looked troubled, having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Her gaze fell upon a plain, anonymous letter in her hand. The message contained only a few terse sentences. Leave your residence before dawn. The brevity of the note caused her to frown. Puzzled by its origin, she glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that only 10 minutes remained until midnight. Just then, there was a series of urgent knocks on the door, accompanied by Muyu's concerned voice from outside. Su Jinlu, are you home? Is everything all right? Su Jinlu abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of joy crossing her features. Why was he here? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress the tumultuous emotions and energy within her, moving to the door and opening it just a crack, blocking the view of the room with her body. What are you doing here? It's not a good time today. You should leave. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Muyu, with his keen perception, sensed that something was terribly wrong with Su Jinlu. His heart sank. You're hurt, aren't you? Su Jinlu replied in a somewhat casual tone. I'm really fine. You should go. It's inappropriate for a man to visit a woman's home at night. People might think there's something between us. Muyu, recognizing her attempt at humor, felt a flicker of hope. Are you truly all right? I'm really fine. At his words, Muyu turned to leave, but, in the next moment, he pushed the door open forcefully and turned on the light in one fluid motion. The sight of Su Jinlu's condition revealed the truth. She was anything but fine. This is serious, he thought. Muyu. Su Jinlu suddenly raised her voice, laced with a frustration and anger he had never heard before. I told you to leave. Can't you understand? My affairs are none of your concern. Get out. She shoved Muyu away and slammed the door with a resounding bang. Muyu stood outside, momentarily stunned by her unexpected reaction. A surge of anger ignited within him. Am I being treated like a fool? Fine. I'll leave, Miss Su. Take care of yourself. He shouted at the door, turning away in frustration. As he descended the stairs, the cool night air began to cool his heated mind. Something was undeniably off. There was definitely an issue at hand. He could have left, but he was a person of principle. The truth mattered greatly to him. Otherwise, he would be haunted by this trivial matter for the rest of his life. The urgency in Su Jinlu's eyes was not merely indifference. It seemed to convey a sense of alarm. What could possibly trouble a master of the transcendental realm? Moreover, empowered by his S-class talent and mental fortitude, He sensed a vague yet unsettling aura of danger emanating from Su Jinlu's home. To ensure safety, he sent a message to Dao Xiaoxiao, sharing his location. "Senior, hurry. There is something going on." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and raced back to her residence at the utmost speed. Upon reaching Su Jinlu's door again, he chose not to knock. Instead, he channeled his energy and forcefully pushed against it. Bang! The flimsy door lock yielded to his strength. Inside, Su Jinlu, startled by the noise, gaped at Mu Yu's return. "Why are you back again?" At that moment, the clock struck midnight. Remembering the ominous message from the letter, she thought it better to err on the side of caution. She immediately grasped Mu Yu's hand, urging, "We must go." As her words fell, a chilling, viscous aura of terror enveloped the entire room, as if a tangible darkness had descended. Mu Yu felt every hair on his body stand on end. As though a prehistoric beast had set its sights on him, the imminent sense of peril rendered him nearly breathless. It was the Abyss realm, and undoubtedly, it was a being far superior to the woman he had encountered before. Without hesitation, Su Jinlu's forehead glimmered with a radiant golden symbol, brilliant and awe-inspiring. A monumental, ancient power erupted from her being, enveloping both her and the nearby Mu Yu in a vast golden force, akin to an immense bubble. Mu Yu felt the world around him distort violently, as if shattered glass, folding in on itself. The last image he registered was Su Jinlu's expression of regret, mixed with an oddity. In that instant, he comprehended why she had barred him from entering. He had unwittingly complicated her situation. She had been protecting herself. Had it not been for his interference, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. She possessed the capability to manage the impending threat. A resounding hum reverberated through the air as an irresistible force of spatial distortion seized them. In the next moment, the golden light abruptly dimmed, and their figures vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving no trace behind. Along with them, much of the room's walls and furniture disappeared, as if cleaved by an unseen force, leaving smooth, mirror-like surfaces. Moments later, a solitary figure appeared amidst the wreckage, like a specter emerging from the shadows. It was Bai Xian. He surveyed the half-vanished building and the lingering, disquieting spatial ripples in the air, his expression darkening. "Haven't I already sent her an email? Is fate's trajectory truly unalterable? Damn it, I refuse to believe this. If destiny were predetermined, why would I have returned? Something must have gone awry." He lifted his gaze to the inky darkness of the night sky, his expression profound and complex. Not long after, Dao Xiaoxiao arrived at the site, witnessing the half-destroyed house. She unsheathed the colossal sword from her back. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, "Fortunately, this spatial severance power isn't too strong. It's at most controlled by a master of the transcendental realm." Suddenly, realization struck her. Wait, that boy, wasn't he just extraordinary? A master of the transcendental realm could easily eliminate him. No, the target wasn't him. It was that girl named Su Jinlu. Did he inadvertently get entangled in this? How dare he harm my junior? His audacity knows no bounds. Chapter 47. Counterattack against the Transcendental Master. Uncertain how much time had passed, the sensation of being torn through space finally dissipated. Mu Yu shook his somewhat dizzy head and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a peculiar valley, where the moonlight was ghastly pale, jagged rocks loomed ominously, and withered vegetation lay in desolation. The air was thick with the scent of decaying trees, unmistakably indicating that they were far from the summer city, though the exact distance remained unknown. Cough, cough. A sound of coughing broke the silence, emanating from Su Jinlu. Her complexion had grown even more ashen than before. "I'm sorry, I've brought you trouble," Mu Yu said, looking at her frail form, feeling nothing but guilt. He understood that had it not been for his reckless actions, Su Jinlu would have had a means of escape, rather than exhausting her strength in their current predicament. Su Jinlu shook her head. "Mu Yu, I do not blame you. I am grateful that you came to see me," she expressed with a hint of sorrow. "I never expected that those brutes would resort to using such a precious one-time spatial weapon just to kill me. However, I have no idea where we have been transported." Just as she contemplated saying more, she abruptly pulled Mu Yu behind her. "They're coming." As her words fell, a middle-aged man clad in black materialized before them. The aura he exuded unmistakably signified a formidable presence at the third realm of the profound master level, instilling a sense of terror. The man's hawk-like gaze swept over the two, finally resting upon Su Jinlu. His voice emerged, raspy and sharp, akin to a blade scraping against iron, sending a shiver down the spine. "A genius from the Boundary Guard lineage, and here you are, abandoning the imperial city to seek death in this little corner. But alas, where do you think you can escape to? This region shall be your grave." Su Jinlu wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. "The erosion realm is willing to expend such resources to kill me." She then glanced at Mu Yu. "You must run first. Staying here will only hinder me." With that, she turned to the middle-aged man and shouted furiously, "Damn you, let us fight." Mu Yu barely had time to be astonished by Su Jinlu's sudden fierceness, his mind swirling with questions that he could not voice. What was the Boundary Guard lineage? He felt increasingly lost in this world. With a slight smile, he spoke with a light-hearted tone, If I run away, what will happen to our affair? What is your level of strength? Great profound master, 3rd stage, she replied. Muyu's heart sank. The disparity was stark. Facing a profound master with a mere transcendent and a great profound master was a recipe for disaster. The middle-aged man, feeling slighted by their banter, scoffed. You still have the leisure to jest? Seeking death, indeed. An intense black energy erupted from him, his aura overwhelming. He swung a hand, and a massive, dark energy hand materialized, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. Muyu, please run. Su Jinlu's voice trembled as it reached him once more. She knew that facing a profound master, even at her peak, she would be unable to contend now. Her fate was sealed. Run? Where could he possibly flee? Muyu let out a bitter laugh, his eyes soon hardening with resolve. If it's death either way, then damn it, let us fight. Once more, Su Jinlu erupted with potent energy, the golden patterns on her forehead glowing brightly. A blade appeared in her hand, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a golden barrier of light. The dark hand crashed against the barrier with a deafening boom, shattering it into countless cracks before surging toward the middle-aged man. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of blows in mere moments. Muyu's eyes gleamed with determination. Heavenly Step 9. Thunderbolt Spear Technique. His speed surged to its zenith as he maneuvered to the side of the middle-aged man. He thrust his spear, which crackled with thunder, aiming for the man's nape. The middle-aged man was caught off guard, astonished by the swiftness and cunning of this mere transcendent. He waved his other hand casually, sending a dark fist barreling toward Muyu. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, yet Muyu pushed through the pressure, activating his starry battle body with full force. Purple Calamity Thunderfinger. He unleashed all his energy, compressing most of it to the tip of his finger and thrusting it forward toward the middle-aged man's face. The man, realizing the impending danger, retreated, only to find a blood hole forming in his arm. Damn it! How can a mere transcendent injure me? I cannot let you live. Suddenly, his expression shifted from shock to elation. Ah, you're the marked one. Heaven has favored me. If I kill you, the rewards will be enough for me to ascend to the king realm. He intensified his assault, engaging in a fierce battle with Su Jinlu. Watching their struggle, Muyu felt an urgent sense of dread. He knew Su Jinlu would surely lose. Desperation welled within him. There must be a way. There must be a way. He suddenly recalled the E-grade mental technique he had picked up during the great competition in the ancient city. The Heavenly Millstone. The method of the Heavenly Millstone flashed in his mind. Jinlu, you must hold on a little longer. If I had known I wouldn't have exhausted my blank attributes. I truly am a fool. Su Jinlu was violently thrown back, blood spurting from her mouth. Her entire body radiated golden light as she swung her blade, which instantly transformed into several fine golden chains. As if alive, they swiftly ensnared the limbs of the Erosion Realm Elder. The middle-aged man gasped in shock, struggling in vain. Damn it, why is it so difficult to kill someone who is merely a great profound master? He roared, his body surging with dense black energy, the golden chains sizzling and corroding. Seeing this, Su Jinlu charged forward. In the next instant, boom, Su Jinlu was sent flying, blood gushing from her mouth. At that moment, the birthmark on her face was shattered by the impact, collapsing to the ground, her aura rapidly waning, revealing her true visage, breathtakingly stunning. The middle-aged man lunged towards Su Jinlu, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as he was about to strike her down, he suddenly screamed, clutching his head in agony, blood streaming from his orifices. Muyu, like a cannonball, charged forward, realizing this was their only chance. He held nothing back. The chaos martial bones roared to life. The kingly pressure from the Fushi bones emanating freely, and the chaos indestructible scripture activated, causing all his energy to combust. Heavenly Millstone. God-slaying strike. This was an S-rank artistic technique he had obtained from Chi and Iu, lacking specific moves. It required the fusion of all 1's power and will into a single strike. He thrust forward, unleashing a pale golden spear intent. So refined it seemed capable of cleaving through space, infused with the fury of thunder and the stillness of ice. The middle-aged man sensed the imminent danger and attempted to resist, but his brain was once again crushed by the millstone, rendering him incapable of retaliation. The spear pierced through his chest, and the destructive force of thunder raged within him. The man's movements froze, the light of life vanishing from his eyes. Thud! His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, a profound master's strength extinguished. Around his corpse, several energy bubbles scattered. Muyu rushed forward to collect them. Ding! Host successfully collected, 2,000 energy points. Ding! Host successfully collected, obtained B-rank talent, Bone. Ding! Host successfully collected, obtained B-rank technique, Dark Classic. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind, the rich energy flooding into Muyu's body, mending his injuries, making him feel as if he had been revived. Yet, he had no time to savor the sensation. He dashed to Su Jinlu's side, cradling her in his arms. Gazing at the girl who appeared as pale as parchment, her breath faint, his heart clenched painfully. Panic surged within him. He was uncertain of what to do next. Su Jinlu Chapter 48. Escape, the undying power of the Boundary Guard lineage. Muyu was terrified that Su Jinlu might perish at any moment. Suddenly, he recalled that fateful night after the competition when he had spent a fortune of 100,000 summer coins to purchase 5 healing pills, the Little Phoenix pills. Each healing pill, priced at 20,000 daxia coins, represents the pinnacle of restorative elixirs available in Xiaqing. He pried open Su Jinlu's mouth and deftly inserted 5 small phoenix pills. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into a gentle stream of energy that flowed into Su Jinlu's body. Her breath, once as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, seemed to stabilize slightly. While still pitifully weak, at least her breath was sustained and had not deteriorated further. Muyu let out a sigh of relief. He felt himself on the verge of exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from a distance, suggesting the presence of more than one beast. The scent of the Xianzong master's blood permeated the air, a deadly temptation for the savage creatures prowling the area. Damn it, once I recover, I'll deal with you. Muyu muttered under his breath, wasting no time. He hoisted Su Jinlu into his arms and, with a determined direction in mind, activated the Tianqing 9 steps to initiate their escape. He did not flee in a straight line but weaved through the forest, the roars behind them growing fainter as the beasts focused on the corpse of the middle-aged man, buying him a brief respite. Nonetheless, he dared not pause. He had no idea where they were and felt like a headless fly, terrified that a third-tier beast might appear at any moment. Thanks to the heightened awareness granted by his S-tier talent, the mental barrier, he instinctively navigated the correct path. Time passed, and only when dawn's light began to break did Muyu finally stop. Despite Su Jinlu weighing less than 100 pounds, carrying her for several hours had taken its toll. He discovered a crevice in the mountainside, half hidden by vines, and pushed the foliage aside to reveal a cave over 2 meters high. It exuded a sense of safety, devoid of any ominous presence. He gently laid the unconscious Su Jinlu down and draped a garment over her. Then, he settled against the wall, closed his eyes, and took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, somewhere in the wilderness, Dao Xiaoxiao navigated her flying device, pouting in frustration. It has to be around here. Why can't I find it? Resolute, she pressed on in her search. Not long after, Muyu opened his eyes, stretched, and felt significantly better. The cave was now illuminated by daylight, allowing him to clearly see inside. His gaze fell upon Su Jinlu, and he was struck by her beauty. In his past life, he had encountered numerous stunning women, yet none matched even half of her allure. Su Jinlu's breathing had stabilized, and the threat to her life had diminished. He exited the cave, took a moment to conceal its entrance, and set out to hunt some lesser beasts nearby for sustenance. The wilderness was replete with ferocious creatures and wild fruits. So he gathered some firewood and, after cooking the meat, returned to the cave. However, Su Jinlu could only drink water. She was unable to eat anything. For the next few days, Muyu engaged in a monotonous routine, consistently providing Su Jinlu with water and monitoring her breathing. Her life signs became increasingly stable, and her vitality began to strengthen. Additionally, he examined the B-tier cultivation method, the Yin Dian, practiced by the middle-aged man, and casually discarded it. A worthless technique. On the 5th day, as Muyu sat at the cave entrance concluding his practice, he reflected on his astonishing recovery ability. His E-tier mental martial skill, Tian Mo Pan, had reached a state of great mastery. If Su Jinlu does not awaken by tomorrow, I will take her away from here. He contemplated the necessity of acquiring a higher-tier intelligence wristwatch, as he had lost signal the moment they entered the wilderness. Just then, a faint sound broke the silence behind him. He turned sharply to see Su Jinlu's long eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. They appeared somewhat dazed, but upon locking eyes with Muyu, clarity returned to her gaze. "Oh, beautiful lady, you have finally awakened," Muyu exclaimed with delight, leaning closer. "How do you feel? Are you back to life?" Su Jinlu touched her face and offered an awkward smile. "I think I'm mostly okay now. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving." Muyu laughed heartily, relieved that his worries had subsided. Indeed, he produced the leg of a beast he had roasted that morning. A hind leg of a late-stage barbarian bull, weighing several hundred pounds. Su Jinlu seized the leg and began to devour it voraciously. To Muyu's astonishment, within an hour, she had consumed 300 to 400 pounds of meat. She then let out a satisfying belch. That was absolutely delightful. After an hour of cultivation, Su Jinlu paused, her complexion blooming with vigor. Indeed, being able to eat is a blessing. The more one eats, the stronger their resistance, making it less likely to fall ill. She gazed at Muyu, their eyes meeting, her cheeks flushing. "Muyu, why are you looking at me like that?" Clearing his throat, Muyu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Jinlu, what exactly is the guardian lineage? And why did you come to such a small place as Xiaqing?" Su Jinlu stretched and took a breath before explaining. "The guardians are part of an ancient and immortal lineage. While there are 10 prominent immortal academies in Daxia, within the Imperial City and Royal City, there exist other ancient and formidable immortal clans and powers. The guardian lineage is one of them, situated in the Hongming Imperial City, one of the 10 imperial cities." She paused briefly, continuing, every guardian must complete a task upon reaching a certain level of cultivation to be deemed a qualified guardian. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face. However, although I completed my task, it seems I messed it up and nearly lost my life, dragging you into it as well. Muyu began to grasp the situation, yet he sensed that Su Jinlu had withheld certain details, particularly regarding her status as an SSS-Tier talent warrior, which surely indicated a position of considerable significance. He opted not to pry further, smiling and waving his hand dismissively. Oh, don't worry about the trouble. In fact, it was I who put you in a predicament. When do you plan to leave Xiaqing? Su Jinlu fell silent. While she indeed needed to depart, she seemed hesitant to rush away at that moment. She looked into Mu Yu's eyes, lost in thought. Let us wait a bit longer. Outside the cave, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and red. The two emerged from the cave, their shadows stretching long in the twilight. Chapter 49. The Appearance of a Lesser Saint. A century-old cordyceps. Guided by the directional sense bestowed by his S-tier talent, the mental barrier, Mu Yu assessed their surroundings. Initially, their conversation flowed freely, akin to longtime friends. That evening, for safety, they sought another cave to spend the night. They engaged in idle chatter, and during their conversation, Mu Yu found himself drooling, much to Su Jinlu's amusement. The following day, they resumed their journey. Unlike the previous day, Su Jinlu appeared unusually quiet. Mu Yu was taken aback. Could it be that a girl's mood changes as unpredictably as the weather? Slowing his pace, he inquired, Jinlu, what's wrong? Are you troubled? Su Jinlu lifted her gaze to meet Mu Yu's. In a barely audible voice, she replied, Mu Yu, I think I should be leaving soon. If, and I emphasize if, I were to leave Summer City, would you come looking for me? As she uttered these words, an inexplicable tension gripped her heart. Mu Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon her. The young girl averted her eyes slightly, the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon her flawless profile. Exuding an ephemeral beauty, he remained silent for a moment, delaying his response. Su Jinlu's mood visibly darkened. In the next instant, Mu Yu's voice broke the silence, infused with a tone that conveyed both indifference and earnestness. Of course, we are good friends, after all. Next time we hang out, you'll have to treat me. Su Jinlu gasped softly. That's not what I meant. I mean, Mu Yu's expression turned serious. Jinlu, if we meet again and you have not changed, I will seek you out, no matter where you are. A sincere, radiant smile blossomed on Su Jinlu's face, akin to the first thaw of spring. It was breathtakingly beautiful. She understood that her yearning was for more than just the phrase good friends. Yet, in this moment, hearing his affirmative response was sufficient. She nodded emphatically. The two exchanged smiles. Suddenly, an indescribable aura of terror manifested in the sky above, as if towering mountains were descending from the heavens. The surrounding air grew thick, as though the very space itself had become viscous. Mu Yu felt every bone in his body tremble, his vital energy nearly stalling. He abruptly looked up to see a crimson figure that had appeared without warning. Clad in a flowing red gown, the woman possessed an exquisite visage, embodying a mature beauty. Likely in her 40s or 50s, the aura she radiated surpassed that of even the most formidable masters of the abyssal realm by 100-fold. Mu Yu finally grasped the meaning behind the phrase as unapproachable as the radiant sun. The intense vitality emanating from her was as blinding as the sun itself. Whether she was at the king's realm or the emperor's realm, or even the lesser saint realm, he could not ascertain. His heart raced, and his vital energy surged instinctively to counteract the oppressive force that bore no intent to kill. The woman's gaze fell upon Su Jinlu, her expression softening into a gentle smile. A soothing voice echoed, have you played enough? It's time to return. Upon seeing the woman, Su Jinlu instinctively moved closer to Mu Yu, her eyes betraying a reluctance to leave. The woman noted this, and her tone grew slightly stern. Jinlu, do not be willful. If I had not sensed your use of primordial energy, we would not have realized you were in danger. Come back with me, dear. Su Jinlu bit her lip. Glancing at Mu Yu, her eyes filled with an unspoken meaning. In that instant, Mu Yu felt a primal force, akin to a ferocious beast, lock onto him. He looked at Su Jinlu, swallowing hard. Deep down, he understood that this woman was undoubtedly from the Guardian clan, here to escort Su Jinlu home. He also recognized that with his current strength, he was but an insignificant insect before her. Drawing a deep breath, he forced a relaxed smile and gently patted Su Jinlu on the shoulder. Beautiful lady, your family has come to find you. That is a good thing. You should hurry back. He paused, gazing into her eyes, his tone becoming unusually earnest. Rest assured, I promise to seek you out, and I will. When I reach the imperial city, I will need you to look after me. As Su Jinlu absorbed the determination in his words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She understood that Mu Yu was comforting her and, in his own way, offering her a promise. She nodded resolutely, 1,000 words distilled into a single phrase. I will wait for you. As those words fell, Mu Yu felt the woman's gaze upon him, as if she were attempting to see through him. After a few seconds, she finally averted her eyes. Young man, she said, a promise made by the youth must be upheld. Do not let Jinlu underestimate you. Head east. and you will find your way home. With that, her expression regained its tranquility, as if observing mere dust by the roadside, devoid of any disturbance. Grasping Su Jianlu's hand, a flash of red light surged into the heavens, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight, as if they had never existed. The overwhelming pressure dissipated along with them. Muyu stood rooted in place, staring at the direction they had disappeared for an extended period. Finally, he sighed deeply. Come on, take me with you. Aren't you afraid I'll be devoured by a ferocious beast? Can't I go find Jianlu? He quickly scanned his surroundings, sensing an eerie chill. He cast one last glance at the sky, his vital energy surging within him. Activating the Heavenly Ascension 9 steps, he headed eastward. After running for over 20 minutes, Muyu came to a halt as he passed through a dense thicket of thorny bushes. There, he spotted a massive shadow. It was a serpent, as thick as a water barrel, its body cloaked in dark green scales resembling thorns. The aura it exuded was at the first level of the third realm, comparable to that of a novice master. In the center of its coils, Muyu sensed the presence of a spiritual herb, likely around 50 years old. That was an opportunity he could not let slip away. He swiftly positioned himself alongside the serpent. Qianlong Palm technique. With a single strike, he unleashed a wave of pale golden chaotic energy, meticulously compressed, striking the serpent's vital spot. The serpent reacted with a roar, but it was not powerful enough to disregard Muyu's prowess. The crucial factor was that Muyu's strength was formidable. Boom. The golden energy collided with its vital spot, eliciting a wail from the serpent, its muscles slackening as its body unwound from its coils. Seeing that the serpent was still alive, Muyu unleashed a punch, channeling all 300,000 kg of force. 7 kills, ancient fist. Boom. A resounding explosion rang out as the serpent's head was obliterated, leaving only its lifeless body quivering on the ground, crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Several energy bubbles burst forth. Ding. Host successfully collected 200 vitality points. Ding. Host successfully collected a 15-point resistance to toxins. Finally, Muyu turned his gaze to the spiritual herb nestled within the serpent's heart. It was a 20-centimeter cordyceps. Haha. 100-year spiritual herb, a rare find. The wilderness is rife with opportunities. Chapter 50. Perfect refinement, perfect absorption, battle of the beast kings. Gazing at the bubbles surrounding the 100-year cordyceps, Muyu was suddenly struck by a thought. Since acquiring the system, it seems I have never refined any resources myself. He popped the cordyceps into his mouth, chewing it like a carrot, swallowing it in a few bites. The taste was bitter, rivaling that of the yellow lotus. While its aroma was enticing, yet its flavor was abysmal. Typically, any ordinary martial artist would hesitate to consume such a potent 100-year herb, as its energy could potentially rupture their meridians. However, he was confident he would not face any issues. After all, his body had undergone countless evolutions through the multiverse. Coupled with an SSS-level talent and martial arts, he immediately began to circulate the indestructible Chaos Sutra. Golden patterns swirling across his body as if he were a furnace enveloping the cordyceps within. The herb instantly transformed into a torrent of overwhelming energy, violently erupting within him. Far from gentle, it surged through his limbs and bones, causing a slight ache in his meridians. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. Under the refining process of the indestructible Chaos Sutra, only the rich energy remained. His chaos martial bones and fushi bones seemed to come alive, voraciously absorbing the energy of the cordyceps. The other talents barely received a drop. Muyu was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated his abilities. Had he not attempted to cultivate this time, he might have missed opportunities to develop his talents. As time ticked by, half an hour later, Muyu opened his eyes. The excess vitality radiating from his body gradually merging back within. The perfect refinement and absorption left almost no trace of waste. Ecstatic, Muyu felt the surging vitality within his body and couldn't help but exclaim. Even without a system in the future, relying solely on my own abilities, I can still become a formidable warrior. However, martial artists cannot fully absorb the energy of spiritual herbs. There is always some loss. Yet, it seems I have broken free from this constraint. Could it be due to the high level of the Chaos Martial Bone and Fushi Bone, combined with the Chaos Indestructible Sutra, that has yielded such an effect? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Stretching his limbs, Muyu hastened eastward once more. After more than 2 hours, the sky darkened ominously. As night fell, the dangers of the wilderness escalated, and various ferocious beasts emerged to hunt. He climbed a great tree and nestled within its dense branches, slowly closing his eyes. Approximately 10 minutes later, Muyu abruptly opened his eyes. A subtle tremor resonated through the ground, and birds took flight from the surrounding forest. The tremor intensified. In no time, he witnessed thousands of first-tier and even second-tier ferocious beasts fleeing in a panic, seemingly terrified by something. Furrowing his brow, Muyu thought, could it be that some rare treasure has manifested, drawing all beasts, including humans, to compete for it? He had already envisioned a grand spectacle in his mind. But the very next moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reverberating with such force that it stirred his heart, even from a great distance. What on earth is happening? Climbing to the top of a 300-meter tree, he gazed in the opposite direction of the fleeing beasts. He beheld a blinding light flashing incessantly, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. Ferocious beasts? Powerful ones? In an instant, he understood. His rationality urged him to flee. The power of curiosity is more potent than any other. Just a glance. And then I'll run. Damn it, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. With that thought, he activated the Tianqing 9 steps and sprinted toward the source of the sound. Within minutes, he had covered approximately 3,000 meters, slowing his pace to conceal his presence. With his S-rank talent, the mental barrier merged with a talent deception barrier, granting him the ability to mask his aura. In an instant, he became almost invisible. As he drew nearer, the oppressive aura surrounding him became increasingly terrifying. Before long, he ascended another tree. The sight before him left him breathless. In a span of several thousand meters, the earth was cracked, mountains collapsed, and chaos reigned. At the center of the battlefield, two colossal creatures were engaged in a frenzied battle. One, towering over 70 meters, was a terrifying beast covered in dark golden scales. Resembling a giant ape with a scorpion tail, the mountain-shaking demon ape. Its fists were larger than those of an adult human, and each strike created a massive crater. The scorpion tail glimmered with a crimson light, ending in a formidable stinger. The other creature, also exceeding 70 meters in length, possessed two pairs of translucent wings and a single horn atop its head, its body adorned with lava-like patterns, the four-winged flame python. It could unleash a scorching red breath, instantly igniting anything it touched, turning the ground into a kaleidoscope of crystalline colors, a testament to the extreme heat. The aura emanating from these two beasts, along with the shock waves generated by their collisions, reached Muyu even from a kilometer away. If that gorilla were to strike him, he would be utterly obliterated. My goodness. Muyu recoiled. Such size and power undoubtedly signified a fourth-tier beast, comparable to a human king-level warrior. The realms of martial cultivation are divided into 9 stages. Body refinement. Extraordinary, profound, and king. A king-level martial artist occupies a position of great prestige, capable of establishing a sect upon returning to a subordinate city. Nonetheless, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Surrounding the battling mountain-shaking demon ape and four-winged flame python were numerous bubbles of various hues, blood red, blue, purple, and even pale gold. His heart raced, and his hands itched with anticipation. Come on, fight faster. Otherwise, those bubbles will disappear. He was filled with urgency. With a thunderous roar, the mountain-shaking demon ape bellowed, pounding its chest. Its attacks relied purely on brute force, while the four-winged flame python utilized its fiery breath. Fourth-tier beasts possessed a fair degree of intelligence. The flame python recognized its strengths and weaknesses, continuously soaring through the air to maintain distance, causing the battle range to expand. Within minutes, they had separated by over a kilometer. Observing this, Muyu swiftly activated the Tianqing 9 steps, returning to the previous battlefield center. He hurriedly popped the bubbles on the ground with maximum speed. Ding. Host successfully collected 500 vitality points. Ding. Host successfully collected 700 vitality points. Ding. Host successfully collected a drop of Titan Demon Ape's blood. Titan Demon Ape blood. Ancient beast blood, unsuitable for human use. Ding. Host successfully collected 100 fire resistance points. Ding. The system's notifications flooded his mind. Muyu beamed with glee as he gazed at the fourth-tier king beasts thousands of meters away. Fight on, fight on. The fiercer you battle, the happier I become. Today, I shall seize this opportunity. Chapter 51. Extraordinary 8 Realms. A battle provoked by a giant bubble? Muyu focused intently on the distant clash between the mountain-shaking demon ape and the four-winged flame python. The battle between the two fourth-tier beast kings had reached a fever pitch. The mountain-shaking demon ape roared thunderously, exhaling 2 streams of scorching air from its nostrils. Its dark golden scales glimmered ominously, and it pounded its chest like a giant hammer, creating a resounding boom. With each strike, its blood surged like boiling magma, causing its body to swell, the dark golden light swirling around it, forming a dark red energy armor. In its fierce crimson eyes, only the desire to kill remained. The mountain-shaking demon ape suddenly bent its body, its powerful legs unleashing a terrifying force that left 2 deep craters in the ground. Its massive form shot forward like a cannonball, disregarding the flame python's fiery breath, braving the searing heat, and covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Crashing forcefully into the airborne python. Roar! The flame python, caught off guard by this maneuver, frantically flapped its wings to gain altitude, but it seemed too late. Bang! Boom! The demon ape descended like a small mountain, tackling the flame python and bringing it crashing down to the ground. The earth trembled, and dust surged skyward. Seizing the opportunity, the mountain-shaking demon ape, leveraging its superior strength, wrapped its powerful arms around the flame python's neck, while its other fist rained down like a pile driver, mercilessly striking the python's head. Bang! Bang! Each blow contained its fury, and the flame python howled in agony as its tough scales shattered, blood flowing like a stream. Steam rising from the ground. The python's struggles weakened, its body gradually losing the strength to coil around the demon ape. Roar! The mountain-shaking demon ape howled in triumph, its fist glowing with blood, delivering a final strike. The flame python's horn shattered, its head bending at an unnatural angle, its breath rapidly extinguished, and its massive form collapsed to the ground, motionless. Roar! Roar! The mountain-shaking demon ape raised its head to the sky, releasing a victorious roar. Yet, its own state was far from pristine. Its chest and arms were charred and blackened, scales flaked away to reveal bone beneath. Golden-hued blood continued to trickle down. Its vitality diminished significantly from before. It gasped for breath, dragging the colossal corpse of the flame python, leaving deep footprints with each laborious step, as it advanced towards an unknown destination. In the distance, Muyu held his breath, his heart racing with trepidation. Such might. The power of the mountain-shaking demon ape must exceed a staggering 100,000 kilograms. As the silhouette of the mountain-shaking demon ape faded into the distance, he rushed to the epicenter of the battle, fervently popping the bubbles scattered on the ground. Ding! Host successfully collected. Vitality 800 points. Ding! Host successfully collected. Vitality 500 points. Ding! Host successfully collected. Obtained A-grade talent. Mountain-shaking demon ape. Ding! Host successfully collected. Obtained A-grade talent. 8-winged flame python. Ding! Host successfully collected. Fire attribute resistance 150. By heavens! 2 A-grade beast talents. Quite commendable. His gaze then shifted back to the mountain-shaking demon ape, which left a trail of bubbles in its wake. Muyu stealthily followed, collecting as he went. He could not afford to miss such a rare opportunity for gain. Approximately 20 minutes later, the demon ape came to a halt, dragging the corpse of the 4-winged flame python to a small hollow in the mountain. The hollow was modest. A bowl-shaped pit of about 30 square meters. In the center of this pit, a mound resembling decayed earth was piled high, mixed with undigested bones and fur. Emanating an indescribable stench mingled with a faint scent of blood. Roughly estimated, it was the size of a water buffalo. Upon seeing this mound, the mountain-shaking demon ape's eyes gleamed with desire and delight. It released the corpse of the flame python and reached out toward the heap. In that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The lifeless 4-winged flame python suddenly opened its tightly shut eyes. From the broken base of its horn, a dark flame flickered to life. It lunged forward with lightning speed, sinking its fangs into the demon ape's neck. The demon ape clutched the 4-winged flame python, desperately thrashing and tearing, letting out a mournful wail. After a few moments, it seized the python's head and forcefully ripped it away from the body. The python's jaws remained clamped tightly around the demon ape's neck. With an enraged roar, the demon ape grasped the python's head and pulled with all its might. A large chunk of flesh, along with the python's head, was violently torn away. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, as flesh from the trachea was cruelly wrenched free. It emitted a painful howl, and within mere breaths, its body collapsed to the ground. Before the hollow, a profound silence ensued. Only the 2 massive corpses remained, alongside the mound still exuding an unusual odor. Hidden behind, Muyu stood aghast, stunned by the sudden twist of fate. Goodness! A deadly exchange? Were the beasts of the 4 realms so treacherous? He swallowed hard, gaining a new perspective. Confirming there was no danger, he dashed forward. The corpses of 2 4-realm king beasts must be worth a fortune in Daxia currency. The attribute bubbles that dropped upon their demise were of far superior quality compared to those from the previous battle. Ding! Host successfully collected. Vitality 2,000 points. Ding! Host successfully collected. Vitality 2,100 points. Ding! Host successfully collected. Blank attribute 1,000. Ding! The notification sounds rang out incessantly. Muyu reveled in both joy and agony. As 4,000 points of vitality surged into his body, his strength skyrocketed, propelling him into the 8th realm of the extraordinary. He swiftly harvested the most valuable materials from the 2 king beast corpses, the heart, essence, tail, waist, and fur of the mountain-shaking demon ape, the snake gall, heart, and essence of the 4-winged flame python. He hastily stowed them away in the system space. Notably, the meat of the 4-winged flame python was also edible, with the prime cuts weighing over a ton, sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. Having completed this, his gaze fell upon the peculiar heap in the hollow. If he was not mistaken, the mountain-shaking demon ape seemed immensely interested in that pile. Could it be the object of their deadly contest? Muyu pinched his nose and cautiously drew closer, curiosity bubbling within him. He stifled his disgust and, using a twig, carefully prodded at the mound. It felt soft and viscous, an unsettling texture. He scrutinized the overall shape and the traces surrounding it. An absurd thought suddenly invaded his mind. He staggered back, shock written all over his face. By heavens! This was nothing but a massive pile of excrement, an enormous turd of unknown origin. 2 4-realm king beasts had fought fiercely, resulting in mutual destruction, all for this pile of dung? Muyu felt his worldview shatter like glass. Yet, he soon noticed something amiss. A bubble appeared to be slowly emerging from the feculent mass. Chapter 52. A deep golden bubble, an unknown seed. Muyu's eyes widened as he witnessed a bubble manifesting atop the dung. The light it emitted was a deep golden hue, exceedingly radiant, far more profound and pure than the golden bubbles he had extracted from Baixin, Su Jinlu, and Qian Yu. His mouth fell agape. Could it be? This excrement could produce bubbles? And of a deep golden color at that? His mind felt overwhelmed. A pile of dung had sparked a battle among the four-realm beasts. Now, atop this dung, a deep golden bubble had formed. What could the reasoning behind this be? Had this dung attained sentience? Or was the entity responsible for this excrement so formidable that even its waste was magnificent? Muyu approached, his heart whispering, "Not foul, not foul." Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and extended a finger, swiftly poking at the deep golden bubble. Ding! Host successfully collected, obtained a special item, an unknown seed. Muyu was taken aback, staring at the seed resting in his palm. It appeared utterly unremarkable, about the size of a peanut, with a dull gray-brown hue. Its surface was covered in intricate yet chaotic natural patterns, feeling somewhat hard to the touch, devoid of any energy fluctuations. If discarded by the roadside, even birds would overlook it. Muyu found himself momentarily dumbfounded. The deep golden bubble he had envisioned should have been of SSS-grade talent. Frowning, he pondered the system's accuracy. Something must be amiss. He examined the seed in his hand, turning it over and over, even bringing it close to his nose for a sniff. No peculiar scent emanated from it. Did it require a soul bond or blood recognition? Recalling tales from his past life, he decided to give it a try. He concentrated his mental energy, allowing a sliver to seep forth from his brow. Upon contact with the unknown seed, it reacted. An inexplicable pull drawing in his feeble mental energy. Good news, the seed was likely a treasure. Bad news, he had been drained. Muyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing as his meager mental strength was entirely absorbed by the seed. He anticipated the seed to exhibit some miraculous transformation. Instead, it remained as unremarkable as ever. By heavens, this is too much. Where's my mental strength? Muyu struggled to articulate his current feelings. His fingers, gripping the seed, tightened unconsciously. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual, a faint prickling pain at his fingertip. Looking down, he beheld that the gray-brown seed had sprouted a root thinner than a hair, nearly transparent, piercing through the skin of his fingertip. Like a living entity, it deftly burrowed inward, causing Muyu to gasp in alarm. He swiftly seized the seed and cast it aside, noticing that a drop of his blood rested upon it. This was no ordinary blood, but rather the essence of his very life force. The blood rapidly permeated the seed. In the next moment, a transformation occurred. Upon absorbing that droplet, the seed's grayish-brown exterior began to swell at a visible pace, illuminating with a dark golden sheen. The previously chaotic patterns upon its surface appeared to awaken, resembling miniature rivers and mountains, the trajectories of stars gently swirling. A faint yet profoundly mystical and ancient vitality emanated from within the seed. By the heavens, mere spiritual energy is insufficient. It must be combined with my essence, he thought, not allowing himself a moment of astonishment. The seed, as if endowed with its own life, slowly ascended into the air and glanced in his direction. With a whoosh, it transformed into a streak of dark golden light, directly embedding itself into his forehead. He barely had time to react before feeling a chill at his brow, as if something had burrowed inside him. In the next instant, he felt as if he were dying. A momentary agony surged through him, compelling a primal scream from his lips. This was not merely physical pain. He finally understood what it meant to suffer at the very depths of his soul. His previously chaotic and confined mental realm was forcefully expanded, torn apart by a wild and ancient power. The excruciating pain engulfed every nerve in his being. He longed for death, yet the pain rendered him powerless, even to the point of contemplating suicide or surrendering to unconsciousness. He collapsed to the ground, time slipping away. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting instant. Suddenly, the agony dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and expansiveness. He opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Before him lay a newly forged, misty expanse within the depths of his consciousness, forcibly opened. Could this be the legendary Niwan Palace spoken of in ancient texts? The next moment, he beheld a sight that left him utterly astonished. At the center of his Niwan Palace, or rather, his sea of consciousness, the dark golden seed floated serenely. It quivered slightly, the intricate patterns on its surface becoming increasingly radiant. A barely audible sound emerged, akin to a chick breaking free of its shell. The seed's shell quietly cracked open, revealing a tender green shoot that seemed to embody all the vitality of the world. Trembling as it emerged, growing at an observable pace, it transformed into a small sapling, approximately 3 inches tall, resplendent in verdant hues and entwined with a faint aura of chaos. Yet the transformation did not cease there. The sapling sprouted 2 branches, and he felt something being drawn from the area of his spine. Upon those 2 branches, 2 small orbs formed, one flickering with the essence of thunder and sword intent, the other radiating a regal aura. He gasped in surprise. Was this not his innate talent? He attempted to summon it, discovering it still remained. Goodness, what a shock! He thought. What exactly is this? He endeavored to communicate with and touch the sapling using his spiritual energy, but it seemed to be in a deep slumber. Or perhaps it simply disregarded him. It remained rooted in the center of his sea of consciousness, its roots complex and gnarled, reminiscent of a tree that had existed for centuries, exuding a faint vitality, yet showing no further response. After a lengthy struggle, the sapling stood steadfast, unyielding. Eventually, he surrendered. After all, what is destined to be a blessing cannot be avoided, and what is destined to be a calamity cannot be escaped. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside the myriad of chaotic thoughts. He exhibited no signs of discomfort. Rather, he felt his spiritual power surging with unprecedented richness. If he were to wield the heavenly millstone now, its might would be exponentially formidable. He realized that the sapling must be a treasure, though he had yet to uncover a means to awaken it, or perhaps he was simply too feeble. Any minor exertion drained his vitality and spiritual energy. He shook his head, casting his gaze toward the east. Having suddenly vanished for several days, they must be quite worried. It was time to return home. Shortly after Muyu departed, a frog the size of a basin croaked its way into the vicinity. It leaped into the massive silhouette of the giant hawk. The ensuing journey was significantly more fortuitous, encountering primarily first and second-tier ferocious beasts, and with a stroke of luck, he managed to collect a few bubbles. However, for the sake of safety, Muyu refrained from engaging in slaughter, continually advancing toward the east. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Muyu arrived before a waterfall with a modest pond below, approximately 20 square meters in size, an environment that was exceptionally refreshing. His eyes brightened. What a splendid place. He plunged into the pond, surfacing and diving with utter delight. Minutes later, he emerged, wiping the water from his face, his gaze falling directly ahead. Just then, he locked eyes with a pair of menacing, blood-red ones. Before him stood a blood tiger, its size akin to a small mountain, spanning 8 to 9 meters. Cloaked in metallic, dark green scales, the kingly emblem on its forehead flickered ominously. With crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent, it crouched low, licking the water. The pressure it exuded surpassed that of second-tier ferocious beasts, reaching the threshold of a third-tier first stage, rivaling that of a human practitioner of the profound realm. With a roar, Muyu instinctively submerged his head beneath the water, but merely moments later, he resurfaced. Goodness, a ferocious beast of the profound realm? What do I have to fear? He mused, even if it was a tiger. The blood-scaled tigers circled the pond, clearly regarding him as prey. As he felt the chaotic blood and vitality surging within him, alongside the abundant spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness, he was filled not with fear, but with a fervent battle spirit. What perfect timing to test my skills, he declared. He leaped from the pond, and the blood-scaled tiger roared, its voice resonating like a tangible shockwave. It propelled itself forward with remarkable agility, charging toward Muyu. He activated the heavenly Qingtian 9 steps. Reaching the pinnacle of his speed, vaulting over the blood-scaled tiger, he quickly steadied himself. Both man and beast locked eyes, each filled with lethal intent. The blood-scaled tiger revealed its sharp claws and lunged once more. Muyu employed the same tactic, executing a sliding maneuver that brought him close to the blood-scaled tiger's relatively vulnerable abdomen. The chaos indestructible sutra surged within him, and his right arm glowed with a faint golden hue, resembling molten gold. 7-kill ancient fist. He unleashed a punch, the air crackling with explosive sound as a 1-meter-sized dark golden fist struck the blood-scaled tiger's abdomen. With a thunderous crash, a howl of anguish echoed. The blood-scaled tiger collapsed, its hardened scales dented by his blow, a bloody hole appearing as its insides spilled forth. The tiger let out a roar, fear flashing in its eyes as it attempted to flee. Muyu did not hasten to pursue. A cold glint flickered in his gaze. The E-grade spiritual martial skill, the heavenly millstone, activated. A force specifically targeting consciousness seeped into the tiger's brain, ensnaring it within a grayish millstone, grinding mercilessly. The blood-scaled tiger emitted a pained howl, succumbing to paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Muyu summoned the dragon coiling spear, its shaft entwined with a faint golden chaos energy and thunder. Thunder Tribulation Spear Technique. Heavenly Qingtian 9 steps. He thrust the spear forward, a vision of desolation flashing through his mind, a glimmer of inspiration igniting. The dragon coiling spear shot toward the blood-scaled tiger. With a rip of flesh, the spear pierced through the tiger's forehead, as if skewering it. The violent power of thunder surged through the spear, wreaking havoc within its body. The blood-scaled tiger could not even let out a cry, its vitality swiftly extinguishing from its eyes. Muyu struck mercilessly, twisting and turning his long spear before yanking it out with a sudden force. A surge of beastly blood, mingled with fragments of brain matter, followed in its wake. The creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, bubbles emerging from its lifeless body. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality restored, 500 points. Ding. Host successfully collected, gained blank attribute, 1,000 points. Muyu felt a profound satisfaction with his current combat prowess. particularly when combining it with his psychic attack techniques, rendering him exceptionally formidable. He then turned his gaze to the corpse of the blood-scaled tiger, a male beast. With a single thrust, he severed its tail, measuring nearly 80 to 90 centimeters, along with its prized gem, which was indeed a valuable find. 10 minutes later, the blood-scaled tiger was entirely scavenged. Even its bones were stored in Mu Yu's system space. Another day slipped by. Mu Yu began to consume the meat of the four-winged flame python. Suddenly, his wrist-mounted ZZ watch vibrated gently, its screen illuminating. A surge of joy filled his heart. He was finally receiving a signal, indicating he was not far from Xiaoqing. He promptly opened the watch, only to be inundated with a barrage of unread messages, predominantly from Dao Xiaoxiao, Qing Di, and Qi Niyu, with a few from Bai Xian and Xia Shatong. He even spotted a message from Nji Xia, inquiring if his absence from class was due to her. He took a moment to respond to several messages from Qing Di and the others, explaining that he was traversing the Myriad Realms. In the next instant, a communication request appeared. It was Dao Xiaoxiao. He hastily accepted the call, her visage materializing on his ZZ watch. "Hey, senior," he began, but before he could finish, Dao Xiaoxiao interrupted, her voice booming with exaggerated fervor. "Where have you been, you little rascal? Did you encounter a ghostly maiden? If you're alive, hurry and let me know your location." Hearing her familiar voice, though it was laced with agitation, warmed his heart inexplicably. He quickly replied, "Senior, I'm alive and well." He swiftly shared his location. "Stay put, I'll be there shortly," Dao Xiaoxiao declared before abruptly severing the connection. Mu Yu settled on a relatively clean rock and glanced inward at the still, tranquil sapling nestled within his sea of consciousness. Once assured of its stability, he felt a measure of relief. Less than half an hour later, the sound of something slicing through the air resonated from the horizon. A petite figure descended, perched upon a colossal sword that was broader and taller than she herself. "Senior, I'm right here." Mu Yu waved his arms excitedly. Dao Xiaoxiao landed gracefully, stepping down from the massive sword, her hair slightly disheveled. Upon touching the ground, her bright, piercing eyes scanned him up and down multiple times. All limbs accounted for," she remarked. Dao Xiaoxiao then seized the massive sword, driving it into the ground with authority. Hands on her hips, she leaned in closer, sniffing him like a curious pup, her expression morphing into one of bewilderment. "Junior, what on earth is that intoxicating scent emanating from you?" Mu Yu was taken aback. "Surely it can't be," he stammered, his brow twitching slightly. "What scent?" Dao Xiaoxiao remained silent for a moment, then suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. "Wait a moment, have you broken through to the 8th realm of transcendence?" Ecstatic within yet maintaining an outwardly composed facade, Mu Yu feigned a melancholic demeanor. "Alas, what can I say? With such exceptional talent, merely wandering the wilderness led me to an inadvertent breakthrough. It's just basic practice, nothing to boast about." Dao Xiaoxiao shot him a sidelong glance. "You shameless braggart." She circled around Mu Yu, a mischievous grin emerging, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Hey, Junior, tell me the truth. During your disappearance these past few days, did you engage in a heroic rescue of that classmate Sue, only for her to repay you with her affections?" Mu Yu was taken aback, genuinely stunned. "Is Dao Xiaoxiao a fortune teller now?" Seeing his reaction, Dao Xiaoxiao sensed trouble brewing. "Come clean, Junior. Did she, perchance, take full advantage of you?" At her words, Mu Yu nearly stumbled, both incredulous and amused by the implication. "What do you mean by taken full advantage?" He retorted. "Senior, what do you think?" Chapter 54, All Martial Society's Collection, Millionaire. On the journey back, Mu Yu found himself standing on Dao Xiaoxiao's colossal sword, astonished to discover it also functioned as a mode of flight. Multifunctional high-tech martial arts, capable of training, combat, and flight. Yet, Dao Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat distracted. "Senior, what's bothering you?" She glanced back at him. "I dislike married men." Mu Yu nearly choked on his own laughter, realizing the conversation had taken an absurd turn. Over 2 hours later, they successfully returned to Xiaoqing. Mu Yu inhaled deeply, appreciating the comfort of human civilization. The wilderness had been nothing but a relentless cycle of combat, driving one to madness. Upon returning to his humble abode, Dao Xiaoxiao grinned. "Junior, prepare yourself well. In a few days, I have some good news to share." With that, she turned and departed. After spending half an hour washing up, Mu Yu changed into clean clothes, finally feeling reacquainted with human society. While seated on the sofa, a knock echoed at the door. He opened it to be greeted by a fiery red figure, accompanied by a familiar fragrance. Yu, you've finally returned," Qi Niyu exclaimed, throwing her arms around his, gazing up at him with a hint of concern in her eyes. Mu Yu felt warmth spread through him, gently withdrawing his hand from her embrace. "It's nothing, just a stroll through the wilderness." Noticing his withdrawal, Qi Niyu pouted, tightening her grip on his arm. "You mustn't just disappear without a word next time." "All right, beautiful. I promise to inform you next time," he replied, causing her to burst into laughter. Soon enough, Qi Niyu prepared an elaborate meal, and as they dined, Mu Yu remarked, "Niyu, your culinary skills are outstanding. Given your status as a princess from a prominent family, why are you so kind to me?" Qi Niyu chuckled softly. Do you truly have no recollection at all? Muyu paused. Straining to recall any memories related to her from his 18 years, none surfaced. Niu, did we know each other before? Haha, Yu, you're so easy to tease. Do you really believe I fell for you at first sight? After more than an hour, Niu retreated to her room. Just then, another knock echoed through the house. Muyu opened the door to find Bai Xian standing there, calm and composed as ever. Muyu was taken aback, noticing a faint purple bubble hanging from Bai Xian's hand. Brother Bai, when did you arrive? Ding. Host successfully collected, acquired A-class martial technique, robber's cloud hand. Bai Xian withdrew his hand with a hint of disdain. I've been here for over an hour. Muyu exchanged a knowing glance with him, both erupting into laughter without need for further words. Some matters are better left unspoken. As night fell, Muyu searched online for news about the Xiaqing Martial Society. Beep beep beep. The ZZ watch chimed, revealing Qing Di's teasing visage. Peach Blossom brother, my dear bro, open the door. I'm here to bring you some warmth. Qing Di's loud voice echoed down the hallway. Upon opening the door, he dashed into the room, and upon seeing Muyu unharmed, he sighed in relief, quickly adopting a mischievous expression. Brother Yu, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Get lost. Muyu retorted, pushing him away. I fear your ulterior motives. Qing Di rubbed his backside, chuckling. Without hesitation, he kicked off his shoes and leaped onto Muyu's bed, pulling the covers over himself. Good night, brother Yu. Muyu found himself grinning foolishly. The presence of such friends was truly heartwarming. The following day, Muyu awoke on the sofa, ventured into the bathroom to freshen up, and noticed Qing Di still fast asleep. He shouted loudly, "There's a beautiful girl." Qing Di jolted awake, leaping from his bed to gaze at Muyu. You go. Where is the beauty? Suddenly, he crossed his arms. What have you done to me? Where are my clothes? Muyu's expression darkened. Get lost. This guy is becoming increasingly shameless. In the ensuing 2 days, Muyu utilized the ZZ wristwatch to gather information, meticulously surveying all the martial arts societies in Xia City. Excluding the smaller, micro-societies, there were a total of 15 martial arts societies of a certain scale, each possessing a fixed venue and a substantial number of students. 15 should be sufficient for me to reap some benefits, Muyu thought, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he scrutinized the list he had compiled. He devised a plan to visit 3 to 4 societies daily, requesting a leave of absence from Jiba under the pretext of exploring the Myriad realms. Securing such leave was relatively effortless. Naturally, the Wuwang Martial Society, the former establishment of his old master, was scheduled last, while the other societies ranked second and third, such as the Liang Martial Society and the Hurricane Martial Society, were prioritized. He realized that for only a few hundred great Xia coins in training fees, he could gain entry. To his astonishment, he discovered he had garnered a fan base. Numerous martial artists recognized him at first glance, thanks to his handsome visage and burgeoning notoriety. Collecting accolades was effortless. His mornings were spent at 2 large martial societies, afternoons at 3 medium-sized ones, and evenings at the Wuwang Martial Society. After a full day of activity, Muyu glanced at the system panel, noting an increase of approximately 1,500 to 2,000 chi and blood points daily. In the following days, a peculiar figure appeared across various martial societies in Xia City, sometimes diligently polishing equipment with a cloth, at other times awkwardly mimicking the students' movements. Whether it was the students or instructors, he discreetly collected the bubbles of chi that fell from them. Ding. Host successfully collected. Chi and blood 25 points. Ding. Host successfully collected. Acquired C-grade martial technique, charge kill fist. Ding. Host successfully collected. Mental power 10. Ding. Host successfully collected. Blank attribute 50. Ding. Host successfully collected. Acquired D-grade talent, Eagle Eye. Ding. In just 5 or 6 days, the accumulation was substantial, and his chi and blood points surged. Yet he still fell short of breaking through to the extraordinary 9th realm. One day, Muyu arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. The staff member who greeted him was the same young man who had assisted him previously. Sir, are you here to purchase resources or sell materials? I wish to sell materials. Following the attendant to the 4th floor, he encountered a portly man. The man said, Young brother, I am the appraiser at Wanbao Pavilion. What materials do you wish to sell? Muyu smiled. Brother, this room seems a bit small. Do you have a larger one? The man's eyes lit up. Yes, of course. A few minutes later, in a more spacious room, Muyu produced the skins, bones, heart, kidneys, scales, and flesh of the 4-winged flame python and the mountain-shaking demon ape. Observing the nearly pristine pelts and the lingering aura of power, the man was astonished. Young senior, is this the hide of a 4-realm fierce beast? Muyu nodded. The appraiser examined the items closely, inhaling deeply. Senior, these materials are preserved at over 95 quality. Given their rarity, I would offer you 5 million great Xia coins. Would that be satisfactory? Muyu was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Noticing his surprise, the appraiser assumed Muyu was dissatisfied. Senior, Wanbao Pavilion is honest in dealings and has offered the highest price. How about this? I will buy everything for 5 million great Xia coins. Muyu burst into laughter. And what of this? As he revealed the bloodscale tiger. The appraiser's delight was palpable. A complete bloodscale tiger, worth 1 million great xia coins, especially with the tail and egg intact. Hee, senior understands. Muyu chuckled. Deposit 1 million great xia coins into my virtual account. Convert another 500,000 into the finest healing elixirs, and the remaining 4 million into cultivation resources, including those for mental enhancement. Chapter 55. Extraordinary 10th Realm. A single punch to surpass his former self. The appraiser laughed heartily, clearly pleased. However, as he regarded Muyu's youthful face, realization dawned upon him. Shock rippled through him. He would not underestimate Muyu due to his age. Senior, please wait 10 minutes. A few minutes later, Muyu received a notification of 1 million great xia coins entering his account. He beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. While I may not become a millionaire, being a multimillionaire is still commendable. Soon after, the appraiser emerged, accompanied by several staff members from Wanbao Pavilion, each carrying a specially designed vial. Senior, please see if this meets your satisfaction. Muyu did not need to inspect them to know the contents, as his current mental prowess allowed him to accurately perceive nearby objects. Wanbao Pavilion proved to be honest, not deceiving him. He accepted the vials, stowing them in his system space before departing the pavilion. Watching Muyu's retreating figure, the appraiser sighed. Our Xia city is about to witness the rise of a true dragon. However, having cleared out a batch of inventory, we must ensure fewer of those elixirs are stocked next time, as ordinary martial artists cannot afford them. Luckily, they did not land in my hands. Haha. Returning to his dwelling, Muyu could hardly contain his excitement as he entered his room. He acknowledged that he had put on a bit of a facade at Wanbao Pavilion, managing to appear calm. He opened a vial of healing elixirs, pouring one out. The elixir was a pale blue, adorned with a faint golden pattern. Phoenix Blood Elixir, market price 100,000 great xia coins each, as long as one breath remains. It has a high probability of sustaining that breath. Recalling the elixir's name and purpose, he noted that the vial contained 10. Next, he opened another vial. And in an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the room, causing his chi and blood to stir slightly. He poured out a red elixir, marked with 3 golden stripes. Dragon Blood Nirvana Elixir, 100,000 great xia coins each. Another vial contained 10 elixirs, designed to enhance chi and blood, with additional dragon blood essence making the energy particularly volatile. Muyu inhaled the fragrant aroma deeply, chuckling at the exhilaration it brought. He opened another vial, which also contained 10 elixirs. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were even more potent than the Dragon Blood Nirvana Elixir, shining a golden hue with 5 golden stripes. Little 9 Orifice Golden Elixir, market price 200,000 great xia coins each. This elixir is particularly effective for refining the body and strengthening muscles and skin, especially for martial artists practicing body refinement techniques who can fully exploit its effects. Muyu was taken aback. He had not expected Wanbao Pavilion in Xia City to possess such high-grade elixirs, indicating the presence of considerable wealth. Alas, whether in my past life or this one, I am the only one impoverished. He mused. The final item was not a vial, but a box requiring a password to unlock. He followed the instructions and swiftly opened it. Inside were 25-centimeter vials of pale purple liquid, star-gathering spirit liquid, valued at 50,000 great xia coins per vial. Serves to nourish a martial artist's mental power. The total value amounted to 1 million. Gazing at the elixirs and the gathering liquid, Muyu recalled a passage from a book about liquid-based genetic medicines, noting that these modern cultivation liquids eliminated the need for pill formation, potentially allowing for greater absorption efficiency by human martial artists. However, most martial artists still preferred traditional elixirs for their training. With the advancement of martial arts philosophies, an increasing number of practitioners began to value mental cultivation. Oh, I wonder how much my chi and blood can be enhanced with 4 million great xia coins worth of cultivation resources. He, disinterested in personal cultivation, uncorked a vial of spirit concentration elixir, from which a bubble emerged. Ding, host successfully acquired. Mental energy 100 Hz. One vial contained 100. Thus, 20 vials equated to 2,000 Hz of mental energy. As this 2,000 Hz surged into his brain, Muyu felt his sea of consciousness transform from a desolate gray expanse. The small sapling, adorned with bubbles, emanated a faint elemental energy, lightning, ice, sword intent. With his eyes closed, he could perceive objects 10 meters away. After a few minutes, Muyu slowly opened his eyes, contemplating the need to explore whether mental capabilities also possess a hierarchical structure. Once again, he grasped a Dragon Blood Nirvana pill, observing that the bubble above it was considerably larger. Ding, host successfully acquired. Vitality 1,200 calories. Ding, host successfully acquired. Vitality 12,000 calories. As the 12,000 calories of vitality coursed into his body, Muyu experienced a sudden surge, his vitality overflowing, as he activated the Chaos Indestructible Scripture, causing the chaotic martial bones and Fushi bones to operate frantically. It took a while before he could fully assimilate the 12,000 calories of vitality, propelling his strength to break through the 9th level of the extraordinary, yet he had not attained the ultimate realm. Finally, he seized the small 9-aperture golden pill, collecting the bubble above it. Ding! Host successfully acquired. Vitality 2,500 calories. Ding! Host successfully acquired. Vitality 25,000 calories. As the 25,000 calories entered his body, a thunderous roar erupted. Muyu's form seemed to transform into an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing this vast influx of vitality. The vitality within him could no longer be contained, spilling outwards, instantaneously morphing into a sea of pale golden vitality. His bones resonated, emitting sounds akin to a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl. The vitality surged forth, like a stampede of 1,000 horses. The beating of his heart reverberated like the crack of thunder. Each inch of flesh and blood fervently devoured the vitality, undergoing a metamorphosis. Beneath his skin, countless golden patterns intertwined and spread. His bones transformed to a golden hue, inscribed with mystical patterns. The marrow, no longer red, morphed into a blood-colored magma. A formidable and domineering aura, more powerful than ever before, erupted from him. He had achieved the 10th level of the extraordinary, the ultimate realm. Muyu abruptly opened his eyes, his vitality retracting back into his body. He clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous roar within him, akin to an endless tide of chaotic vitality. The temptation to shatter the heavens with a single punch overwhelmed him. Is this the pinnacle of extraordinary power? I feel as though I could obliterate my former self with one blow. This 4 million spent was worth it. The threshold to the profound realm is drawing near. Muyu spent another half-hour calming the surging vitality. System, integrate all recently acquired talents that can be fused. As before, the mental talents centered around the god-defying barrier. Elemental talents around the Lord of Ice, physical talents around the innate Tao body, and beast transformation talents around the dragon turtle. Suppressing his excitement, Muyu decided it was time for a comprehensive enhancement. Ding! SS level talent Starry Battle Body detected. SS level talent Innate Tao Body, incomplete, detected. A level talent Mountain Shaking Demon Ape. Dragon Turtle, Titan Ape detected. B level talents Ean Bone, Azure Bull, and Shinma Blade Prison detected. Ding! Fusion in progress. Please be patient. Chapter 56. The third SSS level talent. Zhou Tian Starry Tao Body. Please, do not frighten me. Minutes later, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Talent fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS level physical talent, Zhou Tian Starry Tao Body. In the next moment, radiant starlight enveloped Muyu's body. This starlight was not merely a color, but an embodiment of the chaos yet to be unveiled, encompassing all. The first to transform was his skeletal structure, which shifted to a dark golden hue, adorned with increasingly intricate and mystical starry Tao patterns. As his flesh pulsated, subtle starry phantoms flickered into existence. An ancient, supreme physical pressure emanated, akin to a slumbering deity awakening. Outside, everyone looked up at the sky. Even in the daytime, the heavens were adorned with countless stars, resembling the celestial bodies of the universe, suspended in the azure sky of blue star. Their faces reflected shock. However, this phenomenon vanished in mere moments. Somewhere, Bai Xian gazed at the celestial changes, fully aware of their implications. Such a potent surge of talent, among SSS-level talents, was indeed exceptional. Could it be that yet another genius was returning to their innate state, experiencing a second evolution of talent? Little Knife furrowed her brow, observing the sky. This is truly agonizing. Who is it? The feeling of possessing treasures yet being unable to grasp them. Who understands this? In a certain location in Summer City, Chi and Yu also gazed at the heavens, her eyes narrowing. Another prodigy has emerged. Once this matter concludes, I must return. Unbeknownst to Muyu, who was wholly engrossed in his excitement over the acquisition of a third SSS-level talent, he sensed that this gift was nothing short of miraculous. As if he had become a vessel for the stars. His strength, defense, recovery, and affinity for various energies had reached an unfathomable level. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Before he could fully appreciate the power of the Zhou Tian Starry Tao Body, the sapling in the center of his sea of consciousness, which had remained as quiet as a chicken while continuously siphoning his vitality and mental energy, seemed irresistibly drawn to the aura of this newly acquired SSS-level talent, beginning to sway gently once again. Then, to Muyu's astonishment, the sapling's third branch extended at a visible pace, growing vibrant and flawless like the other two. At the apex of this third branch, a bubble unlike any before quietly blossomed. This bubble was neither the purple hue of thunderous sword intent nor the golden hue of a king's aura. Instead, it shimmered with the light of stars, emanating the essence of the Zhou Tian Starry Tao Body. What on earth is this? Muyu's heart raced. Could it be that this phenomenon is indeed a fruit of the talents I have acquired? But what purpose does it serve? After pondering for a while, Muyu decided not to dwell on it any longer. System, open the attribute panel. System, infinite attribute acquisition system. Host, Muyu. Realm, extraordinary 10th level. Extraordinary ultimate realm. Strength, 700,000 kilograms. Vitality, 54,000 calories. Chaotic vitality. Mental, 3,200 hertz. Talents: Supreme Immortal Bone E level, Incomplete, Chaotic Martial Bone, SSS level. Fushi Bone, SSS level. Zhou Starry Dao Body, SSS level. God-Defying Barrier, S level. Lord of Ice, S level. Dragon Turtle, S level. Techniques: Chaos Indestructible Scripture, SSS level. Martial Skills: Godslaying, S level. Purple Calamity Finger Technique, S level. Thunder Calamity Spear Technique, S level. 7 Kill Fist Technique, S level. Celestial Ascension 9 Steps, A level. 1000 Dragon Palm Technique, A level. Weapon: Coiling Dragon Spear, C level. Items: Heart of Margaret. Blank Attribute Points, 2200. Special Privileges: Protection of the Myriad Realms, 11. Hidden Rewards: World Blessing, 2 times, Blessing of the Human Race. As Muyu gazed at the data on the panel, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He was no longer a novice. After half an hour of excitement, Muyu recalled something. The mental section had appeared on the system panel. He opened his GZ wristwatch, searching for keywords like mental energy level and mental energy classification. After an extensive search, he found that most of the information seemed fraudulent at first glance. Strange, there are numerous martial artists who have awakened mental talents. Surely there must be a system for cultivating mental energy, right? After a moment of contemplation, he opened the chat page with Little Knife and sent a message. Senior sister, come to my house. I will treat you to a meal. Not long after, the urgent Knife Xiao Xiao hurried in, her face radiating joy as she entered. Junior, what brings you here? Muyu chuckled. Sister, can't I come to find you unless there is something urgent? Haha, what is it? Speak quickly. Sister, I have a question. Do warriors awakened with mental powers specialize in mental strength? Knife Xiao Xiao paused for a moment, cleared her throat, and her tone became slightly more serious. Mental strength is not as distinctly categorized as vital energy and realms. It is still in a phase of research and development. However, there is a broadly recognized measurement system and levels. Generally speaking, if mental strength is below 2000 Hz, it is referred to as the realm of ordinary thought, which can usually annihilate those in the extraordinary realm. When mental strength surpasses 2000 Hz and falls within the range of 2000 to 10,000 Hz, it is considered to enter the realm of spiritual thought. At this level, it becomes easy to kill a grandmaster. And even a Xian grandmaster could fall victim if caught unaware. Even a king-level powerhouse would be affected. Once mental strength surpasses the threshold of 10,000 Hz, a qualitative change occurs, which we term the realm of divine thought. This realm is formidable, capable of slaughtering kings as if they were mere dogs. As for the levels beyond that, you will come to understand them gradually. However, there are not many with mental talents awakened, and cultivation is relatively challenging. Most individuals pursue martial arts. Just like the woman from the abyss we encountered for the first time, she was a mental talent awakener. Yet still in the realm of ordinary thought, her strength was merely extraordinary. Had it not been for me, you would have been in dire straits. Be cautious of certain geniuses. They cultivate both martial arts and mental strength, and their combat prowess is immeasurable. Knife Xiao Xiao paused for a moment and inquired. What prompted this sudden curiosity? Don't tell me you're a mental talent awakener. Listening to Knife Xiao Xiao's explanation, Muyu felt a sudden clarity. He glanced at his attribute panel, 3200 Hz. He chuckled softly. Ahem, sister, I think you guessed correctly. Knife Xiao Xiao's hand holding the food froze, and she stared intently into Muyu's eyes, her expression revealing an intensified sense of peculiarity. Ah, Junior, you've surprised me immensely. You must apply to the Xingtian Academy. Once you reach university, I can harvest this grass of yours. Muyu gulped, feeling a hint of unease at Knife Xiao Xiao's demeanor. Sister, please don't act like that. It frightens me. Knife Xiao Xiao smiled mischievously. What is there to fear? I'm merely going to devour you. I want to kill you. Chapter 57, Hellish Difficulty in a C-Class World. The next morning, Muyu sprang out of bed like a carp leaping from the water. After freshening up, he struck a pose in front of the mirror, exclaiming, Indeed, I am dazzling enough to blind my titanium alloy dog eyes. To test his speed, he opted to run to school instead of taking a vehicle. When he reached a less crowded area, he pushed his limits, achieving a speed of 40 meters per second without employing any movement techniques. However, to avoid drawing undue attention, he maintained a more modest speed of 15 meters per second. More than a day prior, Qin Yu had messaged him, stating she had matters to attend to and would be away for 2 days. Thus, he felt emboldened to break through at home. Otherwise, he would have sought another location. Upon arriving at the school gate, he collected all the ordinary bubbles he could find. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Great heights rise from the ground. When he encountered Qing Di, the latter's face was radiant, his vitality extraordinarily robust. He excitedly declared, Brother Yu, I have reached the 9th realm of body refinement. I feel my talent has strengthened even further. However, he soon widened his eyes in shock. No way, Brother Yu, why do I feel you are terrifying? I've reached the extraordinary 9th realm. Muyu smiled. Qing Di was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Brother Yu, that is impressive. On the way back to class, Muyu concealed part of his strength using the deception barrier. Breaking through too quickly isn't advantageous for others, especially enemies. As he settled into his seat in the classroom, and Jixia turned around. Muyu. It's been several days since I last saw you. Muyu nodded. I've been traversing the Myriad Worlds. How about you? Have you adapted to life in Xia City? I'm nearly accustomed to it. After exchanging that sentence, the two fell silent. Ding ding ding. Jiba entered the classroom wearing a tank top, his head, already shiny, gleaming even more brightly after a haircut. His muscles appeared more pronounced. Muyu could now sense Jiba's approximate strength, likely at the Xian realm, around the minor Xian master level. Talent is related to one's physique, otherwise, such muscularity would not be possible. However, in the entire school, aside from the principal, Jiba was considered a top-tier existence. His face flushed with excitement. He surveyed the room and announced, Silence. I have two important announcements. First, there is only a month left until the martial arts examination. Everyone needs to be cautious and not injure themselves. Second, I have just received a notification from above. In half a month, the Tianhao Royal City will host a grand competition for prodigies. The top 50 of our ancient Dao City will participate. Among our class, Mu Yu and Qing Di have already qualified. The Royal City competition? As soon as Ji Ba finished speaking, whispers erupted among the students. Ancient Dao City is merely one of the subordinate cities under Tianhao Royal City. Mu Yu's eyes brightened. He had thought he would have to wait until after the martial arts examination to venture to a larger city for harvesting, but this opportunity had presented itself unexpectedly. As soon as class ended, Ji Ba summoned Mu Yu and Qing Di to his office. Following Ji Ba, Mu Yu couldn't resist the urge to reach out for the purple bubble atop Ji Ba's shiny head. Teacher, you have a little ant on your head. Let me blow it away. He swiftly brushed his hand over Ji Ba's head. Ding. Host successfully harvested, obtaining B-class talent, little dominance body. Ji Ba was taken aback. You little rascal. In the office, Ji Ba produced 2 small bottles and tossed them to Mu Yu and Qing Di. Take these, consider it a small investment from me. Open them and see. Mu Yu and Qing Di opened the bottles simultaneously, revealing a dragon blood body refinement pill, valued at 10,000 Great Xia coins. Mu Yu had exchanged for one in the Myriad Worlds space. It could increase vitality by 500 calories. Qing Di exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, teacher. My gratitude towards you is as vast as the flowing river. Stop. Ji Ba replied, his face darkening. Just take the items and leave. You're bothersome. As he was about to step out the door, Mu Yu turned around and asked, Teacher, how much is your salary for a month? Ji Ba instinctively replied. 3,500. Mu Yu exclaimed, Teacher, you are truly great. After school, Mu Yu went to the Wuwang Martial Society to collect, earning around 100 or 200 calories of vitality in a single evening. Upon returning home, he took a shower and then opened the Myriad World Forum. After browsing through the introduction to C-Class world modes, he took a deep breath. It was time to challenge the C-Class world. He inhaled deeply and focused his thoughts into the Myriad World space. After the familiar dizziness, he arrived in the Myriad World space. The familiar voice rang out. Player Zhu Tian, do you wish to begin the challenges in a C-Class world? C-Class and above worlds have 3 difficulty modes: normal, hard, and hellish. What mode of C-Class world does the player wish to choose? Mu Yu had long been mentally prepared for this. The Myriad Worlds E-Class and D-Class were merely beginner villages, while C-Class worlds and above had already exited that phase. Each mode presented a greater challenge than the last. He had seen on the forum that, as of now, no perfect scores had been achieved in the hellish mode of the C-Class world. The best results were merely rated as excellent. Since he was going to play, he might as well aim high. If he were to achieve an extraordinary rating in hellish mode, the rewards would surely be immensely generous. He declared to the Myriad World space. I wish to enter the hellish mode of the C-Class world. You are now matched with a hellish C-level world, and the match has been successful. Would you like to enter? Yes. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Mu Yu's figure abruptly vanished from the realm of Myriad Worlds. After a brief moment of disorientation, a wave of searing, arid air, laced with the pungent scent of earth and the intense odor of beasts, struck his face. Mu Yu opened his eyes to behold an endless expanse, steeped in the essence of primordial wilderness. The sky was an exquisite shade of blue, utterly devoid of clouds, dominated by a colossal, blazing sun. Beneath him lay a dark red, arid ground, fractured and sprouting spiny vegetation. In the distance, rugged, barren crimson mountains undulated against the horizon. Heat waves rippled through the air. However, his gaze was drawn to the chains binding his feet and the collar encircling his neck. What was the meaning of this? At that moment, the voice of the Myriad Worlds echoed in his mind. World name, Savage Beasts Wilderness. World level, Sea level, Hell mode. Role assignment. You are a human being hunted by the savage wolf race. Main quest 1. Independently hunt at least 5 Beast King level ferocious beasts. And challenge at least 1 Overlord level ancient species. Killing is not required. Survival and inflicting effective damage will suffice. Main quest 2. Attempt to comprehend or acquire 5 primitive battle runes. Quest duration, 14 days. Quest rewards, to be calculated based on completion and rating. Warning, exercise caution in hell mode. Beast Kings, Overlord Ancient Species, Primitive Battle Runes. Muyu licked his parched lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Now this was thrilling. Just then, the sound of howling wolves echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld several werewolves, brandishing various weapons and riding on an unknown massive beast, charging toward him and several surrounding humans. Chapter 58, Blessing of Humanity, one punch for each Beast King. Observing the howling, drooling werewolves rushing toward him. Feeling their strength comparable to that of humans at the body refinement stage, Muyu smirked. Just the opportunity to stretch his muscles. He stood his ground, awaiting the moment when the foremost werewolf swung its bone club, poised to strike his head. With no extravagant moves, he delivered a simple, direct punch. Thud. A muffled sound reverberated as the werewolf, along with the bizarre creature beneath its feet, was obliterated as if struck by an immense force. Ding. Host successfully collected 15 vitality points. So little? Muyu shook his head in disdain, shifting his gaze to the other werewolves. Utilizing the celestial steps, he darted through the fray with remarkable speed. With each punch and kick, the werewolves erupted into clouds of blood, raining down upon the dark red ground. These body refinement werewolves were as fragile as paper before him. In the span of merely 10 breaths, he annihilated 8 or 9 werewolves along with their mounts. He collected the vitality points from the ground. Ding. Host successfully collected 12 vitality points. Ding. Host successfully collected 10 vitality points. Ding. Blank attribute 50. The few humans, clad in tattered animal skins and wearing expressions of despair, gaped at Muyu, then knelt in reverence. King, human king. Muyu stepped forward. Though uncertain of the significance of human king, he understood it must denote great power. He pointed to a smaller, elderly man. Old man, tell me about this place. Soon, Muyu grasped the structure of this land. In this wilderness, humans coexisted with various beast tribes, frequently clashing, and they were captured by werewolves from different human tribes to serve as prey. The term human king referred to the most formidable leader of a medium-sized human tribe, while beast king indicated the strongest ruler of a medium-sized beast tribe. The werewolves he had slain were warriors of the wolf king tribe. He addressed the elder. Which direction is the werewolf tribe? The elder pointed westward, indicating it was a few thousand meters away. Hearing this, Muyu activated the celestial steps, hastening toward the werewolf tribe. 10 minutes later, Muyu's gaze fell upon the werewolf tribe, a settlement on the plain, featuring rudimentary stone houses and guarded by werewolves. Its size appeared considerable. A flicker of excitement crossed Muyu's eyes as he propelled himself forward, his feet striking the ground with such force that a small crater formed, launching him like an arrow toward the werewolf tribe. The guarding werewolves were taken aback, but it was too late. Muyu barreled through the crude wooden fence, crashing into the heart of the tribe. The werewolves froze momentarily before springing into action, converging in droves, some 40 or 50 strong. Without a trace of hesitation, Muyu struck with a punch for each. To him, the Myriad Worlds felt akin to a game, and he bore no psychological burden in slaying beasts. He was like a reaping machine. Wherever he passed, no werewolf remained unscathed. The vitality points dropped were decent. Ding. Host successfully collected 8 vitality points. Ding. Before long, the werewolf warriors charging at him lay dead. He frowned. A medium-sized tribe should possess more defensive strength. Wherever he tread, the non-combatant werewolves trembled in fear, and he found no value in slaying them. Soon, he arrived at a spacious area. Ahead lay a narrow cage, containing hundreds of ragged, emaciated humans, men, women, and even children, huddled together. They gazed at Muyu with disbelief, soon igniting a flicker of hope. Help us! A brave youth shouted, gripping the wooden bars tightly. Muyu raised an eyebrow, striding up to the cage, grasping a wooden bar as thick as a child's arm, and with a powerful tug, he tore it apart, creating a large opening. At that moment, 2 thunderous roars, brimming with fury and terror, reverberated like thunderclaps. Who dare slaughter my kin? Muyu turned around to behold a werewolf towering over 3 meters, cloaked in silver fur and wielding a massive bone knife, alongside an even larger wild boar, its tusks protruding and skin resembling rock. They exuded an aura that unmistakably matched the strength of a mid-level grandmaster. Following them were numerous werewolves dragging carts laden with prey, including humans. Muyu was slightly taken aback. A beast king comparable to a grandmaster. How formidable must an overlord-level creature be? He realized he had underestimated this hellish sea-level world. If he was not mistaken, this werewolf was the wolf king of the tribe. The wolf king's crimson eyes instantly locked onto Muyu, brimming with murderous intent. A lowly human. How dare you slaughter the great werewolves? Muyu's expression mirrored the wolf king's malice. To insult my kind. You beasts think that walking on 2 legs makes you any less of a beast. Remember, a beast is a beast. The wolf king roared in anger, bloodlust emanating from the bone knife in his hand. The boar king snorted, its massive front hooves clawing at the ground. The previously shouting youth anxiously cried out, "My lord, you must flee. They are both kings, their strength rivaling that of the human king. You are no match for them alone." Muyu smiled at him. They are kings among beasts. I'll take them both down, and my instant noodles will require 10 more. The youth. The wolf king swayed, leaping forward, leaving a trail of afterimages as it brought the bone knife crashing down toward Muyu. Beside it, the boar king charged like a heavy tank, shaking the ground beneath. Muyu dared not underestimate them, as these two beasts were of a higher realm than he. Minor Grandmaster, Major Grandmaster. As the celestial bodies rotated in harmony, Zhou Tian's defense and recovery capabilities reached their zenith, amplifying his strength to an astonishing 1 million kilograms, all while wielding the Panlong spear. With a decisive thrust of the Thunder Calamity Spear technique, he aimed directly at the blade of the Wolf King's bone knife. A resounding boom echoed as a powerful shockwave radiated outward, sending the Wolf King hurtling backward. In a swift motion, he leapt high to evade the charge of the Boar King, quickly pivoting to seize the Boar King's tusks, casting him aside with great force. Muyu turned to see the hundreds of captives gathered behind him, united in solidarity. Human King, we stand with you in life and death. The fervent determination in their eyes momentarily took Muyu by surprise. Humanity in this world was far more united than he had anticipated. Thus, he felt compelled to act. Suddenly, he sensed an inexplicable and overwhelming power surge through his limbs, doubling his strength once more. This essence did not merely augment his vitality, but served as a profound enhancement. Was this the blessing of humanity? Muyu felt a jolt of astonishment, quickly followed by elation. The Wolf King and Boar King sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him, realizing that such a rapid transformation must be an illusion. They charged at him once more. As the Wolf King approached with a cruel smile, Muyu's lips curled into a more sinister smirk. Employing the Thunder Calamity Spear technique, he unleashed a spear thrust that coalesced into a golden dragon of chaotic energy, surging toward the Wolf King. With a thunderous crash, the Wolf King's bone knife shattered in an instant. Immediately following, Muyu executed the Heavenly Ascend 9 steps and 7 kill fist classic, closing the distance to the Wolf King and delivering a devastating punch that froze its menacing grin into a visage of terror. A massive gaping wound erupted from its chest, sending it flying backward, its body disintegrating like a porcelain doll. Simultaneously, Muyu sprang onto the Boar King's neck, ensnaring it with his legs, causing it to writhe in agony. He struck again, this time aiming for its head. With a deafening explosion, it burst apart like a ripe watermelon, its remains scattering in a gruesome display, the headless bulk staggering forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. The entire Wolfman tribe fell into an eerie silence. The remaining werewolves, terrified, fled in all directions, shedding countless bubbles as they ran. The humans stood in stunned awe, gazing at Muyu as if he were a divine being descending from the heavens. Beep. Host successfully collected 3,000 vitality points. Beep. Host successfully collected C-grade talent. Silver Moonwolf. Beep. Host successfully collected 2,800 vitality points. Beep. Host successfully collected C-grade talent, Stalwart Boar. Beep. As Muyu felt the surge of vitality within him, he couldn't help but smirk. The blessings of humanity were indeed remarkable. One punch for each Beast King. Chapter 59. The Savage Battle Inscription of Xiao Hao, Subduing the Sun King. Having dealt with the two Beast Kings, Muyu had completed 2/5 of his main quest efficiently. He then turned his gaze to the hundreds of humans around him. Given the current circumstances, it was clear they would be of no help. Intervening would only delay his progress. However, his attention was suddenly caught by a small boy, appearing no older than 7 or 8, with a dirty face yet possessing bright, sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Upon the boy's shoulder, a deep purple bubble began to materialize, radiating a mystical glow. Muyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This purple bubble undoubtedly contained something valuable. He approached the boy, crouched down, and gently brushed the dust off his shoulder. Beep. Host successfully collected the Savage Battle Inscription of Xiao Hao, Cultivation Technique. A torrent of information flooded into Muyu's mind, and after a brief moment, he comprehended it fully. This technique harnessed the power of the sun through the visualization of the Xiao Hao totem, allowing one to refine their vitality and physical form, ultimately coalescing into the Xiao Hao battle inscriptions at specific points in the body, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and recovery ability. Muyu was elated. He had not expected such a delightful surprise. 2/5 of the second main quest completed. Yet, he contemplated whether this cultivation method was truly superior to martial arts. The boy spoke, "Human King, my name is Xiaosheng. You are even more formidable than my father. Please, come with me to the Xiao Hao tribe." No sooner had he uttered these words than a voice resonated from the Myriad Realms, announcing the activation of the world's blessing, entering the Xiao Hao tribe. Muyu paused, realizing he must indeed enter the Xiao Hao tribe. He looked at the boy. "Xiaosheng, my name is Muyu. No need for senior, just call me brother. I will accompany you back." Even without the world's blessing notification, he would have followed the boy for information. Unlike the localized tasks of C and D grade worlds, tasks in C grade worlds encompassed a much broader scope. The boy appeared thrilled and addressed the frightened, yet hopeful humans. "Come back with me. I am the descendant of the human king of the Xiaohao tribe. Upon hearing the name of the Xiaohao tribe, several elders in the crowd visibly stirred, clearly having heard of the tribe's renown. Half a day later, under the boy's guidance, they finally arrived at the Xiaohao tribe. This settlement was significantly larger than the Wolfman tribe, nestled in a valley beside a river, dotted with stone dwellings, and exuding several formidable auras. The guards of the Xiaohao tribe remained vigilant upon the arrival of Mu Yu and his group, especially after sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him. At that moment, Xiao Sheng stepped forward. Stone, great king, do you not remember me? The two guards were momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy. This is wonderful. The young chief is alive. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yu met the human king of the Xiaohao tribe, towering and muscular, with a faint flame-like pattern on his brow. He respectfully addressed Mu Yu. Human King Mu Yu, I am Xiao Tian, the human king of the Xiaohao tribe. Thank you for saving Xiao Sheng. Mu Yu waved his hand and smiled. Beep. Host successfully collected 500 vitality points. Xiao Tian, there is no need for such formality. We are of the same kin. It is only right. He continued. However, I do wish to inquire about the distribution of power in the vicinity. I am quite interested in both human and beast king tribes. Xiao Tian, upon hearing this, produced a rough map of animal hide and pointed out several locations. This is our Xiaohao tribe. Surrounding us are the tribes of the fiery sun, green wood, black water, thick soil, and white zephyr. As for the beast king tribes, aside from the wolf king tribe and the stalwart boar you have vanquished, there are at least 10 more, including a large beast king tribe that is a dominant force. Even we, as human kings, find them challenging to contend with. He sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. Alas, the beast tribes are immensely powerful, continuously encroaching on our living space, while we humans are not united among ourselves. Friction and conflict often arise between our tribes over limited resources. If only we could unify our strength, we would have no fear of those beasts. Are you from the ancestral city? Mu Yu inquired, momentarily perplexed, as he had no knowledge of it. Xiao Tian appeared surprised by Mu Yu's reaction. The ancestral city is said to harbor hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of our kin, and possesses formidable beings capable of soaring to the heavens. Yet, in all these years, I have never encountered such entities. Understanding dawned upon Mu Yu. He realized that the guidance of the world's blessing was not merely about his inclusion in the tribe. Gazing into Xiao Tian's eyes, filled with unyielding determination and yearning, an idea swiftly took shape in his mind. He grinned widely and said, Leader Xiao Tian, do you aspire to unify the nearby tribes? I shall assist you. Xiao Tian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with astonishing brilliance. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, with the aid of King Mu Yu, I shall undoubtedly achieve unification. To avoid wasting time, Mu Yu stated directly, King Xiao Tian, let us depart today. We will first strike at the nearby Liang tribe. I shall deal with their king, while you acquire their territory. Their first destination was the Liang tribe, which lay a mere 100 kilometers from the Xiaohua tribe. The Xiaohua tribe utilized a type of vehicle pulled by a horse with flames dancing atop its head and scales upon its legs, possessing commendable speed. In just 2 hours, they would cover the distance of 100 kilometers. The Liang tribe was comparable in size to the Xiaohua tribe. Mu Yu and Xiao Tian strode directly to the entrance of the Liang tribe, calling out to their king. The king of Liang emerged, a burly man with a full beard, exuding an air of volatile temperament. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, he sneered, Ah, if it isn't Xiao Tian, what brings you here? Xiao Tian replied, King Lai, I wish to unify the 5 great tribes and collectively resist the beast men. How about you, Liang, join Xiaohua? King Lai scoffed, and who would be the leader? You or I? Xiao Tian, undeterred, retorted, King Lai, you have courage but lack strategy. You are unfit to be the foremost king. King Lai, infuriated, huffed, how audacious. Get lost. Mu Yu, growing displeased, turned to Xiao Tian. Enough of this nonsense. Since he refuses to comply, let us subdue him by force. If he cannot be subdued, we shall crush him. With that, Mu Yu activated the Tianqing 9 steps, channeling the celestial energy of the stars and the essence of the Fushi bones, embodying the true aura of a king. In an instant, he stood before King Lai. The king of Liang, taken aback by the young Mu Yu's imposing presence, felt an unexpected threat. As King Lai summoned the Liang battle mark, a peculiar golden pattern surged across his body, ignited by flames. He retaliated with a punch. A thunderous clash erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. Mu Yu's onslaught did not relent, as he unleashed his full might upon King Lai. With each blow, King Lai felt an escalating sense of dread. Xiao Tian, observing the battle, was astonished. No wonder Mu Yu had the prowess to slay 2 beast kings. After a few minutes of fierce combat, Mu Yu roared, invoking the 7-kill fist technique. He unleashed a barrage of punches, recklessly pouring out his vital energy. King Lai, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by Mu Yu's fist, sending him careening backward. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yu followed up with a series of slaps, transforming King Lai's face into a swollen visage akin to that of a pig. Will you yield or not? After a while, Muyu paused, inquiring, "Do you submit?" King Lai hastily raised his hand. "I yield, I yield." He staggered to his feet, tears staining his face, admitting, "I yield." He had wished to concede earlier when he was knocked away, but Muyu had afforded him no chance. Muyu scoffed, "Is your submission sincere or feigned?" "It is sincere," King Lai replied earnestly. In Chapter 60, the first Emperor King becomes Little Shin Master. Muyu finally ceased his assault upon the bruised and battered King Lai, realizing that had he known the man would prove so obstinate, he would have spared himself the effort. He casually picked up a red bubble that had fallen from beneath King Lai's feet. Ding. Host has successfully collected. Acquiring the Liang Savage Battle Mark. Ding. Host has successfully collected, gaining 500 units of vitality. A surge of knowledge regarding the manipulation and mastery of fire-based power, significantly enhancing 1's offensive capabilities, flooded Muyu's mind. Nodding in satisfaction, he acknowledged that he had completed 2/5 of Task 2. He turned to the astonished Xiaodian and declared, "King Xiaodian, I leave this place in your hands. Please expedite the consolidation." Xiaodian finally snapped back to reality, responding, "Understood. I shall return to recuperate for a few days and strategize on subjugating the other tribes." Yet Muyu, impatient, replied, "There is no need for such complications. If the other tribal kings refuse to submit, we shall simply crush them and install new leaders. I shall proceed ahead, you follow closely." With that, he mounted his fiery steed and set off toward the next tribe. Xiaodian watched Muyu's retreating figure and then glanced at the now swollen King Lai, bursting into laughter. "Pig-headed king, that will teach you to be arrogant." King Lai attempted to curse but winced in pain, taking a sharp breath as the agony proved overwhelming. A couple of hours later, Muyu arrived at the second tribe, the Qingmu tribe. The queen of Qingmu was a wild-spirited woman, clad in leopard print lingerie and tight leather pants, her skin a sun-kissed hue, her hair elegantly styled. She regarded Muyu with wariness. "Who are you? And what brings you to my Qingmu tribe?" Muyu chuckled, contemplating that should this woman prove obstinate, he would not hesitate to employ force. "I have but one aim. The Xiaohua tribe and the Liang tribe have already succumbed to my might. Next, it shall be your Qingmu tribe. Do you possess the wisdom to yield? Or shall I compel your submission?" The queen of Qingmu fixed her gaze upon Muyu, and after a moment, she spoke, "I sense your formidable strength. My Qingmu tribe is willing to submit, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Muyu inquired, puzzled. "I, Qingling, am drawn to strong men. Only a man of your caliber would pique my interest. I wish to become your queen." Muyu pondered, "Are the women in the multiverse so bold? Yet, in this world, it is only logical that one would seek to unite with the strong to produce powerful offspring and perpetuate one's lineage. However, he had no such inclination. Ahem, marrying you is out of the question. Will it be combat, or shall you surrender?" Qingling, visibly annoyed, replied, "I have yet to refuse submission. I, Qingling, willingly submit." As Muyu bent down to collect the bubble on the ground, ding. Host has successfully collected, acquiring the Qingmu Savage Battle Mark. Just then, Xiaotian and King Lai, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene, feeling their worldview shatter. They were all too familiar with this fierce woman. When had she become so compliant? Muyu addressed the three tribal kings. "I shall now proceed to the next tribe. You are welcome to follow." After Muyu departed, Xiaodian turned to the now aloof Queen Qingling. "Qingling, this is uncharacteristic of you. Submitting without a fight?" Qingling snorted. "You do not understand. I have never encountered such a handsome man before. It is surprising to find that a man can possess both beauty and strength." As night fell, the darkness in this world was not overly oppressive. It resembled the hour of 7 in the evening on Blue Star. Jiang Fan stood before the Beis tribe. After 5 or 6 hours, he had successfully subdued the Heishui tribe and the Huda tribe, leaving only the final Beis tribe to conquer. With the acquisition of the Heishui Savage Battle Mark and the Huta Savage Battle Mark, he had completed the core objective of Task 2. Under Muyu's fervent provocations, the king of Beis soon appeared. He was an elegant middle-aged man, his demeanor starkly contrasting with that of the other tribal leaders. He regarded Muyu without immediate aggression, instead smiling. "King Muyu, brute force is not the sole means to an end." Muyu was taken aback. "You know of me?" "Haha, it is hardly surprising. I have learned of your conquests over the other 5 tribes. So what is your intention? Shall we engage in battle, or do you choose to submit?" The king of Beis chuckled. "I am Bai Chun, and I choose to submit." Muyu was astonished by the ease of his surrender, yet in the next instant, he felt a surge of mental force invading his mind. The king of Beis, with a serene smile, suddenly appeared to be utterly confident. "Fool, thinking a bit of strength would elevate you above others." Before he could finish, a wail escaped his lips as blood poured from his 7 orifices. His eyes turned crimson, wide in shock as he stared at Muyu. Unable to maintain his balance, he staggered backward, fixated on Muyu before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Muyu scoffed. "You dare to challenge my mental prowess? You are woefully outmatched." The efficacy of mental attacks truly proved formidable, rendering one utterly defenseless. He stepped forward and retrieved the bubble that Bai Chun had dropped. Ding. Host successfully collected, acquiring the White Zay Barbaric Battle inscription. Ding. Host successfully collected. Gaining 1,500 calories of vitality. Ding. Host successfully collected, acquiring 200 mental energy. Muyu understood why Bai Chun was cultivating mental strength. It was due to the White Zay barbaric battle inscription, which was linked to the mind. An hour later, Muyu gathered the kings of the 5 great tribes together. He addressed Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I have integrated the tribes for you. What are your plans moving forward? Xiao Tian respectfully replied, Lord Muyu, after our discussions, the 6 tribes will unite into a new tribe, which we shall temporarily name the Human Emperor tribe. We nominate you as the first Human Emperor, symbolizing the ruler of humankind, commanding all directions. Muyu was taken aback. Xiao Tian was indeed a talent. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Tian produced 6 items. Your Majesty, these are the finest cultivation resources from our 6 tribes, a token of our appreciation. While Muyu was indifferent to the title of First Human Emperor, the cultivation resources held significant value. They could aid him in breaking through to the profound realm. He addressed the 5 individuals. I have some cultivation techniques to share with you. Subsequently, he passed on some unwanted A and B grade techniques to them. But he bestowed a few extra on Xiao Tian. After all, he would need Xiao Tian to maintain order in his absence. The 5 felt a surge of joy as they sensed the entirely different knowledge entering their minds. These cultivation methods could be utilized by nearly everyone in the tribe. Unlike battle inscriptions, which only a select few could learn, Muyu then turned his gaze to the 6 items presented by Xiao Tian. Ancient blood essence, star grass, spirit mushroom, centenary red fruit, sword grass, and stone blood essence. Each bore a bubble. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining 1,500 calories of vitality. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining 2,000 calories of vitality. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining 1,600 calories of vitality. Ding. The 6 items collectively enhanced his vitality by nearly 10,000 calories. His already extraordinary vitality surged once more, shattering the barrier to the profound realm under the overwhelming force. Boom. A power far beyond the extraordinary realm was born within him. Profound realm, small profound master achieved. Muyu felt the transformative power within him, brimming with confidence. He would complete the task before dawn. Chapter 61. If a dominant punch cannot shatter, then let there be another. Muyu rode the fire horse, racing towards the beast tribe located 100 miles away. 2 hours later, he stood at the entrance of a ravine, flanked by towering cliffs. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. This was the stronghold of the Thunder Eagle Beast tribe. Countless thunder eagles soared in the sky. Muyu made no effort to conceal his presence, releasing his formidable vitality. The patrolling thunder eagles swiftly dove to the ground, their bird heads atop human bodies, wings extending behind them. They were astonished that a human dared to intrude upon their lair, roaring furiously at Muyu. He scratched his ear, the cacophony irritating him, making his teeth ache. Cease your squawking. Tell your beast king to come out and inform him that the first human emperor of the Human Emperor tribe has come to collect. Moments later, a flash of thunder lit the sky, and a colossal bird, standing at least 4 meters tall, appeared, marked by a thunderbolt insignia on its eagle head. Its sturdy legs bore sharp claws, and its dark, glistening wings crackled with small arcs of electricity. It was far more formidable than both the Wolf King and the Pig King. It gazed down at Muyu as if he were an insignificant ant. Human, what brings you to my Thunder Eagle tribe? Muyu smirked. I have come to collect you. The flying meat in the sky should be quite delectable. The Thunder Eagle Beast King erupted in laughter. Human, had it not been for the decree of the Kuelong sovereign to fatten you humans before consumption, you would have been exterminated long ago. You underestimate yourself. In the next moment, its wings flapped furiously, lightning crackling as it dove down at terrifying speed. Muyu inwardly cursed. So what if you can fly? He activated the celestial star body, now a small profound master. Defeating a beast king on par with a great profound master would not be overly challenging. He sidestepped the Thunder Eagle Beast King's attack, which let out a sharp cry. With a powerful flap of its wings, 3 bolts of lightning shot forth. Muyu's expression turned cold. He executed the heavenly step to its utmost limit, weaving through the gaps between the lightning spears like a specter. Drawing forth his dragon spiral spear, he infused it with chaotic vitality, thunder, the essence of desolation, and the power of ice, launching it like a javelin, leaving a dazzling trail in the night. The Thunder Eagle Beast King was taken aback, frantically flapping its wings as a blue-purple bolt of lightning coalesced. Heavenly grinding disc. Muyu's mental energy invaded the Thunder Eagle Beast King's mind, instantly forming a grinding disc that pulverized its consciousness like a bean. Roar. Boom. The Thunder Eagle Beast King howled in agony, unable to mount any defensive maneuvers. The dragon spiral spear struck directly at its chest, obliterating its body. In the end, only half a head and 2 severed wings plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a few bubbles. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining 2,000 calories of vitality. Ding. Host successfully collected, acquiring 3 points of thunder attribute. After vanquishing the Thunder Eagle Beast King, Muyu glanced at the fleeing Thunder Eagles, who could only watch in shock. Finally, he captured a few fleeing Thunder Eagles, compelling them to lead the way. Shortly thereafter, Muyu discovered the treasures hidden by the Thunder Eagle Beast King. The cultivation resources were limited, all of which added just over 1,000 calories of vitality upon collection. Phew, 5/3 of the main quest is complete. Onward. Not long after, Muyu arrived at his next destination. This ferocious beast tribe was the lair of the burrowing spider matriarch, a horde of large spiders, each one measuring 1 to 2 meters. Like the Pig King, they did not walk upright, maintaining their beastly structure. The absence of flight made matters much simpler. Muyu gripped the dragon's spiral spear, ready to confront the advancing burrowing spiders, and the collection of vitality continued to rise. As he fought his way deep into the cavern, the air became thick with toxic gas and countless webs. He diligently sensed the entirety of the cave. Although visibility was poor, his mental strength proved far more effective than sight in such circumstances. The next moment, he snorted coldly. So dark yet you wish to launch a sneak attack. Heavenly Grinding Disc. Thunder Calamity Spear Technique. He thrust upward with his spear, piercing through the corpulent body of the spider matriarch. Muyu dragged the spider matriarch from the cave, finally glimpsing its grotesque form. It was utterly repulsive, with signs of a human face and 8 legs covered in hair, looking as bizarre as could be. Neither human nor spider. Observing the fallen bubbles, he felt a wave of nausea. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining 2,200 calories of vitality. By 10 o'clock at night, Muyu stood atop a 7 or 8 meter long stone rhinoceros. Surrounding him lay dozens of smaller stone rhinoceroses. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining 2,800 calories of vitality. Ding. Host successfully collected, acquiring C-grade talent. Barbaric Rhinoceros Trample. In a short span, 3 Beast Kings had been slain, including the previous Wolf King and Pig King. He had fulfilled the requirement of 5 Beast Kings. Next, he would confront the final formidable foe. Muyu's gaze drifted deep into the wasteland, where the true overlord of this region, the Kowloon tribe, resided. He leapt onto the back of a tiger beast, urging it to hasten towards the Kowloon tribe. The fire horse's speed seemed insufficient now. However, in the next moment, a terrifying pressure, akin to a primordial beast awakening, rapidly enveloped him. All of it bore down upon him, and Muyu furrowed his brow, gazing ahead. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly as a colossal creature emerged. A great lizard, measuring at least 30 meters in length, covered in dark metallic scales, slowly approached. With a single prominent horn, robust limbs, and a tail adorned with bony spines trailing behind. The creature exuded an aura of immovability and unmatched dominance. The Kowloon's vertical pupils resembled fathomless abysses, coldly scrutinizing Muyu. It spoke with human speech. Human. You have slaughtered numerous beast kings under my command. Your transgressions warrant 1,000 deaths. Muyu gazed upon the colossal being before him, instantly recognizing it as the chieftain of the Kowloon tribe, a formidable ancient species of apex predators. The aura it emanated was as potent as he had anticipated, reaching the 3rd tier of the 3rd realm, rivaling that of a human grandmaster. Sensing the overwhelming presence of the Kowloon chieftain, Muyu smiled and flexed his wrist. I intended to seek you out, yet here you are, coming to me. It was uncertain whether a single punch could fell the chieftain, but if one failed, he would gladly deliver another. The chieftain's golden vertical pupils brimmed with murderous intent. Such audacity from a mere human. Even the ancestral city of humanity would not dare to exhibit such insolence before me. I hope you do not make this chieftain's journey in vain. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, emitting a sound that was a terrifying blend of a dragon's roar and a bull's bellow. The powerful shockwave not only threatened to damage the mind, but could also inflict bodily harm. Simultaneously, its enormous tail, akin to a whip, lashed toward Muyu with a deafening sonic boom. For an ordinary minor grandmaster, such a roar would induce a state of stupor. However, with his S-rank talent, the divine barrier granted him over 3,000 calories of mental energy, rendering him unafraid of such an onslaught. As the Kowloon's tail approached, Muyu's eyes sparkled with determination. Instead of retreating, he advanced, channeling the star path of the universe to its utmost. Chaotic starlight emanated from him, augmenting his attributes immensely. He deftly avoided the chieftain's tail strike and leaped into the air. With a swift thrust of his spear, which was encircled by a golden dragon of vitality, he unleashed a fervent dragon's roar, infused with desolation, thunder, and frost. Like a golden meteor, he aimed for the chieftain's comparatively vulnerable neck. A flicker of astonishment crossed the chieftain's eyes as it braced itself with its hard horn against the attack. A resounding crash echoed, akin to the clash of metal, accompanied by dazzling sparks. The chieftain's head was jolted back, a fine crack appearing on its horn. Muyu staggered back a few steps, feeling a surge of vitality. Roach, you have enraged this chieftain. The Kowloon roared in fury, its body enveloped in dark energy, lunging at Muyu with reckless abandon. Muyu adeptly evaded, realizing that engaging in a battle of strength would be unfavorable for him. It seemed he would need to employ some fierce tactics. With a steely gaze, he initiated an offensive, sliding behind the chieftain and positioning himself atop its neck. The vulnerable spots of beastly forms lay behind their limbs. Concentrating his mental power, he invoked the heavenly grinding disc. All 3,000 hecatons of energy transformed into a mental grinding force, mercilessly crushing the chieftain's head. The immense creature stiffened suddenly, emitting a pained howl. Its consciousness blanked, the excruciating agony nearly driving it to madness, causing its movements to falter. While it did not perish, Muyu seized several precious seconds. What a splendid opportunity. Muyu's vitality erupted in a golden surge. Godslaying. Thunder Tribulation Spear Technique. He thrust his spear into the chieftain's mouth, piercing through to the back of its head. Seizing the moment while the chieftain was dazed, Muyu leapt onto its back. With techniques like Purple Thunder Finger Scripture, 7 Kill Fist Scripture, and 1,000 Dragon Palm Scripture, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, unaware of the duration of his onslaught. Only when the chieftain's skull was utterly shattered did he cease his frenzied assault. Gazing at the fallen chieftain, Muyu rubbed his sore fists. Truly formidable. Chapter 62. Emperor of Humanity, why do you not marry me? Because I do not belong to this realm of time and space. After soothing his aching fists, Muyu approached with delight to collect his spoils. The orbs dropped by the chieftain were large, radiant, and perfectly round, unmistakably of the highest quality, captivating his gaze. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 18,000 calories. Ding. Host successfully collected. Acquiring A-rank talent. Kuei Long Dominance. Significantly enhances defense and strength. Ding. Host successfully collected. Blank attribute 5000. As the 18,000 calories of vitality surged into his body, Muyu's strength as a minor grandmaster soared once more. Reaching the second stage of the minor grandmaster realm. The 3 realms of understanding comprise 3 major realms, each divided into 6 minor realms. The first to 6 stages of the minor grandmaster, major grandmaster, and grandmaster. The 3 realms of understanding encompass the majority of martial artists, and many dedicate their lives striving to transcend the grandmaster realm. Feeling the explosive growth of vitality within him, Muyu's spirits lifted. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the Myriad Realms. Player Zhu Tian, you have completed Main Quest 1, Main Quest 2, and a hidden quest. Will you return? Muyu pondered briefly before opting to decline for the moment. Departing so abruptly felt rather hasty. He ought to at least bid farewell to Xiao Tian and the others. Since the quests were completed, it would not affect his quest rating. Just then, Xiao Tian's voice echoed from afar. Xiao Tian and 4 other human kings, accompanied by a throng of elite warriors from the human emperor tribe, arrived breathless. Upon witnessing the mountain-like corpse of the Kuei Long and the stone rhinoceros, their eyes filled with astonishment. Who was this person? Their speed in traveling had not matched the pace of his slaughter. Dead? The Kuei Long chieftain is dead? Wang Lai's eyes widened, his voice trembling with disbelief. Relieved he had not been obstinate earlier, or he would have perished. Qing Ling's beautiful gaze sparkled with admiration, her eyes fixed fervently on Muyu. Xiao Tian took several deep breaths to steady the tumult within him. He hurried forward and bowed deeply to Muyu. Emperor of Humanity, from this day forth, our people shall no longer bow to the beast tribes in this wasteland. Behind him, all warriors knelt in unison, fervently chanting, First Emperor of Humanity, First Emperor of Humanity. The resounding cheers echoed across the silent wasteland. The group returned to the Xiaohao tribe, which had now been renamed the Human Emperor tribe, filled with the joy of victory, accompanied by the corpses of the Kuei Long and the stone rhinoceros. Under Xiao Tian's guidance, Muyu learned that the remaining 5 major tribes were gradually migrating their people and resources. Hours later, as dawn broke, they arrived at the Human Emperor tribe. Muyu was met with a surprising sight. In the central square of the tribe stood a 10-meter-high, lifelike stone statue, freshly erected. At its base, numerous individuals were carving and polishing details. Those who had not completed their work were spontaneously coming forth to pay homage and worship, murmuring words of gratitude and reverence. Xiao Tian, what is this? Muyu inquired, gesturing toward the statue. Xiao Tian's expression was solemn. First Emperor of Humanity, you are the founder of our Human Emperor tribe. The hero who saved our people from peril. Your statue deserves the adoration of all. Muyu said nothing. Their happiness was sufficient. Soon after, the Human Emperor tribe held a grand celebration, with roaring bonfires, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, and laughter echoing throughout. Xiao Sheng approached Muyu with a cup of wine, his gaze resolute. Emperor of Humanity, I aspire to become as powerful as you. Muyu ruffled his hair and smiled, then trained diligently. Afterward, Muyu wandered around with his cup, gaining an additional 1,000 calories of vitality. Following several rounds of toasting, he summoned Xiao Tian, Qing Ling, Wang Lai, and the 5 human kings into the grand tent. He distributed some training resources he no longer required. These items hold little value for me. I leave them for the tribe in hopes of nurturing more strong warriors. At that moment, Qing Ling rose and stepped forward, her sun-kissed skin radiating a healthy glow in the firelight, wild and beautiful. With unwavering intensity, she gazed directly at Muyu, her voice clear and resolute, echoing throughout the tent and beyond. First Human Emperor, I, Qingling, am the most formidable woman of this wasteland. Once more, I beseech you to take me as your consort, to jointly safeguard the human emperor tribe and propagate the strongest bloodline. Instantly, silence enveloped the tent and its surroundings, as all eyes held their breath, fixed upon Mu Yu. Mu Yu, met with Qingling's expectant and defiant gaze, felt a surge of emotion within. He chuckled softly. This girl was undeniably wild. Yet, he replied, I cannot marry you. A flicker of disappointment and confusion crossed Qingling's eyes as she pressed, Human Emperor, why will you not take me? Mu Yu shook his head, surveying everyone present before casting his gaze towards the brilliant, yet unfamiliar starry sky outside, his tone calm as he spoke. It is not for any other reason, rather. I am not of this world, and do not belong to this space-time continuum. The expressions of Xiaodian and the others turned to shock. Mu Yu, aware of their astonishment, had anticipated this reaction. However, he had already formulated an excuse. Fear not, for this starry expanse contains more than one world. In the future, you shall have the opportunity to explore the vastness of existence. He turned to Xiaodian. You are steady and decisive, possessing both courage and wisdom. I entrust the Human Emperor tribe to you. From this moment forth, you shall be the true leader of the Human Emperor tribe. Xiaodian's eyes reddened, an urge to speak rising within him, yet Mu Yu silenced him. Take care, all of you. I hope the Human Emperor tribe can stand firm upon this wasteland under your guidance. With that, before anyone could react, Mu Yu focused his thoughts and communicated with the multiverse space. Return. Under the astonished, reluctant, and incredulous gazes of the 5 human kings, Mu Yu's figure began to blur, becoming transparent, akin to ink dissolving in water, as specks of starlight drifted from his form. Qingling dashed forward, reaching out to embrace Mu Yu, only to touch a fleeting void of shimmering light. In mere moments, Mu Yu's figure vanished entirely, as if he had never existed. The only remnants of his presence were the towering statue in the center of the square and the tribe's newly unified name and structure, testament to his tangible existence and the profound impact he had on the fate of the human race in this wasteland. Thus began the era of the Human Emperor in the Beast Wasteland, a legacy crafted by the first human emperor, Mu Yu, who would become a myth whispered among the people. Outside the tent, Xiaoxing gazed upon Mu Yu's statue, clenching his fists. Human Emperor, one day, I shall find you. If not in 100 years, then in 1,000, or even 10,000. Little did Mu Yu realize that the ties of fate he had woven with certain individuals would transcend time. Chapter 63, The Unprecedented Perfect Reward, Authority of the Human Emperor. After the familiar sensation of weightlessness, Mu Yu returned to the multiverse space. The voice of the multiverse space resonated. Player Zhutian First Scoundrel. Task completed in C-Class World Beast Wasteland, Hell Mode. Task completion, 200. Time taken, 17 hours. Comprehensive Performance Assessment, Super Perfect. Basic Rewards, 6,000 Universal Points, 1 Ancient Dragon Crystal, 1 Primal Intent Crystal, 6 Great Savage Battle Tattoos, merged into S-Class Mental Cultivation Method Dao Xianjing. Additional rewards for Super Perfect Evaluation, 3,000 Universal Points, Special Reward, Authority of the Human Emperor. The authority of the Human Emperor grants unconditional trust and admiration wherever humanity exists within the multiverse space, bestowing a natural leadership quality. And the generated aura of the Human Emperor can be carried beyond the multiverse space, significantly increasing the likelihood of triggering hidden task prompts. As Mu Yu beheld the information refreshing on the screen, he was taken aback, a grin stretching from ear to ear. The rewards this time were simply extraordinary. Setting aside the 9,000 Universal Points, the Ancient Dragon Crystal could fortify his physique, while the Primal Intent Crystal would refine his mental faculties. Furthermore, the S-Class Mental Technique Dao Xianjing compensated for his previous shortcomings. Even more astonishing was the authority of the Human Emperor. It felt mightier than the blessings of the human race. The will of the Human Emperor, condensed within the multiverse space, could be brought forth into reality. Eager to explore the exchange list, he focused on the higher-priced top-tier cultivation resources. Stellar Essence Liquid, 2,000 points per portion, he purchased 2. Dragon Blood Treasure Pill, 1,500 points each, he acquired 2. Tongxian Pill, 1,000 points each, he bought 2. His universal points were perfectly expended. Gazing at the 6 fragrant pills, Mu Yu chuckled foolishly. Time to collect. His eyes sparkled as his fingers deftly pressed each bubble. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality, 4,000 calories. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality, 4,000 calories. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality, 2,000 calories. Ding. Ding. Host successfully collected. Physique, 500. Ding. Host successfully collected. Spiritual power, 500 Hz. A torrent of vitality surged into his body. The imminent breakthrough to the second stage of the Minor Profound Master began to soar under this overwhelming influx. Minor Profound Master Stage 3, Stage 4. Mu Yu exerted all his effort to circulate the Chaos Indestructible Sutra to absorb the rich vitality. Minutes later, his aura stabilized at the 5th stage of the Minor Profound Master. Just as his vitality settled, a vast expanse of knowledge flooded his mind. It pertained to the cultivation method of the S-class mental technique Dao Xianjing. With closed eyes, Muyu took some time to digest the contents of Dao Xianjing, feeling the unprecedented surge of vitality within him and the more refined and potent spiritual strength. He couldn't help but let out a long howl of exhilaration. Venturing into hell mode was worth it. Yet, he wondered why there was no physical evolution reward this time. It felt somewhat lacking. In the next moment, the voice of the multiverse space thundered like a clap of thunder. Global announcement. Player's UTN First Scoundrel has achieved a super perfect rating in C-Class World, Hell Mode. Special recognition awarded. Global announcement. Player's UTN First Scoundrel has achieved a super perfect rating in C-Class World, Hell Mode. Special recognition awarded. As the announcement echoed, the entire multiverse space fell into a profound silence, soon followed by an eruption of disbelief and frenzy. What? C-Class? In Hell Mode? Super perfect? Someone pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Hey, did you wake up? Did you wake up? I feel like I still haven't. Scoundrel God. From this day forth, I shall be your most devout follower. What happened to those who said Scoundrel God was merely lucky? Come forth and show your face. Simultaneously, in the outside world, a colossal multiverse golden list materialized in the sky. The ranking of Muyu in the C-Class Hell Mode surged to the top. Various forums and chat groups erupted. The speed of information refreshing so rapidly that hundreds, even thousands of messages were skipped in a single second. The name Jutian First Scoundrel dominated the discourse, crushing all other topics and becoming the hottest subject in the Great Xia. Numerous factions trembled, and countless prodigies fell silent. Should someone venture onto the external networks, they would find that Jutian First Scoundrel not only ignited the fervor in Great Xia, but across the entire Blue Star. In the Imperial City, ancient beings within the royal palace slowly opened their long-closed eyes, revealing a glimmer of curiosity. Bai Xian, also within the multiverse space, witnessed the announcement and couldn't help but don a contemplative expression. Who could achieve perfection in C-Class Hell Mode? It is no simple feat simultaneously. The multiverse space issued another announcement. Global announcement. Player Undying Second Generation has achieved a super perfect rating in C-Class World, Normal Mode. Special recognition awarded. In the air outside, the multiverse golden list appeared anew. Sea-Level World, Ordinary Mode Gold List. The name of the Undying Second Generation surged instantly to the top, causing quite a stir. However, it could not elicit such a significant uproar in the presence of the first scoundrel of the heavens. Within the boundless realms, Muyu took a deep breath. He was quite pleased with his current strength. Both his speed of breakthrough and combat prowess were unparalleled. Returning to reality, with a flicker of thought, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the multiverse. In the real world, at Muyu's modest abode, 17 hours had elapsed in the multiverse since he had entered in the early hours, and it was now around 6 in the evening on the following day. The night was gradually deepening. He stretched contentedly, pondering that in just over 10 days, the Royal City Grand Tournament would commence, and he should be able to break through to the Grandmaster level. Even the most extraordinary talents of the Royal City would find it quite challenging to reach the King's realm. He dashed into the bathroom for a quick shower and returned to the sofa, where he habitually activated his GZ wristwatch. The projected information was almost entirely devoted to the sensational news of the first scoundrel of the heavens creating yet another legend. Muyu glanced casually at the exaggerated headlines and the plethora of astonished comments below, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle. Was it really necessary? After all, it was merely an achievement of super perfection. At that moment, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by the distinctive booming voice of Dao Xiao. Junior, hurry and open the door. Something big has happened. My idol has outdone himself again. Come out and pay homage. Upon hearing this, Muyu sauntered over and opened the door, finding Dao Xiao outside, her face flushed with excitement. He feigned ignorance, inquiring, Senior, what is the matter at this late hour? Dao Xiao seized his arm, shaking the news interface on her GZ wristwatch. My idol, the first scoundrel of the heavens, has achieved super perfection in Sea-Level Hell Mode. He is simply my deity. I must go burn incense for him again. Muyu chuckled. Senior, incense is only for the deceased. Are you cursing your idol? Dao Xiao was taken aback, pondering that Muyu might have a point. If I can't burn incense, I'll just print his name on my clothes and wear them every day. Haha. The next morning, Muyu arrived at school bright and early. Along the way, students were abuzz discussing the first scoundrel of the heavens. He anticipated that he would become famous in such a manner. Qing Di, his classmate, rushed over, his face aglow. Brother Yu, I have good news. Last night, I challenged a D-level world and received an excellent rating. I am now a transcendent level martial artist. Muyu placed a hand on Qing Di's shoulder, patting him lightly, discreetly collecting the deep purple bubble that had appeared on his shoulder. Ding. Host successfully collected, gaining the dominant fist insight 10. Muyu was taken aback. No wonder this lad felt slightly different just now. It turned out he had comprehended an insight, akin to sword intent and spear intent. Nevertheless, he felt happy for Qing Di. That is quite commendable. Over the next few days, venture into the multiverse a bit more to enhance your strength. For the Royal City Grand Tournament, being at the initial level of transcendence may not suffice. Upon returning to class, he noticed that Chi and IU was absent. Muyu didn't think much of it, as she typically sent him messages every day, saying she would return later. The afternoon was reserved for practical training. With most students engaged in free sparring, he collected a few fallen bubbles, which only added a meager few points, barely worth the effort. Jiba, sporting his gleaming bald head and clad in a snug tank top, strode confidently to the front of the class. His resonant voice boomed, "Classmates, today I will discuss combat techniques. The vitality of us martial artists is precious. We must strive to minimize our vitality loss while defeating our opponents. This requires a martial artist's exceptional combat will and skills. While a few possess an innate combat awareness, most need to cultivate it through experience. The first lesson is prediction. Which student will come up?" Scanning the crowd, Jiba's gaze finally landed on Muyu. "Muyu, come here. You are now the pride of our class. Soon to participate in the Royal City Grand Tournament. Step forward. I shall personally guide you." Muyu observed Jiba's expression of eager authority and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. With his current strength, he could easily pin Jiba to the ground, yet he acknowledged the respect due to a teacher. "Very well, teacher." As Muyu stepped forward, a benign smile graced his face. The students parted to form a makeshift arena in the center. Qingdi shouted, "Go, brother you. Defeat the old teacher." Jiba shot Qingdi a glare, prompting him to promptly close his mouth. Firmly establishing his stance, Jiba summoned his vitality with unwavering confidence. "Use your utmost strength to attack. Remember, give it your all. Everyone, pay attention and observe how I predict." Muyu nodded, clenched his fists, and charged forward with impressive momentum. He aimed a punch at Jiba's face, who stood resolute, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. As Muyu's fist approached, Jiba sidestepped, delivering a palm strike to Muyu's arm, followed by a shoulder thrust, causing Muyu to stagger back. "Teacher, you are formidable," Muyu exclaimed. Jiba was visibly pleased with Muyu's reaction. "I feared this lad might become arrogant with a few accomplishments. I must apply some pressure to remind him that there are always greater heights beyond." He beckoned Muyu to continue. Muyu charged in again, utilizing both fists and feet. Jiba adeptly blocked and countered while confidently stating, "Your power is decent, but your speed could be improved, and your angles lack finesse. Combat awareness hinges on prediction and explosive execution." After 4 or 5 minutes, Jiba deemed the time ripe. He grasped Muyu's fist with one hand and propelled him back. Muyu blinked in surprise. "Teacher, you are incredible. Truly my idol, both handsome and powerful." Jiba's grin stretched from ear to ear. "Back in my day, when I had hair and my muscles weren't so pronounced, I had girls chasing me from here." He suddenly recalled his role as a teacher. "Ahem, everyone, continue your practice." Then he addressed Muyu and Qingdi. "You two, follow me." In one of the school's martial arts halls, only Muyu, Qingdi, and Jiba remained. Jiba said, "Muyu, what we just did was merely a drill. Now, don't hold back. Unleash your full power. I will analyze your strengths and weaknesses. Don't worry about injuring me. You lack the capability to do so." Muyu blinked again. "Teacher, are you sure? Full power?" "Of course." Jiba shot back, "Let loose." After a moment of hesitation, Muyu took a deep breath. The teacher's experience was substantial. Perhaps he indeed had some shortcomings. In the next instant, he moved, activating the heavenly sky 9 steps. He nearly teleported to Jiba's front. A simple straight punch was unleashed. This time, the force behind it was no longer a mere performance. However, he refrained from employing any martial techniques or tapping into chaotic vital energy. It was solely the foundational strength of a 5th-level minor grandmaster. The oppressive force caused Jiba's confidence to freeze in an instant. "Wait." Jiba barely managed to utter a word before Muyu's fist collided with his crossed arms. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Jiba felt an irresistible force crashing into him. He was sent flying several meters backward, ultimately landing in a decidedly ungraceful manner at the edge of the soft mat. Qingdi rubbed his eyes vigorously. "Wow, brother, you is truly amazing. Is the minor grandmaster really that weak?" He was clearly holding back. There's no way he could have been faking it. He rushed over to help Jiba up. "Teacher, are you alright? I never expected you." He hesitated, not daring to finish his sentence. Jiba lay on the mat, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ceiling, his mind a blank slate. After several moments, he abruptly sat up, gingerly assessing his nearly shattered old bones. His eyes fell upon the innocent-faced Muyu, whose expression transitioned from bewilderment to shock, then to disbelief, ultimately morphing into a visage of indignation. He pointed a trembling finger at Muyu. "What? You didn't expect me to be this weak? Are you doing this on purpose, boy? Can't you spare an old man a little dignity?" Muyu scratched his head, offering a silly grin. "Teacher, I promise to be more careful next time." Jiba's eyes widened in disbelief. "Next time? Forget it. Just get lost. You make me angry just by looking at you. Go to Wong City and fight hard for me." His gaze then shifted to Qingdi. "You, come here. I shall analyze your strengths and weaknesses." A few minutes later, a bruised and battered Qingdi was pleading for mercy. Ji-Ba felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. This was more like it. Later that night, after Muyu returned home and finished his bath, his GZ wristwatch chimed with a new message. Upon opening it, he found it was from Njixia. Muyu, are you home? I've made some snacks and wish to bring them over for a chat. Muyu raised an eyebrow at the message. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I'm home, come on over. Before long, there was a knock on the door. When Muyu opened it, Njixia stood outside, holding a beautifully crafted food box. She wore a white dress, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Once inside, she placed the box on the table and opened it to reveal an assortment of cakes. Give it a try. I made them myself. Muyu, without hesitation, picked up a piece and took a bite, pleasantly surprised by the flavor. After a brief silence, he inquired, which city did you go to? Perhaps I might visit and you could show me around. But why return to Xia City? Is it merely to revisit memories? And Jixia nodded. The city I visited is the Snow Rabbit City, a subordinate of the Qingqiu Imperial City. I will be returning to Xia City to participate in the Martial Arts College entrance examination. However, there is another reason for my return. My adoptive parents have both passed away. They spoke for quite a while, with Njixia sharing many details about her adoptive parents, the martial arts school they ran, and more. Noticing that Muyu was engrossed in his cake, she gently called out, Muyu. Her tone carried an ineffable emotion. Muyu looked up at her. What is it? Muyu, if, hypothetically, one day you discover that those around you are not as they seem, perhaps even those you despise, what would you do? Muyu met her gaze, his eyes calm as he replied, I detest deceit. I prefer straightforwardness. To deceive me is to disregard me as a friend. Not a friend. He smiled, leaving the implication unspoken. A fleeting ripple crossed Njixia's eyes. She rose and said calmly, Muyu, I must take my leave. In this world, trust no one. However, you may trust me forever. With that, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Muyu fell into contemplation, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 65, SSS Level Talent, Eternal Phoenix, Divine Skill. Shortly after Njixia's departure, in a shadowy, unknown space, a blurred figure suddenly opened its eyes. In those eyes, there were no pupils, only a swirling chaos. Its fingers moved rapidly through the air, sketching an ominous sigil, seemingly sensing something. Moments later, a voice, gender indiscernible, echoed. The mark has vanished? Or perhaps, has been concealed. This situation grows increasingly intriguing. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Muyu returned home from the Wuwang Martial Society, arriving relatively early at 10 o'clock. As soon as he entered, his GZ wristwatch emitted a beep. It was a message from Chi and Iyu. Yu, have you missed me? Your sister is back. I've brought you some wonderful gifts. Make sure to clean up and wait for me at home. Upon reading the message, Muyu could easily envision Chi and Iyu's cunning yet charming smile as she sent it. He shook his head helplessly, a smile creeping onto his lips. This girl, having been absent for a few days, returned with such exuberance. He quickly dashed into the bathroom, emerging almost immediately. Otherwise, would he not be waiting obediently for her? A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. As Muyu opened it, a vibrant red figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, rushed in, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Yu, did you miss me? Chi and Iyu looked up, her joy unabashed. Muyu inhaled the delightful scent wafting from her hair. Feeling the softness and warmth of her body, his heart fluttering, he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, and Iyu, you're squeezing the breath out of me. Only then did Chi and Iyu chuckle and release him, gracefully settling onto the sofa. Here, a gift for you. She produced a beautifully wrapped small box. Muyu accepted the box, revealing a stunning pendant within. Inside the pendant swam a small blue fish, appearing almost alive, exuding a warm and vibrant aura. And Iyu, what is this? Yu, this is a fire phoenix stone. It can nourish your physical veins and mend internal injuries. Before she could finish, Muyu's gaze instinctively fell upon a certain part of Chi and Iyu, just below her fair neck, at the center of her collarbone. A radiant golden bubble began to materialize, pulsating gently. Wow! Muyu's heart raced with elation. The golden bubble surely heralded a golden legend. Curiously, Chi and Iyu asked, Yu, what's wrong? Muyu's gaze was intensely focused on her as he declared, and Iyu, there's something on your neck. Let me remove it. He reached out, his hand naturally extending toward her forehead, swiftly popping the golden bubble. Ding! Host successfully acquired SSS level talent, Eternal Phoenix. The Eternal Phoenix originates from the supreme bloodline talent of the ancient divine Phoenix, wielding eternal Phoenix flames, incinerating all, and experiencing rebirth through nirvana. Even though Muyu had anticipated this, he was still profoundly astonished. Chi and Iyu, feeling his fingertip brush against her skin, felt her cheeks warm slightly. Yu, I'm all sweaty. I'll go wash up first. We'll talk later. Upon returning to his room, Muyu locked the door tightly. With a thunderous roar, a phoenix's cry resonated within him, as if a sun had erupted in his body. An overwhelming power, both destructive and imbued with boundless vitality, surged through his limbs and cells. Muyu felt as though his body had been cast into a furnace, every inch of flesh and bone consumed by flames. Golden red markings. resembling phoenix feathers, emerged on the surface of his skin. His bones, once refined by the heavenly stars, now appeared to be coated in fire. The pale golden chaotic blood surged as if ignited, transforming into a boiling gold-red hue, embodying an essence of nobility, eternity, and immortality. Muyu opened his eyes, realizing the SSS-level talent, Eternal Phoenix, rivaled any of his other SSS-level talents. In the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The small sapling in his sea of consciousness rapidly grew a fourth branch, visibly sprouting. At the tip of the branch, a golden bubble emerged, adorned with phoenix patterns. Muyu scanned the 4 bubbles atop the sapling, noting their varying colors and distinct auras. However, he observed that the bubble representing the chaotic martial bone had transformed from a mere bubble into something resembling a glowing fruit. In the chaotic realm of his consciousness, a myriad of energies surged forth. After observing for a while, he concluded that, aside from looking more appealing, no other anomalies had transpired. Muyu furrowed his brow. This sapling was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared, though I have yet to discern its proper application. He attempted to concentrate his mental energy and directed it towards the shimmering fruit. Upon contact, it felt as though something had seized hold of him, draining his essence with fervor. A wave of dizziness swept over him, just as he felt he might be completely depleted. An arcane mark accompanied by a stream of information forcefully surged into his mind. Chaotic martial bone talent divine skill. Chaotic thunder punishment. Chaotic thunder punishment stimulates the body's vitality, resonating with the chaotic martial bone to unleash a thunderous attack. A divine skill? Muyu clutched his slightly dizzy head and suddenly smacked his forehead. A mixture of astonishment and elation washing over him. He was acutely aware of what a divine skill entailed. Many martial artists, through fortuitous circumstances or their own extraordinary insights, resonate with their innate talents, subsequently grasping certain skills that transcend conventional martial techniques, wielding immense power. The caliber of the awakened talent typically correlates with the level of the divine skill comprehended. In other words, my chaotic thunder punishment rivals an SSS-grade martial technique. Yet, Muyu sensed that should he unleash this strike, he would surely be drained dry, relegating it to a mere trump card to be used at the right moment. He had been primarily focused on collection rather than personal cultivation, rarely utilizing his talent, which had led him to worry about missing opportunities due to insufficient mastery. However, it appeared there was no cause for concern. He cast his gaze upon the sapling once more. The fruit of the chaotic martial bone had reverted to a bubble, its radiance dimming, while the other 3 continued to shimmer. Muyu's eyes brightened. This meant that as long as these bubbles transformed into fruit, he could harvest them, thus acquiring multiple divine skills rather than just one. With the realization of one of the sapling's functions, Muyu felt an uplift in his spirits. It was time for a refreshing bath. Muyu entered the bathroom, shedding his clothes. Just then, a message arrived. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Ching Di. Brother Yu, I heard their essay performance at Wanjiang Park tomorrow noon featuring stunning beauties dancing. Shall we go take a look? Muyu was taken aback. The mention of beautiful dancers was enough to compel him to attend. Chapter 66. The Lascivious by Xian. Has the child of fortune been drained dry? The following morning, Muyu found it difficult to focus during class. Ching Di sent him several promotional posters for the performance, which were large, strikingly white, and round. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. Ding ling ling. As the last class of the morning concluded, Muyu exchanged a glance with Ching Di, both their eyes gleaming with mischief as they hastened towards Wanjiang Park. Qi and Iu, noticing their departure, stealthily followed suit. Wanjiang Park is one of the largest parks in Summer City. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. In the park's center, there were no fewer than 700 or 800 people, and the crowd continued to swell. On a makeshift stage, several stunning young women clad in revealing outfits danced energetically to popular music. Their graceful movements, accompanied by pulsating rhythms, elicited waves of cheers and whistles from the captivated audience below. In the front row, Ching Di stood on tiptoe, craning her neck, her eyes wide as saucers. Brother Yu. Wow, look at those legs. That waist. This trip was worth it. Muyu gulped. It was clear why men were often rendered immobile by the sight of a beautiful woman. Even he, a man of restraint, found himself inexplicably intrigued. Suddenly, as he scanned the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure, Bai Xian. His expression was calm, dressed in a white t-shirt and denim jeans, complemented by stylish sneakers and striking features that drew the attention of many women. He stood quietly, but his gaze was fixed on the dancing beauties, a faint smile gracing his lips. Muyu couldn't help but chuckle, nudging Ching Di as they moved closer. Elbowing Bai Xian playfully, he teased, Brother Bai, I didn't realize you had an eye for beauty. I thought you were solely interested in martial arts. Should I inform the campus beauty that you're secretly admiring the dancers? Bai Xian stiffened slightly. Ahem, I was just passing by. Muyu flashed a knowing smile, fully aware that Bai Xian's gaze had followed the lead dancer, whose alluring figure caused his throat to involuntarily tighten. Ching Di giggled beside them. Brother Bai, there's no shame in admiring beauty. Just look at how lively that girl is dancing. Bai Xian's ears turned faintly red, and he cleared his throat, averting his gaze. Observing his reaction nearly made Mu Yu burst into laughter. It seemed Bai Xian, too, had his moments of levity. At that moment, a bubble fell from Bai Xian, which he casually collected. Ding. Host successfully collected. Vitality 100 points. Mu Yu raised an eyebrow. More vitality? He frowned slightly, as it had been quite a while since he had found anything of value on Bai Xian. Could it be that he had drained the Child of Fortune too thoroughly? If the Child of Fortune could indeed be depleted, perhaps my approach had been misguided. Bai Xian inquired. Mu Yu, Qing Di. What are your virtual names in the multidimensional space? Qing Di casually replied. My virtual name is Second Realm. Mu Yu contemplated for a moment before responding. Mine is Emperor Abandoned. He concocted a name at random, knowing that no one could verify its authenticity. He then asked, what about you, Bai Xian? Bai Xian smiled. I go by 2 lifetimes. Just then, Qi Yu approached, resting a hand on Mu Yu's shoulder and wearing a peculiar grin. Yu, I've heard that disobedient men become possessed by demons. And then, snap. Mu Yu froze instantly, taken aback by her harsh words. What a ruthless woman. Ahem. It was all Qing Di's idea to come here. I had no intention of attending. Qing Di chimed in. Brother Yu, you're such a dog. Half an hour passed swiftly, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Mu Yu nudged the goofy Qing Di and the pensive Bai Xian, while Qi Yu appeared lost in thought. Time to head back. Class is about to start. As they departed, they noticed several enforcement vehicles from the Martial Defense Division arriving at the square. The division chief, Li Han, emerged from the vehicle and leapt to the highest point. His voice resonated like waves. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate the area promptly. Further details will be disclosed later through official media. I am the chief of the Martial Defense Division, Li Han. The crowd, bewildered by the unforeseen announcement, sensed something amiss and began to disperse rapidly. Bai Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. Watching the throng flee, Li Han frowned, pondering the anonymous email he had received, hoping it wasn't a mere prank. Otherwise, 10 minutes later, nearly 1,000 people remained in the square. Li Han's unease grew stronger. Mu Yu, Bai Xian, Qing Di, and Qi Yu had not moved far. A fleeting anomaly flickered in Qing Di's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous sound erupted from the ground without warning. The central plaza of Wangjiang Park trembled violently. What is happening? The remaining crowd, numbering in the hundreds, was engulfed in panic. Shrieks filling the air. In the next moment, the ground at the center abruptly caved in, revealing a gaping pit over 8 meters in diameter. Following this, a chorus of roars emanated from the depths of the pit. Dozens of dark figures began to crawl out, and as they fully emerged, the crowd beheld their true nature. They were monstrous, akin to giant pythons, measuring over 20 meters in length, their bodies coated in dark green slime, with crimson compound eyes and fearsome mandibles. Each exuded an aura equivalent to a late-stage martial artist in the body refinement realm. As soon as they surfaced, they unleashed furious roars and lunged towards the remaining crowd. A flicker of relief flashed in Li Han's eyes, quickly replaced by a visage of fury. It became evident that this incident was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity orchestrated behind the scenes. He immediately commanded, everyone, hunt down Mu Yu. Even as Mu Yu dashed into the throng, the monstrous earthworm, with its jagged, tooth-filled maw, was poised to strike a petrified youth. In that instant, Mu Yu materialized before the young man like a specter, with a hint of disdain. He refrained from wielding the dragon-twisting spear. Being ugly is not your fault, but frightening people is certainly a misstep, he mused, casually lifting his right hand, fingers splayed. He then clenched it gently. An invisible torrent of formidable energy erupted from his fist, compressing the air to an extreme degree. With a thunderous boom, the monstrous earthworm, measuring several meters in length, was obliterated, transforming into a nauseating cloud of green mist and viscera that rained down around the pit. Success. Host has acquired 10 vitality points. Before long, over 20 of the monstrous earthworms had been vanquished by the members of the Town Defense Division. After Mu Yu shattered the last one with a punch, he shook his hand nonchalantly, as if merely swatting a few flies. His gaze fell upon the abyssal pit, brow furrowing slightly. The beast had grown increasingly cunning, becoming more intelligent. Had the Town Defense Division not arrived in time to evacuate the crowd, how many lives would have been lost among the 10,000 souls present? The crucial question remained. How did the Town Defense Division learn of the impending beast incursion? Li Han approached Mu Yu and his companions, a look of mild surprise adorning his features. You all should return to the academy. Things are unsettled lately, so exercise caution. He then addressed the members of the Town Defense Division, his voice rising. Increase patrols and alert all divisions. Stay vigilant. With that, he personally led a team into the pit. Qi Yu, deep in thought, mused silently. It appears that Xiang City has become a target. Chapter 67. Journey to Tianhao Wang City, the Might of the Monarchs. 10 days swiftly passed. On this day, after thoroughly exploring the martial arts academies of Xiang City, Mu Yu received the following notification. Success. Host has acquired 100 vitality points. With a rush of 1,000 vitality points flooding his body, he felt a surge of energy as he successfully advanced to the 6th stage of the Minor Profound Master. Phew. I had hoped to reach the major profound master status before the royal tournament, but it seems that will not be the case. The next day, Mu Yu hailed a taxi directly to the town defense division by Xian, Xiaoshu Tong, Qing Di, and 3 other students from different academies, whom Mu Yu recognized, were present. These 3 had also entered the top 50 of the Ancient Path S rankings, making a total of 7 talents from Xiang City. He noticed that each of them was surrounded by a bubble of energy, which brought a smile to his face. He greeted them cheerfully before proceeding to collect. Success. Host has acquired 1,000 blank attributes. Success. Host has acquired 5 combat experience. Success. Host has acquired 10 combat awareness. His gaze then turned to Bai Xian, Qing Di, and Xia Shu Tong. Xia, you've become even more beautiful, he remarked, shaking Xia Shu Tong's hand, which elicited a look of jealousy from Bai Xian. However, the radiant bubbles surrounding Bai Xian made him shine like a beacon. Success. Host has acquired 100 vitality points. Success. Host has acquired S-grade talent. Ambush from all sides. Ambush from all sides can create 10 phantoms, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Mu Yu was taken aback. It seemed Bai Xian possessed more than just 2 talents. Before long, in the central plaza of the town defense division, a colossal Dragon Abyss battleship, even larger and more streamlined than the one used during the previous city competition, descended gracefully. As the hatch opened, a middle-aged man radiating an aura of lethal intent stepped out, his mere presence instilling a profound sense of dread. He was a monarch-level powerhouse. Mu Yu felt a twinge of astonishment. Those at the 3rd realm of the profound gateway did not evoke such feelings in him. Only a monarch could. The middle-aged man spoke in a calm voice. I am Xiao Xiao, the lead instructor for the royal tournament, tasked with escorting you all to Tianhao City. Board the ship, Mu Yu, Qing Di, Bai Xian, Xiaoshu Tong, and the other 3 prodigies from Xiang City swiftly entered the battleship. Once aboard, the top 50 talents of the Ancient Path rankings were nearly all present. The battleship was spacious, and each individual had their own designated seat. Mu Yu scanned the crowd, a glint of excitement igniting in his eyes. He needed to collect from these 50 individuals, taking his time as he ambled about. The other prodigies regarded him with a mixture of respect and awe. As he approached Lu Jiuzhou, the top talent from the city, he noted that Lu's aura was even more refined, indicating his growth and strength. Upon sensing Mu Yu's gaze, Lu Jiuzhou shot him a complex glance before diverting his eyes. Opting not to engage in conversation, Mu Yu was indifferent, casually picking up a light blue energy bubble that had fallen from Lu Jiuzhou. Success. Host has acquired 50 insights into marksmanship. Moving on to Li Qianquang, he collected a fragment of a martial skill. The battleship's engines emitted a low hum as it gradually ascended, then suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of silver light that soared into the skies. The ship swiftly departed Xiang City. Inside, several large screens utilized a unique technology that captured images from outside, even at high speeds, allowing everyone to gaze upon the scenery beyond. Through the screens, Mu Yu beheld the undulating mountains, resembling the spine of a colossal dragon, and the vast rivers flowing like silver ribbons. The boundless wilderness, rich in primeval essence, unfolded beneath the battleship, showcasing the grandeur and mystery of Blue Star in all its glory. Xiao Xiao addressed the group, ladies and gentlemen, the journey to Tianhao City will take 5 days. If anyone finds themselves bored, there are 10 training pods available for your use. Furthermore, allow me to share some information about Tianhao City. It governs 3 cities, our Ancient Path City, along with Tianguan City and Puta City. On average, the talents from the royal city far surpass those from the local cities. Regrettably, I must inform you that the Ancient Path City ranks relatively low in strength. Just do your best. His words elicited mixed reactions. Some were elated, while others were disheartened. However, for Mu Yu, it was a cause for celebration. 2 days swiftly passed during the ship's voyage. Mu Yu, fighting off drowsiness, was suddenly roused by Qing Di's excited voice. You go, look over there. What a gigantic bird. He turned to see a colossal avian creature, its wingspan exceeding 100 meters, engaged in battle with a swarm of flying beasts, feathers flying and blood soaring. The overwhelming presence it exuded was far beyond that of the profound gateway realm, at least a beast king of the 4th realm. With ease, it dispatched the flock of flying creatures, its gaze fixated on the battleship as it charged toward them. This is bad. It has locked onto us. Panic erupted within the ship. A 4th realm beast king. Can the Dragon Abyss battleship withstand this? Seated at the front, the monarch-level powerhouse, Xiao Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm and unflustered. Without rising from his seat, he merely focused his thoughts, and a side hatch of the battleship silently slid open. A sword-shaped flying device carried him out in an instant. Hovering outside the battleship, he faced the approaching purple-winged Thunder Hawk and simply raised his right hand, forming a fist. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy nor dazzling lights. He merely punched toward the purple-winged Thunder Hawk from several hundred meters away. Bang! A sound so profoundly deep resonated, akin to the tolling of a bell that struck at the hearts of all present. The immense form of the purple-winged Thunder Hawk froze mid-air, its surrounding lightning dissipating instantaneously. Its sturdy amethyst scales shattered like fragile glass, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. It was a one-hit kill. A Fourth Realm Beast King was effortlessly obliterated by Xiao Xiao's punch from afar. Within the battleship, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone was rendered speechless by the breathtaking spectacle before them. Is this the might of a sovereign-level powerhouse? It is akin to that of a deity. Xiao Xiao skillfully maneuvered the aircraft back to the battleship. As the hatch sealed behind him, he resumed his seat, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and closed his eyes once more. Mu Yu fell into a momentary reverie, having just sensed a formidable mental force. Xiao Xiao was not solely a sovereign-level expert, but also possessed at least the mental prowess of a mortal thought realm practitioner, momentarily dulling the Popluing Thunder Eagle. The synergy of these two elements was immensely powerful. A spark of determination ignited within him. Soon, I too shall wield such power, perhaps even greater. The final 3 days slipped by with astonishing speed, and the battleship, which had been racing through the skies, gradually decelerated. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at Tianhao Royal City, Xiao Xiao announced. A wave of energy surged through the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the expansive screen. In the distance, the silhouette of a colossal and magnificent city emerged, becoming increasingly defined against the horizon. Its towering walls reached into the clouds, an estimated height exceeding 1,000 meters, constructed from a mysterious dark golden metal ore. The walls were adorned with countless intricate and ancient runes. Upon the ramparts, one could faintly discern the imposing forms of star-destroying cannons and patrolling colossal war automatons. Above the city, a delicate blue energy shield rippled like water, enveloping the entire sky. A presence far more grandiose, weighty, and imbued with a formidable sense of oppression surged forth, akin to a tsunami crashing upon the shore. This is the royal city. My goodness. Qingdi appeared to be exceedingly exhilarated. Mu Yu, feeling the rich aura of spiritual energy, found his heart racing uncontrollably. He moistened his parched lips. His eyes ignited with fervent flames. To gather resources in such an environment, what a thrilling prospect.